Chapter 1. A public court in Los Angeles, America. Two tall youths faced each other in confrontation. Wang Xu gazed at the boy before him, a slight smile gracing his lips as he deftly dribbled the ball, his feet in constant motion. The boy opposite him crouched low, his center of gravity firmly set, adopting a defensive stance. Suddenly, Wang Xu struck the ball to the left front with his right hand, while his body shifted to the right. With a swift lunge, he broke past his opponent and retrieved the bouncing ball just behind him. Then he leaped into the air, arms raised high with the basketball, gliding towards the net. With a resounding thud, he slammed the ball into the hoop, dangling from the rim as he bent his body slightly before descending gracefully. "Westbrook, you've lost again," Wang Xu chuckled. "Still can't manage to defeat you even once." Westbrook sighed, glancing at Wang Xu, his teammate from UCLA with whom he had battled throughout the season. "Are you really not staying for another year?" Wang Xu smiled and sat cross-legged on the ground, gesturing for Russell to join him. Westbrook, feeling exasperated, complied. "Well, you've already been awarded the National College Player of the Year, the National College Defensive Player of the Year, the John R. Wooden Award, the Naismith Award, and you're a top contender for the first draft pick. The NCAA must seem trivial to you now, and I suppose you yearn for a grander stage. After all, the NBA is our dream." As their conversation continued, he abruptly shifted topics. "But if you go, don't embarrass yourself. Once I make it to the NBA next year, I will definitely defeat you. Until then." Got it, Wang Xu replied, somewhat helplessly, fully aware that his friend was only looking out for him, albeit in a clumsy manner that often elicited both laughter and tears. It was reminiscent of the exchanges between Zoro and Kuina in One Piece, where even in moments of despair, their dialogues were filled with challenges and defeat. Who could deny that Zoro's words were born out of concern for Kuina? "Westbrook, do you know?" Wang Xu suddenly spoke. "Know what? I used to think life was endless and the future entirely different. However, now I find myself in my own future, and my dreams no longer feel so distant. Thus I must seize the future." "How klitsch?" Westbrook interjected. Westbrook, do you know what your greatest flaw is?" Wang Xu asked through clenched teeth. "No idea. You always interrupt me when I attempt to sound cultured. Isn't that what you Chinese call pouring cold water?" "Indeed. Then why not just pour it back on me?" Wang Xu opened his mouth, eyes wide, his mind racing with countless thoughts, finally exclaiming MMP. Nonetheless, he understood Russell. "Let's play another game." "Fine. Whoever backs down is a coward." Wang Xu felt exasperated, realizing that Westbrook had become somewhat obsessed with Chinese slang. "Hey, you two kids, who told you to play ball here?" Three men of varied attire approached, their demeanor imposing. "Don't you know this is the territory of our crew?" Wang Xu and Westbrook turned to see the leader, a man with dreadlocks, towering at around 193 centimeters, lean yet muscular, clad in hip-hop attire with a basketball tucked under his arm, a golden chain adorning his neck. The two behind him brandished baseball bats over their shoulders. "If you want to play on this court, you either challenge us or pay a fee," the leader declared. "This is a public court. I've never heard it belongs to anyone," Westbrook retorted, indignation evident in his voice. The leader scoffed at this. "Well, you'll learn today." Hearing this, Wang Xu grinned. "So, you're saying you want to challenge us?" Upon Wang Xu's words, the trio exchanged glances, and the man on the left seemed to recognize Wang Xu. "Boss, I've seen this guy on TV. He's a player from UCLA, that Chinese kid. I heard he's a top prospect for this year's NBA draft. And the one next to him looks like a ninja turtle." "What nonsense about top prospects? A Chinese kid under 2 meters tall probably can't even reach the rim. He's not even fit to clean Jefferson's shoes. Damn, has the NBA's scouting team lost their minds, bringing in an Asian to play?" Jefferson's anger surged as he recalled being outperformed by a Chinese player during a pre-NBA trial years ago. He continued with disdain. "You Chinese are either slow runners or poor jumpers. Those tall players you're so proud of are clumsy and slow, managing only to score ugly points by exploiting their height. Utterly useless, and yet they're called superstars." I spit. Wang Xu's temper flared at Jefferson's words, which struck a nerve regarding his national pride and dignity. Though he resided in America, he and his family had always taken pride in their ethnicity. Despite facing discrimination on his basketball journey, he remained proud of his heritage. Beside him, Westbrook, incensed by Jefferson's insults, was about to charge when Wang Xu's voice rang out. "Stay back, Westbrook. This is between me and him. He'll handle it." Westbrook halted, glancing at Wang Xu, who approached Jefferson with a furrowed brow and piercing gaze. It felt as though the air around them had thickened. Reluctantly, Westbrook retreated. Wang Xu stood before Jefferson, speaking clearly. "Now, retract your words and apologize to all Chinese and Asian people." "He'll let this slide." "What are you talking about? Apologize?" "I'm speaking the truth," Jefferson scoffed, holding his head high. "You yellow people are worthless aside from your height. You don't belong in competitive sports. Your only contribution on the basketball court is to be a backdrop for my dunks. Chinese kid, if you kneel and beg me, admitting your fear, I might let you off. How about that? Huh? Shut your mouth." Wang Xu could no longer contain his fury, a roar escaping his lips. Jefferson, taken aback by Wang Xu's outburst, glared menacingly, his hand gripping the basketball, pressing it towards Wang Xu's face as he barked, "What are you yelling about? Yelling won't change the fact that you Chinese players are garbage. If you're not satisfied, challenge me on Ian. It'll show you just how pathetic you all are." Wang Xu, witnessing Jefferson's outrageous actions, felt flames of anger ignite within him. With a stoic expression, he replied, "You'd best reconsider your actions. Don't you find your behavior despicable and foolish?" Jefferson, misinterpreting Wang Xu's demeanor as fear, shook his head dismissively, raising his finger in mockery. "What's wrong? Afraid? You yellow folks are all cowards. It's normal for you to admit fear." "Afraid? I'm genuinely afraid of you," Wang Xu retorted with a sardonic smile, locking eyes with Jefferson. "I'm afraid of what would happen if you lost to me. The shame might drive you to suicide. I'm afraid you'd become a laughingstock after losing to a garbage Chinese player. I fear that after losing to the coward you so disdain, you might never touch a basketball again." With that, he swiftly snatched the ball from Jefferson's hands, holding it aloft, aimed squarely at Jefferson's face. He continued, "What's your name? Jefferson, right? You claim we're garbage, cowards, and that we fear you. Well, let me tell you, no matter what anyone else can achieve, we Chinese can achieve it too, and even surpass it. What others cannot do, we can. You're not just challenging a single Chinese person today, you're challenging an entire ethnicity. If you say that all Chinese are garbage on the court, then let me, one of your so-called garbage, inform you that we are not to be trifled with." Jefferson's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he bellowed, "Stop spouting that nonsense. If you got guts, let's settle this with a game." Wang Xu, resolute, replied, "Fine, if you want to play, let's do it. But there must be a wager. If I lose, I'll never play basketball again or enter the draft. If you lose, you'll kneel and apologize to the Chinese people." Upon hearing the taunts, Jefferson hesitated momentarily as he observed Wang Xu's overwhelming confidence. Thoughts raced through his mind. What if no? That couldn't be, for he was Jefferson, a child of destiny, while before him stood merely a Chinese fellow. How could he possibly be defeated? Indeed, victory was assured. Wang Xu, noticing Jefferson's moment of uncertainty, scoffed derisively. "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Then, mimicking Jefferson's defiant demeanor, he continued, "Well, it's only natural for someone like you to claim fear." Incensed by Wang Xu's mockery, Jefferson's eyes flared with anger as he retorted, "All right, you little Chinese brat, today marks the end of your basketball career. I hope you cherish the moment." Wang Xu merely snorted in response, choosing silence. With a single hand, he grasped the ball and stepped beyond the three-point line, beckoning Jefferson with a flick of his finger, signaling him to approach. "Come, let me show you just how foolish you truly are. The first to score 3 points wins. Sound fair? Let's begin. Stop dawdling." Wang Xu tossed the ball to Jefferson, dismissively stating, "They'll let you have the first go, just don't be surprised if the game ends before you even touch the ball." Though brimming with arrogance, Jefferson was not foolish. He recognized that Wang Xu, having caught the eye of the NBA, must possess his own strengths. Thus, seizing the opportunity to attack first, he prepared his offensive move, dribbling the ball as he declared, "You will pay dearly for your arrogance. Kid, today is the end of your basketball journey." With both hands on the ball, Jefferson assumed a triple threat posture, taking a tentative step forward with his left foot. Noticing Wang Xu standing motionless, He was uncertain whether this was a deliberate tactic or a lapse in defense, and so he refrained from charging ahead. Retracting his foot, he shifted his weight, then suddenly accelerated to the left. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Wang Xu's center of gravity shift as well, prompting a smug smile to creep upon his face. He then pulled the ball back with his left hand, executed a between-the-legs dribble, and surged to the right. With a resounding thud, Jefferson collided forcefully with Wang Xu. In the aftermath, Jefferson found himself on the ground, clutching his head in despair. Wang Xu stood over him, gazing down as one might at a mere jester, taunting Jefferson, "Are you a monkey? Why are you jumping around? My feet haven't moved an inch." Indeed, while defending, Wang Xu had only feigned a shift in his center of gravity, remaining steadfast. Jefferson's overreaction had led him to make a premature move. Blushing with embarrassment, Jefferson berated himself internally. Realizing he could have simply driven to the left without hesitation, Wang Xu was not a formidable defender. Overthinking had led to his humiliation. No, he resolved to outmaneuver Wang Xu, to break his ankles if need be. With determination, Jefferson sprang to his feet, noticing Wang Xu had not retrieved the ball. He dashed forward to claim it. Regaining possession, he faced Wang Xu once more, declaring, "You better watch out this time, I'll shake you off before scoring." Wang Xu, undeterred, replied, "If you have the skill, then prove it." Jefferson unleashed a torrent of trash talk, aiming to rattle Wang Xu's composure. Once more, he initiated a leftward drive from beyond the three-point line. Wang Xu swiftly positioned himself in Jefferson's path. Unfazed, Jefferson executed a ball switch to his right hand and raised his left, simulating a shot. In response, Wang Xu leapt into the air. Delighted, Jefferson seized the moment, performing a swift crossover to bypass Wang Xu. However, as he surged forward, he found Wang Xu once again blocking his path, forcing him to halt his advance. In disbelief, Jefferson exclaimed, "How is this possible? You were clearly airborne." Wang Xu retorted coolly, "Who told you I jumped? I merely tapped my toes to deceive you into making your move. Now, let's see how you respond." Without granting Jefferson a moment to regroup, Wang Xu swiftly snatched the ball from his grasp. The possession had shifted. Yet, instead of advancing on offense, Wang Xu returned to a defensive stance, tossing the ball back to Jefferson. "Here, take another shot. Let's see what else you got him confident you won't score. I'm not worried about your attack." Infuriated by Wang Xu's mockery and the earlier humiliation, Jefferson's demeanor intensified as he prepared to reclaim the ball. With determination, he charged toward Wang Xu, employing a series of power steps reminiscent of LeBron James. Creating space, he was poised for a layup. Wang Xu observed that Jefferson intended to use his physique to create space. Instead of exerting force to brace against him, he retreated repeatedly. While counting the steps Jefferson took for his layup, he strategically positioned himself to obstruct Jefferson's right side. As Wang Xu observed Jefferson take 3 steps forward, poised to attempt a layup, his calves tensed in readiness to leap for a block. However, to his surprise, Jefferson did not halt after the 3rd step. Instead, he continued forward, taking a 4th step before gracefully preparing for the shot. Wang Xu was taken aback, thinking to himself, could it be that the rules of basketball have changed? Has the 3-step layup now transformed into a 5-step one? Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, his movements were anything but sluggish. With his calves taut, he accelerated in an instant, leaping into the air. His fingers spread wide, and the muscles in his arms bulged like granite, his elongated limbs raised high towards the heavens, resembling a sword poised to pierce the sky. Bam! With a resounding thud, Wang Xu's palm struck the ascending basketball. Under the force of his blow, the round ball appeared to deflate momentarily, much like a balloon under pressure. As it made contact with his hand, the basketball crashed heavily against the backboard, rebounding with significant force. As Wang Xu's toes barely touched the ground, he soared once more, clutching the basketball firmly in his grasp. Jefferson, in his arrogance, had believed that his signature 5-step layup would undoubtedly find its mark. Little did he know that Wang Xu's celestial performance would leave him utterly astounded. After executing a thunderous block, Wang Xu bellowed at Jefferson, "You dare to tell me who is the trash here?" Without a second glance at Jefferson, he strode past him. Jefferson's 2 companions stood in stunned silence, equally bewildered. In contrast, Westbrook, having played alongside Wang Xu for a year, was somewhat more composed, familiar with Wang Xu's prowess. Nevertheless, even he was left in awe by that spectacular block. At this moment, Wang Xu remained remarkably calm. It was not that he felt no exhilaration within, but rather that he was engulfed in a profound fury, determined to impart an unforgettable lesson to Jefferson. With a basketball held firmly in one hand, Wang Xu gazed contemptuously at Jefferson, who lay sprawled on the ground, and remarked, "What's the matter? Is this all you've got?" Hearing Wang Xu's derision, Jefferson gradually regained his composure, a mix of shame and anger washing over him. He sprang to his feet, standing defiantly before Wang Xu. "You arrogant brat," he retorted. "Don't get too pleased with yourself. Just wait. The humiliation you've inflicted upon me will be repaid 100-fold. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling as though he had inadvertently become the antagonist. Nonetheless, despite his thoughts, his actions remained swift. With the ball skillfully handled in his right hand, Wang Xu suddenly advanced his left foot forward, taking a significant stride. Although Jefferson had boasted confidently, he recognized Wang Xu's formidable prowess through their defensive exchange, prompting him to remain vigilant and closely shadow Wang Xu to thwart any potential breakthrough. Wang Xu observed Jefferson closely adhering to him, remaining unperturbed. With a calm demeanor, he skillfully maneuvered the ball beneath his legs, retreating to his original position. With both hands firmly gripping the ball and his knees slightly bent, his gaze fixated on the hoop. He elevated the ball with purpose, engaging his core to propel himself upwards. As the ball reached the optimal height, he delicately flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring towards the basket. With a swift swish, the basketball seamlessly passed through the net. 1 o'clock, Wang Xu stated with an impassive expression, as if the feat he had just accomplished was the simplest of tasks. Frustrated, Jefferson retorted, "Don't think you can bask in glory just because of a lucky shot. Watch how I teach you a lesson on the next play." Wang Xu gazed at Jefferson and calmly declared, "For the second shot, I shall penetrate from your left side." Jefferson, agitated, was about to retort with some trash talk when he noticed Wang Xu had already commenced his offensive maneuver, hastily preparing his defense. With the basketball held firmly in both hands, Wang Xu traced a half-circle motion above, gradually positioning the ball in front of his right side. Suddenly, he stepped to the left, aiming for Jefferson's right side. Upon seeing Wang Xu's intention to break through from that direction, Jefferson quickly adjusted his footwork to stay in close proximity to him, unable to resist mocking, "The yellow race is indeed cunning. What nonsense about breaking through from my left." Before his words could fully resonate, Wang Xu swiftly pulled the ball behind him with his left hand, executing a behind-the-back dribble to transfer it to his right hand. He feigned a shooting motion with his left hand, prompting Jefferson to leap into action, ready to block. Yet, as he observed the smirk on Wang Xu's lips, a chill ran down his spine. Wang Xu, having withdrawn his left hand before it could touch the ball, held the basketball in his right hand and, with a graceful motion, evaded Jefferson. Accelerating, he reached the free throw line. With a powerful upward throw of the ball, he firmly planted his feet on the ground. Then suddenly bent his knees, channeling all his force through his legs in a spectacular leap, akin to a rocket ascending into the sky. In midair, Wang Xu caught the basketball, his hands clasped together, concentrating his energy in his core. His legs extended, right hand gripping the ball as he arched his back, resembling a drawn bow, and for a fleeting moment, time itself seemed to stand still. The resounding roar of the dunk reverberated through the hearts of everyone present. With an emphatic slam that left his hands still tingling, Wang Xu descended from the rim, landing lightly on the ground. He took a deep breath, then spun around fiercely, shouting at Jefferson, "Jefferson, remember this. This is how we Chinese dunk. Today, I shall utterly crush you here. So you will forever remember this day, and know that we Chinese are not to be trifled with." Jefferson sat on the floor, dazed, his gaze vacant as he muttered to himself, "This is impossible. This cannot be." At this moment, Wang Xu paid no heed to Jefferson, picking up the basketball and dribbling as he proclaimed the final shot. He advanced to the midcourt, turning his back to the hoop, and with a flick of his right hand, the basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc swish. The ball effortlessly found its mark in the net. Jefferson, observing Wang Xu, was engulfed by a profound sense of dread, shaking his head vigorously to regain his composure. Yet, Wang Xu's celestial performance left him in turmoil. Suddenly, Jefferson recalled the humiliating trial from a few years prior, where he had faced a towering player from China. Every attempt to breach the basket had resulted in him being sent sprawling. He felt a deep sense of humiliation, unable to accept that he, once the favored child of fortune, had been defeated not once, but twice by someone he had always looked down upon. Anger began to rise within him. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, kicking his dazed companions. "What the hell are you two still doing? Go take him down." I'll make sure he never plays again." With that, he clenched his fists and charged toward Wang Xu. His companions hesitated, taking a tentative step forward, but held back. Jefferson, realizing he was alone in his advance, noticed Wang Xu and Westbrook were prepared for him. A flicker of doubt crept in, and he slowly retreated. "You two useless fools, why aren't you moving?" he snapped. Chief, it's just a game. If we lose, we lose." "There's no need to go that far," one of them responded, a hint of reluctance in his voice. The other chimed in immediately. "Indeed, Chief. Besides, they are quite renowned, especially Wang Xu, who has a significant following in Los Angeles. If we go too far, we might attract trouble." Fury ignited within Jefferson. To hell with trouble. "I'm not afraid. You must remember that I am your leader, and you all depend on me to survive. If you don't take them down today, you can forget about sticking with me." The two exchanged glances, resigned yet resolute. They approached Wang Xu and Westbrook. They encircled Wang Xu, brandishing baseball bats before him. "Kid, don't blame us. Blame yourself for provoking our boss," they warned Wang Xu. Addressing Westbrook, they added, "This doesn't concern you much. If you keep out of it, we might let you go." Westbrook scoffed. Russell Westbrook, "would never betray my brother. We're doing this for your own good," they insisted. "As an NCAA player, if we incapacitate you today, your life will be ruined. Think carefully before you throw away your future for a moment of bravado. Just fight already. What is with all the chatter?" Jefferson urged as the two remained hesitant. Upon hearing this, they exchanged glances and lunged at Wang Xu. Wang Xu, pushing Westbrook aside, declared, "Step back. I'll handle this." Aware of Wang Xu's martial prowess, Westbrook complied and withdrew. At that moment, Jefferson's two lackeys charged at Wang Xu, swinging their bats menacingly towards his head. Wang Xu, however, did not flinch. He waited until the bat was nearly upon him, then deftly leaped back. With their defenses wide open, Wang Xu seized the opportunity, forcefully pushing one assailant to the ground, then using that momentum to execute a sweeping kick that sent the other crashing down. Seeing his companions felled in an instant, Jefferson, consumed by rage, charged at Wang Xu, shouting, "I'll ruin you." Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Xu grew increasingly impatient. He stepped onto the baseball bat and deftly flicked it up to his hands with the top of his foot. At that moment, Jefferson had already rushed up to Wang Xu. Without hesitation, Wang Xu delivered a powerful blow aimed at Jefferson's abdomen, causing him to crumple to the ground. Westbrook then approached the trio and remarked, "You all seem rather pathetic, unable to even secure a second chance. I expected you to last longer. Now it seems I won't even get the opportunity to intervene." He clicked his tongue in disappointment. Enough of the idle banter. Wang Xu then crouched before Jefferson and stated, "Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise." He then bellowed, "Apologize." Jefferson, curled on the ground, exhibited a glimmer of fear in his eyes. Wang Xu observed Jefferson's silence and thought to himself, "This fellow truly deserves a beating." With that thought, he raised his fist once more and shouted at Jefferson, "Apologize." Jefferson, witnessing Wang Xu's enormous fist being raised again, felt overwhelmed with emotion, almost on the verge of tears. He thought, "I too wish to apologize. But who could have foreseen your peculiar disposition?" Upon witnessing Jefferson's obstinate refusal to apologize, Wang Xu's irritation surged. "You must be asking for a beating." He then turned to Westbrook and remarked, "West, don't you think this guy deserves a good thrashing? A grown man, yet he stubbornly refuses to apologize after losing. Isn't that just inviting trouble?" Westbrook, taken aback by Wang Xu's words, found himself at a loss, silently contemplating. "You've practically silenced him, clearly not wanting him to speak. Yet you insist he must apologize. Isn't that an unreasonable demand? You merely seek a pretext to land a few punches and vent your frustration." Despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, Westbrook's outward response was distinctly different, as he was well aware of Wang Xu's petty nature. Indeed, he does deserve a beating. As a fellow man of color, I find it shameful to associate with someone like him. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu nodded in agreement and said to Jefferson, "Well, since that is the case, I find myself with no other option. If you refuse to apologize, then I shall not hold back." With that, he swung his tightly clenched fist towards Jefferson. Hearing the conversation between Wang Xu and Westbrook, Jefferson thought to himself, "I truly wish to apologize. Please do not silence me, for I genuinely want to express my remorse." If Jefferson had possessed the ability to see into his own heart at that moment, it would have been overwhelmed with tears. Suddenly, he saw Wang Xu's enormous fist hurtling towards him, and a chill ran through him, causing him to faint instantly. Upon witnessing Jefferson succumb to unconsciousness, Wang Xu halted his fist, which was poised to make contact with Jefferson's nose. In disbelief, he inquired of Westbrook, Has this fellow truly fainted? Without awaiting a response from Westbrook, he began to slap Jefferson's face with his palm, exclaiming, "Hey, wake up," after several strikes, which left Jefferson's face slightly swollen. Wang Xu reluctantly withdrew his hand, still yearning for more. Wang Xu rose to his feet, exclaiming in astonishment, "This fellow is truly dazed." He then cast his gaze toward Jefferson's two underlings. Upon noticing Wang Xu's attention directed at them, the pair exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and each delivered a ferocious punch to the other. With a resounding thud, both collapsed into unconsciousness. Wang Xu found himself at a loss for words. Turning to the astonished Westbrook beside him, he inquired, "Hi, West, am I truly frightening?" Westbrook, caught between laughter and exasperation, responded, "What do you think? At this moment, you resemble a lunatic. It would be wise for you to keep your distance." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu grinned mischievously at Westbrook and said, "Hey, Wes, I'm about to embark on my journey to the NBA. Before I leave, allow me, as your senior, to impart some wisdom upon you, shall I?" Westbrook, upon hearing this, felt a tingling sensation on his lips and instinctively stepped back. As he observed Wang Xu approaching, he promptly turned on his heels and fled, exclaiming, "Who the hell would play with someone as insane as you? Wang Xu, your schemes are far too cunning. I must return home." As Wang Xu observed Westbrook sprinting further away, a knowing smile graced his lips. He too departed from the court, leaving behind 3 toppled corpses. Wang Xu, a 19-year-old male, stands at a height of 5 feet 9 inches, approximately 198 meters, and weighs 95 kilograms. He was born into a Chinese family in Los Angeles, where his parents operate a modest yet prosperous restaurant in Chinatown. Wang Xu's father was an unwavering basketball enthusiast. When young Wang Xu was merely 3 years old, his father took him to witness a game at the Staples Center, home of the Lakers. However, upon entering the arena for the first time, Wang Xu was not captivated by the spectacle or struck by a sudden love for basketball. Rather, he was frightened to tears by the deafening roars of the crowd and the fierce confrontations among the players. For quite some time thereafter, he harbored a lingering fear of the sport. It wasn't until he turned 7 that a family with the surname Lin moved into the neighborhood. The moment Wang Xu laid eyes on Lin Xingya, he was entranced by her radiant smile, and from that instant, he found himself hopelessly captivated. By a fortunate coincidence, Lin Xingya ended up in the same class as Wang Xu when they started school. Given their proximity and shared classroom, the two naturally became good friends. They held hands, walked side by side, shared meals, and even engaged in scuffles together. However, the altercations were instigated by Lin Xingya, who boldly confronted several older boys who dared to harass her. When young Wang Xu witnessed Lin Xingya effortlessly overpowering those boys with a wicked grin, he felt a jolt of unease, as if he had glimpsed something ominous. It is worth mentioning that Lin Xingya's grandfather was a martial arts practitioner. One day, while sitting in the shade of a tree on the basketball court, Lin Xingya suddenly asked Wang Xu, "Can you play basketball?" "I absolutely love it." Wang Xu, taken aback, replied, "Really? Is it that magical?" Lin Xingya enthusiastically recounted how her father would take her to play whenever she felt down, and how the sport always lifted her spirits. "Becoming a basketball player is a great dream," she mused, "but it requires immense dedication, and I fear my laziness may hinder me." Wang Xu, determined, declared, "I will help you achieve that dream." Lin Xingya, puzzled, asked, "Are you good at basketball?" To which Wang Xu proudly admitted, "I can't play." Stunned, Lin Xingya retorted, "How can you shout so boldly when you lack the skill? Becoming a professional player is no easy feat. What gives you the right to claim you can fulfill my dream?" Wang Xu calmly replied, "Because I like you. I believe I can do it. And you should believe in me too." Lin Xingya's cheeks flushed crimson as she discreetly glanced at the boy standing before her. Feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance and beginning to trust in his potential as a future professional athlete. "Oh," she replied shyly. From that day forward, Wang Xu embarked on a grueling training regimen. Fortunately, he possessed considerable talent and extraordinary understanding, further bolstered by his martial arts practice with Lin Xingya's grandfather, which laid a robust foundation for his physical abilities. Throughout primary school, middle school, and high school, Wang Xu amassed numerous accolades. Upon entering university, he chose to attend UCLA in Los Angeles, where he made an impressive debut in his first season, averaging 32.5 points, 8 for rebounds, 6 for assists, 2.1 steals, and 1.4 blocks per game, leading his team to victory in the NCAA championship and earning the title of the nation's best college player. Following the conclusion of the season, Wang Xu announced in an interview that he would enter the 2007 draft during the recently concluded training camp. His performance and physical metrics left many teams in awe, prompting several franchises to contemplate trades to secure a top-3 draft pick for the opportunity to select him. Among them, the Rockets were eager to offer Tracy McGrady in exchange for the first overall pick. The Rockets' willingness to make such a trade stemmed not only from Wang Xu's impressive abilities but also from owner Alexander's desire to capitalize on the lucrative appeal of a Chinese duo. Following the financial windfall brought by Yao Ming, however, the Trail Blazers ultimately declined the trade, primarily due to their existing asset, Brandon Roy, whose skill set overlapped significantly with Wang Xu's. Although Wang Xu was already considered to possess all-star caliber abilities, Roy had also showcased his prowess. The Trail Blazers were more inclined to select the formidable Greg Oden, envisioning a terrifying starting lineup featuring Jack, Roy, Aldridge, and Oden. The mere thought of this prospect had the franchise's management grinning in their sleep. As for the second overall pick, the Supersonics, having chosen to rebuild, would not pass on Wang Xu. Despite McGrady's established stardom, the Supersonics recognized that even with him as a core player, they could not quickly assemble a competitive roster. Moreover, the team's owner was intent on relocating the Supersonics to Oklahoma, making a young, promising player far more suitable than a veteran star. As for the Hawks, who held the third pick, they were unlikely to pursue Wang Xu, even if they were interested in acquiring McGrady. The Rockets certainly would not entertain such a notion. It was simply unthinkable for Wang Xu to fall to the third position. After all, among the other draft prospects, Durant was merely a shadow of McGrady. Why trade for the real McGrady when a replica would suffice? When Wang Xu's physical metrics were released, many teams were left speechless. The newly appointed general manager of the Supersonics, Presti, even went so far as to declare in a media interview that as long as Wang Xu understood the fundamentals of basketball, they would select him with the second pick, regardless of his experience level. However, this statement was met with skepticism from reporters and fans alike, as it was widely recognized that Wang Xu's skills were of the highest caliber, having once held his own against Kobe Bryant. Kobe himself had praised Wang Xu's comprehensive skill set and offensive prowess. Thus, while Presti's remarks sounded promising, they bore little substance, serving merely as a tactic to endear Wang Xu to the Supersonics. If Wang Xu truly lacked talent, Presti would never have made such a statement. Americans are notoriously pragmatic, especially when it comes to their interests, and this pragmatism is particularly evident in seasoned executives like Presti, who operate with a keen sense of self-interest. The same can be said for the Rockets management, who once deemed Hakeem Olajuwon untouchable during the championship years, but traded him without hesitation when his value diminished with age. Similarly, players like Ewing and Pierce were swapped as their declining athleticism no longer yielded the benefits they once provided. In the NBA, the words of management should be heeded but never taken at face value. Players like Boozer, labeled as difficult, learned this lesson when the Cavaliers abandoned their contract to offer him a new deal worth $41 million over 6 years. Boozer, at that time, expressed his delight and acceptance. However, merely 5 days later, under the direction of his agent, Rob Pelinka from SFX Sports, Boozer reneged on his verbal commitment and swiftly signed a 6-year, $68 million contract with the Utah Jazz. Similarly, LeBron James made the decision to depart from the Cavaliers to join the Heat, driven by his own interests. His return to the Cavaliers was also motivated by self-interest, as was his effort to secure substantial contracts for JR and TT, players represented by his agency. Thus, should Wang Xu bring significant benefits to a team, numerous franchises would eagerly pursue him. Conversely, if there comes a day when Wang Xu's capabilities wane significantly, he may merely become a pawn in trade negotiations. However, these considerations are mere speculation. Currently, many teams' front offices are salivating over Wang Xu's physical assessment report. Name: Wang Xu. Height: 5 feet 9 4 inches, 1. 98 meters. Weight: 211. 6 pounds, 96 kilograms. Wingspan: 2. 18 centimeters. Standing reach: 9 feet 1 inch. 2. 77 meters. Position: SG, shooting guard. SF, small forward. 100-yard sprint time: 10. 25 seconds. 400-yard time: 43. 8 seconds. Bench press: 456 pounds, 210 kilograms. Vertical jump: 40 inches, 1. 0.16 meters. Running vertical reach: 144 inches, 3. 48 meters. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, Wang Xu slowly made his way home. Wang Xu's residence is situated in a relatively secluded area of Chinatown, within a modestly sized locale that features a small courtyard. The house, though aged, exhibits a layout and structure that is strikingly clear and coherent. The yellow earthen walls and the dark tiles create a harmonious ambience that seamlessly integrates with the surroundings, eliciting a sense of admiration. This is all credit to Wang Xu's mother, whose efforts have shaped not only the various utensils and trophies Wang Xu has received, but also the very configuration of their home. As Wang Xu arrived at his doorstep, he noticed that the ancient bronze door was locked. He retrieved his key, poised to unlock it. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept past him from behind. Instinctively, Wang Xu bent slightly and turned, clenching his fist. "Qingya, you have come again," he remarked. "You always insist on ambushing me." "Hee. I merely wanted to see if your skills have waned," Lin Qingya replied. Wang Xu, feeling a sense of helplessness, released his grip and gazed at Lin Qingya. Before him stood Lin Qingya, her hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, her features exquisitely beautiful. Her eyes sparkled like two dewy peach blossoms, perpetually exuding an alluring charm. Her skin was delicate and fair, and in the sweltering summer heat, she donned light attire that revealed her long, slender legs, leaving Wang Xu dizzy with admiration. Although Lin Qingya's outfit was relatively modest, the sight of her modest bosom still rendered Wang Xu somewhat parched and tongue-tied. Wang Xu, with a hint of ulterior motives, instinctively reached to embrace Lin Qingya's waist. Observing this, Lin Qingya swiftly evaded, playfully sticking her tongue out at Wang Xu, inquiring, "What are you trying to do?" Wang Xu, with a composed demeanor and an unwavering heart, casually remarked, "Hee, it's nothing much. I was simply thinking of you." As he spoke, he approached Lin Qingya. "Humph, you left this morning, and now, just as evening descends, you claim to miss me? You must be jesting." Lin Qingya retorted, clenching her fist. "Let me tell you, I am quite astute. Nothing you think can escape my notice." Indeed, my Qingya is remarkably intelligent," Wang Xu replied. "However, spending time with those hulking fellows from the team holds little appeal. I would much rather be in the company of my esteemed Qingya." As he spoke, he naturally wrapped his arm around Lin Qingya. Lin Qingya made no attempt to evade him. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, "You're insufferable." Wang Xu offered no defense, his head inclined towards Lin Qingya. He was about to make a move to demonstrate to Lin Qingya the essence of dislike when he overheard someone nearby exclaim, "Ah, youth is truly wonderful." Wang Xu and Lin Qingya were momentarily taken aback, glancing to the side where they beheld a sprightly, elderly man observing them. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Lin Qingya inquired softly, a hint of shyness in her voice. The old man, upon hearing this, retorted with a hint of irritation, "If I hadn't come over. I fear you might have been whisked away by this rascal." Feeling a bit bashful, Lin Qingya tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The old man, with a touch of resignation, continued, "Well, I'm not an overly rigid person. You two have been together for quite some time, and your feelings for one another are evident. As long as you both understand your situation, that's all that matters. Besides, with your parents around, I need not concern myself with such trivialities." He then glanced at Lin Qingya and, with a somewhat stern expression, added, "However, Xiaoya, you must maintain your wits about you. Do not let this young man bewilder you with mere words." "Oh, grandfather, that's not the case," Lin Qingya protested. "Enough. I know you well. I've always had a soft spot for you. Your thoughts are as transparent to me as glass." The old man gazed at Lin Qingya with a knowing look. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Wang Xu chimed in. "What, am I not welcome?" "Of course not. You are my elder. Were it not for your guidance in martial arts since my youth, I wouldn't possess these skills today. Moreover, you have a wonderful granddaughter in Xiaoya," Wang Xu remarked, playfully addressing the elder. The old man initially found Wang Xu's words rather pleasing, yet upon hearing him mention Lin Qingya, he felt an inexplicable discomfort, akin to a farmer witnessing his harvest being ravaged by swine after a year of toil. The old man regarded Wang Xu with a mischievous grin, fully aware that he was intentionally bringing up his beloved granddaughter, whom he had cherished for 19 years. This young man was certainly not one to be easily dismissed. Having trained this lad for several years, the old man had come to understand his character well. During their training sessions, he had often devised strategies to discourage him. Yet this young man had always persevered. Reflecting on this brought the old man a sense of solace. However, the thought that this young man frequently concocted schemes that left him feeling pained, especially considering how many treasured possessions had been borrowed under various pretenses, still tugged at his heartstrings. Seeing Wang Xu's mischievous grin and her grandfather's look of melancholy, Lin Qingya understood the dynamics at play. She playfully pinched Wang Xu's side. "Ouch. That hurts, he yelped, turning to Lin Qingya. Qingya, what are you doing? With a bright smile, Lin Qingya replied earnestly, Oh, it's nothing. I just thought about how hard you train every day, only to return and endure my grandfather's rigorous training. It seemed to me that you deserve a bit of relief. So I thought I might help you with a massage to stretch your muscles and ease your tension. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu immediately felt several dark lines emerge on his forehead. Wang Xu sought to free himself from Lin Qingya's grasp, yet found himself at a disadvantage. Lin Qingya had commenced her training even earlier than he and possessed a profound foundation in her skills. Attempting to extricate himself with force, he hesitated, fearing he might inadvertently harm her. Thus, he could only repeatedly plead for mercy, exclaiming, Ah, Qingya, I was wrong. Please, be gentle, it hurts. As he spoke, he clasped his hands in a gesture of supplication, wearing a pitiable expression, Heroine, spare me. Be gentle, it truly pains me. He then turned to the elder, Grandfather. Save me. Kindly speak a word in my favor. Subsequently, he lowered his voice, mouthing something inaudible. The elder coughed a couple of times, feeling somewhat guilty, and said, All right. Xiaoya, let him go. In truth, the elder was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. It was a rare occasion to witness someone capable of subduing this impudent youth and inflicting a modicum of suffering upon him, even if that individual was Lin Qingya. However, although Lin Qingya could not decipher Wang Xu's whispered words, the elder was able to infer their meaning through his lip movements. The message struck a chord with the elder, compelling him, despite his desire for Wang Xu to endure further tribulation, to intercede on his behalf. Upon hearing her grandfather's intervention, and considering her own reluctance to see Wang Xu suffer, Lin Qingya promptly ceased her actions. Yet, with a fierce glare directed at Wang Xu, she declared, Had it not been for grandfather's word, I would have certainly made you pay for this when I return. She then turned to the elder, smiling brightly as she linked her arm with his, swaying slightly as she said, Grandfather, how about that? I've avenged you. Are you satisfied now? Seeing Lin Qingya instantly release Wang Xu, the elder felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. At such moments, his granddaughter was indeed the most obedient. He suppressed his sorrow and feigned a look of contentment as he addressed Lin Qingya. Yes, Xiaoya has done well. You've avenged your grandfather. Hearing this, Lin Qingya beamed with delight and sweetly replied, As long as grandfather is happy. She then released the elder, returning to Wang Xu's side, gently inspecting the spot where she had grasped him. Let me see. Is there any harm done? It doesn't hurt, does it? Upon hearing Wang Xu's remarks, he readily joined in, exclaiming, It hurts, indeed it does, and this too. It pains me. Could you please massage it for me? The elderly gentleman, noticing this banter, found his smile momentarily frozen, muttering, A granddaughter must not be neglected. Suddenly, he sensed that his presence seemed somewhat superfluous. Clearing his throat, he coughed twice to capture the attention of the affectionate couple, then declared, Little rascal, there are officials from the state here. What do you mean, officials from the state? Wang Xu inquired, perplexed. At this moment, what could they possibly want? Surely they are not here to enlist me in the national team already. The old man cast him a sidelong glance. Of course, it is not about your enlistment at this juncture. Although your performance in the NCAA this year has been nothing short of remarkable, you are still merely competing in college leagues, not the NBA. And you lack experience in international competitions. The bureaucrats from the Basketball Association would never dare to select someone without substantial competitive background or proven credentials to represent the national team. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu seemed to realize the truth of the matter. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, What is the purpose of the visit from these individuals? It was revealed that a work group from CCTV had come to conduct an interview, and they were also entrusted with a specific mission. As for the particulars of their assignment, it would be best for him to discuss them directly with the group, allowing him to grasp the situation more clearly. Very well. I shall meet with them and engage in a thorough discussion, Wang Xu responded. Elder, where can I find them now? They arrived by car not long ago. And upon discovering your absence, they came to inquire with me about the situation. I have kept them here with me. I also called for Xiaoya to come over to discuss this matter with you. I was concerned that upon seeing you, Xiaoya might forget everything. So I decided to check on the situation again, the elder explained, glancing at Lin Qingya. Noticing her grandfather's gaze upon her, Lin Qingya suddenly realized that she had forgotten the important matter at hand, her face flushing with embarrassment. Shyly, she hid behind Wang Xu, her large, pleading eyes looking up at the elder. Seeing Lin Qingya in such a state, the elder's heart immediately softened. He gently reassured her, There is no need to feign misfortune. My dear, I hold no grievances against you. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingya's face brightened, and she promptly emerged from her hiding place behind Wang Xu. With a playful leap, she ran to her grandfather, wrapped her arms around his, and planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "I knew that grandfather would always treat me the best." Wang Xu observed the swift change in Lin Qingya's expression and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Indeed, women are inherently skilled in the art of performance." The old gentleman, casting a glance at Wang Xu, suddenly inquired, "You little rascal, have you been fighting again?" Upon hearing Wang Xu's name, his heart skipped a beat as he suddenly felt himself ensnared by a piercing gaze. Wang Xu laboriously shifted his gaze towards Lin Qingya. He noticed her large, piercing eyes fixed menacingly upon him, while her right hand fidgeted with the fingers of her left hand. The sound of her joints cracking echoed in the air. One after another, Wang Xu swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of guilt as he looked at the old man and stammered, "How could that possibly be, sir? I am a player, not a fighter. It is simply impossible. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely impossible." Then he muttered to himself, "What a joke. A young man like me, well-rounded in virtue, intelligence, physical prowess, and aesthetics, how could I ever resort to fighting?" The old man cast a scrutinizing glance at Wang Xu, pondering. He is still in denial. Upon noticing that he had successfully piqued Lin Qingya's interest, he resolved to stoke the flames further. "Xiaya, I believe you ought to keep a close eye on this little rascal. Not only is he getting into brawls, but he is also learning to manipulate others. In the future, when you two are together, be wary of this little scamp's tendency to spin tall tales." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu felt an even deeper sense of despair, compelled to persist resolutely on his chosen path, refusing to concede. "Elder," he remarked, "though you are my senior, it is not permissible to casually defame another." The elder replied, "Is it true? Let Xiaoya inquire of you herself. I shall not involve myself in this matter." "Oh, and do not come to me for an interview. I shall summon the work group to interview you instead. Xiaoya, you may accompany this rascal." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu realized the imprudence of being alone with Lin Qingya at that moment. Noticing her eager demeanor, he sensed impending trouble. Promptly, he remarked, "Old master, I shall accompany you. It would be inconsiderate to have the work group travel such a distance only to be inconvenienced." Lin Qingya, upon hearing his words, wore a smile and, with a sweet voice, replied to Wang Xu, "Oh, how could that be, Brother Xu? They have journeyed from afar. It is only proper to invite them to our home as guests. We cannot deny them the warmth of hospitality, can we?" Upon hearing Lin Qingya speak in such a sweet yet excessively sentimental tone, Wang Xu felt a shiver run down his spine. Wang Xu grew up alongside Lin Qingya, and he is quite familiar with her. He understands that when Lin Qingya speaks in such a tone, it is hardly a good sign, particularly for him. After all, Lin Qingya is a demon cloaked in the guise of an angel. Wang Xu wished to make one last effort, thinking to himself, at such a moment, "I must not be alone with Lin Qingya." Just as he was about to speak, Lin Qingya seized his arm. "All right, Brother Xu," she said. "Look at you in that sports jersey. How could you possibly attend an interview dressed like this? Let us return, and I shall provide you with a more suitable outfit." Wang Xu's face was etched with a profound sorrow as he gazed at the old gentleman. The elder, witnessing Wang Xu being taken away, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Reflecting to himself that experience was indeed a formidable teacher, and he would not be outwitted by this young rascal. As Wang Xu was led into his home by Lin Qingya, she maintained her cheerful demeanor and inquired, "Brother Xu, what exactly happened? Did you get into a fight? Will you please speak the truth to me? I merely wish to express my concern for you." Wang Xu observed Lin Qingya entering her home, still wearing a radiant smile, and couldn't help but feel a sense of perplexity. Could it be that Qingya was genuinely unperturbed? Was her concern for him sincere? No, women are all actresses, and one must never place their trust in performers. Wang Xu pondered for a moment before responding, "No, not at all. I merely engaged in a one-on-one game with Westbrook." How could it possibly escalate into a fight? To assuage Lin Qingya's doubts, he added, "You can always inquire with West." The moment the words left his lips, Wang Xu regretted his impulsiveness. If Qingya truly decided to ask West, it could lead to complications. He could only hope that Westbrook would possess the wit to refrain from compromising his loyalty. However, upon hearing this, Lin Qingya maintained her cheerful demeanor, remarking, "It's all right. There's no need to ask. Both of you have fiery tempers, and it's quite normal for such passionate players to engage in a bit of roughhousing. Besides, isn't West always pestering you to learn Chinese martial arts?" Upon hearing Lin Qingya's words, Wang Xu immediately set aside his guard and boasted with pride, that Wacy fellow, aside from possessing commendable physical prowess, still has much to learn in the art of combat. Today, I distinctly showcased my skills in fighting, or rather, my techniques in martial arts. Lin Qingya, upon hearing this, smiled even brighter and gently inquired, "So, dear brother Su, how did you demonstrate your skills?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xu immediately became exhilarated. "Qingya, let me tell you, today there were 3 individuals, with a punch from me, a kick, and then you truly dared to fight behind my back. Have you even learned to deceive me?" As Lin Qingya listened to Wang Xu's increasingly animated words, her expression darkened progressively, transforming her originally fair visage into one resembling that of an old bag. Upon encountering Wang Xu, he immediately felt a wave of trepidation. It dawned upon him that the sweet nothings exchanged earlier were merely a ruse to extract information. He had indeed been rather naive. With that thought, Wang Xu hastily distanced himself from Lin Qingya, exclaiming, "Qingya, allow me to explain." As the sound of knocking echoed, he continued, "Qingya, please let me up. I must answer the door, if you would be so kind." Lying on the floor, he gasped for breath beneath Lin Qingya, who had also heard the knocks and realized the interviewers had arrived. She stood up, remarking, "Consider yourself fortunate." Then, noticing Wang Xu's disheveled attire, she added, "You should quickly change your clothes." However, before she could finish her sentence, Wang Xu, witnessing Lin Qingya rise from atop him, scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the door. In a state of euphoric disbelief, he murmured to himself, "Thank you, Jade Emperor. Thank you, Queen Mother. Thank you, God. Thank you, Holy Mother. And thank you to the knocker for liberating me from this tyrant's clutches." Wang Xu resolutely pushed open the door, revealing a man and a woman standing at the entrance. The woman, vibrant and youthful, appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in professional attire that made her stand out. Beside her, the man, with a slightly darker complexion and likely in his mid-20s, bore a camera slung over his shoulder. Wang Xu immediately deduced that they must be reporters from CCTV. Wang Xu extended his hand with a smile and said, "Hello, I am Wang Xu. You are the working group from CCTV, aren't you?" The 2 individuals at the door looked at Wang Xu with a hint of surprise, especially given his disheveled appearance, which was hardly commendable. His untidy jersey and hastily put-on shoes elicited a chuckle. Nevertheless, being professionals with extensive experience, they quickly composed themselves. The woman at the forefront confidently extended her hand and grasped Wang Xu's, stating directly, "Hello, Wang Xu. I am Zhao Sini, a special correspondent from CCTV 5, and I would like to conduct an exclusive interview with you." She then introduced the photographer behind her, saying, "This is photographer Hu Mingfan." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu immediately greeted them warmly, saying, "Hello, Miss Zhao, brother Hu. Please, come in swiftly." Wang Xu gestured for them to enter. "All right, thank you." After all, Zhao Sini and the others were there for an interview, so there was no need for excessive formality as they followed Wang Xu inside. As the 3 of them stepped into the room, they were greeted by a lively and charming young woman, none other than Lin Qingya. Wang Xu gazed at Lin Qingya, his heart filled with bewilderment at how swiftly this woman had changed into an entirely new outfit. As Lin Qingya approached the trio, she confidently extended her hand and greeted, "Hello, I am Lin Qingya." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sini and Hu Mingfan followed suit, shaking hands and introducing themselves. Subsequently, Wang Xu pointed to Lin Qingya, introducing her with pride, "This is my girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingya felt a surge of joy, beaming a radiant smile at Wang Xu. However, as Wang Xu perceived Lin Qingya's smile directed at him, a sudden shock coursed through him, leaving him with a lingering sense of trepidation. Wang Xu smiled as he addressed Zhao Sini and the others, inquiring, "Would you like to drink? Perhaps some juice?" However, before he could finish, Lin Qingya interjected, "Brother Su, you should go change into something more appropriate in the other room. Allow me to entertain our guests. It wouldn't do to receive an interview dressed like this." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu glanced at his disheveled attire, and the warmth of his smile froze momentarily. He turned to Zhao Sini and the others, apologizing, "My apologies, ladies. I shall change my clothes and join you shortly." Zhao Sini observed Wang Xu's current outfit, her expression turning peculiar as she replied after a brief pause, "All right." Once Wang Xu had changed and stepped out, he found that Lin Qingya and Zhao Sini were already engaged in a lively discussion. The photographer, Hu Gu, sat awkwardly by, feeling out of place. Upon Wang Xu's arrival, the 2 women ceased their conversation, making room for him to sit. Zhao Sini, noticing Wang Xu's polished appearance, thought he resembled not a basketball player but rather a Hollywood star. As he faced an interview from the nation's largest media outlet, Wang Xu felt a surge of excitement. For an athlete, fame and fortune are indispensable. Being interviewed by CCTV signified that his reputation would undoubtedly expand, particularly within China. Despite Wang Xu's remarkable performance in the NCAA, only a small fraction of the Chinese populace was familiar with him, as interest in the NCAA is relatively limited in China, even among basketball enthusiasts. Few could accurately identify the standout players or those with potential within the league. The interview commenced in a harmonious atmosphere, with initial questions adhering to a conventional format, primarily focusing on Wang Xu's family background. There was little to conceal, and he answered their inquiries candidly. Then Zhao Sini posed the question, how do you perceive the threshold for entering the NCAA? Do you find the competition for joining a team to be intense? Wang Xu responded, the threshold for the NCAA remains exceptionally high, and the competition is indeed fierce. Whether it's during the selection process to join the team or the rivalry among teammates once in the squad, the intensity is palpable. Moreover, the athletes who make it to the NCAA possess their own unique strengths. For instance, in our team, Westbrook exhibits explosive physical prowess, while Aflalo excels in defense and demonstrates commendable shooting skills. Zhao Sini then inquired, those who have witnessed your matches are well aware of your remarkable athleticism and comprehensive skill set. Does this stem from the training within your team? Or do you possess any unique techniques of your own? Upon hearing Wang Xu's words, he chuckled and replied, I do not possess any secret techniques. However, I have practiced martial arts since childhood, which has established a solid foundation for me. As for the regular training within the team, it primarily consists of fundamental exercises. Some individuals show remarkable progress, while others improve at a slower pace. The key is perseverance. Only by consistently honing the basics can one refine their skills. Zhao Sini, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. After all, the American College Basketball Alliance is not the NBA, and the training regimen is not as intricate and varied. Yet, fundamental training is of utmost importance for players. Take dribbling, for instance. When facing some of the world's formidable teams, China's defenders often find themselves unable to advance the ball past half-court due to the relentless full-court press. Furthermore, the physical frailty of Chinese players exacerbates the team's struggles against globally renowned opponents. Consequently, following a series of defeats, Jonas faced the media with pointed inquiries, famously dubbed the 9 questions of Caesar. However, that is a tale for another time. Zhao Sini, upon hearing Wang Xu mention his martial arts background, chose not to delve deeper into that matter and instead inquired, what is your relationship like with the coaches and players within the team? Wang Xu expressed, I share an excellent rapport with everyone, be it Coach Holland or my teammates. Our relationships are truly remarkable. In this regard, I must extend my gratitude to Mr. John Wooden, for it is through his guidance that I was able to swiftly integrate into the team and discover my role. John Wooden. Zhao Sini's voice involuntarily rose, her excitement evident as she inquired, which John Wooden are you referring to? Wang Xu found it somewhat peculiar. Are there still several individuals I am unaware of who bear the name John Wooden? Zhao Sini, regaining her composure, mused internally, this is indeed significant news. It is unexpected that Wang Xu has a connection to John Wooden. It is not that Zhao Sini is overly naive or easily excited by the names of celebrities. Rather, the name John Wooden is exceptionally remarkable. John Wooden once led UCLA to 10 NCAA championships, including a remarkable streak of 7 consecutive titles, with stars such as Bill Walton and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar among his disciples. Moreover, he famously declined an invitation from the Lakers owner to serve as head coach, dedicating 29 years of his youth to UCLA. In the realm of basketball, the name John Wooden is synonymous with legend, as evidenced by the annual award for the best player in American basketball being named the John Wooden Award. Should Americans be asked to evaluate the greatest coach of the century, John Wooden would undoubtedly reign supreme. Zhao Sini, steadying herself, carefully formulated her words and inquired, how did you come to know Coach John Wooden? Did he offer you significant assistance during your collegiate career? Wang Xu responded by stating that Coach Wooden frequently visits the training facility at UCLA to mentor the players. When I first encountered Coach Wooden, the initial lesson he imparted to me was the art of putting on socks and tying shoelaces. Wang Xu paused for a moment before continuing, Coach Wooden is a sage. He does not dictate the trajectory of my development, but merely offers suggestions and clarifies the questions I pose. He once told me, do your best. That is success. His unwavering encouragement has been invaluable. He is truly my mentor. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sini was surprised to learn the depth of the relationship between John Wooden and Wang Xu. Zhao Sini then inquired, with the NBA draft approaching, what are your thoughts on your prospects? Wang Xu confidently responded, I believe I should be the top scorer. Odin is indeed a commendable cornerstone for a team. Yet I surpass him significantly. Just as Elijah demonstrated his worth as the first pick, isn't Jordan even more exceptional? Zhao Sini then inquired. Our interview will be broadcasted on CCTV 5. Do you have any message for the audience? Wang Xu pondered for a moment and expressed, I hope everyone can support me. In the future, I am determined to become a superstar, and I also aspire to return to China one day, serving my country as a player. The interview soon concluded in a delightful atmosphere. Zhao Sini remarked to Wang Xu, some of your previous statements might have come across as somewhat ostentatious. Particularly when you reference Dream and Jordan. Some individuals may misinterpret your words, believing you are comparing yourself to Jordan. Would you like to consider toning it down a bit? Wang Xu chuckled and said, Why should I cut it? This is my heartfelt truth. Moreover, I do not believe my future will be inferior to that of Jordan. If I lack the confidence to express such sentiments, how can I strive towards my goals? Wang Xu remarked, if one constantly hesitates, refraining from thoughts and words, how can one take action? Zhao Sini, clearly taken aback by Wang Xu's candidness, reflected, most of us Chinese tend to adhere to the doctrine of moderation. Many fear making mistakes, leading to a tendency to speak and act less. Rarely does one dare to take the opposite approach. With a smile, Wang Xu remarked, perhaps it is due to my interactions with various individuals since childhood. Take my teammate, Westbrook, for instance, he constantly insists on defeating me. Some people are like that. They harbor thoughts, vocalize them, and then act upon them. Although Zhao Sini admired Wang Xu's perspective, she found his conceptual shifts somewhat perplexing. However, as a media professional, she recognized that many in the industry thrive on chaos, and Wang Xu's remarks during the interview would undoubtedly serve as excellent material for the press. Despite her favorable impression of Wang Xu and the additional tasks at hand, she felt compelled to engage further. Yet, since Wang Xu remained steadfast in his views, she refrained from pressing the matter. Perhaps the emergence of an eccentric figure in Chinese basketball is not entirely undesirable, she mused. Turning to Wang Xu, she stated, since you are resolute in your stance, we shall respect your opinion. She then continued, in fact, our visit also entails other responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu, intrigued, inquired, what task is it? Zhao Sini replied, the first matter is that an official from the Basketball Association wishes for us to make initial contact with you. As you are aware, the Olympic Games will be held in Beijing next year, and the association is eager to achieve a significant breakthrough in the upcoming event. Your performance has garnered considerable attention from some leaders, hence they hope to engage with you during our interview to ascertain your willingness to serve the nation. However, the final decision regarding your selection will depend on your performance in the NBA, which is beyond our jurisdiction. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu replied, of course I am willing. I have just expressed my desire to serve the nation, and as for my performance in the NBA, I am quite confident. Zhao Sini, upon hearing this, immediately smiled and added, the second matter is that we hope to accompany you during the draft, documenting the entire process. After all, you are a prominent contender in the selection. Upon hearing Wang Xu's words, he readily assured, that is certainly not an issue. However, isn't Yi Jianlian also participating in the draft this year? Shouldn't you accompany him for an interview? Zhao Sini, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Yi Jianlian has a separate team following him throughout the process, so we do not need to accompany him. Our responsibility is solely to document your draft experience. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu immediately understood he was merely the overlooked one. He had initially found it curious that a work group had sent 2 individuals, only to realize that the significant figures had gravitated towards Yi Jianlian. A wave of discomfort washed over him, for he felt as though he was merely a backup option. However, Wang Xu also recognized that Yi Jianlian had carved his path through the CBA, possessing connections and a level of recognition in the country that far surpassed his own. Thus, there was no reason for any display of arrogance, especially since he himself was not a prominent figure. With this thought in mind, Wang Xu smiled at Zhao Sini and remarked, I understand. Feel free to accompany me. He then inquired, where are you currently staying? If you need, I can help you find a place to stay. Noticing that Wang Xu's expression bore no trace of discomfort, Zhao Sini breathed a sigh of relief. When Wang Xu asked about their accommodations, she promptly replied, no need. We have already interviewed you and will be heading to New York tomorrow. We shall meet again there. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu replied, very well, then we shall meet in New York. After exchanging a few more words, the two took their leave, intending to return and organize their notes and video topics. Once they had bid farewell, Wang Xu and Lin Qingya settled onto the sofa, the atmosphere awkward and tense. After all, prior to the interview, they had engaged in playful banter, but now, having conducted the interview for some time, Lin Qingya found it challenging to seize an opportunity to tease Wang Xu. Ultimately, it was Lin Qingya who shattered the uncomfortable silence. Are you feeling a bit uneasy? It must be said that although Lin Qingya could be a formidable presence at times, she was also remarkably empathetic and adept at discerning the feelings of others. At this moment, Wang Xu felt a certain discomfort within, for he was acutely aware that he was not the primary reason for the national team's success, a realization that left him somewhat disheartened. However, he harbored no jealousy towards Yi Jianlian. In his view, despite Yi Jianlian being highly valued by the nation, he was hampered by an ill-suited agent, Feigen. This is not to say that Feigen was not a competent agent. Indeed, his ability to secure substantial contracts for his players was commendable. Yet, a proficient agent does not necessarily equate to the right fit for Yi Jianlian. In truth, Yi Jianlian was not lacking in this draft. His potential was akin to that of Chris Bosh in the Milwaukee Bucks, holding the 6th pick. We're keen to select this towering talent. Their interest was not solely due to the lucrative Chinese market. They genuinely valued Yi Jianlian's prowess on the court. Nonetheless, Feigen contended that Milwaukee was too small a market for Yi Jianlian's development and persistently circulated the notion that Yi Jianlian would not play for the Bucks. This situation escalated into a public uproar, adversely affecting Yi Jianlian's personal image. Moreover, the most pressing concern was what Yi Jianlian would do if the Bucks indeed chose him. Would he truly refuse to join? If he accepted the offer, having already offended both the players and staff of the Bucks, could he establish himself in Milwaukee? After all, the cultural landscapes of China and America are vastly different. Should he struggle to adapt to American life, isolated and unsupported, Yi Jianlian's prospects would be bleak. This was why Wang Xu believed Feigen was not the right agent for Yi Jianlian. Yi Jianlian was no ordinary player, bolstered by the vast Chinese market. Even in a smaller city, as long as he demonstrated his value, his commercial appeal would rival that of players in larger markets. Unfortunately, Feigen failed to recognize this, and Yi Jianlian lacked a coherent plan for his future. Thus, Wang Xu held little optimism for his compatriots' prospects. However, Wang Xu could only ponder these matters, as he had never met Yi Jianlian and could not simply suggest that he change agents upon their first encounter. Lin Qingya, observing Wang Xu lost in thought and unresponsive to her concern, playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. A cacophony akin to a pig's wail erupted from Wang Xu's home. After bidding farewell to Wang Xu, Zhao Xini made her way to the Lin residence to express her gratitude to the elder Lin before preparing to return to the hotel to finalize her manuscript. As the two stepped into the car, they were taken aback by the sudden outburst of cries emanating from Wang Xu's house, their expressions turning peculiarly amused. Wang Xu massaged the flesh at his waist and remarked to Lin Qingya, "You must be born under the sign of the cat, always scratching at others." Lin Qingya wrinkled her delicate nose and retorted with a dismissive huff, "Who told you to care? You hardly pay me any attention. You deserve it." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu let out a wry smile and hurried to placate Lin Qingya. Before long, the two were once again inseparable, exchanging playful banter that would surely leave many a single soul lamenting their plight. "Pig, your nose has 2 nostrils, and even when you're unwell, it still dangles." Early the next morning, before the dawn had broken, Wang Xu was jolted awake by a series of urgent phone rings. Wang Xu, still bleary-eyed, picked up his Nokia and lazily inquired, "Who is this?" "Suge, it's Guo. You must come to my house and rescue me." The voice on the other end was frantic. "A large crowd is blocking my door, causing me all sorts of trouble. I can hardly withstand it any longer. Brother, please come and lend me your support. For heaven's sake, don't let them smash down my door." Upon hearing the call, Wang Xu was surprised to find it was his friend Guo reaching out. This fellow had been wandering through the seedy underbelly of Los Angeles, and despite Wang Xu's attempts to contact him recently, he had been unreachable. It was unexpected for Guo to call for help today. However, knowing Guo's character, Wang Xu surmised that the individuals blocking his friend's doorstep were likely a group of Na'vi young women whom Guo had shamelessly deceived. They posed no real threat to him, or so Wang Xu hoped. Yet, sleep eluded Wang Xu as he rose from his bed, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. The clock indicated it was still not even 5 o'clock. Noticing that his parents were still asleep, he left a note on the table, changed into his training gear, and prepared to set out. Guo's residence was not too distant from Wang Xu's home, separated only by 4 avenues. After closing the door behind him, he performed some leg kicks and waist twists as a warm-up before heading to Guo's place. Given the short distance and Wang Xu's daily morning exercise routine, he decided to jog to Guisu's residence as he usually would. However, today he started earlier than usual. Wang Xu had a sense of assurance regarding Guisu. This guy was remarkably clever, albeit carefree and quite the charmer. He often frequented nightclubs for his so-called rescue missions. And prior to engaging in any overly familiar relationships with his targets, he would effortlessly capture their hearts. Thus, this was not the first time Wang Xu had come to Guisu's aid. Reflecting on this, Wang Xu couldn't help but feel like an accomplice in Guisu's schemes. As Wang Xu ran through the streets, he greeted the scattered pedestrians along the way. This is Chinatown, where many shops open early in the morning. In recent years, Wang Xu has become quite prominent in Los Angeles, and many people in Chinatown take pride in him. Having grown up in this vibrant community and frequently wandered its streets with Lin Qingya, he is well acquainted with its myriad shops and diverse individuals. As fellow wanderers, they share a deeper connection. The emergence of a figure who astonishes even Americans is a source of pride for the Chinese community. However, there exists a misconception that Wang Xu is merely a college athlete, unworthy of such attention. In reality, the situation in America differs significantly from that in China, where most people overlook Cuba in favor of CBA due to the latter's superior economic standing and the perceived lack of professional potential among Cuba's college players. Conversely, in the United States, NCAA holds greater influence than the NBA, often overshadowing it. At times, the NBA even observes unwritten rules to avoid competing with NCAA's spotlight, such as pausing games on the first weekend of April, coinciding with the NCAA finals, which they claim is a gesture of respect. However, it is widely understood that the primary goal of the NBA, as a commercially driven league, is profit. No businessman would pursue a losing venture. The truth is that no matter how grand the NBA's events on that day, they cannot rival the NCAA finals. As Americans possess a unique sense of belonging that is not tied to their birthplace or fame, but rather to their universities and alma maters. In contrast to the commercial atmosphere of the NBA, the NCAA embodies the pure essence of basketball, driven solely by passion, desire for victory, and the pursuit of dreams, devoid of ulterior motives. In the NBA, considerations of owners, general managers, coaches, and locker room dynamics complicate the experience, leading to a more diluted enthusiasm. Thus, on the NCAA Finals Day, nearly all Americans fixate on those young athletes who embody their youthful memories and aspirations, largely ignoring the NBA. This year, when Wang Xu and his team competed in the NCAA Finals, the event took place in a football stadium, and even so, tickets proved exceedingly scarce. Many scrambled for standing room, desperately seeking a way to witness the spectacle. The venue, with a capacity of 6,300 seats, could accommodate 78,600 including standing tickets. Yet, this was still insufficient to satisfy the American appetite for the game, leading to the last-minute release of nearly 5,000 additional standing tickets due to overwhelming crowds outside the stadium. Over 80,000 spectators gathered to watch a basketball game, and from afar, without binoculars, one could hardly discern the action on the court. The television ratings for the finals soared to 15. For what does this figure signify? Since Michael Jordan's last championship in 1998, the highest NBA ratings post-1999 peaked at 12. One during the 2001 finals between the Lakers and the 76ers. Thus, it is more accurate to view the NBA's pause as a matter of propriety rather than genuine reverence. Achieving a place in the NCAA finals can catapult one to fame. Even if not universally recognized, a standout performance can yield immense wealth. Wang Xu not only led UCLA to the finals as a pivotal player, but also replicated Michael Jordan's legendary feat from 1982, delivering a game-winning shot. Following the conclusion of the NCAA finals, Wang Xu emerged as the most beloved sports star in the Los Angeles area, even eclipsing Kobe Bryant's prominence at that moment. However, Wang Xu understands that his newfound fame is precarious. To solidify his status, he must deliver convincing results in the NBA. After announcing his intention to enter the draft, numerous endorsement contracts began to flood in, including offers from major corporations like Nike and Adidas vying for his attention. Yet, due to the unresolved issue of securing an agent and Coach Wooden's advice to wait until the NBA regular season begins to showcase his talent before signing commercial contracts, Wang Xu has temporarily refrained from committing to any endorsements. Nonetheless, he frequently dines at his family's restaurant, bringing it a measure of notoriety. Regarding Wang Xu's lack of an agent, the elder Lin is quite invested in the matter and has recommended several candidates. though none have met Wang Xu's expectations. Wang Xu does not wish to confine his future existence to the incessant hustle of various commercial events. He harbors numerous aspirations. He yearns to create films, sing, engage in boxing, race cars, travel the globe, and write books. In essence, he has an abundance of pursuits. For one must engage in endeavors that bring them joy during their lifetime. As for money, it is undoubtedly essential to Wang Xu. After all, while it may not grant absolute freedom, it does empower one to traverse the world with confidence. However, Wang Xu is determined not to allow the pursuit of wealth to ensnare him completely. Therefore, having a like-minded agent is of paramount importance. Wang Xu ran for approximately 20 minutes, a light sheen of sweat on his brow, arriving at Guisu's doorstep. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback. Goodness, what kind of monumental trouble has Guisu found himself in this time? A multitude of women were gathered at his door. Guisu resided in a modest house with a small courtyard, which was now encircled by a dozen or so women, each exhibiting a distinct demeanor. Yet, one thing Wang Xu could not deny was that Guisu's taste was indeed rather exceptional. Wang Xu, with a leisurely mind, found himself contemplating trivial matters. In stark contrast, Guisu was akin to an ant on a hot skillet, frantically shifting heavy objects to block the door while glancing anxiously through the window. His agitation was palpable as he realized his home was surrounded by a dozen women, two of whom, feebly wielding axes that seemed ill-suited to their petite frames, cast menacing glances at his door. A sense of panic crept into Guisu's heart as he pondered, why hasn't Wang Xu come to my rescue yet? Meanwhile, Wang Xu, having purchased breakfast from a nearby stall, sat leisurely on a bench, savoring his meal while observing a fierce skirmish between two women. The scene was somewhat brutal, marked by hair-pulling and slapping, yet the intensity of their confrontation intrigued him. As he reflected on the women's fiery tempers, he thought, should I choose not to assist Guisu? Let us see if this fellow can withstand the storm alone. Especially after he teases me for sacrificing a whole forest for a crooked tree. With a mischievous grin spreading across his face, Wang Xu set aside his food, hastily retrieved his phone, and dialed Guisu. On the other end, Guisu, in a state of frantic urgency, felt a surge of hope upon seeing Wang Xu's name on his screen. Finally, my reliable brother has arrived, he thought, eagerly answering, hello, Brother Xu, are you here? Hurry and find a way to save me. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu immediately feigned a tone of helplessness, saying, brother, it's not that I'm lacking in loyalty, but I truly cannot assist you this time. You will likely have to resolve this on your own. Guisu, upon hearing this, grew anxious and thought to himself, if I could resolve it, why on earth would I be calling you? With a forced smile, he quickly replied, Xu Gu, please do not abandon me in this predicament. I genuinely cannot solve this issue on my own. As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind, and in a fearful tone, he added, Xu Gu, you have no idea. I am in serious trouble. I have crossed paths with someone from the mafia, and now that individual, accompanied by over 20 men, is surrounding my front door. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. As Guisu spoke, he was thinking, no matter what, I must first get Wang Xu over here. Once he is here, surely he won't leave me to fend for myself. Upon hearing Guisu's words, Wang Xu couldn't help but burst into laughter internally, thinking of the mischief of reporting him to Qingya. However, he maintained a serious tone as he replied to Guisu, really? You should promptly notify the authorities. In my haste to reach you, I accidentally knocked down an elderly person and am currently at the police station. I will quickly advocate for you. I shall accompany the officers shortly. You can manage for a bit, can't you? Aren't you renowned for your unparalleled verbal agility? Just wait a moment while I speak with Officer Wells. Upon hearing this, Guisu was taken aback. The moment he realized Wang Xu intended to bring the police along, he hurriedly pleaded, Brother Xu, please, don't mention it to the police just yet. The officers are so busy, they hardly have time for my trivial matters. I can manage. Truly, I can manage. As he spoke, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Wang Xu replied earnestly, that is unacceptable. You are surrounded by gangsters. How can you endure such peril? I should speak with Officer Wells. Guisu, upon hearing this, responded with a quivering voice, and no, it's really unnecessary. I can handle it. You should focus on your own matters after the accident. I will find a way to resolve this myself. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu stifled a laugh and replied, very well. I shall attend to my matters here and promptly come to your aid. Guisu responded affirmatively. Once the call ended, Guisu found himself at a loss. Goodness, how am I to manage with over a dozen women outside? Simultaneously, he harbored thoughts of resentment towards Wang Xu. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your amusement at my expense? Were it not for your threat to involve the authorities, I would have exposed your ruse long ago. No, I must not allow this fellow to revel in my predicament. Yet, despite his resolve, he pondered how to proceed. Meanwhile, having hung up the phone, Wang Xu could no longer contain his mirth. He mused, how I shall deal with you. I know I cannot deceive you, yet I am aware you wish to avoid involving the police. He found himself curious about how Gusu would extricate himself from this situation. If all went well, he would incur no loss. If it went awry, he would have the pleasure of witnessing Gusu's folly. Of course, Wang Xu would not truly abandon Gusu should the situation spiral out of control. He would undoubtedly lend his assistance without hesitation. After all, they were brothers who had once faced life and death together. Meanwhile, Gusu mentally rehearsed countless strategies. A smile creeping upon his lips as he thought, Wang Xu, should you wish to witness my misfortune, do not fear that I might redirect the trouble elsewhere. With that, Gusu set about removing the heavy object that blocked the door and opened it. In the distance, Wang Xu beheld a striking young man emerging from the doorway. Clad in a white long-sleeved or three-quarter-sleeve t-shirt paired with loose-fitting light blue jeans. His hair, slightly long and gently tousled upwards, complemented his handsome features. Here it comes. The moment we've been waiting for, Wang Xu mused to himself. As the door swung open, a dozen women turned their gazes toward it, their attention fully captivated. Under the scrutiny of 20 to 30 pairs of eyes, Gusu felt a tremor in his legs, gritting his teeth as he stepped forward. Wang Xu observed from a distance, witnessing Gusu utter a few words. In less than 5 minutes, astonishingly, all of those women departed. Once they had left, Gusu glanced around several times before entering the house. Wang Xu felt a profound sense of curiosity. After watching those women depart into the distance, he emerged from the side, breathless. Upon reaching the doorstep of Gusu's residence, he was poised to knock when he noticed the door was ajar. The sound of reading echoed from within. When will the worldly clamor cease? With wine in hand amidst the eastern fence, I revel in the vastness of the horizon. Wang Xu mused to himself, realizing that he could not deceive this young man. He then pushed the door open, feigning a hurried demeanor as he entered the room. There, he found Gusu seated on the sofa, observing him with an expression of amused intrigue. Wang Xu was rather indifferent. After all, they had known each other since childhood, exchanging playful banter as brothers do. Moreover, these two had a history of mischievously outsmarting one another. Nevertheless, the necessary facade must still be upheld, for it would be unwise to be too overt. Wang Xu, feigning a hurried demeanor, addressed Gusu. Xiaolu, if there are any gangsters seeking to trouble you, I shall assist you in teaching them a stern lesson. Upon hearing this, Gusu, with a peculiar expression, replied, They have all left, perhaps they were pressed for time. As they departed in haste. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu expressed his regret, saying, Why are you leaving? I was hoping to assist you more thoroughly. Gusu replied with a hint of significance in his tone, Brother Su, your willingness is what truly matters. I shall not require much effort for the task at hand. Confused, Wang Xu inquired, What do you mean? Gusu reassured him, Oh, it's nothing. I was merely jesting. Upon hearing Wang Xu's words, he could not shake off the ominous premonition that Gusu was merely jesting. However, since Gusu was reluctant to elaborate, further inquiries would prove futile. Wang Xu and Gusu engaged in a casual conversation, exchanging words intermittently. Wang Xu inquired of Gusu, What on earth is troubling you to provoke so many people? Gusu, upon hearing this, managed a wry smile and replied, Brother Su, to be frank, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Once again, it is a woman who has stirred the waters. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu inquired with great interest, I am aware of this. But previously you only sought my assistance for 1 or 2 girls. Why the sudden increase this time? Have you lost your mind? Gusu, upon hearing Wang's question, could not help but chuckle wryly. It is entirely my fault. I was engrossed in watching anime. How does watching anime relate to this? Wang Xu asked in confusion. Gusu replied, I was watching a Japanese anime titled School Days, followed by another romantic series where the male protagonist simultaneously dates 3 girls. After watching, I found it to be quite insightful and thought I might experiment by emulating it. However, I did not anticipate the complications that would arise. Initially, it was merely a few encounters with several girls during dates, but as time passed, the situation spiraled out of control, culminating in the chaotic scenario we have today. Wang Xu, both amused and exasperated, remarked, You truly are being dramatic. But tell me, do you know how the ending of the anime you watched unfolds? Gusu, perplexed, inquired, I have no idea. The anime isn't finished yet. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu couldn't help but smile mischievously. I suggest you try your hand at this game. If you manage to reach the conclusion, it will undoubtedly offer you a delightful surprise. Guosu's expression stiffened at these words, and an ominous feeling washed over him as he inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Wang Xu smiled mysteriously, saying, "It's of little significance. You shall discover it for yourself. I must add, this game is particularly suited for you. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. I have something to discuss with you." Guosu, hearing this, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What is it that you wish to discuss? I doubt I possess anything of assistance for you." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu smiled faintly, casting a peculiar gaze upon Guosu, and remarked, "I am in need of a manager." Guosu, taken aback, immediately retorted, "If you require a manager, why seek me? I possess no acquaintances in that line of work." However, upon noticing Wang Xu's unwavering stare, he was momentarily stunned, then raised his right hand, pointing to himself, and exclaimed, "Could it be that you wish for me to be your manager?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xu suddenly slapped Guosu's thigh and exclaimed joyfully, "Exactly. I always knew you were clever. I intend to appoint you as my manager." "Ouch, that really hurts. Why did you hit my leg?" Guosu winced in pain and retorted through gritted teeth, "Moreover, I have no intention of becoming your so-called manager. I simply wish to enjoy my carefree life without being burdened by numerous daily troubles." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu chuckled and remarked, "Let us not speak in such a manner. As the saying goes, when it comes to battling a tiger, brothers fight side by side, in the heat of battle. Fathers and sons unite. Although we may not be blood brothers, we are as close as kin, are we not? If you refuse to assist me, who else will you aid?" Upon hearing this, Guosu curled his lips in disdain and replied, "Oh, spare me. Furthermore, do you truly lack for agents? If you desire one, there are countless individuals eager to vie for the role of your representative. Take that Feigen, for instance. Has he not shown you favor multiple times during interviews? Surely, he has made several private calls to you as well. With so many people competing to be your agent, why would you seek the help of a mere novice like me?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xu immediately adopted a serious demeanor and earnestly stated, "Xiao Lu, you know me well. Firstly, I do not wish to entrust my fate solely into my own hands. In other words, as I enter the alliance, I aspire to have an agent whose overarching vision aligns with my own. Focusing on a single aspect reveals that many do not meet my criteria. For instance, take that Feigen you mentioned. His primary concern is profit. He would resort to any means as long as it is advantageous for making money, which is not to my liking. I yearn for freedom rather than confinement." Wang Xu paused for a moment before continuing, "Secondly, due to past events, I am aware that you harbor a disdain for interacting with those capitalists. However, that incident has long since passed. It is time for you to emerge from its shadows. Shall I merely stand by and witness your continued descent? You must find the strength to revitalize yourself, to embark anew, and join me in this endeavor." Wang Xu glanced at Guosu, whose expression was gradually darkening, and suddenly smiled as he spoke. "Of course. I still hope my agent can secure me more endorsements and engage in fewer events. I am well aware of your capabilities and feel quite at ease." After a prolonged silence, Guosu finally replied, "Let me think it over." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu realized that Guosu's heart had begun to waver. He subtly remarked, "Very well, you may take your time to ponder this matter and give me a call when you're ready. However, Guosu, you possess remarkable talents. You should pursue your aspirations rather than remain in this state of despondency. Furthermore, remember that we are brothers. Now, I shall take my leave." "Wait." Guosu called out to Wang Xu, opening his arms to embrace him. "Here's to a fruitful collaboration." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu felt a surge of joy, thinking to himself that he had finally dealt with this young man. After exchanging a few more words with Guosu, he prepared to take his leave. However, just as Wang Xu was stepping out of Guosu's door, Guosu leaned forward, with a mischievous glint in his eye, advising Wang Xu to be cautious on his way home, for a surprise awaited him. Wang Xu departed from Guosu's residence, feeling utterly bewildered along the way, uncertain of the meaning behind Guosu's words. As Wang Xu strolled along, he noticed the peculiar gazes of the passers-by on the streets of Chinatown, an unsettling premonition growing ever more intense within him. Just then, a group of a dozen young women approached him, and upon sighting them, Wang Xu was momentarily taken aback. Were these not the very individuals he had encountered at Guosu's doorstep? What could have brought them here? Wang Xu was reminded of Guosu's sly expression during their conversation, which instantly made him feel anxious. He thought to himself, could it be that Guosu is plotting against me again? With a heart full of apprehension, he approached his doorstep and was relieved to find everything calm and tranquil outside, reassuring himself, fortunately, it seems I am not the target. However, upon opening the door, He was taken aback to see Lin Qingye wielding a disproportionately large sword, demonstrating impressive moves in the courtyard. Upon noticing Wang Xu's return, Lin Qingye ceased her display, flashed a gentle smile at him, and, dragging the sword along the ground, rushed toward him. Wang Xu listened to the sharp, grating sound produced by the friction of the blade against the concrete floor, his heart trembling with unease. He then caught sight of Lin Qingye approaching with a cheerful smile. Fearing that he might meet the same fate as Hua Xiong, struck down by a single blow, Wang Xu trembled as he spoke, forcing a smile as he addressed the approaching Lin Qingye. "Qingye, what brings you here so early, and with such a strikingly beautiful sword in hand?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingye chuckled. "I heard that you, dear brother Xu, have recently experienced a stroke of romantic fortune. Just moments ago, over a dozen young women came to me, claiming that I had stolen their beloved Xu." She then glanced at Wang Xu, whose complexion had turned pale. "When did you become such a charmer, brother Xu? Going on dates with 3 or 4 girls at once?" Upon hearing Lin Qingye's words and witnessing her grip tighten around the knife, Wang Xu, apprehensive that a moment of dissatisfaction might lead to dire consequences, hurriedly offered an explanation. After an extended period of clarification, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and, observing Lin Qingye's mood shift from stormy to serene, remarked, "In summary, I am not at fault. It is that rascal Guisu who instigated this chaos." Lin Qingye shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Serves you right. Who asked you to scheme against Xiaolu? That fellow is full of malice, plotting one scheme after another." Her expression darkened as she added vehemently, "However, if this scoundrel dares to conspire against me, I shall ensure he understands the reason behind the beauty of the flowers." She then retrieved a magazine from her small backpack and handed it to Wang Xu, saying, "Here. This contains the latest predictions for the talent show. Would you care to take a look?" Wang Xu perused the magazine and encountered the draft predictions, which featured forecasts from various media outlets such as ESPN, TNT, and ABC. A remarkable consensus emerged regarding the top 3 picks. They all anticipated that the Trailblazers would select Greg Oden first overall, the Supersonics would choose Wang Xu second, and the Hawks would opt for Kevin Durant third. This alignment did not particularly surprise Wang Xu, as he, alongside Oden and Durant, was widely regarded as one of the finest players in this draft class. Oden was likened to a combination of the legendary Admiral and the formidable Bill Russell, both of whom represent cornerstone players for championship teams. The merging of their talents is indeed a formidable prospect. This comparison underscores the high expectations that American media have for Oden. It is noteworthy that, even now, Brandon Roy, who occupies a pivotal role with the Trailblazers, was once merely compared to Jalen Rose during his draft evaluation. However, one must remember that a template is merely a guideline, reflecting a player's technical attributes rather than a definitive prediction of their career trajectory. Yet, such templates can provide a lucid representation of a player's characteristics and potential for development. For instance, E.G. Enlian was compared to Pau Gasol, which elucidates why Yi's team has persistently expressed a desire to avoid smaller market teams, subtly alluding to the Milwaukee Bucks, who maintain a keen interest in E. As for Wang Xu, his template is none other than Michael Jordan, a figure whose prowess requires no introduction. Meanwhile, Kevin Durant's comparison is to Tracy McGrady, a current superstar guard renowned for his scoring ability. Other players have garnered mixed opinions. For example, Al Horford is predicted by TNT to be selected by the Celtics with the 5th pick, while ESPN believes he will be taken by the Charlotte Bobcats with the 8th pick. Furthermore, Wang Xu's UCLA teammate, Aaron Aflalo, is projected to be a late first-round pick. Another Chinese player, Sun Yu, draws a comparison to Boris Dia, a player known for his rapid improvement with the Suns. However, due to Sun Yu's inability to join the NBA immediately, he is believed to be selected in the middle of the 2nd round. Other players, including Mike Conley, Jeff Green, Corey Brewer, and Joakim Noah, are anticipated to be chosen within the lottery range. The quality of this draft class has even been compared by American media to the illustrious classes of 1984, 1996, and 2003. Wang Xu glanced at the magazine once more, feeling that there was nothing particularly intriguing. He turned to Lin Qingye and remarked, "By the way, Qingye, I have found a manager." Lin Qingye responded with curiosity, "I presume it's that fellow Guisu, correct?" "Indeed. I shall announce this news on Twitter shortly," he replied. Lin Qingye, intrigued, added, "If I recall correctly, the company Twitter was established just last year, wasn't it?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xu chuckled and remarked, "It was established last March, a concept and plan proposed by Jack, and we collaboratively created the website. I still hold a 30% stake in it." Lin Xingya, also smiling, recalled, "I distinctly remember how Jack persuaded you back then. You invested all your savings and even borrowed a significant amount from Uncle Wang and my grandfather to partner with Jack in this venture. Neither Uncle Wang nor my grandfather could dissuade you at all." Wang Xu, upon hearing this, chuckled and remarked, "That is because I possess confidence. Twitter will undoubtedly become the paramount social networking site for online interactions." Lin Xingya, upon hearing this, also smiled and responded, "All right, you are impressive. However, the current user base of Twitter is not particularly extensive, and it will require some time to truly flourish." Upon hearing Wang Xu's words, his spirits soared. "What is there to fear? With me around, once I join the league and become a superstar, I shall recommend it to the entire league, ensuring they all embrace Twitter, thereby elevating its prominence." Lin Xingya, upon hearing this, chuckled in response, "I eagerly await that day. You pig, your nose has two nostrils," she teased as the familiar tune of the pig song began to play. This song, released in 2005, was one Lin Xingya cherished dearly, prompting her to set it as Wang Xu's ringtone. Wang Xu picked up his phone and saw that it was a call from Guo. He pressed the answer button and said, "Hello, Guo, what is the matter?" On the other end, Guo, upon hearing Wang Xu pick up, responded, "Brother Su, let me tell you, I am utterly exhausted. Since you sent out that message about finding a manager yesterday afternoon, I have received dozens of calls, either discussing endorsements or requests for exclusive interviews. Goodness, I regret becoming your manager." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu couldn't help but chuckle. He said to Guo, "Those who are capable must work harder. This is precisely why I have been unable to find an agent during this period. All activities that can be postponed have indeed been postponed. Once this phase passes, things will improve." Guo, upon hearing this, smiled wryly and replied, "Let us hope so. Suga, wait a moment. I will pay you a visit to discuss these endorsements and interviews." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu was taken aback. "So soon? Have you managed to handle such a considerable workload from yesterday until now?" Guo, with a sense of pride, replied, "Of course. Who do you think I am? My ancestors were renowned for their talents. While I wouldn't dare to claim to be on par with my illustrious forebears, I can confidently say that none of the generations that came before me can compare to my capabilities." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu chuckled and jestingly remarked, "You've become breathless at being called fat. Be wary that your ancestors rise from their graves to nag you." Guo, unfazed by the banter, nonchalantly replied, "If he could send me dreams, I might find many shared topics with him, and perhaps in that dream, we would become sworn brothers. When my time comes, I can only imagine how that scoundrel of a father would address me from beneath the earth." Guo claimed to be a descendant of Guo Jia from countless generations past. However, the veracity of this assertion remains uncertain. Yet he certainly harbors a profound admiration for this figure from nearly 2 millennia ago. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu chuckled lightly and said, "All right, enough with the banter. Come over here. I shall prepare some delightful dishes for you." Guo's eyes immediately sparkled at the mention of Wang Xu's culinary skills. Indeed, Wang Xu's prowess in the kitchen surpassed even that of his father's long-established restaurant in Chinatown. He then eagerly exclaimed, "I would like to indulge in fried flounder, deep-fried pork belly rolls, the all-encompassing duck, lychee squid rolls, braised chicken with chestnuts, fresh corn chicken soup, tofu with salted fish head soup, lotus seed and pork belly soup, spicy chicken, shark fin soup from the Zhuan, silky bean curd, boiled pork offal, and pan-fried soft shell crab. Oh, and please prepare a fine bottle of wine for me as well." Upon hearing Guo enumerate a plethora of dishes and request a fine bottle of wine, Wang Xu was instantly both amused and exasperated. "There is none, absolutely none, merely 3 dishes and a soup, take it or leave it. I can offer you 2 taels of my homemade wine, but no more." Guo, taken aback, remarked, "You are dismantling the bridge after crossing it. I have secured several substantial contracts for you. By the way, what are the 3 dishes?" Wang Xu retorted, "Stir-fried cabbage with more cabbage, cabbage stir-fried with itself, dry pot cabbage, and cabbage soup." Guo was left dumbfounded. What? After ending the call, Wang Xu dialed Lin Xingya, hoping to invite her over, only to learn that she was occupied with old Master Lin. With that, he had to abandon the idea. After indulging in a bit of sweet talk with Lin Xingya over the phone, he hung up and began preparing the meal. Though it was clear that he had no intention of actually creating a cabbage feast as he had jested with Guo, Wang Xu intended to prepare a delightful dish of fish-flavored shredded pork, a bubbling lamb, and a stir-fried green bean medley, alongside several other homely delicacies. Fortunately, he possessed all the necessary ingredients at home, sparing him the need for a shopping trip. Among these dishes, the bubbling lamb was slightly more time-consuming to prepare. In the United States, lamb is not particularly difficult to procure, yet authentic lamb is quite rare, as most available options lack the characteristic gaminess. However, Wang Xu's restaurant has established its own ranch, allowing him access to a substantial supply of genuine lamb. He began by washing and slicing the lamb, then marinating it with salt for half an hour. Next, he cracked eggs and combined them with starch to create a batter, to which he added ginger, scallions, and other seasonings, stirring thoroughly. This prepared egg mixture was then evenly spread over the lamb. Finally, he heated some oil until it reached a bubbling point and poured it over the lamb. This dish, while not particularly complex, demands a chef's skillful knife work. As the saying goes, one should slice lamb horizontally and chicken vertically. When cutting lamb, it is crucial to follow the muscle fibers, ensuring the meat is sliced thinly for optimal tenderness and flavor absorption. Wang Xu's knife skills are indeed remarkable. He slices the lamb both swiftly and thinly. One can observe him tossing the lamb into the air, his hand gripping the knife, as shadows of the blade dance in midair. In an instant, he sets down the knife and swiftly grabs a plate, watching as the airborne lamb lands gracefully upon it, seemingly untouched. With a gentle nudge of his hand, the lamb disperses, appearing as thin as a sheet of paper. Alas, this is merely a portrayal from the animated series Chinese Cooking Master. In reality, Wang Xu meticulously slices the lamb on the cutting board piece by piece, yet the thickness remains astonishingly akin to that of paper. Wang Xu possesses a profound fondness for savoring exquisite dishes from various regions, which naturally leads him to master the art of cooking these culinary delights for himself. After approximately an hour, Wang Xu completed the last dish and placed it elegantly on the table when he heard the voice of Guo from outside. Indeed, Guo skillfully opened the door to Wang Xu's home and entered. Upon seeing the delectable soup dishes on the table, he gave Wang Xu a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Brother Xu, it smells incredible. May I have a taste?" Without awaiting a response, he disregarded the chopsticks and eagerly reached out to grab the fish-flavored shredded pork with his hands. Upon noticing, Wang Xu immediately swatted Guo hand aside and exclaimed, "Go wash your hands first. Grabbing the chopsticks without proper hygiene is unacceptable." Reluctantly, Guo trudged to the restroom. Upon returning to the table, he seized the bowl and chopsticks, diving into his meal with fervor. He began to eat and drink simultaneously, paying no heed to Wang Xu's attempts to engage him in conversation. As Wang Xu observed Guo engrossed in his meal, the dishes on the table diminished rapidly, swept away like leaves in the wind. Without concern for decorum, he seized his chopsticks and joined in the feast. Once satiated, Wang Xu gazed at Guo, who was patting his stomach, and remarked, "Having dined and imbibed sufficiently, let us now discuss matters of importance." Guo, reclining lazily on the sofa, replied, "Eating is not an issue. I managed to fill my belly adequately. However, your offering of merely 2 taels of wine is rather insufficient." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu found himself both amused and perplexed. He replied, "Let us first discuss the matter at hand. If you perform well, I may allow you to take a little with you to enjoy at your leisure." Upon hearing this, Guo's spirits soared, and he straightened his posture, exclaiming, "Is that true? A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses." Guo then retrieved his mobile phone, activated the recording function, and directed it towards Wang Xu, saying, "Please repeat that." Wang Xu was both amused and exasperated, and remarked, "I said that once we conclude our serious discussion, I can bring you back a bit of wine to enjoy." Upon hearing this, Guo picked up his phone, shook it lightly, and replied, "All right then. I'll record this. Once we finish our serious matters, do bring me some of the wine brewed at your family's estate." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu could only chuckle in exasperation, saying, "Indeed, how could I possibly deceive you?" Guo then retrieved a substantial stack of documents from his bag and addressed Wang Xu. "I have organized this for you. Although the current quotations may seem numerous, there are only a handful of prominent companies providing offers." After a brief pause, he continued, "The first is the sneaker contract. Nike, Adidas, Li-Ning, and Reebok have all submitted their proposals." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu inquired, "What are the offered prices?" Guo replied, "Let us first discuss Li-Ning and Reebok. Both brands exhibit genuine intent. However, I would advise against selecting either of them. Their promotional markets are rather limited, and their recognition pales in comparison to that of Nike and Adidas. Nevertheless, should you choose to sign with them, they both promise to offer contracts of the highest caliber, along with the launch of your signature shoe." Wang Xu inquired, "What is the quotation?" Guo responded, Li Ning has presented a substantial 10-year contract worth $1.3 billion, while Reebok offered a 6-year agreement amounting to $90 million. Both contracts are indeed quite impressive in terms of their financial figures. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu inquired further. What about Nike? Guosu responded, Nike has presented a 6-year contract worth $70 million. However, this pales in comparison to the 7-year, $90 million deal that James signed. Moreover, due to inflation, this contract would significantly diminish in value if compared to 2003. After all, this year Nike has also offered Durant a 7-year contract worth $60 million. Your current performance is on par with James, yet considering the Chinese market, the contract is substantially less than what James received back then. Nevertheless, this is merely a preliminary offer, and there is room for negotiation regarding the terms. Furthermore, in terms of market promotion, Nike has only agreed to position you as a secondary star for the time being. Your promotion to a primary star will depend on your performance in the NBA. As for footwear, there are currently no plans to create a signature shoe for you. Wang Xu expressed his confusion. Does this mean that Nike does not value me as much? Guosu replied, indeed, Nike holds a dominant position in the NBA sneaker market. Having signed numerous superstars such as LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Steve Nash, Vince Carter, and Chris Paul, all of whom have achieved fame in the NBA. Even if you were to rise to the stature of players like Kobe or James, you would merely be an embellishment to Nike's illustrious roster. Therefore, should you choose Nike, the promotion and attention you receive will, for the time being, pale in comparison to that afforded to these established icons. Wang Xu listened and remarked with a sense of nostalgia, it is indeed a testament to Nike's confidence. However, Nike does not always possess the foresight one might expect. A player of Kobe's caliber or LeBron's is merely an embellishment. My aspiration is to reach the echelon of Michael Jordan, nay, to surpass him. Upon hearing this, Guosu chuckled and replied, Brother Su, I have faith in your potential, yet presently, not many share this belief. Although your draft template is Michael Jordan, Deshaun Stevenson's template also aligns with Jordan's, yet he currently averages merely 2 points, 2 rebounds, and 6 assists per game. Thus, it is imperative that you demonstrate your prowess to win over these American scouts. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu remarked, all right, let's not digress. What is the offer from Adidas? Guosu elaborated, Adidas is currently under significant pressure from Nike, relying heavily on its 5 Tigers for support. However, among them, Billup's playing style is rather mundane and does not endear him to fans. As for Duncan, his fundamentals are impeccable, yet most fans of the Spurs are unwaveringly loyal. Though Arenas had a remarkable last season, scoring an impressive 60 points in a single game, the market for the Wizards is rather limited, and Arenas' eccentric personality diminishes his appeal. The remaining 2, Garnett and McGrady, are indeed among the most charismatic players in the league, yet Nike boasts a roster of highly influential athletes such as Kobe, LeBron, Carter, Nash, Paul, and Anthony, which further constricts Adidas' market share in basketball. Consequently, Adidas is in dire need of a marquee player. Given the difficulty in signing current players, they have resolved to emulate Nike and shift their focus to rookies. Thus, they expressed, your performance is evident, and Adidas hopes to take a chance on you. As opportunities are scarce for the brand, Wang Xu listened and found Guosu's analysis quite reasonable. He then inquired, what conditions have they proposed? Guosu responded with a smile. This time, Adidas has certainly invested significantly. They have offered a contract worth $112 million over 7 years. Wang Xu listened, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, this contract was a significant financial sacrifice for Adidas. Upon hearing this, Guosu chuckled slyly and remarked, what are you talking about? The capital I mentioned is not this. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu was utterly astonished and inquired, have they perhaps offered a more favorable contract? Guosu, brimming with pride, replied, if I didn't surprise you, would you still think of me as merely a bystander in this industry? Initially, Adidas presented the contract mentioned above, but I took the initiative to approach their team in Los Angeles and engaged in extensive discussions with their representatives. Consequently, I have successfully negotiated a more substantial contract for you. Adidas has indeed agreed to promote your personal image and establish your individual brand. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu was utterly bewildered and inquired, what does that mean? Just this one sentence? What purpose does it serve? Guosu, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a sense of exasperation and retorted, brother, are you genuinely unaware or merely pretending? After all, you have been playing for so many years. Wang Xu's face unexpectedly flushed with embarrassment, and in a fit of anger, he exclaimed, how could I possibly know everything? Upon hearing this, Guisu ceased to provoke him further and clarified, "You are familiar with Nike's Jordan brand, are you not?" "Of course," Wang Xu replied. Guisu continued, "Adidas is offering to assist you in establishing a personal basketball brand akin to Nike's Jordan. In essence, they propose to help you create a subsidiary, with you as the proprietor." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu immediately comprehended the significance of the contract offered by Adidas. However, Guisu began to play coy once again. Wang Xu anxiously inquired, "But what?" Guisu replied, "Adidas is reluctant to endorse your personal brand in the first year. They wish to first witness your accomplishments and have provided me with certain stipulations. Only upon your fulfillment of these requirements will they assist in launching your personal brand." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu immediately composed himself and inquired of Guisu, "What are their demands?" Guisu, upon hearing the question, rummaged through a substantial stack of papers he had brought, eventually extracting a document, which he handed to Wang Xu. "Here, take a look for yourself." Wang Xu held the paper in his hand, noting the request sent over by Adidas. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was divided into two sections. The first part outlined the conditions under which he could launch his personal brand if he achieved the following during his rookie season: an average of 28 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists per game, or being crowned the scoring champion, securing a spot in the All-Star game, being named Rookie of the Year, making it to one of the All-NBA teams, first, second, or third, and leading his team to the playoffs, with a minimum advancement to the second round. After perusing the first item, he noticed that the subsequent condition stated that if he failed to meet the aforementioned goals during his rookie season, he could still establish his brand before turning 28 by accomplishing the following: averaging 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, or scoring over 35 points per game. As he gazed at the densely packed text that followed, Wang Xu decided to stop reading and turned to Guisu, saying, "All right, it's Adidas." Observing Wang Xu's swift decision, Guisu inquired, "Have you made up your mind?" Wang Xu smiled confidently, declaring, "It is settled then. I shall go with Adidas. I am certain that I can meet the expectations set for me in my rookie season." Upon hearing this, Guisu also smiled and replied, "If you lack the capability, it would be a waste of the great opportunity one have fought for on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu erupted into hearty laughter, patting Guisu on the shoulder. "Very well, I shall thank you this time and treat you to an additional 2 liang of wine." Guisu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he stared at Wang Xu, breathing heavily, and inquired, "Is that for real?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xu remarked that it was certainly true. However, one must finalize the specific details of the contract. Upon hearing this, Guisu immediately patted his chest vigorously, nearly losing his breath in the process. He quickly composed himself and assured, "Rest assured, it is in my capable hands." Although there were a few minor endorsements remaining, neither of the two expressed much interest. After all, the sums involved in these smaller endorsements were meager and required considerable time and effort, which both Wang Xu and Guisu were unwilling to invest. Guisu lingered for a while longer before preparing to return and attend to the contract with Adidas. Before departing, he requested Wang Xu to pack his wine for him. Wang Xu took Guisu to his family's wine cellar. As the rich aroma of the wines enveloped them, Guisu could scarcely contain his desire, his mouth watering and his rough hands itching to pilfer a taste. Wang Xu presented half a jean of wine to Guisu, remarking, "I've given you an extra 2 liang. Make sure to savor it." Upon hearing this, Guisu responded, "Brother Xu, why not just set up a bed for me in the wine cellar? That way, I can keep watch over the wine and prevent anyone from pilfering it." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu chuckled and chided, "As long as you refrain from coming, the wine shall remain plentiful. If you were to spend a night in the wine cellar, I assure you, it would be but a few days before it is entirely consumed." Guisu was still inclined to offer a few words of defense. Wang Xu, however, did not grant him the opportunity to speak, delivering a swift kick to his backside. Guisu, clutching his rear, departed while muttering in a somewhat resentful manner. Clutching a bottle of wine, Wang Xu watched as Guisu departed, returning to his room to turn on the television, which was broadcasting an analysis and draft predictions regarding the current crop of rookies on ESPN. The NBA season from 2006 to 2007 had progressed to its culmination, with even the Cavaliers and Spurs, who had contended in the finals, having concluded their campaigns. Unsurprisingly, the Spurs triumphed, sweeping the Cavaliers and securing their 4th championship trophy in franchise history. Last season, Dwayne Wade, representing the 2003 draft class, led the Miami Heat to their inaugural championship, earning the Finals MVP honor and becoming the first player from the 2003 class to savor the taste of victory. A sense of leadership among the 2003 cohort began to emerge. As a close friend of Wade, LeBron James was determined not to be overshadowed. After reaching the finals this season, James was resolute in his pursuit of a championship. However, his aspirations faced a significant setback in the first game of the finals. Under the Spurs' stringent defense, James managed only 4 of 16 shots, finishing with 14 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists. Coupled with 6 turnovers, a stark reminder of the Spurs' formidable prowess. Throughout the finals, James encountered rigorous defensive strategies, averaging 22, 0 points, 7, 0 rebounds, and 6, 8 assists over 4 games, yet his shooting percentage languished at a mere 35.6 as he missed numerous crucial opportunities. Across the postseason, including the finals, James averaged 25, 1 points, 8, 0 rebounds, and 8, 1 assists. Unlike his regular season performances, his playoff contributions were markedly diminished, primarily due to his inconsistent shooting, forcing him to rely heavily on drives to the basket. Consequently, targeted defensive schemes during the playoffs easily curtailed his effectiveness. Ultimately, the Spurs executed a clean sweep, winning 4-0. Following the conclusion of the series, Tim Duncan embraced James, imparting a renowned phrase, "The future is yours," offering a modicum of consolation. However, Wang Xu felt an odd disquiet within. The trio of Duncan, Billy, and Parker were still in their prime, and Coach Popovich's system thrived on their synergy. For the Spurs, defending against a mid-range and inconsistent shooter like James was not a daunting task. Duncan's remarks about the future, whether earnest or intentionally provocative, remained uncertain. If it was a deliberate gesture, Wang Xu felt a sudden jolt within, contemplating the possibility that in 5 or 6 years, the Cavaliers and the Spurs might meet again in the NBA Finals. This reflection led him to ponder that Duncan might indeed be quite the strategist. With the conclusion of the games, NBA teams have largely finalized their selections of players and prepared various contingencies. ESPN, claiming to be the most professional media outlet, distinguishes itself from TNT's humorous approach by relying on its expertise for commentary. Currently, ESPN is showcasing a plethora of videos, images, personal profiles, attributes, and skills of the draft prospects, followed by detailed analyses. It must be noted that while ESPN's commentary may not cover every aspect, it does delve deeply into the backgrounds and characteristics of the players entering the draft, making many of their observations quite pertinent, albeit some may seem rather trivial. Soon after ESPN's assessments of the subsequent players, it was Wang Xu's turn. The preceding comments were ones he had grown weary of hearing. However, he was taken aback by ESPN's in-depth analysis of his skills, which they summarized with great precision. The host, LeBron, asserted that Wang Xu's 3 outstanding skills were essential for his survival in the NBA: the floating step, the melancholy palm, and the highwayman. Notably, these skill names were coined by Wang Xu himself. LeBron first presented a classic highlight of Wang Xu's drive, noting that the floating step is characterized by its adaptability. This maneuver does not prioritize speed but rather emphasizes rhythm, creating space through a keen understanding of tempo. He continued, however, to point out a significant drawback: the lack of acceleration due to the continuous changes in direction. In the faster-paced NBA, after eluding a defender with rhythm, Wang Xu could easily find himself surrounded by help defenders. The scene then shifted to footage of Wang Xu's mid-range shooting, where LeBron discussed the melancholy palm. This skill is employed after executing the floating step to create a shooting opportunity, representing one of Wang Xu's most difficult-to-defend techniques. The final video showcased Wang Xu's defensive skill, dubbed the highwayman, which focuses on applying tight pressure to the ball handler. Each player has a preferred dribbling hand, and Wang Xu would press the opponent's dominant side, forcing them to turn away from him in the basket. Once the opponent's back is turned, Wang Xu would closely shadow them, ready to pivot swiftly in any direction. He would extend his arms, palms open and relaxed, ready to intercept the ball at the slightest opening. Even though the opponent remained vigilant to prevent any theft of the ball, there would invariably be fleeting moments of distraction as they sought their passing options. This split second of intention to pass was precisely when Wang Xu could seize the opportunity to make a steal. Nevertheless, LeBron cautioned that this skill is prone to fouls, particularly in the more physical environment of the NBA, necessitating Wang Xu to refine his techniques further to succeed in executing steals effectively. Wang Xu, after perusing ESPN's evaluation of himself and their analysis of his abilities, felt that their understanding of him was indeed quite profound. Particularly, their dissection of his shortcomings was exceptionally insightful. Wang Xu felt an increased sense of urgency within, believing that he must cultivate new skills. Particularly in the realm of three-point shooting, although his proficiency was undoubtedly above average, it lacked the distinction of a signature move. Furthermore, Wang Xu decided it was time to bestow a fitting name upon his three-point skill, Little Wang's Flying Dagger. This skill, with its remarkable precision, would undoubtedly be a striking spectacle when fully realized. Wang Xu envisioned a day when he would face James in a one-on-one match at the Sangqiong Arena. One would don black attire while the other would wear a white shirt. Under Wang Xu's steadfast defense, James managed to score a point and graciously remarked, "This move is called the crab step." In response, every time Wang Xu scored, he stood proudly and nonchalantly declared, "Little Wang, the Flying Dagger, Wang Xu." Wang Xu had already begun to daydream. That evening, Guisu called Wang Xu once more. "Brother Xu, I have arranged a meeting with Adi. Tomorrow afternoon at 7 o'clock. We will convene at the Waldorf Astoria, Beverly Hills to further discuss the terms of our contract." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu felt a surge of excitement within him and remarked to Guisu, "All right, I understand. Please come to my house first, and we shall go together." "Understood, Brother Xu." The following evening, at approximately 6:40 p.m., Wang Xu and Guisu arrived at the Waldorf Astoria Beverly Hills Hotel, a good 20 minutes ahead of their scheduled time. Today, Wang Xu donned a tailored suit, complemented by a crisp white shirt and a dark silk tie, exuding an air of freshness and breathability, while also showcasing a rich texture that appeared both effortless and stylish. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the representatives from Adidas were already there awaiting them. The two exchanged handshakes with the Adidas personnel before being graciously invited into the room. Wang Xu and Guisu exchanged a few pleasantries with the representatives from Adidas before promptly addressing the main topic. During their journey to the hotel, Guisu recounted numerous anecdotes regarding Adidas's controversial past, enlightening Wang Xu on the immense influence wielded by these sneaker companies. Wang Xu listened with great interest as Guisu recounted the intrigues and dark histories between major corporations like Adidas and Nike. It was reminiscent of the time when Adidas had already secured a contract with LeBron James, the worth of which was initially agreed at an astounding $100 million. However, when James, accompanied by his mother Gloria, his lawyer, and others, sat down to review the contract, they discovered that the figure had been altered to a mere $70 million. Furthermore, during the 2003 All-Star Game, Vince Carter relinquished his starting position to Michael Jordan, a decision heavily influenced by Nike. In another instance, Allen Iverson was rejected by the Dream Team in 2006 due to his endorsement of Reebok, while the team's sponsor was Nike. As for the upcoming 2008 Olympics, the immensely popular Gilbert Arenas was conspicuously absent from the preliminary roster, much to the General's fury, who had previously declared to the media that this was solely because he endorsed Adidas instead of Nike. The rivalry between these two titans extended beyond basketball, permeating various sports. For example, former Brazil national team coach Luxemburgo admitted that during his tenure, Nike colluded with the Brazilian Football Confederation to manipulate the team's lineup. Similarly, the shadow of Nike loomed large over seven-time Tour de France champion Lance Armstrong. In addition to these anecdotes, Guisu expressed his hope that Wang Xu would consistently sign with a single basketball supplier, as the endorsement of basketball shoes in the market is increasingly valued for its continuity. Unlike transfers, which may not always have significant impact, a change in shoe endorsements can drastically diminish a player's commercial worth. Take Kobe Bryant, for instance, who boasts an impressive 600 million fans, with his influence in the U.S. and internationally eclipsing that of the King. Yet, in terms of shoe endorsements, his contract appeared rather meager, 3 years for $42 million, far inferior to many of Nike's other marquee athletes. Even disregarding the financial terms offered by Nike, Kobe's strategic positioning in advertising was evidently overshadowed by that of the King, largely due to the latter's enduring loyalty. As for the repercussions of the Eagle County incident, one could only lament Kobe's lack of discretion, which ultimately led to his exposure. However, was there not an underlying rivalry between these two footwear giants? Thus, Guisu arrived well prepared, having taken extensive precautions and reminding Wang Xu during their journey, for Adidas does have a checkered past, making it prudent to be prepared. Fortunately, the situation did not unfold as Guisu had feared. The general terms of the contract aligned closely with the initial offer Guisu had presented to Wang Xu, with Adidas proposing a 7-year deal worth $120 million. Moreover, should Wang Xu meet Adidas's contractual expectations, the brand would endeavor to create a personal brand tailored to his image. Wang Xu and Guisu expressed their satisfaction regarding several points and engaged in discussions with Adidas about various details, such as the rewards for entering the All-Star game, the accolades for Rookie of the Year, the honors for scoring champion, and the recognition for MVP. The discussions were extensive and meticulous. In reality, having a superstar endorse a sneaker contract does not guarantee immediate sales success. While these sneakers are indeed marketed to fans, it is essential to note that, barring fervent enthusiasts, few would consider purchasing a pair of subpar quality shoes. At best, they might serve as mere collectibles. For instance, had LeBron James endorsed a product from a Zhejiang leather factory instead of Nike, would so many people still be inclined to spend lavishly on them? Wang Xu and Guisu engaged in a detailed discussion for over half an hour. The representative from Adidas then printed out the contract, with Wang Xu's signature. He would officially become a signed star for the brand. Wang Xu glanced at Guisu, who nodded in reassurance, indicating that there were no issues with the contract. Thus, he inscribed his name. A fruitful collaboration ensued. Wang Xu and the representative of Adidas shook hands, signifying the commencement of Wang Xu's brand as it embarks on a journey to become the preeminent basketball footwear company. This handshake also heralds the rallying call for Adidas to counter the relentless pressures exerted by Nike. After bidding farewell to the staff of Adidas, Wang Xu and Guisu strolled through the streets of Los Angeles. Wang Xu inquired, "Xiaolu, I am planning to visit New York with Qingya the day after tomorrow. The audition conference is approaching. Would you care to join me?" Guisu, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, "Of course. This is a monumental event in your life. As your friend and agent, how could I possibly miss the opportunity to be there to support you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xu's face was etched with skepticism. "Are you certain you are not seeking the company of beautiful women?" Guisu replied, "How could that be possible? You are well aware of the kind of person I am, are you not?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xu chuckled and remarked, "It is precisely because I know you so well that I harbor such thoughts." Guisu, upon hearing this, wore a look of deep grievance and replied, "I had devoted myself wholeheartedly to securing this substantial contract for you, and yet you doubt my intentions. It truly saddens me." As he spoke, he gradually leaned closer to Wang Xu. Upon hearing Wang Xu's words, a shiver ran down his spine as he pushed Guisu aside, laughingly chiding, "All right. Enough with the pretense. If you truly were to live a life akin to Brokeback Mountain, I would return to Twitter and proclaim my agents coming out. It would certainly garner some attention for the platform. Otherwise, speak to me properly and refrain from such a tone." Upon hearing this, Guisu ceased his act, fully aware that Wang Xu was indeed capable of such antics. As the two strolled along, the streetlights cast elongated shadows of their figures. This was, after all, the most bustling area of Los Angeles, where the illumination was akin to daylight, leaving no room for any ghostly apparitions. After bidding farewell to Guisu, Wang Xu returned home, where the dining area was bustling at that hour. He prepared 3 dishes for himself, caught up with the news for a while, and then retreated to his room. Once inside, he picked up his phone to chat with Lin Qingya, exchanging sweet nothings, their conversation a private cocoon, free from the risk of disturbing others, particularly the unattached elite. During their phone call, Wang Xu and Lin Qingya made plans for her return the following day, discussing a brief excursion to New York to indulge in their own little world before the commencement of the talent show. Eventually, their conversation lingered until Lin Qingya's father summoned her, prompting them to reluctantly end the call. Wang Xu hung up the phone and opened Twitter, posting an update to announce his signing with Adidas. He also tagged Adidas' official Twitter account. The brand promptly updated their website, prominently displaying, "Adidas signs Chinese star for $1.2 billion over 7 years." However, the announcement stirred considerable controversy, as many active players envied Wang Xu's lucrative contract. Numerous individuals eagerly awaited his entry into the NBA, ready to impart a profound lesson upon him. Some players even publicly stated in media interviews that the substantial contract from Adidas was nothing but dog's it, declaring that once he stepped into the NBA, they would ensure he realized he lacked the prowess to deserve such a deal. Nonetheless, these matters are merely speculation for the future. Wang Xu gazed at the banner of Adidas, realizing that the brand was now keen on emphasizing Chinese elements. After all, this was a substantial opportunity. What is most crucial for a team? Star players? Coaches? Management? Perhaps the fans? The culture of the team? No. While these are all significant components, they do not represent the most fundamental and vital aspect. What is indeed of utmost importance for a team? Undoubtedly, it is the rookies. This fresh influx of talent serves as the foundation for the team's future development. Selecting a functional player during the draft can infuse the team with vitality, breathing new life into its dynamics. Acquiring a cornerstone player, one capable of leading the team to greatness, can help sell tickets, win over fans, and secure numerous opportunities. The essence of this endeavor lies within the draft. Some may argue that teams can acquire personnel through trades and signings. Indeed, teams can obtain players, even superstars, through such means, swiftly acquiring all the benefits associated with these elite athletes, fans, revenue, and countless accolades. However, a superstar obtained through trade can never rival the significance of a homegrown talent and often struggles to reach new heights in a different environment. For instance, Michael Jordan blossomed into a deity with the Chicago Bulls, yet during his time with the Washington Wizards, he merely remained a top player, devoid of his former divine aura, an experience he himself often shuns. Similarly, Allen Iverson garnered numerous honors with the Philadelphia 76ers, achieving all he could, save for a championship. After transferring to the Denver Nuggets, he gradually transformed from the unstoppable answer into a liability. The Cleveland Cavaliers' fortune soared precisely because they unearthed the gem that is LeBron James during the draft, propelling them to prominence as one of the league's most coveted teams. Likewise, it was the Miami Heat's foresight in selecting Dwayne Wade that secured their first championship title. The significance of the draft extends beyond teams. It holds equal weight for players. The draft determines where a player embarks on their career, and for those destined to become star players, it can enhance their historical standing. Although it is challenging to remain with one team throughout a commercial league, this does not imply that Americans undervalue this aspect. A superstar, no matter how formidable, struggles to become an iconic figure for a team once they have undergone a trade or changed affiliations. Take Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the all-time leading scorer in NBA history, who amassed numerous accolades, including 6 championships and 6 MVP awards. Yet, he never became synonymous with either the Milwaukee Bucks or the Los Angeles Lakers. Those honors belonged to Magic Johnson, who spent his entire career with the Lakers. Similarly, Karl Malone, ranked second in NBA scoring history and 6th in rebounds, could not cement his legacy with the Utah Jazz after joining the Lakers, where he lost the chance to be the Jazz's emblem, a title held by John Stockton, who dedicated 19 years to the franchise. Allen Iverson was once the embodiment of the Philadelphia 76ers, yet after his trade to the Nuggets, his status in Philadelphia diminished. Wilt Chamberlain, who famously scored 100 points in a single game, also never became the face of any franchise. Thus, nurturing a superstar through the draft is far more valuable than acquiring one via trade. Just as Kevin Durant's remarkable performances with the Golden State Warriors could never elicit MVP chants in the Oracle Arena. Therefore, every NBA team places immense importance on the draft. On June 28, 2007, Madison Square Garden witnessed the gathering of executives and star players from all 30 teams. The draft does not guarantee that management will select their intended player. It is an intricate process filled with unpredictability until the final decision is made. Scenarios such as rookie steals, on-site trades, and unexpected selections are commonplace. Coaches, general managers, and core team members attend the draft, ready to pivot if their desired prospect is chosen by another team or if an unexpected talent falls into their range. From this perspective, the draft can be particularly ruthless for rookies. They are mere commodities on that day, unable to dictate their fates, praying to be chosen by a team they admire or one that values them. On the evening of June 28th, as the draft commenced, Wang Xu, along with Lin Leoi, his parents, Lin Qingya, several relatives, and friends Zhao Sini and Hu Ming Fan, received invitations to the green room. This term, unique to American sports drafts, encompasses more than just the NBA. Each year, 15 individuals receive official invitations to the green room, with the list typically determined by votes from NBA team general managers and finalized by the league's vice president, Stu Jackson. Within the green room, invitees can attend the draft accompanied by friends and family. Upon selection, officials present them with a cap representing their new team, after which they ascend the stage to shake hands with the commissioner and share a few words. They also have the opportunity to engage with the media on site. However, uninvited players may attend the event as spectators but will not have the honor of shaking hands with the commissioner. Wang Xu and Yi Jianlian, who was also invited today, are among the first Chinese players to enter the green room. Although Yao Ming was eligible to enter the green room back in his day, he did not attend the draft ceremony. Instead, he watched from his home in Shanghai as he was selected by the Rockets. The entrance of Wang Xu and Yi Jianlian into the green room marks a significant milestone. Typically, players who are not invited will watch the draft ceremony from the comfort of their homes, awaiting a call from the team that selects them. Upon entering the small green room, Wang Xu encountered Yi Jianlian, who had already arrived. After ensuring his family's arrangements were in order, he approached Yi Jianlian to exchange greetings. Yi Jianlian was delighted to see Wang Xu taking the initiative to greet him. However, with the impending draft ceremony, Wang Xu shared only a few words with Yi Jianlian before returning to his designated seat. As more and more newcomers, players, and management personnel filled the draft venue, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The large screen on stage continuously showcased the profiles and highlights of the participating players. Many ordinary spectators, witnessing the stars and prominent figures from various teams appearing one after another, erupted in cheers as they enjoyed the captivating highlights displayed on the screen. Side conversations buzzed with gossip about this player or that executive's private life, as well as speculations about the futures of the 15 rookies present. Those unable or unwilling to travel to New York were now closely following the draft proceedings through their television screens. Wang Xu's agent, Xu, is one among them. Xu is a flamboyant wanderer, and when Wang Xu invited him to attend the draft conference, although he accompanied Wang Xu to New York, he became enamored with the opulent nightlife of the city. He indulged himself to the extent that he could not rise from his bed, resorting to watching the live broadcast of the draft on the hotel television. As a significant annual event for the United States men's basketball team, ESPN, TNT, and ABC dispatched their top teams to provide real-time coverage of the draft. TNT, for instance, sent the dynamic duo of Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith. Xu favored TNT's commentary style, which was far more lively than the dreary offerings of ESPN, consistently revealing intriguing insights and unexpected moments during the broadcasts. There was even a game where Barkley and Smith engaged in a card game on air. As the clock struck 7:30 in the evening, Stern ascended the podium. Guided by a charming hostess, he surveyed the audience with a glance that rendered the theater instantly silent. It was not due to any menacing aura, but rather the respect he commanded. Few dared to offend him in the league. Since the inception of the NBA, Stern had served the longest tenure and had the most significant impact on the league's development. While the Celtics, Lakers, and Bulls had established glorious dynasties, with the Celtics even achieving an 8-peat, Stern had built a lasting dynasty that had thrived for 23 years. He transformed the league from a struggling entity into one of the 4 major leagues in America. Moreover, in terms of tapping into the Chinese market, the NBA's efforts far surpassed those of the other 3 leagues. This success can be traced back to a winter in 1986 when Stern, newly appointed as NBA president, first visited China. Standing at the entrance of CCTV against the biting cold winds, his face stung by the chill. He waited solely to present a promotional videotape of the NBA to the largest broadcasting institution in the world's most populous nation, hoping it would disseminate the tape's content across China. This seemingly inconspicuous video opened the door to the Chinese market for the NBA, leading to its swift integration into the lives of Chinese people. As expected, Stern delivered a routine speech, summarizing the league's progress over the past year, expressing gratitude to fans for their support, acknowledging the team's dedication to delivering exciting games, and thanking the NCAA for continuously supplying talent to the NBA. His speech was filled with various accolades and acknowledgments, a pattern common among leaders worldwide. Finally, Stern congratulated the San Antonio Spurs on their championship victory. In truth, Stern was not particularly fond of the Spurs, as their sluggish defense significantly dampened viewership, which had plummeted to a record low of 6.2 since the turn of the millennium. This was the NBA Finals, the most watched event of the year. Yet the ratings were even lower than those of the first-round match between the Warriors and Mavericks. It was easy to imagine Stern's dissatisfaction. Soon, Stern concluded his speech, and the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. He then officially announced the commencement of the draft. The Portland Trail Blazers, holding the first pick, promptly submitted their envelope. Stern accepted the envelope, opened it, and smiled at the audience, announcing, with the first overall pick, the Portland Trail Blazers select. At this moment, he deliberately paused, glancing at the rookies, causing Wang Xu's heart to race. Although he was aware that the likelihood of being the first pick was slim, the suspense lingered. However, Stern's dramatic pause incited frustration among Wang Xu and the audience. While it was amusing in a different context, it was less so now. Stern did not prolong the suspense for too long, announcing, with the first overall pick, the Portland Trail Blazers select Greg Oden from Ohio State University. He continued, "Congratulations to the Blazers, you have selected a remarkable big man." The audience erupted in cheers and applause as Oden stood up joyfully, embracing his family and friends before making his way to the podium. As Odin appeared on stage, the crowd, except for the Seattle Supersonics, voiced their dismay, as they held high hopes for Odin's potential. The Supersonics, however, felt a sense of relief, fearing that the Blazers might select Wang Xu first, which would have left them in a precarious position for negotiations. Now, they were in alignment with their desired outcome. In reality, the Blazers had considered this possibility, but were apprehensive about its reliability. With Odin on board, they could build a core lineup, making it easier to attract role players. Odin quickly delivered his acceptance speech, and a montage showcasing his stellar high school and college highlights played on the screen. In these clips, Odin appeared invincible on the court, akin to a lion, while his opponents resembled defenseless little antelopes. Then came the second pick. Stern took the envelope, opened it, and remarked, "Next up is the Seattle Supersonics." Holding the second pick, "Let's see who this great team will select." After glancing at the name, he announced, with the second overall pick in the NBA draft, the Seattle Supersonics select the extraordinary Chinese talent from UCLA, Wang Xu. Let us congratulate him and hope he has a stellar start like his predecessor, Yao Ming. Congratulations to the Supersonics for securing a foundational player. Generally, Stern refrained from making bold predictions about rookies, as any misjudgment could reflect poorly on him should the player underperform later on. However, he explicitly termed Wang Xu a cornerstone player, believing first that Wang's skills could elevate a struggling team, especially if the referees were inclined to provide him favorable treatment during his rookie season. Secondly, Wang's Chinese heritage signified a strategic advantage for the NBA in penetrating the Chinese market, promising greater profits. The applause resonated once again as Wang Xu stood up to embrace his family, including the esteemed Lin, his parents, and Lin Qingya. Meanwhile, Zhao Sini and Hu Mengfan captured the moment on camera, ensuring this significant occasion was immortalized. Wang Xu ascended the podium and donned the supersonic team cap presented by the staff. He then exchanged a handshake with Stern. Wang Xu briefly uttered a couple of sentences from the podium before returning to his seat. The draft proceeded in an orderly fashion. Subsequently, the Atlanta Hawks, holding the third pick, selected Kevin Durant from the University of Texas. Wang Xu perceives Kevin Durant as his most formidable rival among his contemporaries. Despite Durant's physical metrics not being particularly impressive and his upper body strength lacking, he possesses an exquisite mid-range shot and ball handling skills that are above par. Moreover, his court vision, fundamental skills, and situational awareness are unparalleled among this year's rookies, which are crucial determinants of a player's potential. Subsequently, the Memphis Grizzlies selected Mike Conley with the fourth pick, a player known for his steadiness and potential to serve as a foundational element for a team. Meanwhile, the Boston Celtics, holding the fifth pick, opted for Al Horford from the University of Florida, a versatile player capable of performing in three positions, displaying remarkable agility in the paint, excelling in both offensive and defensive capacities. The Celtics' choice indeed appears to be astute. In all fairness, although Durant is a player of immense potential, he shares functional overlaps with Wang Xu. While Greg Oden possesses considerable strength, he also carries injury concerns. If choosing a teammate, Wang Xu believes that Al Horford is the most suitable candidate among this year's draft class. Horford's shooting ability could create space for him, and his foot speed would allow him to keep pace with Wang Xu, while also contributing significantly to rim protection. However, with Horford already selected by the Celtics, unless a significant trade occurs, the prospect of teaming up with him before the rookie contract concludes seems bleak. As the draft continued, at the sixth pick, Commissioner Stern joyfully announced that the Milwaukee Bucks had chosen Yi Jianlian from China. Stern expressed his delight, recalling how the NBA had profited immensely from Yao Ming's selection in 2002, with Wang Xu at the second position and now Yi Jianlian at the sixth. Alongside the possibility of Sun Yu being chosen in the second round, Stern sensed a significant developmental surge for the NBA on the horizon. Standing up, Yi Jianlian appeared quite resigned, as his team had repeatedly conveyed his preference for joining a team in a major city rather than Milwaukee. His agent had consistently emphasized the potential drawbacks of playing in Milwaukee for his development. Nevertheless, the Bucks were unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to acquire such a talent, opting to take a gamble. Although Yi is gifted and capable, he lacks the emotional intelligence exhibited by Yao Ming. Upon taking the stage, he expressed gratitude towards his country, his parents, fans, and the NBA, yet conspicuously omitted thanks to the Milwaukee Bucks, indicating his reluctance to join them. This demeanor prompted concern among the Bucks management, who began to question the wisdom of their choice, fearing that this gamble might lead to a regrettable outcome. The Bucks read, a gentlemanly player, also found himself somewhat displeased with Ye's attitude. It is foreseeable that if the Bucks do not trade Ye to a team of his liking, his tenure with them could become quite challenging. The draft proceeded, with Minnesota selecting Jeff Green at the 7th pick, a player with considerable potential to become an integral part of the team. The Chicago Bulls followed suit at the 9th pick, choosing Joakim Noah, while the Philadelphia 76ers selected Thaddeus Young with their 12th pick. Young, a left-handed player with explosive athleticism, possesses a somewhat unconventional style of play. This description is not meant to disparage him. Rather, it highlights his ability to play both the power forward and small forward positions, making him well-suited for the current iteration of the 76ers. Following the trade of Allen Iverson, the 76ers have rallied around Andre Iguodala as their core player. Although the team failed to make the playoffs last season, it demonstrated vitality. Iguodala's athletic prowess likens him to a smaller version of LeBron James. Yet, he lacks the assertiveness required of a primary scorer. His selflessness detracts from his ability to meet the scoring demands expected of a team leader, particularly one in need of a prolific scorer. The Detroit Pistons, a formidable Eastern Conference team, chose Rodney Stuckey from Eastern Washington University, viewing him as a potential cornerstone for their franchise. However, Joe DeMar's judgment has come into question, as his previous decision to select Darko Milicic resulted in missing out on notable talents such as Anthony, Wade, and Bosh. Meanwhile, the Houston Rockets selected Aaron Brooks with the 26th pick in the first round. Brooks exhibits both strengths and weaknesses, possessing remarkable speed and versatile ball-handling skills, capable of using feints and rapid footwork to navigate around defenders. His shooting from beyond the arc shows a degree of consistency and confidence, making him a formidable three-point threat. However, his 5 feet 11 inches stature and slight frame will likely magnify his deficiencies in the high-intensity environment of the NBA, rendering him a target for opposing teams' offenses. As the only acquisition for the Rockets in this year's first round, Brooks may not provide sufficient support for Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. In an unexpected turn, Wang Xu's UCLA teammate, Aaron Aflalo, fell to the second round, where he was selected first by the Seattle Supersonics. Initially disheartened at not being picked in the first round, Aflalo's spirits lifted upon being chosen by a team where he would have the opportunity to play alongside Wang Xu, who was set to take the lead on the Supersonics. Being selected by a familiar team was preferable to being chosen by an unfamiliar or undesirable one. In both China and the United States, the adage holds true: familiarity breeds favor. Sometimes, it is easier to navigate opportunities through connections than through direct approaches. The Supersonics continued their success in the second round, selecting Spanish center Marc Gasol 5th overall. This choice astonished the media, as Marc, an unproven player, was selected so early in the second round, especially given that his brother Pau had already established himself in the league. Furthermore, Marc's potential to contribute in the upcoming season appeared limited, as he had yet to showcase his skills, particularly in international competitions. At this juncture, apart from his height, Marc Gasol seemed to offer little in terms of immediate promise. Few teams expressed significant interest in him. However, Presti held a favorable view, believing in his potential to support Wang Xu. Presently, there were scant optimistic voices regarding this towering figure within the venue. Most spectators, whether present or watching from home, perceived the Supersonics' choice as indicative of a season destined for mediocrity, focusing on nurturing Wang Xu and other rookies while concurrently securing a lower draft pick. Yet, when the time for competition arrives, will reality align with their expectations? Ultimately, with the 30th pick in the second round, also the 60th overall, the Dallas Mavericks selected Serbian center Milovan Rakovic, marking the conclusion of this draft event. Following the draft, Wang Xu swiftly received a call from Supersonics general manager Presti, who expressed a desire for him to travel to Seattle promptly for a physical examination and contract signing, scheduled for June 30th. Naturally, Wang Xu joyfully agreed. However, before his arrival in Seattle, on June 29th, the Supersonics executed a significant trade. They sent last season's star player, Ray Allen, to acquire the Celtics' 5th overall pick, Al Horford, along with veteran Sebic and troubled player West. Furthermore, one of the team's twin stars from the previous season, Lewis, was seeking a lucrative contract, making it increasingly unlikely for him to remain. The Supersonics' purge of core players from last season underscored their resolute commitment to a complete rebuild. Consequently, Wang Xu would assume the mantle of leadership from the very onset of the new season. Wang Xu, Horford, Aflalo, and the self-proclaimed Marc Gasol, the 4 selected rookies, are poised to become the focal points of the team's development. Meanwhile, seasoned veterans like Sesbiak, who have battled in the league for years and possess immediate impact, will emerge as the leaders within the team's locker room. Wang Xu was taken aback by the news of this transaction. However, upon learning that Al Horford was included in the deal, his demeanor transformed into one of great joy. During his time at UCLA, Wang Xu had the opportunity to compete against Al Horford, who was then at the University of Florida. He held a great admiration for the towering athlete, humble, capable, and unassuming. This is not to suggest that Ray Allen, who was traded away, lacked merit. Rather, it was widely recognized that the Seattle Supersonics were poised for a rebuilding phase, making Allen's departure inevitable, and Wang Xu was no exception. Consequently, since a trade was a certainty, acquiring a talented player who aligned with his own style was undoubtedly the most desirable outcome. Particularly, Wang Xu had hoped that the Supersonics would select Al Horford during the draft. Little did he anticipate that just days later, Horford would be traded to their team. Such is the unpredictability of life. On June 30th, Wang Xu, accompanied by his agent Guo Su, arrived in Seattle. Although this signing was merely a formality, the Supersonics were committed to demonstrating their utmost sincerity in their offer to Wang Xu, having chosen him as a pivotal player in the draft and a future cornerstone of the franchise. The team recognized his significance and dispatched General Manager Sam Presti and Coach Calipari to welcome him. Although Wang Xu was aware that Presti was the general manager of the Thunder, he was unfamiliar with Calipari. Presti, possessing the acumen befitting a team general manager, disowned Wang Xu's lack of familiarity with Calipari and thus elucidated, "Wang, this is the future head coach of the team of P.J. Carlesimo. He previously worked alongside me at the Spurs and is an exceptionally capable individual. His visit today is to establish an initial rapport with you, facilitating our future endeavors with the team." Upon hearing that Carlesimo would be his future head coach, Wang Xu took the initiative to approach him, hoping to leave a favorable impression on the coach who had yet to officially assume his position. Subsequently, Wang Xu, accompanied by Presti and Carlesimo, arrived at the Key Arena. This venue, which cost a staggering $120 million, has a seating capacity of 17,072 and was completed on October 26, 1995. However, the facilities within the Key Arena rank among the least impressive in the league, particularly the visiting team's locker room, which consists merely of a few wooden partitions. Wang Xu encountered the already awaiting Al Horford and Aaron Aflalo at the training facility of the Key Arena. All the selected rookies were present, except for Marc Gasol, who, due to contractual issues, was unable to join the NBA this season. Upon seeing Wang Xu, both were filled with joy, as they were familiar acquaintances. This was particularly true for Aflalo, who had previously played alongside Wang Xu, fostering a closer and more intimate bond between them. Wang Xu stepped forward and embraced Aflalo, exclaiming, "Hello, alone. It has been quite some time." Aflalo, evidently far more exhilarated than Wang Xu, animatedly replied, "Boss, I never imagined I would have the opportunity to play under your guidance in the NBA. Let me tell you, during the draft, not a single team selected me in the first round, and my heart sank. However, when I heard that Old Man Stern declare that I was chosen by the Seattle Supersonics, my heart nearly leapt with joy. The excitement was overwhelming. A feeling you can surely comprehend." He continued, "You wouldn't believe it, but at that moment, Russell was with me, and upon witnessing my first-round snub, he relentlessly mocked me. Yet, once I was selected by the Supersonics, he was rendered utterly speechless. While you and I continue to play together, Russell is left enviously recounting our success, his words now tinged with bitterness." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu's face broke into a joyful smile. He chuckled heartily a couple of times and patted Aflalo on the back, saying, "Oh, come on, it's no big deal. However, now that you have joined the Supersonics, I feel much more at ease. As for that scoundrel Russell, he is currently the linchpin at UCLA. If he fails to deliver during next March Madness, just wait and see how I will give him a piece of my mind." He then playfully thumped Aflalo's chest and added, "Though it may be a bit kitsch, I must say, it's truly fantastic to have you here. Welcome to the Seattle Supersonics." "Rookie." Aflalo, upon hearing this, mumbled, "Aren't you a rookie as well? What did you say?" Wang Xu pretended not to hear. Aflalo immediately felt flustered and sheepishly remarked, "Boss, I was just saying you look quite handsome." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu adjusted his hairstyle and knelt down to polish his gleaming leather shoes. With a touch of narcissism, he remarked, "Is there even a need for you to mention it?" Meanwhile, Horford, observing the enthusiasm shared between Wang Xu and Afra, found himself somewhat perplexed. After all, during the fervor of March Madness, they were adversaries, and at that time, Joachim Noah from their team had clashed with the players from UCLA. Hesitantly, he approached. Feeling somewhat awkward, scratching his head, uncertain of how best to greet Wang Xu. Wang Xu observed Horford's bewildered demeanor and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Amidst his amusement, he remarked to Horford, "Come on, Al, stop being so coy. The past is behind us. Why dwell on it any longer? Your hesitance is rather unbecoming." He continued. "Just look at you, standing nearly 2 meters tall and weighing around 200 to 250 pounds. Yet here you are, scratching your head and feigning shyness. You are clearly a bear, yet you insist on masquerading as a giant panda." Upon hearing this, Horford felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and chuckled sheepishly, replying, "Wang, I admit, I have been rather pretentious." Upon hearing Wang Xu's words, he couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that a shameless person is merely being pretentious. He then extended his fist. Noticing Wang Xu's gesture, Horford quickly raised his own fist, eager to engage in a friendly fist bump. However, to his surprise, Wang Xu's outstretched fist did not advance but instead veered off course as he scratched his back. Horford found himself in an awkward predicament. His fist suspended in the air, should he retract it or continue holding it up? It was indeed a perplexing dilemma. Wang Xu, upon seeing Horford's awkward demeanor, burst into hearty laughter. Horford, unable to resist the contagious mirth, joined in the laughter. However, Wang Xu soon adopted a serious countenance, raising his fist earnestly and addressing Horford. "Come on, brother, this time it's serious. Welcome to Seattle." The sight of Wang Xu's solemn expression brought a smile to Horford's face as he replied, "Wang, I am equally thrilled to be on the same team as you." He extended his fist, eager to share a fist bump. Just as their fists were about to meet, Wang Xu playfully recoiled, exclaiming, "Oh no, that hurts. Ow. Are you trying to cripple my fist so you can be the top dog?" He feigned an exaggerated display of agony, leaving Horford utterly embarrassed. Nearby, Aflalo watched his leader's antics with sympathy, feeling a twinge of discomfort at Horford's expense. Horford awkwardly attempted to withdraw his fist, but Wang Xu suddenly stood up. Making contact with Horford's fist, gazing sincerely into his eyes as he said, "Welcome, brother." This moment marked the inception of their enduring camaraderie. A poignant encounter that would become the genesis of one of the most remarkable partnerships in NBA history, albeit an incomplete version. Regrettably, no photograph captured this historical instant, leading fans, many years later, to lament the absence of visual evidence of this momentous occasion as the two reminisced about their careers post-retirement. At this juncture, Presti remained oblivious to the monumental significance of the scene unfolding before him. His current concern was the swift rapport Wang Xu was establishing with the new players, subtly positioning himself as the leader of their small collective. This indicated that Wang Xu possessed commendable leadership qualities, not only on the court but also off it. With a clap of his hands, Presti announced, "All right, gentlemen, enough reminiscing. Let us proceed to the physical examination." The trio promptly followed Presti out of the training facility for their checkup. The examination was straightforward, primarily focused on identifying any health risks. Wang Xu's physique resembled that of a robust lion, enabling him to pass the assessment with ease, as did Horford and Aflalo. Subsequently, Presti escorted the trio, now cleared for participation, to the office of the team's general manager. Within the confines of the office, the three sat attentively, accompanied by their agent. Presti addressed Wang Xu, saying, "Wang, you should know that the team selected you with the intention of nurturing you as a core player. Therefore, you need not worry about the contract. We have prepared a lucrative 4-year deal with a 2-1-1 structure, totaling $21.84 million as a rookie maximum contract." Wang Xu nodded, acknowledging that there was little to debate. The salary offered by the supersonic team was already the most generous. Thus, there was no further discussion needed. Wang Xu inscribed his name upon the contract. Upon witnessing Wang Xu's signature, Presti felt a surge of excitement within him. He extended his hand towards Wang Xu and said, "Wang, I hope you find joy within the team. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach me." Upon signing his name on the contract, Wang Xu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. His long-cherished dream had finally come to fruition. Wang Xu also grasped Presti's hand and said, "All right, I understand. You know, I am equally thrilled to join such a magnificent team. I hope we can enjoy a pleasant relationship in the future." Wang Xu spoke somewhat incoherently, unlike his usual calm and clear demeanor. However, after striving towards his aspirations for over a decade, how could he not feel a surge of emotion upon finally achieving them? Subsequently, Horford's signing proceeded smoothly. As the 5th overall pick, he secured the most substantial contract available to him. Yet, the signing of Aflalo encountered some complications. Presti only intended to offer Aflalo a 2-year guaranteed contract, while Aflalo sought a 3-year guarantee. Presti acknowledged Aflalo's potential, but noted that it had not been significantly showcased during his college years. Throughout most of his time at UCLA, Aflalo served as Wang Xu's backup and primarily bore the responsibility of defensive specialist when on the court alongside Wang Xu, resulting in unimpressive statistics and performances. He did not exhibit any particularly striking displays during games. Moreover, Presti had not originally intended to select Aflalo. His preference had been for Carl Landry. However, due to Aflalo's status as Wang Xu's college teammate and their amicable relationship, Presti opted for Aflalo to foster Wang Xu's sense of belonging to the Supersonics. Both Aflalo and Presti held differing views on the contract's duration, with Aflalo believing in his capabilities and feeling that a 2-year guarantee did not reflect his worth. Consequently, negotiations reached an impasse. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Xu addressed Presti, saying, "Sam, although I am new here and have yet to contribute to the team, I feel compelled to speak up." Presti, upon hearing this, realized that Wang Xu intended to advocate for Aflalo. Though slightly displeased, he refrained from expressing his discomfort and replied, "Wang, feel free to speak your mind. You are our cornerstone, and there is nothing you cannot voice." Wang Xu listened attentively and, with utmost courtesy, remarked, "Thank you, Mr. Sam. In truth, you should already be aware of my sentiments, yet I feel compelled to reiterate that Aaron indeed possesses the capability and merits a 3-year guaranteed contract. Mr. Sam, should the team face financial constraints, I am willing to reduce the amount on my rookie contract. And I hope that the savings can be allocated to extend Aaron's contract by an additional year." Upon hearing this, Presti was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Xu would sacrifice his own interests to advocate for a substantial contract for Aflalo. Moved by Wang Xu's words, Aflalo responded, "Boss, I appreciate your offer, but let us proceed with a 2-year guaranteed contract for now, and we can aim for a more lucrative deal in 2 years." Aflaro's agent, also named Sam, immediately grew anxious and interjected, "Aaron, however," Aflalo interrupted, asserting, "Sam, let us settle on this. I understand your desire to secure a significant contract for me, and I am deeply grateful for your efforts. Nevertheless, the decision regarding the contract rests with me, and I reserve the right to choose the terms I deem fit." Presti felt a twinge of discomfort. If he were to withhold a 3-year contract from Aflalo, Wang Xu might harbor some discontent. Yet, granting such a contract, though not financially burdensome, could lead to future requests from newcomers seeking Wang Xu's assistance in securing substantial contracts. Meanwhile, Guisu, understanding the intricacies of Presti's thoughts, interjected, "Mr. Sam, Wang is a player for the Supersonics, not merely an agent for an individual." Upon hearing these words, Presti comprehended the situation. Wang Xu, regardless of the circumstances, remained a player for the Supersonics. As long as he wished to remain with the team, he would never jeopardize its interests. Nor would he treat the negotiation of his teammate's contract as part of his duties. Just as today, Wang Xu proposed a pay cut solely to accommodate his close friend's contract. With this clarity, Presti felt a surge of relief and resolved his course of action. He addressed Wang Xu, stating, "Wang, since you have articulated it so, as the general manager, I will place my trust in your judgment. If you believe Aflalo possesses the requisite talent, we shall grant him a 3-year guaranteed contract. Of course, since your own contract has already been signed, we will not seek to reduce your signing amount." Upon hearing these words, Wang Xu felt a profound sense of appreciation and joy, as he sensed the esteem that Presti held for him. Noticing Wang Xu's satisfaction, Presti turned to Aflalo and stated, "Alonso, since you believe you possess the capability to secure a 3-year guaranteed contract, as the general manager, I can authorize such an agreement for you. However, I hope that upon signing this contract, you will demonstrate the ability commensurate with it." Aflalo, elated by this proposition, replied to Presti, "Mr. Sam, rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations." He then turned to Wang Xu and expressed, "Thank you, boss." Presti indeed exhibited remarkable acumen. The difference between a 2-year guaranteed contract and a 3-year guaranteed one amounted to merely $2 or $3 million. While this sum may seem substantial to an average individual, it is relatively insignificant for a team. However, it could be a strategic investment to cultivate the loyalty of a star player, thus rendering it exceptionally worthwhile. Following the completion of the contract, the trio selected their respective numbers. Aflalo chose the number 5 jersey, Al Horford opted for the number 42. While Wang Xu selected the number 6 jersey. The number 6 held personal significance for Wang Xu, it was his lucky number. He was born on the 26th, met Lin Qingya on the 6th, and began his pursuit of basketball as a goal in June. Therefore, it was only fitting that Wang Xu chose the number 6 to embark on a promising start to his professional career. Once the three young men had finalized their jersey numbers, Presti addressed them, saying, "Come on, gentlemen, the press conference is ready. Today, you are the stars." At the press conference, the trio showcased the jerseys they would don while playing for the Supersonics. Afterward, they seated themselves, prepared to engage with the media. Such events typically attract a limited number of journalists, mostly from local outlets. With the recent trade of Ray Allen and rampant rumors surrounding Garnett's potential trade, many media representatives were preoccupied with pursuing these significant stories, leaving little attention for a few newly signed rookies. The media, indeed, is a curious profession, often thriving on chaos. During his time at UCLA, Wang Xu met numerous university students from China, among whom was a rather intriguing individual named Liu. This student hailed from Shandong and was known for his exuberant personality. One day, while the two were engaged in conversation, Liu recounted a rather amusing incident concerning media. He mentioned that a couple of years prior, a certain elder brother from their region had taken the graduate entrance examination and, astonishingly, received a score of -1. Indeed, it was a negative score. Wang Xu, perplexed by this revelation, inquired how it was possible for an exam score, which typically accumulates positively, to result in a deduction. He questioned, "Isn't it the case that exam scores only increase? How could there be negative points?" Liu responded with a teasing tone, explaining that this elder brother's examination paper was lost during transit, leading to it being classified as an absence. Remarkably, only 3 papers nationwide were lost, one of which belonged to this elder brother. Liu then mused, "Do you think this elder brother should try his luck at the lottery?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xu expressed his regret, believing that the elder brother was destined to squander a year in vain. He then inquired, what became of this extraordinary person? Did he manage to secure another year? With a gaze filled with melancholy, Liu glanced at Wang Xu, and with an air of resentment, he replied, "Then he succeeded. He succeeded. He succeeded indeed." As Liu's eyes grew increasingly unsettling, his voice became more haunting, as if he had endured an overwhelming blow. Wang Xu remarked, "Isn't it just a matter of passing the exam? Why the overwhelming resentment?" Yet, despite his thoughts, Wang Xu dared not provoke him verbally. He could only carefully choose his words and inquire, how did this esteemed individual manage to pass after losing his exam paper? Upon hearing Wang Xuxin's question, Liu ceased his ramblings and, with a tone of inexplicable admiration, replied, "It is indeed remarkable how this gentleman remains unperturbed." He simply called a reporter and claimed he scored -1 in the graduate entrance exam. "Is this something you would be interested in reporting?" Observing Wang Xuxin's keen interest, Liu continued. The reporter, taken aback, exclaimed, "Wait a minute, aren't all scores supposed to be positive? How could there be a negative score?" He promptly expressed his interest in the story. After a brief pause, as his lips became dry, Wang Xuxin offered him a bottle of water to soothe his throat. Taking a couple of sips, Liu resumed, "Brother Xu, do you know what is truly astonishing?" Wang Xu, perplexed, inquired, "What is it? Could it be that the paper can actually be retrieved?" Upon hearing this, Liu suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "That gentleman's paper has indeed been retrieved by those journalists. The 2 individuals who sought the police have not managed to recover their papers, but this gentleman, who sought the journalists, has successfully reclaimed his." Wang Xu was taken aback. "Is it really that miraculous?" Liu sneered. "Even more astonishing events are yet to unfold. The examination paper belonging to that gentleman was retrieved and promptly sent to the university he applied to, resulting in his immediate admission. Why, you ask? The principal of the institution feared that should they fail to admit him after such an incident, the media would pounce upon the scandal, fabricating sensational reports. From that moment on, Wang Xu developed a profound appreciation for the enigmatic profession of journalism. Whenever one encounters difficulties, it is not the police one should seek out, but rather the journalists. Wang Xu sat at the podium, while the media below were predominantly inquiring about various matters concerning him, leaving his neighbors, Horford and Aflalo, in a rather awkward position. Fortunately, Presti had anticipated such a scenario and had strategically positioned his own personnel among the journalists present. This was a precautionary measure to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances during the press conference. Wang Xu also noticed Zhao Sini standing in the audience. As there were no significant developments, the press conference concluded swiftly. Wang Xu approached the stage and, addressing Zhao Sini in Mandarin, remarked, "Miss Zhao, what a remarkable coincidence. I never imagined we would meet again in Seattle merely 2 days after the talent show. Zhao Sini, in response, also conversed in Mandarin, saying, "Indeed, however, this is not mere fate. The headquarters has appointed me as the permanent reporter for the Supersonics, tasked specifically with interviewing you. I hope you will be generous with your guidance in the future." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu felt a surge of joy and said to Zhao Sini, "Sini, rest assured. It is indeed a great honor for me that such a stunning beauty has come to interview me. I hope that in the future, we may have even closer interactions." Hee. Wang Xu's words are rather ambiguous. Zhao Sini, having only recently embarked on her career, lacks extensive experience. Although she is aware that Wang Xu has a girlfriend and understands that his remarks are merely jest, she remains uncertain about how to respond. Wang Xu, noticing Zhao Sini's perplexity, chuckled and remarked, "How on earth did you become a journalist? You are a far cry from the journalists I have heard about." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sini raised her fist and immediately retorted, "Don't look down on me. I am quite formidable." Wang Xu gazed tenderly at Zhao Sini, offering her a gentle smile. Upon witnessing his warm expression, Zhao Sini felt her heart soften instantly. Wang Xu then reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, I will also be in Seattle from now on. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance." Zhao Sini, feeling a slight flush on her cheeks, replied softly, "All right." Having just arrived in Seattle, she had numerous tasks to attend to, and thus, she bid farewell to Wang Xu rather hastily. Time flowed by like a fleeting shadow, swiftly passing in an instant. After signing, Wang Xu returned to Los Angeles, resuming a methodical training regimen and lifestyle. Neither Wang Xu nor Horford participated in the Summer League, with only the newly signed rookie, Aflalo, making an appearance. Aflalo's performance during the Summer League was remarkable, averaging 23.5 minutes on the court and scoring 16.8 points per game. While these figures may appear modest, his defensive statistics were astonishing, averaging 3 for steals and 1.5 blocks per game. During this period, the NBA was rife with transactions. The Supersonics traded a future second-round pick and some cash to the Mavericks in exchange for second-round rookie forward Carl Landry. The first significant trade of the offseason came from the New York Knicks, who sent Stephon Marbury and Fry to the Portland Trail Blazers for Zach Randolph. The long-standing conflict involving the son of New York finally reached a resolution. Following this were a series of smaller trades. Among the current rookie class, players such as the Celtics' Horford, the Bobcats' Brandon Wright, the Warriors' Mario Davis, the Miami Heat's Jason Smith, the 76ers' Daquan Cook, and the Suns' Rudy Fernandez had yet to step onto the NBA court, but had already experienced the harsh realities of this commercial league, learning a crucial lesson: everything is business. Meanwhile, marquee rookies like Greg Oden and Kevin Durant had already been secured by their teams with contracts, establishing them as foundational players. On July 12th, one of the Supersonic stars from the previous season, Lewis, signed a lucrative contract with the Magic. With this, both of the Supersonics' former core players had departed, heralding the dawn of a new era for the team. On August 1st, a monumental trade that could reshape the league transpired. The Celtics dispatched Al Jefferson, Gerald Green, Ryan Gomez, Theo Ratliff, Sebastian Telfair, 2 first-round picks in 2009, and some cash to acquire all-star power forward Kevin Garnett from the Timberwolves. 7 young players and 2 first-round picks represented nearly 9 players, a substantial portion of a team's roster, for a top-tier star like Garnett. The trade assets were not merely minor players. Al Jefferson, who averaged 16-11 last season, was also included. Danny Ainge, having served as the Celtics general manager for 3 years without significant action, stunned the entire league with this bold move. Garnett, a perennial powerhouse boasting averages of over 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists, consistently earned accolades for All-NBA and All-Defensive teams. Paul Pierce, an offensive virtuoso capable of thriving despite adversity, routinely scored 20 points with ease. Additionally, Ray Allen, an assassin known for his precise shooting and exceptional movement, made scoring appear effortless. The formation of this trio posed a formidable challenge for the Eastern Conference. However, upon hearing the news, Wang Xu was not preoccupied with the Celtics' newfound strength. Instead, he mourned for LeBron James. The Cavaliers had been swept by the Spurs in this year's finals, with Duncan telling James that the future was his. Yet now, an ostensibly more powerful Celtics team had emerged in the East, maintaining formidable competitiveness for the coming years. Whether James could overcome the East in the future remained uncertain, casting doubt on his prospects. Wang Xu pondered the thoughts of James, believing that countless what-ifs must have crossed James's mind, alongside numerous curses directed at Duncan. Merely entertaining such thoughts made Wang Xu feel that James's future appeared rather bleak. As for the Supersonics, he felt no concern. Given the current roster, they could only hope to reach the playoffs, while the finals seemed a distant dream. So why worry unnecessarily? Nevertheless, upon hearing this news, a sense of urgency washed over Wang Xu, prompting him to forego leisurely outings with Lin Qingya and intensify his training regimen. Soon, with the conclusion of the Summer League, Wang Xu wrapped up his holiday in Los Angeles. After bidding farewell to old Master Lin, his parents, and Lin Qingya, he boarded a flight to Seattle. As he departed, both old Master Lin and his parents clapped in delight, reflecting on their expressions at that moment. Wang Xu mused that they might as well have set off fireworks in celebration. Thankfully, he had Qingya by his side. However, Lin Qingya felt a twinge of reluctance at Wang Xu's departure. Since their acquaintance, they had seldom been apart, and this time, as Wang Xu headed to Seattle to play, it would likely be a long while before he returned to Los Angeles. With Lin Qingya attending UCLA and just entering her sophomore year, graduation was still a couple of years away, and the thought of not being frequently present in Wang Xu's life saddened her. Particularly troubling was the notion that wealth could lead a man astray. She thought, what if, in her absence, Wang Xu fell into bad company in Seattle? The more she contemplated, the more agitated she became, to the point of tugging at her hair in frustration, leaving it in disarray. She even considered accompanying Wang Xu to Seattle. Ultimately, however, he embarked on his journey alone. Upon landing, with no immediate accommodation, Wang Xu arrived at the apartment arranged by the team. The apartment was modest, just over 100 square meters, yet it was well equipped with all essential amenities. Moreover, considering that Wang Xu had yet to purchase a car, the location was conveniently close to the Key Stadium. Wang Xu was quite pleased with this room. Wang Xu set down his luggage, took a warm shower, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and then made his way to the training facility. With only 2 days remaining until the team's training camp, upon his arrival, he noticed that the gymnasium was sparsely populated, apart from a few staff members. Only the head coach, Carlesimo, and Aflalo were present for training. At that moment, Carlesimo was intensely focused on providing individualized coaching to Aflalo. The spacious training ground echoed with Carlesimo's relentless shouts and Aflalo's labored breaths. "Hey, coach. Hey, Aaron. Long time no see." Carlesimo turned upon hearing the voice and saw a strikingly handsome young man of Eastern descent standing at the entrance of the gym. Carlesimo had never been adept at managing player relationships. During his tenure as head coach of the Warriors, he had a notorious altercation with Sprewell, who had even choked him for a full 15 seconds. After teammates intervened, Sprewell retaliated with an elbow strike. The aftermath was mutually devastating, resulting in Sprewell's year-long suspension and Carlesimo's loss of the team's trust, culminating in his dismissal from the Golden State Warriors. Following that incident, Carlesimo joined Popovich's coaching staff, where he remained for 5 years until he was appointed head coach of the Supersonics. Perhaps his 5 years with the Spurs had truly refined his understanding of how to relate to players. Instantly, Carlesimo's demeanor brightened. He ceased his shouting and approached Wang Xu, embracing him warmly. "Welcome back to Seattle, Wang." Seeing Wang Xu's arrival, Aflalo paused his training and attempted to rush over. However, Carlesimo, noticing Aflalo's movement, swiftly turned and admonished him to refrain from slacking and to continue his drills. Reluctantly, Aflalo returned to his training, casting a forlorn glance at Wang Xu, silently pleading for his intervention to escape from the clutches of this demanding regime, even if only for a fleeting moment. Wang Xu caught a glimpse of Afroluo's sorrowful gaze, his lips curling in discontent as his eyes drifted away, no longer fixed on her. In that moment, despair enveloped Afroluo as she beheld the devilish Carlesimo approaching her once more, her heart reduced to ashes. Wang Xu gazed at Aflalo, who wore an expression reminiscent of a noble sacrifice, and a smile broke across his face. He headed to the changing room to prepare for a training session alongside Aflalo. However, he soon regretted his decision. Carlesimo's training regimen could only be described as extreme, constantly devising inhumane drills that Wang Xu had never encountered before. The booming voice of Carlesimo echoed incessantly in their ears. Now, Wang Xu cast a similarly resentful look at Aflalo. 2 days swiftly passed, during which Wang Xu consistently attended training at the gym. Except for the excessively challenging first day, the subsequent sessions proved to be considerably more manageable. According to Carlesimo, the initial training was intentionally unreasonable. He merely wished to gauge the potential and resilience of both Wang Xu and Aflalo by intensifying the drills. Over these 2 days, the team's players gradually reported in. The Supersonics had traded Ray Allen during the offseason and failed to retain Lewis. Coupled with minor transactions along the way, the team acquired Wang Xu, Horford, Szczepiak, West, Afulalu, and Landry, resulting in a substantial overhaul of the roster. The current lineup of the Supersonics is as follows: centers, Chris Wilcox, Al Horford, Robert Swift, Johan Petro. Power forwards, Nick Collison, Kurt Thomas, Carl Landry. Small forwards, Wally Szczepiak, Damian Wilkins, Michael Grabel. Shooting guards, Wang Xu, Aaron Afulalu. Point guards, Luke Ridnour, Earl Watson. From a purely numerical standpoint, the reserves in both the frontcourt and backcourt appear satisfactory, although there are no standout players. The team has amassed a sufficient number of functional athletes. With a strategic deployment of players, they should be able to compete against average teams. However, the configuration of the backcourt is indeed a cause for concern. Specifically, at shooting guard, Wang Xu stands as the sole reliable option. As a newcomer, Afulalu's playing time remains uncertain, and even with ample minutes, his role would likely be confined to that of a defender. Luke Ridnour, as the team's primary point guard, averaged only 11 points and 5.2 assists last season. While these statistics appear decent, his average of 2.2 turnovers per game fails to justify his playing time and ball possession. The backup point guard, Earl Watson, posted an average of 9 points and 5.7 assists, which is fairly standard. However, with a shooting percentage of 38 and a three-point percentage of 32, he falls considerably short of the team's average standards. Thus, the foremost issue facing the team is a lack of scoring threats. Currently, Wang Xu is the only player capable of independently creating scoring opportunities and generating chances for his teammates. While this may enhance Wang Xu's individual statistics, it risks rendering the supersonic strategy overly simplistic, making it easier for opponents to decipher and exploit weaknesses. It can be asserted that, at this juncture, the Supersonics roster ranks among the weakest in the league. The veterans possess limited capabilities and have established trajectories, while the newcomers, untested, remain uncertain in their contributions to the team. Wang Xu gazed upon the lineup with a sense of unease, for he harbored ambitions that extended beyond merely clinching the Rookie of the Year title in his debut season. He had secured a substantial contract with Adidas, and the establishment of his personal brand stood as a paramount objective. Thus, making the playoffs during his rookie season and achieving notable success therein constituted his aspirations, particularly with the accolade of Rookie of the Year already seemingly within his grasp. One might ponder the source of his confidence. How could he presume to hold this honor before a single game had commenced? The answer lies in the unfortunate circumstance of Greg Oden, who was sidelined due to surgery announced in October, and the arrival of Kevin Durant to the Atlanta Hawks. However, the Hawks still boasted the formidable Joe Johnson, a scoring savant who averaged 25 points the previous season, leaving uncertainty regarding Durant's role within the team. In this context, the absence of a superstar and the nurturing of Wang Xu as the core player led many American media outlets and fans to predict his receipt of the Rookie of the Year award. Yet, this was merely a prevailing sentiment among the masses. Wang Xu himself held a dismissive attitude towards such notions. He even wished for Oden's good health and for Durant to wield unrestricted shooting privileges, desiring a true competition for the coveted title. In his heart, Wang Xu believed that even under those circumstances, he would triumph with overwhelming superiority, compelling his peers to regret sharing the same draft class with him. Nonetheless, while the Seattle Supersonics roster might facilitate extraordinary statistical performances for Wang Xu, securing a playoff berth would prove to be a formidable challenge. The team's initial intra-squad scrimmage unfolded as scheduled, following the arrival of all players. Over the past few days, Wang Xu had exchanged pleasantries with the incoming teammates. Yet the sentiments regarding the newly established core player varied significantly. Some greeted him warmly, others remained indifferent, while a few cast him unfriendly glances and spoke with subtle sarcasm. As a team in the midst of reconstruction, each individual harbored their own aspirations and plans. Although Wang Xu enjoyed the backing of the management and the presence of a supportive circle including Al Horford and Aaron Aflalo, solidifying his position as the leader of the Supersonics and earning the respect of all teammates would necessitate considerable effort. Consequently, the players' differing intentions contributed to an atmosphere of discomfort as the inaugural scrimmage commenced. Wang Xu embodies a principle of reciprocity. He treats those who treat him well with kindness, yet remains indifferent to those who do not appreciate his goodwill, as long as his own interests are not compromised. However, should anyone attempt to undermine or exploit him, he is prepared to demonstrate the consequences of such actions. In essence, he possesses a somewhat petty nature, and harbors a desire for retribution. Consequently, after greeting his teammates, he noticed that some were indifferent towards him and chose not to invest his warmth in their coolness, leading the team to form several small cliques. Notably, the alliance of Chris Wilcox and Earl Watson appears particularly dismissive of Wang Xu. At less than 25 years old, Wilcox averaged 13.5 points and 7 rebounds last season, showcasing formidable physical prowess and a talent for aggressive play in the paint. The departures of Ray Allen and Lewis had become an open secret within the team, prompting Wilcox to aspire to a central role in the upcoming season. However, Wang Xu's sudden arrival swiftly established him as the focal point of the team, much to Wilcox's chagrin. Earl Watson, having his own ambitions, joined forces with Wilcox, thus forming their own clique. While other small groups within the team do not extend a warm welcome to Wang Xu, they do not harbor outright hostility either. In particular, the renowned tough guy of the NBA, Kurt Thomas, greeted Wang Xu with an enthusiastic bear hug, cheerfully proclaiming, "Brother, I am Thomas. Though I may not possess great skills, I've been around this league for many years. If you need anything, just let me know. This year, the team is counting on you." Before Wang Xu's arrival, he had already gathered insights about his teammates, understanding that Thomas was a fierce warrior, known for his loyalty. Although he may not have garnered significant fame in the league, his tenacious defense and precise mid-range shooting have secured him a place in various teams. At the age of 35, Thomas had an impressive season, averaging 14.6 rebounds over 6 consecutive games. As a former member of the indomitable New York team, he experienced the miraculous Black 8 alongside the franchise. Thomas is an advocate of a gritty, muscular style of play, often employing subtle defensive tactics. However, this does not imply that Court Thomas is a rogue. On the contrary, many players who are criticized for their rough playing styles, such as Bruce Bowen of the Spurs, are deeply committed to philanthropic endeavors off the court. Known for his fiery temperament, Thomas is also passionately involved in charitable activities. It could even be posited that his contributions to charity far surpass his achievements in basketball, as he has earned a place in the World Sports Philanthropists Hall of Fame, despite not accumulating numerous honors in the sport. Wang Xu harbored a profound admiration for Thomas, appreciating not only his character but also his dedication to the game. It is important to clarify that Wang Xu's admiration was purely platonic. Nevertheless, Wang Xu's enthusiastic regard for Thomas was undeniably touching. He expressed, "Thank you, Thomas. You are truly one of my favorite players. I still vividly remember the miraculous 8-seed triumph you achieved against the Heat during your time in New York. That series was simply astonishing. I feel exceptionally honored to be on the same team as you." Upon hearing this, Thomas was instantly elated, particularly by Wang Xu's flattery, which evoked memories of the pinnacle of his illustrious career, moments that are truly unforgettable. Who wouldn't he wish for posterity to remember their glorious achievements? Such is the nature of a person like Thomas, who, upon receiving Wang Xu's praise, tilted his head back, sniffed with delight, and confidently replied, "Indeed, young man. I too have basked in glory. Wang, you have an eye for talent. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues on the court or within the team, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. After all, I was part of the notorious bad boys of New York. Nowadays, few in the league dare to claim that title." Wang Xu chuckled, feigning a sycophantic expression, and readily replied to Thomas, "Yes, boss Thomas, I shall remember." Thomas, perplexed by the term "little one," scratched his head and innocently inquired of Wang Xu, "Wang, weren't you called Su Wang? When did you start referring to yourself as little one? When did you change your name?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xu's expression instantly stiffened as he struggled to suppress his laughter. With utmost seriousness, he elucidated, "The term Xiao Sheng is a self-referential title. It does not imply that I have changed my name. In future interactions with the Chinese, even boss Thomas may refer to himself as Xiao Sheng." Upon this revelation, Thomas let out a prolonged ah, indicating his comprehension. Wang Xu earnestly explained, "In fact, many renowned individuals in China refer to themselves as Xiao Sheng. Some have even adapted this into stories. For instance, in the famous tale of the legend of the White Snake, there is a character named Su Xian who calls himself Xiao Sheng." Curious, Thomas inquired, "The legend of the White Snake? What is that? Is the white snake something one can eat?" Wang Xu thought to himself, "Goodness, how uncultured can you be?" However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment and solemnly replied, "Thomas, the legend of the White Snake is a poignant love story." Upon hearing this, Thomas shook his head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead, and exclaimed, "A love story? No, no. I cannot endure such nonsensical tales of romance. It's akin to Titanic, which is all about some idealistic love. What is so captivating about that without any flesh and blood scenes? And Hathaway's movies are far more enjoyable. Let me tell you, Hathaway's figure is simply exquisite. He then shot Wang Xu a knowing glance that only men could comprehend. Wang Xu's face was marked by a frown as he pondered to himself, seeing is believing. The thought processes of these NBA players are truly distinct. No wonder such scandals frequently surround these athletes. Wait, am I not also a basketball player now? Wang Xu shook his head, pondering how it could be possible for a film featuring the sultry performances of Hathaway to rival the classic television series The Legend of the White Snake. With a mischievous grin, he turned to Thomas and remarked, "Boss Thomas, the male protagonist Su Xian is a human, while the female lead by Nyang Zi is a serpent. To put it accurately, their union is akin to a union with a snake." Upon hearing this, Thomas's expression shifted, and he inquired with keen interest, "A union with a snake? Hee, dear Wang Xu, you must elaborate on this. Particularly, I am eager to hear the details of what you mentioned." Wang Xu, feigning ignorance, asked with a bewildered expression, "Which part?" Thomas nudged Wang Xu with his shoulder and, with a suggestive glance, lewdly remarked, "You know, it's the part about the sun snake. I must admit, I find that segment quite intriguing." Wang Xu wore a troubled expression, finally grasping the nature of this exuberant group. Although he had joined their ranks, he would never confess to harboring any nefarious thoughts, perhaps only indulging in fleeting fantasies of a regal life with multiple consorts. Surely, that could not be too scandalous. As long as Lin Qingye remained oblivious, he mused. Meanwhile, Thomas, noticing Wang Xu's distant demeanor, promptly pulled him aside, eager to hear the legendary tale that piqued his curiosity. Clap, clap, clap. Carlesimo wrapped his hands together and bellowed, "All right, lads, stop the idle chatter. Those of you practicing basketball, come over here. Don't think that pretending to practice in my presence will earn you any favor. In the NBA, where many strong personalities converge, coaches do not exhibit the genteel demeanor typical of collegiate basketball coaches. Instead, they are often authoritative figures, exhibiting a commanding presence during training and games. Coaches like the Warriors' Don Nelson, the Spurs' Greg Popovich, and the Pistons' Larry Brown exemplified this dominant coaching style. Carlesimo, having been mentored by Popovich, naturally adopted similar traits in his approach. Thus, during the first practice, he made an immediate impression on the players. Yet, the athletes were not outraged. Such occurrences were commonplace in the NBA, where banter is woven into the fabric of the culture. Coaches often engage in playful ribbing of their players and referees alike, while players themselves engage in verbal sparring on the court. Kevin Garnett of the Celtics is a master of this art. The players gathered eagerly around, aware of the importance of making a good impression on their head coach at the onset of training camp. Failing to do so could have repercussions in the future. Thomas, who had been animatedly recounting the story of the white snake to Wang Xu, now joined the throng, draping an arm around Wang Xu's shoulders. Seeing everyone assembled, Carlesimo cleared his throat and declared, "All right, young men, from this day forth." He proceeded to deliver an extensive monologue, while Wang Xu, positioned on the periphery of the crowd, nearly drifted into slumber, thinking to himself, "Why is the coach so loquacious? He ought to run for mayor instead of coaching." Finally, Carlesimo concluded his lengthy address, satisfied to see his players attentively engaged. He then instructed everyone to introduce themselves. Good grief, how unimaginative! The players silently lamented. Each introduction felt like a rehearsed soliloquy, with some having nearly crafted essays from their self-descriptions, reciting them in such settings repeatedly. When it was Wang Xu's turn, he faced his teammates with an air of undeniable authority and proclaimed, "Greetings, I am Wang Xu, your future leader." As soon as Wang Xu's words were spoken, the atmosphere below erupted into a cacophony of whispers among the players. At that moment, Wilcox could no longer contain himself. Observing the head coach's silence, he retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh dear, which rookie is this? Arriving here and already vying for the role of leader." Not even considering the potential repercussions of such bravado. Being a leader is not merely a matter of words. If you possess the capability, demonstrate it. Beside him, Earl Watson chimed in. Indeed, one wonders where this audacious youth has come from, boldly boasting upon arrival. With so many talented players on the team, why should the mantle of leadership fall upon you? Watson's rhetoric was more astute than Wilcox's. Unlike Wilcox, who sought only to indulge in verbal bravado, Watson directed his critique towards the other team members as well. In doing so, he not only undermined Wang Xu's capabilities, but also subtly flattered the other players. planting the seeds of rivalry for leadership within their minds. Wang Xu, upon hearing this, did not succumb to anger. He picked up a ball from the floor, intending to confront Watson. However, Thomas intervened, wrapping his arms around Wang and stepping into the center of the group. He glared fiercely at the others and declared, "This is my newly recognized little brother. Anyone who dares to bully him will have to contend with me, Court Thomas. If you aspire to be the leader, then compete fairly with Wang. But let me warn you, should anyone speak ill behind his back, stir trouble in the media, or engage in underhanded tactics, do not expect me to remain amicable. Watch your backs." With a sinister grin, he turned to Wilcox and Watson, saying, "Isn't that right, Will Watson?" The two, witnessing Thomas's fierce stance and the intimidating expression on his face, immediately cowered. After all, Thomas had a fearsome reputation. Especially when they noticed that his arms were thicker than Watson's thighs, they dared not provoke him. It was well known that those who emerged from New York possessed extraordinary combat prowess. The two could only manage a forced smile and retreat to the sidelines. Wang Xu was grateful for Thomas stepping forward, while Will and Cox retreated, relinquishing any thoughts of causing trouble. Nevertheless, Wang Xu felt a surge of happiness at Thomas's boldness and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Thomas." Thomas, nonchalant, nodded and replied with a hearty demeanor, "It's nothing, really. But those two cowards won't dare to approach now. I was hoping for a bit of amusement. Anyway, you must tell me more about that snake incident in the future." Wang Xu was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling as if he had been ensnared by a mere tale of the white snake. Colosimo, observing the minor altercation within the team, chose to remain silent, contemplating that they should resolve the matter among themselves. However, Thomas's intervention took him by surprise. He had initially intended to watch how Wang Xu would handle the situation. Nevertheless, it was perhaps for the best to avoid any unpleasantness during the first training session. He clapped his hands and, with a congenial demeanor, declared, "All right. Now that we've finished our discussions, let us not squander any more time. Prepare for the upcoming practice match, and let me witness whether your skills can earn you more playing time." He then pointed to the players, stating, "Wang Xu, Kato Thomas, Al Horford, Wallace Zebiak, and Luke Ridnour, you five will form one group. Chris Wilcox, Nick Collison, Damian Wilkins, Aaron Aflalo, and Earl Watson, you five will form another." From a mere roster perspective, there appeared to be no significant disparity between the two sides, with the sole exception being the pronounced difference in strength between Wang Xu and Aflalo. Moreover, Horford's matchup against Wilcox was not particularly advantageous. Zebiak, although a sharpshooter, had seen a decline in athleticism due to age, and Kato Thomas faced similar challenges. At 35 years old, while Thomas could still hold his ground against the opposing team's primary interior players in short bursts, having once been capable of defending against legends like Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Garnett, and Tim Duncan, his stamina would soon become a limitation, hindering his effectiveness on the court. Wang Xu donned a red training jersey, symbolizing his position as a substitute, while Wilcox proudly wore the yellow training attire, indicative of the starting lineup. This delighted Wilcox, who naively interpreted it as a signal from the head coach, indicating that he was being favored for a leadership role. As the match commenced, despite being an intra-squad training game, it was conducted with remarkable formality, featuring a jump ball at the center court and two assistant coaches officiating. The players took their positions, with Horford, the center, joining Wilcox at the center circle for the jump ball. Standing at 2.08 meters, Horford was indeed somewhat shorter for a center, yet Wilcox matched him in height, creating a level playing field between the two. However, when faced with other teams, relying on two centers, both measuring only 2.08 meters, could lead to defensive challenges in the paint. As they prepared for the jump ball, Wang Xu, positioned nearby as a shooting guard, overheard Wilcox, who, seeing him in the substitute training gear, smugly remarked, "Hey kid, what's the matter? Weren't you aiming to be the team leader? Why have you been relegated to the bench?" Wang Xu, with an air of indifference, remarked, "The team leader has changed. Thus, the rules must also be revised. From now on, those donned in red training attire will be the main players, while those in yellow shall serve as substitutes." Upon hearing this, Wilcox became flustered, his face reddening as he retorted, "You're talking nonsense." Before Wilcox could finish his outburst, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and the assistant coach, acting as referee, tossed the ball high into the sky. Noticing Wilcox engaged in a heated exchange of banter with Wang Xu, Al Horford seized the moment to reclaim the ball. Earl Watson, realizing that the possession had shifted to the opposing team while Wilcox remained oblivious, urgently nudged him and exclaimed, "Will, stop talking. The other side is on the offense." Wilcox, lost in his fervent tirade, felt a shove from behind and, enraged, turned to confront the audacious provocateur. Yet, before he could act, a resounding thud echoed as Wang Xu hung triumphantly from the rim. Wilcox was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment. Earl Watson, wearing a look of exasperation, lamented his choice of such a foolish teammate, yet proceeded to clarify the recent events to Wilcox. Realizing that the opposing team had resorted to underhanded tactics, Wilcox thought to himself, "I am a hero. How can I allow myself to be outdone by their base and despicable tricks?" Determined, he resolved to unleash his might and shatter the opposing team's hopes. In his youthful bravado, Wilcox envisioned himself as a valiant hero from the tales of Liangshan, momentarily entranced by the enemy's schemes, ready to unleash a cataclysmic display of prowess. Ironically, he had already forgotten that he had instigated the very banter that led to this chaos. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, such details held little significance. After Wang Xu scored, possession of the ball changed hands, and Watson advanced it. As they crossed half-court, Wilcox had already established a dominant position in the paint. Signaling for the ball, Watson lobbed the ball to Wilcox, setting him up for a one-on-one against Horford. Wilcox maneuvered in the paint, forcing his way through Horford's tight defense with sheer physicality, and then executed a thunderous dunk over Horford. It must be said that Wilcox, as a forceful inside player, certainly possessed remarkable strength in attacking the rim. Following his dunk, Wilcox was overwhelmed with excitement, roaring triumphantly, and then turning to the recently dunked Horford, boasting, "Did you see that? This is the NBA rookie. This is the prowess of Wilcox. You're still too green." It was undeniable that Wilcox's taunts following the dunk had a significant impact, momentarily stunning Horford. Observing the rookie's disheartened expression, Wilcox felt a surge of joy and turned to find Wang Xu, eager to deliver more trash talk. However, he discovered that Wang Xu had already swiftly advanced the ball. And just then, he saw Wang Xu evading a Flareo's defense with a crossover, effortlessly making his way to the basket for a layup. Horford, witnessing this scene, deadpanned, "Silly bird." Upon hearing Horford's audacity to insult him, Wilcox felt compelled to assert his veteran status. Yet, a remark from Calipari swiftly put him in his place. "Wilcox, what the hell are you doing not defending? Are you trying to woo the basketball hoop? Or do you have excess energy you wish to channel into something inappropriate?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, especially regarding his playing time and standing, Wilcox immediately complied. Meanwhile, Watson once again sought Wilcox for another attempt against Horford. With heightened awareness from the previous play, Horford strategically positioned himself, making Wilcox's offensive efforts significantly more challenging. Nevertheless, with years of experience in the league, Wilcox's physical prowess proved superior to the rookie Horford as he powered his way inside once more. This time, however, Horford effectively blocked Wilcox's path to the rim, forcing Wilcox to settle for a soft hook shot that miraculously found its way through the hoop. Upon seeing the ball go in, Wilcox pounded his chest with glee, ready to taunt again, but the piercing gaze from Calipari tempered his enthusiasm, compelling him to diligently return to defense. Horford inbound the ball to Reed, who brought it across half-court. Wang Xu, stationed low, received a screen from Horford, allowing him to break free from the baseline. Reed, noticing Wang Xu's emergence, passed him the ball. Wang Xu, with a quick and powerful stance, created immense friction with the ground, positioning his body at a 45-degree angle. With a sudden stop, he sprang upward like a coiled spring, twisting his torso with force, legs slightly apart and calves perfectly aligned, swiftly elevating his arms to release the ball before it reached the optimal shooting position. The sound of the net swishing was music to the ears, creating a moment so picturesque that it felt almost sacred. Even Wilcox, seasoned as he was, found himself mesmerized. He had witnessed countless off-ball movements and catch-and-shoots, but had never seen such effortless grace, reminiscent of the likes of Reggie Miller and Ray Allen, with the latter being a former teammate. Yet, in his mind, he pondered whether even Ray Allen could achieve such fluidity. It was pure artistry. As Wilcox contemplated this, he felt a twinge of dissonance, realizing he was supposed to be an adversary, not an admirer. Nevertheless, it was merely one shot, and the game pressed on. Determined to prove his mettle against Wang Xu, Wilcox reclaimed his position in the paint, demanding the ball once more. He continued to leverage his physical superiority, overpowering Horford, who, despite his defensive efforts, found himself at a disadvantage. Observing Wilcox's aggressive play, Court Thomas moved in to assist. Wilcox, riding a wave of momentum, taunted, An old man and a rookie. Allow me, Chris, to teach you both a lesson. Just as he squeezed into a position for another dunk, a sudden sound interrupted him. To his astonishment, Wilcox discovered that the basketball had vanished from his grasp, now held by Wang Xu, who regarded him with a bemused expression. With a mocking tone, he retorted, "Big guy, have you forgotten that basketball is a team sport? If I can't stop you, neither can Court. And even Jordan can't take on 5 alone. You must still be dreaming." Wilcox's face flushed with rage as he clenched his fists, stepping up to Wang Xu, bellowing. "What the hell did you just say? You little shrimp, yellow-skinned monkey. Do you believe I won't make you kneel and call me grandpa?" Sensing the escalating tension, Shuchik quickly intervened, positioning himself between Wang Xu and Wilcox to defuse the situation. Wang Xu's countenance was ominously dark, his smile stretching to the brink of grotesqueness. Reminiscent of Orochimaru, the harbinger of destruction for the Hidden Leaf Village. At this moment, Wang Xu's heart felt as though it were filled with a 20-ton gasoline reservoir, poised to ignite with the slightest spark. He had encountered such circumstances before, throughout elementary school, middle school, high school, and even university. He had been mocked for his skin color and deemed unfit to play basketball. His middle school coach had even remarked that individuals of Asian descent were unsuited for the sport, thus refusing to allow Wang Xu to join the school team. However, today, Wang Xu was particularly incensed. He had believed that upon entering the NBA, the pinnacle of competitive basketball, he would be shielded from such prejudice. Yet, to his dismay, before even stepping onto the court, he faced racial discrimination from fellow players. Carlesimo, recognizing the escalating tension, promptly intervened to separate the two individuals. He swiftly substituted Wang Xu out of the game, intent on offering him guidance, for he was the team's future cornerstone, and it was imperative to shield him from negative emotions. With heartfelt sincerity, Carlesimo addressed Wang Xu, saying, "Wang, you are the future linchpin of this team. Your focus must now be on rigorous training and performing well in matches. Do not allow trivial matters within the team to affect you. As for the issues that arise, rest assured that we will address them." Wang Xu could not deny the words spoken by Carlesimo. However, he feigned the demeanor of a well-behaved child and calmly replied, "Rest assured, Coach, I am well aware of my limits." He then continued, "Coach, I have regained my composure. Please allow me to take the court." Carlesimo, feeling a sense of unease as he observed Wang Xu, sensed that something was amiss. Thus, he cautiously advised, "Wang, do not rush. There will be ample opportunities for training in the future. Perhaps it would be best for you to return home and rest today and come back for training tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu smiled at Carlesimo and said, "Coach, I assure you I am perfectly fine. Please allow me to return to the court for another round. I would like to have a heartfelt conversation with Wei and share some thoughts." Seeing Wang Xu's unwavering determination, Carlesimo found it difficult to argue further and reluctantly exercised his authority as head coach to keep Wang Xu on the bench. After all, Wang Xu was the management's designated future cornerstone, and it was best to avoid unnecessary conflict. Furthermore, it would be unwise for Carlesimo to offend the team's potential future leader over someone with questionable mental acuity. Thus, he seized an opportunity to substitute Wang Xu back into the game. Wang Xu commenced his play from the backcourt, seizing the basketball with unwavering determination. Confronted by the defensive presence of Aflalo, he granted his younger counterpart no quarter, opting instead for a swift acceleration that left Aflalo in his wake. Aflalo, taken aback by Wang Xu's sudden burst of speed, desperately attempted to pivot his body. Yet Wang Xu's pace was so formidable that by the time Aflalo adjusted to intercept him, Wang Xu had already surged into the paint, facing the formidable Wilcox. In that moment, Wang Xu seemed to embody a fierce tempest, his rapid movements causing a palpable rush of wind that stung the cheeks of those nearby. As he faced Wilcox, he executed a breathtaking, high-velocity crossover beneath his legs. With a resounding thud, it became evident that Wilcox could no longer keep pace with Wang Xu's dazzling maneuvers. His footwork faltered, struggling to maintain balance. In a moment of fierce resolve, he lunged toward Wang Xu with reckless abandon. At this moment, Wang Xu disregarded the approaching Wilcox, leaping into the air with fervor, his hands firmly clutching the basketball. With a thunderous roar, he confronted the deliberately charging Wilcox, igniting an explosive reaction akin to a 20-ton gasoline depot, shaking the very ground beneath him. The training ground fell into a profound silence, save for the resounding roar of Wang Xu ascending like a rocket. Gripping the basketball tightly, he collided forcefully with the advancing Wilcox, his upper body leaning forward, arms spinning like a windmill. With a resounding thud, The vibrant orange basketball was emphatically slammed into the hoop by Wang Xu, his muscles surging like granite as he tore at the rim, channeling all his strength into this momentous dunk. A series of abrupt and rapid echoes followed, and as Wang Xu hung suspended from the rim, he reveled in the ferocity of his dunk, only to feel his body lighten as the gravitational pull of the earth swiftly drew him back down. As Wang Xu raised his head, he was astounded to find that the hoop on the basketball frame had vanished without a trace. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that he was holding an unmistakably round hoop in his hand. The entire gymnasium fell into a profound silence, with everyone staring at Wang Xu in awe, as if he were a divine being descended from the heavens. Only Wilcox, who had been knocked away by Wang Xu's formidable force, continued to wail in despair from a distance. Suddenly, someone in the crowd audibly swallowed, and in an instant, the entire arena erupted with excitement. Earl Watson, overwhelmed, cried out, "Oh my God, this is a demon. This demon has actually dunked the hoop." Wang Xu, witnessing the commotion, raised the hoop high with one hand, disregarding the fallen Wilcox. He turned to face everyone present and declared in a commanding voice, "From this day forth, I am the leader of the Seattle Supersonics, Wang Xu." The players around him were rendered speechless by his thunderous proclamation. Al Horford, Aaron Aflalo, and Court Thomas sprang to their feet in exhilaration, rushing to Wang Xu's side, their words bursting forth in uncontainable excitement. Old Pacino, a custodian who had dedicated over 30 years to the Supersonics, gazed at Wang Xu's commanding presence on the court and the fervor of the crowd, murmuring to himself, "Am I dreaming? At this moment, I feel as if I have returned to over 20 years ago when I first witnessed the glory of the Supersonics. Alas, I must be growing old." Reminiscing about the past, he then chuckled softly, observing Wang Xu standing proudly at the center of the court, surrounded by jubilant young players. To think, nearing the end of my days, I still have the chance to witness such a spirited team. Young lads, I wonder if I will ever have the opportunity to follow this team into the light of its former glory once again. The other custodians, noticing old Pacino's murmurs, inquired, "What are you saying, Pacino?" One of them added, "Look at that young man down there. He's incredible." Old Pacino grinned and replied, "Indeed, that young man is truly remarkable." He then called out to his fellow custodians, "No, it's all of those young men who are impressive. I have a premonition that with them, we shall once again reach the finals and reclaim the championship. Young rascals, let us not lag behind. They will handle the game, win it, and restore the honor of the key arena while we quietly support them from the sidelines." The custodians responded with a unified, echoing affirmation, "Understood." Old Pacino's gaze returned to Wang Xu, his deep eyes reflecting a profound sentiment as he whispered to himself, "Let this old man, whose days are numbered, stand guard for you one last time." Meanwhile, the players below remained oblivious to the custodian's sentiments as chaos erupted on the court. Aflalo, still on the floor, gestured in reverence towards Wang Xu, leaving him both amused and perplexed. Meanwhile, the ever-spirited Court Thomas began to dance, and the usually gentlemanly Sesbiak joined in, swaying to an imaginary beat as if in a vibrant nightclub. Earl Watson, however, had abandoned any thoughts of rivalry with Wang Xu, recognizing him as a force to be reckoned with. As for Wilcox, who lay moaning on the ground, he had long been forgotten by the jubilant players. Ultimately, it was Colosimo, ever diligent, who remembered his responsibilities. He communicated with an assistant coach to ensure someone checked on Wilcox's condition. If he was injured, they would carry him back to the locker room. Observing the festive atmosphere on the court, Colosimo understood that the team's intra-squad scrimmage could no longer continue and announced its premature conclusion. Originally, a press conference was scheduled to follow the scrimmage, but Colosimo swiftly canceled it. However, news travels quickly, especially among the ever-curious reporters. Despite Colosimo's orders for players and staff to keep the events of the scrimmage confidential, the media, ever hungry for a sensational story, would not let such an opportunity slip away. Less than 2 hours after the scrimmage concluded, various media outlets reported on the turmoil that had unfolded. Headlines proclaimed, "Chinese rookie clashes with veteran players, and Wang Xu's temperament jeopardizes the Supersonics." Alongside discussions regarding Wilcox's hospitalization, was it a moral failure or a distortion of humanity? Though some fans were skeptical, the media's detailed accounts, combined with the team's official announcement that Wilcox would be sidelined for 3 weeks due to injury, compelled many to believe the unfolding narrative. Particularly, sensationalist tabloids fabricated outrageous tales to boost their sales, ensnaring certain fans in their web of deceit. The media relentlessly pursued interviews with the players, especially Wang Xu and the hospitalized Wilcox. Yet, within the team, harmony reigned. Wang Xu, aware of the reports, remained unfazed. After all, in the grand scheme of competitive sports, the emphasis lay on a player's skill and accomplishments. Comparatively, the incident paled in significance to the infamous Kobe Bryant incident, which had garnered national outrage. During that time, Kobe stood at odds with America, suffering significant damage to his personal image and commercial value. His contract with Nike, signed after the 2002 to 2003 season, was a mere $45 million over 5 years, less than that of a rookie who hadn't even played a game. Yet, despite the aftermath of the incident, Kobe rebounded spectacularly post-2005, delivering astonishing performances, including 62 points in 3 quarters against the Mavericks and an 81-point game against the Raptors. By the 2006 to 2007 season, he had transformed into the league's darling, eclipsing the shadows of past controversies. In the world of professional sports, few superstars escape unscathed from negative press. However, once they showcase their extraordinary talents, fans inevitably redirect their focus to the game itself. After all, competitive sports prioritize performance, while entertainment news and gossip merely serve as diversions. Thus, Wang Xu remained unconcerned about the media frenzy surrounding the incident, particularly now that he had solidified his core role within the team, and the players no longer harbored ulterior motives. After all, the lesson was evident. Wilcox's current state lay as a sobering reminder. However, fans remained somewhat apprehensive, fearing that internal discord within the team may hinder their ability to deliver a satisfactory performance. Amidst such concerns, the NBA preseason commenced as scheduled. Given Odin's season-ending injury, the performances of rookies Wang Xu and Durant during the preseason garnered heightened attention, especially with Wang Xu recently receiving extensive media coverage. However, as their performances unfolded before the eyes of spectators and commentators, the debate surrounding the Rookie of the Year race diminished significantly. Durant averaged 30 minutes per game over 8 preseason matches, scoring 8 points, 3 rebounds, 7 steals, 2 turnovers, 1 assist, and 5 blocks, with a shooting percentage of 42. In contrast, Wang Xu played an average of 24 minutes across 6 preseason games, amassing 5 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 8 steals, 2 blocks, and only 8 turnovers per game, while boasting an impressive shooting percentage of 48.9 and a 3-point success rate of 34.5. Wang Xu's statistics exhibited a commanding dominance. What brought solace to the fans was the revelation that the team was not as fraught with discord as the media had suggested. Instead, they showcased remarkable unity on the court, dispelling many unfounded rumors. Moreover, Seattle Supersonics fans were pleasantly surprised by Al Horford, who replaced Wilcox as a starter. Over 8 preseason games, he averaged 31 minutes, contributing 3 points, 6 rebounds, 6 steals, 9 turnovers, 2 assists, and 3 blocks, with an impressive shooting percentage of 68. Another rookie drawing attention, Jianlian, averaged 25 minutes over 8 preseason games, scoring 5 points, 8 rebounds, 5 steals, 8 turnovers, 5 assists, and 6 blocks, with a shooting percentage of 43. Reflecting a rather conventional performance. Beyond the rookies, Kobe continued his scoring prowess from the previous season, while the Celtics' newly formed trio began to demonstrate their dominance, and the Yao Ming duo remained remarkably steady. The preseason concluded without any notable surprises, ending rather uneventfully. With the conclusion of the preseason, the regular season loomed on the horizon. Just a day after the preseason's end, the Seattle Supersonics unveiled their roster for the upcoming season. However, unlike traditional powerhouses such as the Spurs, Lakers, and Suns, the Supersonics did not attract a similar level of attention. The Celtics, with their newly formed trio, received far greater scrutiny during their roster announcement. As a team perceived as underdogs, the Supersonics, despite having a few promising players, were starkly contrasted with these elite teams. Some fans even commented on the official website, suggesting that the team should focus on clearing salary space for the new season, nurturing talents like Wang Xu and Horford, and strategically positioning themselves for a rebuilding phase. They advocated for a focus on securing top draft picks to acquire outstanding players, followed by signing marquee talents from the free agency market to complete the reconstruction within 3 to 5 years. This sentiment garnered substantial support among Supersonics fans, who regarded it as the most viable path for the team's future development. As the core of the team, Wang Xu was also posed with this question during a media interview. Wang Xu scoffed at the issue, resolutely stating, "I must admit, this fan may indeed be correct." The media present were taken aback. If even the team's cornerstone harbored doubts about achieving success in the upcoming season, then this team truly seemed devoid of promise. Some individuals had already begun to formulate headlines aimed at criticizing Wang Xu, questioning how such a pivotal player could exhibit such a lack of responsibility and fighting spirit. Wang Xu glanced at the reporters in the audience, smiled, and stood up, speaking with an undeniable tone. Perhaps what this team member stated holds some truth. Yet this was before the lineup was confirmed. Now, our team boasts the most promising center, Al Horford, the most tenacious shooting guard, Aaron Aflalo, the most precise shooter, Wally Szczerbiak, and the most formidable defender, Courtney Thomas. Our team is fully capable of battling against other formidable teams in the playoffs. The reporters below were momentarily taken aback. While his words were indeed uplifting and featured four superlatives, suggesting a touch of exaggeration, they underscored the Seattle Supersonics' fervent desire to achieve success this season. However, why did Wang Xu refrain from mentioning himself? Was it a sign of humility? Consequently, one reporter stood up and inquired of Wang Xu, "So, Wang, you just referred to the most promising inside player, the most tenacious shooting guard, the most precise shooter, and the most formidable defender. Yet, you notably omitted yourself. Pray tell, which superlative do you embody?" Wang Xu glanced at the reporters, contemplating that they had finally posed the question he anticipated. With a language stretch, he nonchalantly remarked, "We all have our roles. They are responsible for winning the games, while I merely need to look handsome." The journalists in attendance were taken aback, expecting a fervent response. Yet they were met with the unexpected declaration, "You all handle the victories. I only handle the charm." It was akin to a gaming scenario where a team embarks on a quest to defeat a boss, only for the strongest damage dealer to quip. "You focus on the damage. I'll focus on having fun." Such was the essence of the situation. The reporter who had inquired this question experienced a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth before silently returning to his seat. Meanwhile, Wang Xu, standing on the platform, cast a look at the reporter that was imbued with both encouragement and scrutiny, leaving the latter feeling uneasy, as if Wang Xu harbored some ulterior motive regarding him. However, the fan's comment resonated with the perspectives of many professionals. The Supersonics offense relied solely on Wang Xu. Although Wilcox had returned from injury, everyone was aware of the conflict between him and Wang Xu, which would inevitably lead to his trade. On the defensive front, the Supersonics were a blend of aging veterans and inexperienced youth, lacking a pivotal player to shoulder responsibilities. Particularly in the paint, both centers stood at a mere 2.08 meters, and the supporting player, Kato Thomas, was already 35 years old. In summary, experts viewed the Supersonics as a team with mediocre offense and subpar defense. Nevertheless, the true measure of their capabilities would be revealed in the forthcoming games. As time progressed, the regular season was on the brink of commencement, heralding the beginning of Wang Xu's legendary journey. The opening game of the 2007-2008 regular season was scheduled for October 31st. Featuring 3 matches, the Spurs triumphed over the Trailblazers with a score of 106-97, demonstrating their unshakable steadiness post-championship. The Jazz secured a commanding victory against the Warriors with a score of 117-96, and in the final match, the Yao McGrady duo narrowly defeated the Lakers, 97-95. The following day, November 1st, marked the Supersonics' inaugural game as they ventured to Denver to challenge the Nuggets. The Nuggets Arena, situated at an elevation of 1,606 meters, is the highest among all teams in the league, even surpassing the Utah Plateau by over 300 meters. This altitude often causes rookie players entering the league to suffer from altitude sickness, experiencing headaches and insomnia due to natural bodily reactions. Consequently, it could be said that the last-place rookies wished to compete was in Denver. However, for those selected by the Nuggets, 1,606 meters posed little challenge, as the team's conditioning coach frequently took them to training sessions at elevations exceeding 1,000 meters higher. Thus, the harsh climatic conditions, combined with the fervent support from fans, rendered the Pepsi Center one of the most formidable home courts in the league. To acclimatize to the high-altitude environment, the Supersonics arrived 2 days in advance. Wang Xu has practiced martial arts since childhood and has taken various traditional Chinese medicines to complement his training. As a result, his physical constitution may differ from others. and upon arriving at the Denver Plateau, he experienced no discomfort. However, several other rookies on the team suffered greatly. Upon their arrival, they were plagued by severe gastrointestinal distress, nearly losing half of their vitality. Particularly, this fellow Aflalo lay in bed, groaning as if on the brink of death, suffering from relentless bouts of vomiting. Wang Xu found himself sharing a room with an individual whose presence was utterly unbearable. The stench of Allen Iverson's vomit permeated the air, a distinctly unpleasant odor that compelled Wang Xu to contemplate expelling this intruder on several occasions. Fortunately, the resilience exhibited by NBA players proved exceptional. Within 2 days, they had acclimatized to their surroundings. Though moments of fatigue occasionally surfaced, the most fundamental movements were no longer impeded. As October 31st approached, the much-anticipated clash between the Seattle Supersonics and the Denver Nuggets was on the horizon. Wang Xu's inaugural battle would commence against the formidable scoring talents of Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony. Seated in the visitors' locker room, he refrained from engaging in the usual banter with his teammates, instead opting for a moment of quiet reflection. Wang, do you feel as though a flame is smoldering within your chest? When I first entered the NBA and sat in the locker room, I experienced a similar sensation. It felt as though my very blood was in a state of fervent agitation, inquired Thomas, who sat beside Wang Xu. Wang Xu opened the locker and donned his jersey, responding softly, indeed. This is my inaugural match, a confrontation with AI, facing Cameron, and the first time I stand on this promised stage after making a vow. In this battle, I shall not falter. Thomas, observing the fierce flames igniting in Wang Xu's eyes, understood that his inner turmoil belied the calm facade he presented. He patted Wang Xu's shoulder and, despite his usual role as the comedic relief and purveyor of unconventional wisdom, wore a serious expression as he cheerfully declared, I believe in you, Wang. You are the leader of this team. Upon hearing Wang Xu's words, he smiled at Thomas, choosing not to respond as he donned his basketball shoes. Soon, the moment to take the court arrived. Colesimo stood in the locker room, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he addressed his eager team. Tonight marks the season opener for our Supersonics. We face the Nuggets, a formidable team featuring AI and Anthony. I have little to say in terms of motivation, just charge forth, conquer them, tear them apart, and let the entire league know that the Supersonics, the team that once clinched the championship upon their entry into the league, has returned. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xu stood at the center of the players, raised his right arm high, and shouted to his teammates, victory. Thomas, taken aback, saw Wang Xu's arm raised and a smile crossed his face as he raised his own arm, echoing, victory. This was followed by Horford, then Sebiak, Aflaro, Wilkins, Radno, and Landry. Meanwhile, Wilcox observed silently from the side, feeling increasingly distanced from the team. A group of players, led by Wang Xu, leaped out of the locker room, making their way down the narrow player tunnel toward the radiant battlefield ahead. They yearned to triumph over their opponents, to dismantle them, to announce to the league the return of the Supersonics, and to achieve something that would be etched in the annals of history. Finally, under the gaze of 20,000 spectators, Wang Xu stood at the center of the Pepsi Center, illuminated by dazzling lights. Though he had played in front of over 70,000 during the NCAA Finals, standing on an NBA court as a professional player evoked an entirely different sensation. The moment for the game had arrived. The large screen displayed the journey of the team from the previous season, while cheerleaders and mascots engaged in spirited activities. Staff waved a large flag representing the Nuggets high above, and columns of brilliant flames erupted around the arena, accompanied by the raucous cheers of the Pepsi Center crowd. Standing in this arena, Wang Xu felt utterly overwhelmed. Finally, it was time for the players to be introduced. The Supersonics' entrance was met with indifference from the crowd, and the DJ lethargically announced their names. However, the atmosphere transformed for the Nuggets. Over 20,000 fans vociferously chanted the team name, Nuggets, Nuggets, Nuggets. Each player from the Nuggets was met with thunderous applause. The penultimate player announced was Allen Iverson. As the DJ called his name, the volume surged, extending the syllables as the crowd roared, Allen Iverson. The ensuing cheer resembled a tidal wave, and if the earlier applause had merely astonished Wang Xu, now every fan in the arena was chanting Iverson's name. His presence dominated the atmosphere. The immense cacophony stimulated Wang Xu's nerves, causing his scalp to tingle and his blood to seem to boil with fervor. Suddenly, a small figure dashed out, waving to his teammates, and upon facing the fans, he placed his hand to his ear, performing his signature gesture. At that moment, the audience's enthusiasm intensified in response to Iverson's action. Many years later, When asked who had brought him the most profound emotional experience during his NBA career, Wang Xu would resolutely reply, Allen Iverson. The game was finally set to commence. The Nuggets starting center, Marcus Camby, and the Supersonic starting center, Al Horford, stood at the center circle, ready for the jump ball. Although Horford's skill and experience did not yet match Wilcox's, his potential far surpassed it. Moreover, due to a prior conflict with Wang Xu, Wilcox was benched for the starting position to prevent any unforeseen incidents during the game. When the jump ball occurred, Horford could not outmatch the height and jumping ability of Marcus Camby, and the Nuggets launched their first offensive play. As the point guard, Iverson brought the ball forward. This season, due to a lack of a traditional point guard, the Nuggets had assigned Iverson to the position, while a player named Yaya took the shooting guard role. Meanwhile, the unpredictable J.R. Smith continued to play as the sixth man. Iverson advanced the ball to midcourt, seeking an opportunity to pass to Anthony. Setting him up for the first shot, Wang Xu gazed at Iverson's choice, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Indeed, the Nuggets were not Iverson's team. Anthony, recognized as one of the most proficient offensive players in the league today, possesses a technical versatility that few can rival. Pierce and Kobe are among the few. And Joe Johnson might barely qualify. Tasked with defending Anthony is Ceviak, a veteran often criticized for his defensive skills. However, when faced with players like James and Anthony, who do not rely on speed for victory, Ceviak's defense proves to be quite commendable, especially given his robust physicality, which stands firm against such formidable opponents, complemented by his extensive experience that renders him immune to deceptive maneuvers. Yet, should Ceviak find himself up against the likes of Iverson or Kobe, known for their rapid lateral movement, he would undoubtedly be left in their wake. At this moment, Anthony, utilizing his footwork to maneuver, found Ceviak unwavering in his pursuit, tightly shadowing him and providing physical resistance. This adhesive style of defense left Anthony at a disadvantage, prompting a hurried and unsuccessful shot. Meanwhile, Horford aimed to secure his position for the defensive rebound, but he suddenly felt an immense force behind him, followed by the mournful sound of the rim. Looking up, he realized that Camby had seized the offensive rebound and executed a powerful dunk over him. Horford, known for his mental fortitude, had anticipated that he would inevitably face such moments of being posterized, yet this occurrence arrived earlier than expected, catching him off guard. Horford retrieved the basketball and passed it to Riedno. As Riedno crossed half-court, he relayed the ball to Wang Xu. At this juncture, Wang Xu was being guarded by the newly promoted starter, Nahabadiawara, a player who had joined the Nuggets last season and stood a few centimeters taller than Wang Xu. Applying significant defensive pressure, Wang Xu maneuvered the ball beyond the three-point line, gazing at the formidable Yahabadi before him. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself past Yahabadi with astonishing speed, seamlessly transitioning from dribbling to a mid-range jumper, securing 2 points with remarkable precision. The spectators erupted in awe at Wang Xu's rapid breakthrough, reminiscent of the incredible plays previously executed only by our Allen. This young man was undeniably swift, with some fans exclaiming that this was the true essence of speed. Allen, it seemed, was aging. Meanwhile, Iverson, observing Wang Xu's offensive prowess, was equally astonished. Intriguing. You wish to score with speed? Let us see who possesses the greater velocity. Iverson mused internally. He then swiftly dribbled past half-court, disregarding the defensive Riedno, and made an explosive drive. In the paint, Horford gasped, momentarily forgetting about Camby, as he dashed forward in an attempt to thwart Iverson's advance. To his surprise, Iverson didn't even glance at Horford. With a deft move, he executed a through-the-legs pass, swiftly maneuvering behind Horford to catch the ball and deliver a thunderous dunk. The entire Pepsi Center erupted in exhilaration at Iverson's playful display of skill. The DJ, reveling in the moment, quipped, "Oh my God, what have I just witnessed? Allen has once again delivered an extraordinary basket. Look at that rookie in the paint. He is as vulnerable as a flower in bloom. And Allen can strike whenever he pleases." Horford's face flushed with embarrassment as Wang Xu, witnessing the scene, approached to offer comfort. I'm fine, Wang. After all, this is Allen. I was prepared for it." On the sidelines, Wilcox relished the moment, thinking that LL teach you to show off and challenge my starting position. Now you're reaping the consequences. Haha. Allen, keep it up, and don't forget about that Chinese kid. As the second half commenced, the ball returned to the Supersonics. Facing Yahabadi once more, Wang Xu employed the same tactics, leveraging his speed to surge past and execute a mid-range shot from his favorite spot. Meanwhile, The Supersonics struggled to contain Iverson's relentless drives. The back-and-forth continued for 2 more possessions until Nuggets head coach Mike Carl, witnessing his team concede 6 points in just over 3 minutes to a rookie, could no longer contain his frustration and called a 20-second timeout. The brief intermission passed swiftly, and Carl substituted Yabadi Avila for J.R. Smith. On the Nuggets' next possession, Anthony, having previously been thwarted by Kubiak's defense, opted against attacking the paint and instead launched a shot from beyond the arc. Observing Anthony's confident demeanor post-release, Wang Xu instinctively knew the shot would be successful. Sure enough, before he could even turn around, the unmistakable sound of the ball swishing through the net reached his ears. It was a thrilling sensation. Elite scorers often possess an innate ability to discern the outcome of their shots the moment they release the ball. Wang Xu once again received the ball at the 3-point line. Observing the defender, J.R., he contemplated employing the same tactic as before. However, J.R.'s speed surpassed that of Yabadi Avila by a considerable margin. While he was unable to match Wang Xu's pace, he nonetheless succeeded in impeding Wang Xu's rhythm. Wang Xu, dribbling skillfully, approached the free throw line with the intention of executing a mid-range jump shot. However, a quick glance revealed that Kenyon Martin and Anthony were poised on either side, ready to leap for a block. Meanwhile, J.R. was swiftly closing in from behind, and Camby loomed ahead, vigilant and prepared to contest the shot. Wang Xu realized that he had already fallen into the trap set by the prospectors. Wang Xu, with no other choice, gritted his teeth and accelerated once more. Charging towards Camby, he leaped into the air, executing a motion as if to perform a slam dunk. Upon seeing Wang Xu barreling towards him with the intention of dunking, Camby's heart leaped with joy, and he lunged towards Wang Xu, preparing to deliver an unforgettable block. Wang Xu gazed at Camby as he approached, a surge of joy swelling within him. With a deft flick of his wrist, the basketball swiftly found its way into Horford's hands. Upon receiving the pass, Horford, noticing the open space before him, let out an exhilarated shout and emphatically dunked the ball. After the successful basket, Horford was filled with elation. He had entered the game eager to showcase a dazzling performance, only to be thwarted early on by Camby's block, followed by a dunk from Iverson, which had initially left him disheartened. Yet, unexpectedly, the ball landed in his possession. Horford exchanged a celebratory high-five with Wang Xu before retreating on defense. In truth, Wang Xu was also engulfed by a sense of trepidation. Had they not been facing the Nuggets and Camby, the ball might have easily resulted in a turnover. It was precisely because he capitalized on Camby's tendency to leave openings while attempting blocks that the play materialized. Had they been up against teams with superior defensive skills, like the Pistons or Spurs, he might have already accrued a turnover. In that moment, Wang Xu suddenly empathized with the frustration often felt by LeBron James in the finals. Meanwhile, the Nuggets, bolstered by J.R. Smith's presence, significantly enhanced their offensive prowess, leaving the Supersonics players bewildered, uncertain about which defensive point to focus on. With a swift motion, Anthony, finding a clear shot thanks to a strategic screen, effortlessly sank a mid-range jumper. On the other side, Wang Xu was unwilling to relinquish the ball. Every position on his team was being outmatched, even suppressed. At this juncture, his own position was the only one that held a semblance of advantage, and it was imperative that he capitalized on it to secure a chance at victory. Thus, beyond the 3-point line, Wang Xu faced J.R. Smith, executed a triple threat stance, then nudged against J.R. and made a tentative step toward a breakthrough. J.R. was taken aback, momentarily believing Wang Xu was poised to drive past him, prompting him to instinctively retreat. As soon as Wang Xu noticed J.R. retreating, his entire body surged upwards in an instant. At the pinnacle of his leap, he deftly flicked the basketball away. With a satisfying swish, it netted a 3-point score. Observing that Wang Xu had already amassed 9 points in under 5 minutes, while he himself had only managed 4, Iverson refused to be outdone. With a signature butterfly move, he elegantly secured 2 points. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Xu ignited with competitive spirit, seizing the basketball from Horford's grasp and skillfully advancing it across half-court. Faced with J.R.'s successive between-the-legs dribbles, he created a shooting opportunity, executing a flawless mid-range jumper, 11 points. The other players, observing this spectacle, understood that a scoring duel was unfolding between the two. Consequently, shortly after crossing half-court, the Denver players spread out, providing Iverson with ample space for isolation. Confronted by the sluggish-footed Reed, Iverson had an abundance of methods at his disposal to leave Reed in his wake. Thus, he effortlessly maneuvered through for a smooth breakthrough followed by a delicate floater, securing another 2 points, 8 points. Wang Xu effortlessly sank a three-pointer from beyond the arc, transitioning the offense with another shot right in JR's face. The basketball struck the rim with a resounding clang and soared high into the air. At that moment, however, Horford firmly established his position in the paint, preventing Cantor from jumping smoothly. Seizing the opportunity, Thomas aggressively claimed the rebound with his powerful elbow, then passed the ball to Wang Xu while exclaiming, "Shoot again. I've got the board, no worries." Wang Xu gazed upon Thomas's rugged visage, then shifted his attention to Horford, who was resolutely establishing position beneath the basket. With unwavering confidence, he launched another shot from beyond the arc swish. This time, he did not disappoint Wang Xu. The basketball echoed through the net, 14 points. Meanwhile, on the other end, Iverson effortlessly maneuvered past Reed, yet when confronted with Thomas's defensive effort, he appeared somewhat overwhelmed. His footing faltered momentarily, and he awkwardly tossed the ball away. Wang Xu observed Allen Iverson's stumbling drive and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alas, Allen has indeed aged. The first quarter had progressed for over 8 minutes. With both coaches beginning to strategize, the Nuggets substituted Iverson, followed by the replacement of several key players, leaving only Anthony on the court with the second unit. Meanwhile, the Supersonics replaced Wang Xu with Aflalo, subsequently bringing Earl Watson and Wilcox into the fray. It was then that Anthony seized control of the game. Under Wilkins's defense, Anthony unleashed his potential, first with a mid-range jump shot, then a powerful post move that not only secured 2 points but also drew a foul. Following a turnover by the Supersonics, he swiftly capitalized on the transition and hit a three-pointer over Wilkins. With an impressive 8-0 run, Anthony halted the Supersonics, erasing a 5-point deficit and putting his team 3 points ahead. On the Supersonics side, Wilcox's demeanor appeared off. He relentlessly forced plays, grabbing rebounds but neglecting to pass to the guards, instead opting to push the ball himself. Coach Carlesimo could no longer restrain himself and called a timeout to substitute Wilcox. However, due to the ongoing game, Carlesimo refrained from publicly reprimanding him, allowing him to sit quietly on the bench. The newly substituted Robert Swift, despite his earnest attitude, lacked the prowess of Wilcox and did not contribute effectively to the team. The quarter concluded with the Supersonics trailing by 4 points at 22-28. As the second quarter resumed, Wang Xu attempted to score twice but failed, choosing not to force the issue. Instead, he signaled to Szczerbiak, who understood the cue. The two began to maneuver, stretching the Nuggets' defense to create space for their teammates. Occasionally, they would exploit the space for a quick shot. This strategy proved unsettling for the Nuggets, particularly since Anthony was not fond of chasing defenders, allowing Szczerbiak ample room to shoot. The second quarter saw both teams evenly matched. Wang Xu attempted 2 more shots but, due to poor form, both ended in the sound of clanging iron. In contrast, Szczerbiak found his rhythm, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers, keeping the Supersonics close. At halftime, the Supersonics found themselves trailing the Nuggets by 6 points, 46-52. In the Nuggets locker room during halftime, Anthony sat beside Iverson and quietly remarked, "Allen, don't you think this rookie resembles you, especially with his speed on the court? It's like a reflection of your early days in the league." Upon hearing this, Iverson looked up, gazing down the player tunnel, and nostalgically replied, "I once attended a game at UCLA, and I can tell you, he is no less talented than I was. His vertical leap surpasses mine, his three-point shooting is superior, and once he gets going on the court, even I would struggle to keep up with him, let alone position myself to block him." Anthony, astonished, responded, "Is this kid truly that exceptional? I acknowledge he played well in the first half, but are you suggesting he has reached your level?" Iverson sighed. "If I were a few years younger, I would have confidence in competing with him in steals, speed, and scoring. But alas, I am no longer that youthful player. I have aged and cannot run the court relentlessly nor score continuously. Time waits for no one. And the injuries I once disregarded have gradually eroded my ability to sprint on the court." Having idolized Iverson since childhood, Anthony held profound respect for him. Especially after Iverson was traded to the Nuggets, he felt an endless passion ignited within him when alongside his childhood hero, believing that Iverson, who never accepted defeat, was not truly old. "Who says that, Allen? You are not past your prime. Wang may be impressive, but you can still overcome him. Allen, unleash your offense today and show those who think you've aged that Allen Iverson is still the answer." Touched by Anthony's words, Iverson smiled and replied, "Carmelo, do not fret. When I say I cannot keep up with Wang, I mean I cannot shadow him the entire game. However, within a few steps, I am confident I can match his pace and impede him. He added with conviction, and even if I have aged, can he truly stop me? Do not forget. I am the answer. How can the answer shrink from a challenge? Iverson's words resonated with Anthony, filling him with excitement at the prospect of the indomitable Allen returning. Iverson stood, patted Anthony on the shoulder, and smiled. Rest assured, no one easily defeats me, Allen Iverson, especially since I have never considered the possibility of losing. He then approached coach Mike Carl. Witnessing Iverson's determined strides, Anthony saw the number 3 reflected in his eyes and felt a wave of nostalgia for the once defiant answer. A smile of reassurance gracing his lips. Wang, Allen is coming. Can you withstand him? No, you cannot. This version of Allen has never been toppled. Not even by the divine. Iverson addressed Coach Carl, stating, Mike, I have a request. Carl, intrigued, promptly responded, Allen, what is on your mind? Speak freely. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Iverson articulated, I wish to match up against Wang. I want 1/4 of unrestricted shooting opportunities. Carl was taken aback, as Iverson had always played the role of the locker room leader and second-in-command since joining the Nuggets, never before requesting such freedom. Even during Iverson's first return to Philadelphia, when Carl had prepared to let him unleash his prowess, Iverson had declined. But today, Carl, puzzled, inquired, Allen, what's come over you? Why the sudden request for shooting freedom? Iverson did not answer directly, instead stating matter-of-factly, Carl, grant me 1/4 of unrestricted shooting rights. I want to compete with that kid. Rest assured. I am not too old to run. I will not lose to him. The kid? Carl mumbled, quickly realizing Iverson sought a legacy match against the Supersonics rookie. Allen, do you see your reflection in that young man? Without hesitation, Carl decided to honor Iverson's request and grant him the freedom to shoot. However, he would not concede easily. Allen, do you believe you can win? Iverson, brimming with confidence, declared, I am the best. Carl, heartened by his response, chuckled and shouted, then go forth. Allen, focus solely on that rookie. We will handle the rest. He then called his players together. All right, listen up. Everyone gather around. As all eyes converged upon him, he nodded in satisfaction and bellowed, listen up, my little rascals. We shall employ a singular tactic. Protect Allen, create space for him, and obstruct any defenders. Shield him, lower your elbows, grapple, and pull, whatever it takes to carve out offensive opportunities for Allen. The rest is up to you. But you must hold your matchups at all costs. Is that understood? The players, upon hearing this, immediately grasped that Allen had likely communicated something vital to the coach moments ago. Seeing their reactions, Allen smiled and clarified, from here on, I wish to match up against Wang and engage in a thrilling contest. The team erupted in enthusiastic shouts, no problem, Allen. After all, Allen's stature within the team was exceedingly high. Mike then proclaimed, Allen will be positioned at the 2-guard spot to face Wang. He turned to Iverson and added, Allen, the spotlight is on you now. Do not let me, or Carmelo, or your teammates, or your fans down. Go out there and prove yourself. Iverson nodded earnestly, embraced Mike, and smiled. Thank you, Mike. He stepped back, stood tall in the center of the players, and with a powerful roar declared, I am the answer. His teammates, witnessing this commanding display, went wild, chanting the answer in unison. Led by Iverson, they surged into the narrow players' tunnel, heading toward the battlefield that still bore the remnants of conflict. The second half promised to be a fierce showdown. As the Supersonics returned to the court, they were awestruck by the sight of the Nuggets, led by Iverson, charging out of the tunnel with palpable intensity. A sense of something significant had changed enveloped them. Wang Xu observed the steely demeanor of Iverson and pondered the shift. Meanwhile, Aflalo cowered behind Cortez Thomas, trembling and feeling as if he were melting away, nervously inquiring, Cortez, what's going on? Do you think they'll pull out AK-47s on us as soon as the game starts? Thomas smacked Aflalo's forehead in frustration, admonishing, what are you afraid of? With me, Cortez, around, no amount of bullets will faze us. I am like a pillar of strength. Aflalo, half convinced, leaned forward and asked, really? Thomas, feeling challenged, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms, boasting, doubt me? Look at these muscles. There is no one in the league as solid as I am. Aflalo's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed up at the towering Thomas. Seeing Aflalo's awe, Thomas chuckled triumphantly. Hey, Carmelo, our Cortez claims his muscles can stop bullets. Since you have connections, could you procure a few AKs? We could tie him up and give him a taste of his own medicine. Upon hearing this scheme, Thomas felt a chill run down his spine, glancing up to see Wang Xu animatedly discussing with Anthony how to use a gun on him. His face paled at the thought. After all, Anthony had connections to the underworld. He might just take the idea seriously one day. Thomas decided it was prudent to hire a few more bodyguards. The second half commenced, with the Nuggets winning the opening tip. The Supersonics began the third quarter with the ball, as Wang Xu dribbled past the halfway line. He was taken aback to find himself confronted by none other than Allen Iverson. Iverson gazed at the young Wang Xu, observing his youthful visage, his deft ball-handling skills, and their respective positions on the court. This moment evoked memories of Iverson's own first encounter with Jordan. Both were young and audacious. Yet the singular distinction lay in the fact that Iverson ultimately became his own man, rather than merely emulating Jordan. And Wang Xu was certainly not the same as Iverson in his youth. With a smile, Iverson addressed the young Wang Xu, saying, "Come on, Wang. Show me your prowess. Let me see if you have what it takes to usurp this old man's position." Upon hearing Wang Xu's words, he was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Iverson with utmost seriousness and proclaimed, "All right." Subsequently, Wang Xu gestured for his teammates to spread out. The spectators in the arena, witnessing the players parting ways, erupted with excitement as the two athletes prepared for a duel reminiscent of medieval knights. The atmosphere became electric, filled with chants, cheers, and the pulsating shouts of the live DJ, igniting a surge of adrenaline among the crowd. While basketball is fundamentally a team sport, even NBA coaches and players emphasize their collective identity. The American culture profoundly reveres individual heroism, much like the emergence of Captain America following the events of September 11th, who single-handedly sought to rescue the American populace. Hollywood often glorifies the triumphs of solitary heroes. Consequently, rather than celebrating team achievements, fans yearn to witness one-on-one confrontations, where a player single-handedly salvages the team or overcomes seemingly insurmountable opponents through sheer talent. In light of this demand within the commercialized realm of the NBA, the league has endeavored to cater to such desires, leading to the emergence of numerous stars and miraculous feats. Wang Xu could not help but feel exhilarated. Since joining the league, he had known that one day he would inevitably have to surpass the towering figures of shooting guards such as Wade, Carter, McGrady, Iverson, and Kobe. However, he had not anticipated that this moment would arrive so swiftly. In this fierce competition, if it is destined for someone to falter, then, Allen, allow me the privilege of surpassing you. Wang Xu dribbled at the arc, eyeing Allen Iverson before him. The significant height disparity of over a dozen centimeters, coupled with Wang Xu's exceptional vertical leap, allowed him to disregard Iverson's defense and rise effortlessly for a shot. However, Wang Xu's face contorted into a grotesque expression. How could I possibly act in such a manner? Speed and breakthroughs are also my domain. If I were to falter and retreat in this realm, opting for what seems the most secure method to score, how would I confront future battles? Moreover, at this juncture, the outcome has become inconsequential. I merely wish to exert my utmost effort to vanquish the individual before me. Wang Xu gazed upon the defiant man before him, his body marred with wounds. I yearn only to conquer this battered figure standing before me. I have arrived, Allen. Wang Xu's heart surged with a fierce determination as his left foot struck the ground with tremendous force, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed in an instant. Wang Xu aims to surge past Iverson with remarkable speed. How astonishing! Upon witnessing Wang Xu's rapid advance, Iverson cannot help but marvel internally. The spectators on the sidelines, witnessing such swiftness, also find themselves holding their breath for Iverson. It is astonishingly fast, so fast that it defies comprehension. Can Allen withstand his onslaught? At this moment, Wang Xu's body has swiftly reached the left side of Iverson's frame. He is about to advance. He is on the verge of it. Wang Xu felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him, and a smile of joy graced the corners of his lips. After all, it seems that I am still the quicker one. Wang Xu contemplated, poised to charge towards the unguarded hoop, intending to conclude the offensive with a resounding slam dunk. Yet, would the formidable Allen Iverson, who initiated the challenge, permit Wang Xu to effortlessly secure those 2 points? After all, he was once the sovereign of speed in the league. How could a king be devoid of his glory, lacking in his pride? In the realm of honor of kings, Wang Xu, clad in a verdant number 6 jersey, made a daring breakthrough to the left side of Iverson's physique. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white light, reminiscent of a lightning bolt, interposed itself before Wang Xu, resulting in a violent collision between their bodies. The resounding thud of their muscular clash reverberated distinctly to the ears of the spectators at the sidelines. Wang Xu's strength surpassed that of Iverson. Thus, although he experienced a collision, it merely slowed his momentum rather than halting it, while Iverson was sent staggering 2 steps backward. After the impact, as Wang Xu prepared to accelerate once more, he noticed Iverson swiftly recovering and positioning himself to obstruct his path, preventing an easy breakthrough. With each attempt Wang Xu made to advance, Iverson employed his own body to impede his speed, ensuring that Wang Xu could not gain the upper hand. Wang Xu felt a sense of urgency. His breakthrough had yet to yield results. He watched as Iverson bit his lip in concentration, repeatedly pressing himself against Wang. The spectators on the sidelines, witnessing Iverson's relentless defense, rose to their feet, some clasping their hands in prayer for Allen. After encountering a series of obstacles in his breakthroughs, Wang Xu found himself losing speed and reluctantly came to a halt. At that moment, a flash of white lightning surged forward, as swift as a bolt, and its left hand lunged towards the basketball in Wang Xu's grasp. With a sharp crack, the ball was helplessly dislodged from Wang Xu's large hand and soared backward. As Wang Xu watched the basketball drift further away from him, he was instantly alarmed and hurriedly turned around in an attempt to retrieve it. However, at that moment, Iverson was swifter, seizing the ball first and dashing straight towards the hoop. Wang Xu could only see a large number 3 in his vision, darting away like an arrow released from its bow, prompting him to chase after it with fervor. Allen Iverson seized the basketball and sprinted to the three-point line, only to realize that Wang Xu had gradually caught up with him. In just a couple of strides, he would undoubtedly be overtaken. The fierce expression on Wang Xu's face and the tautness of his legs indicated that he was resolutely determined to block this shot. At that moment, Iverson underwent a dramatic transformation, akin to a Super Saiyan in mid-transformation, igniting a fierce flame of determination within him. But do not underestimate me, Wang. With a swift motion, Iverson reduced his steps from 3 to 2, his legs seemingly propelled by the speed of the wind, gaining an extra burst of pace. He then leaped from just beyond the free-throw line, his entire body drawn back like a bowstring, ready to unleash his formidable prowess. As Wang Xu glanced behind him, he too summoned his resolve, channeling all his strength into his legs, which propelled him forward with remarkable speed. He leapt behind Iverson, stretching his right hand earnestly towards the basket. In that instant, a reporter positioned beneath the hoop seized the opportunity, capturing this moment perfectly. This striking image was later chosen by Slam Dunk magazine as the cover for that issue, ultimately earning the distinction of being a gold medal image in the annual Sports Media Awards. However, that is a tale for another time. At this moment, both Iverson and Wang Xu had launched themselves into the air, as if time had momentarily frozen. The fans in attendance held their breath, their eyes widening in anticipation of the unfolding spectacle. Iverson, believing he had exerted every ounce of effort in his second burst of speed, thought he had left Wang Xu behind, preparing for an exhilarating dunk. Yet, to his astonishment, Wang Xu's agility and explosive power allowed him to catch up in such a brief span, and he was even closing the distance in midair. If this continued, Iverson's shot would surely be blocked. No, it cannot be. This shot must go in. It has to go in, Iverson fervently urged himself. With sheer determination, he compressed his arched body in the air, leaning against Wang Xu's frame. As Wang Xu found himself catching up to Iverson, both airborne and devoid of any leverage, a surge of delight gripped his heart as he envisioned delivering a resounding block. Regardless of the circumstances, the disparity in their heights was an undeniable reality. Yet, to his astonishment, Iverson, seemingly possessed by an uncontrollable fervor, was so close to colliding with the rim that he still refrained from releasing the ball. What on earth are you trying to accomplish, Allen? Wang Xu pondered. In that very moment, Iverson finally made a move. Leaning against Wang Xu, he exerted every ounce of his minimal strength to shift his body to the left, raising one hand high to obstruct Wang Xu's reaching palm. Sacrificing all defensive measures and committing entirely to this audacious offensive attempt, Wang Xu was taken aback by the sight. Was Allen truly risking his life? In such a precarious situation, devoid of any protective measures, the immense force of the collision could render Allen completely off balance. Even if the shot succeeded, there was a high likelihood that Allen would be rushed to the hospital, Wang Xu pondered. However, at that moment, both players had no alternatives, suspended in midair. Their only options were to score or defend. With two resounding thuds, the air was filled with the sounds of impact. The first was the echo of Iverson's slam dunk, followed by the violent clash of their bodies colliding in midair. As the first round of their fierce competition concluded, both players found themselves sprawled on the ground. The spectators bore witness to the chaotic scene. Iverson, having exerted every ounce of his strength, hung from the rim without any protective gear, his head striking the lower edge of the backboard with tremendous force. Behind him, Wang Xu, unable to halt his momentum, crashed into Iverson, and in an instant, both players lost their equilibrium. Iverson's head was poised to plummet towards the floor. Fortunately, Wang Xu had prepared himself in midair at a critical moment. He summoned his core strength to regain balance and grasped Iverson, executing a basic emergency maneuver for protection. Nevertheless, after seizing Iverson, Wang Xu struggled to maintain his own balance, losing his center of gravity and falling heavily to the ground. In an instant, both players lay on the floor, observing the scene. The referee promptly halted the match and summoned medical personnel to assess the situation. Wang Xu lay on the ground, addressing the bloodied Allen Iverson beside him. "Is it worth it?" Iverson gasped, suppressing the chilling pain coursing through his scalp. "Only heaven knows if it's worth it, but damn, it really hurts." Suddenly, Wang Xu sprang up with the agility of a fish, extending his hand. "Can you get up, Allen?" Iverson forced a smile, which, under the crimson glow of his blood, appeared rather unsettling. He grasped Wang Xu's outstretched hand. "Of course, kid. A little injury one team make me give up." Wang Xu pulled Iverson to his feet and embraced him, blood staining their bodies. "Allen, you've won this round, but I will reclaim my glory." Iverson replied, "I'll be waiting for you." As they were about to exchange more words, medical personnel rushed onto the court, separating them to conduct examinations. Fortunately, Wang Xu had not sustained any injuries, while Iverson had merely suffered a significant gash on his head, although it posed no threat to his continuation in the game. The NBA forbids players from participating while bleeding, thus Iverson was escorted off for treatment. Meanwhile, Wang Xu was confined to the bench. Throughout the third quarter, they had only participated in that single offensive play. After Iverson's departure, the Nuggets played with renewed vigor, resembling a formidable boulder, leaving Wang Xu's supersonics struggling to adapt, as they managed a mere 18 points in that quarter, while the Nuggets amassed 28. However, at the start of the fourth quarter, following the team physician's assurance that Wang Xu was fit to play, Carlesimo sent him back onto the court. At this moment, the Nuggets were without Iverson and Anthony, and even J.R. Smith remained on the sidelines despite their 16-point lead. Wang Xu, brimming with pent-up energy, unleashed his prowess upon the Nuggets' second unit. In under 3 minutes, he scored 8 consecutive points, narrowing the deficit to single digits and compelling the game as others start to return. Allen Iverson. The crowd erupted as Iverson re-entered the court, his head wrapped in a large bandage, standing in ovation as they cheered for him. As the game resumed, Mike Carl, considering Iverson's injury, contemplated switching his position to avoid a matchup with Wang Xu. However, Iverson declined, stating, "Mike, you know me. If a little injury strips me of the courage to face formidable opponents, then I am no longer Allen Iverson." Carl, understanding his determination, refrained from further argument, only reminding Iverson to take care of his health and avoid further injury. Wang Xu observed Allen Iverson taking to the court despite his injury and approached him, inquiring, "Allen, are you all right?" Iverson chuckled and replied, "Kid, don't fret about me. You ought to be more concerned about yourself. Your elder Iverson is coming to give you, the rookie, a good thrashing." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu chuckled softly and prepared to advance to his half of the court to receive the ball for an offensive play. Iverson, observing Wang Xu's retreating figure, exclaimed loudly, "Rookie." Upon noticing Wang Xu glanced back at him, revealing his perfectly aligned white teeth, he added, "Welcome to the NBA." As the game resumed, Wang Xu focused intently on Iverson before him, contemplating, "Allen, you may have thwarted me once, but that does not imply you can do so again." He then gestured to Reggie, who was poised to orchestrate the next attack, signaling for the ball. Reggie, taken aback by the sight of Wang Xu standing resolutely before Iverson, pondered whether their confrontation was destined to continue. He then passed the ball to Wang Xu and sprinted toward the baseline to create space for a one-on-one showdown. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Xu immediately bent low, cradling it between his legs, his hands rhythmically dribbling with increasing speed, leaving the spectators in awe and wonder. Wang Xu gazed at Iverson and sincerely praised, "Allen, that last shot was incredibly swift. You were quite fast yourself." Iverson replied in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu chuckled lightly, "Yet, you managed to intercept me." However, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Xu accelerated sharply to the left side of Iverson, swiftly arriving beside him. Iverson thought to himself, "Isn't this the same move the rookie employed earlier?" Shaking his head, he realized that repeating the same maneuver in front of me was not a prudent strategy. Consequently, Iverson mirrored his previous actions, closely shadowing Wang Xu's breakthrough, using his body to impede Wang Xu's offensive stride. It felt as though the scene was a mirror image of their initial confrontation, culminating in the unmistakable sound of a clean steal. Yet, as Wang Xu's speed diminished after a series of breakthroughs, he noticed Iverson's hand reaching for the ball. With a sudden feint, Wang Xu pivoted, leaning against Iverson, twisting his body to execute a delicate layup. The height difference between the two left Iverson helplessly gazing at the basketball soaring from Wang Xu's hands. Swish. The ball effortlessly swished through the net. Yes. Wang Xu exclaimed excitedly, turning to Iverson and declaring, Alan, it's 1-1 now. Your turn to attack. Without waiting for Iverson's surprised reaction, he joyfully sprinted back to defend alongside his teammates. Anthony, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile and remark to Iverson, this guy is truly entertaining. Upon hearing this, Iverson grinned and confidently replied, indeed, an amusing fellow, but can he withstand my offensive prowess? Anthony picked up a nearby basketball, positioned himself at the baseline, and passed it to Iverson, stating, let's show these rookies what the NBA is all about. Iverson chuckled, accepting the ball and led his teammates forward. Meanwhile, Wang Xu positioned himself once again before Iverson. Gazing at the black-haired, black-eyed, yellow-skinned individual before him, Iverson couldn't help but exclaim, Wang, you truly astonish me. But can you withstand my onslaught? Wang Xu curled his lips in a feigned display of indifference, provocatively challenging, anyone can boast. Can you withstand it? Why not give it a try? Intrigued, he added, allow me to truly understand your capabilities. With that, Iverson immediately took a large step to the left. Wang Xu observed Allen Iverson's exaggerated yet realistic movements and quickly deduced his true direction of advance. Ultimately, he resolved within himself and shifted his body to the left. Noticing Wang Xu's maneuver, Iverson mockingly exclaimed, Kid, you're still too green. He then abruptly surged to the right, executing a precise stop-and-pop jump shot near the free-throw line. Having completed a signature shot, Iverson displayed no inclination for celebration. He merely nodded at Wang Xu and said, I'm waiting for you. In that moment, Wang Xu felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. This was the confrontation he had yearned for. He then seized the ball and dribbled past half-court. Confronted by Iverson's defense, Wang Xu sincerely praised, Alan, you are truly remarkable, so formidable that it quickens my blood. However, I am not one to concede easily. The real contest has only just begun. Iverson remained silent, assuming a defensive stance. It had been many years since he had exerted himself so ardently in defense. Who was the last opponent that prompted such effort? Was it Jordan or Kobe? Iverson pondered. As Wang Xu observed Allen Iverson, who was also poised defensively, he made no reservations while standing at the half-court. In an instant, he took a grand leap, soaring towards the basket. How astonishingly swift! Iverson's pupils dilated in alarm, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Instinctively, he retreated his steps, creating a buffer zone for defense. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous action allowed Wang Xu to score a basket that would be etched in history. In that fleeting moment, upon noticing Iverson's backward movement, Wang Xu's legs seemed to be enchanted, propelling him into a second burst of acceleration. The gust of wind generated by this sudden surge swept through the nearby audience, allowing them to feel the ferocity of his speed. Such an awe-inspiring velocity. Wang Xu swiftly maneuvered past Iverson's defense, penetrating into the area beyond the three-point line. The spectators nearby widened their eyes, witnessing the formidable Camby rushing in to provide support. Their emotions were profoundly conflicted. They yearned for Wang Xu to execute his spectacular shot, yet simultaneously wished to prevent him from wreaking havoc within their own paint. However, Wang Xu harbored no such reservations. His sole focus was to propel the ball into the hoop by any means at his disposal. At that moment, Camby had positioned himself directly in front of Wang Xu, poised to disrupt his advance. Yet, Wang Xu remained unfazed, bending forward and deftly slipping through the narrow gap beside Camby. Realizing the unfolding situation, Camby swiftly turned, raising his large hand high to deny Wang Xu an easy score. Nonetheless, Wang Xu maintained his composure with a swift motion. He tossed the ball high into the air with his right hand, striking it forcefully with his elbow, directing the basketball towards Camby's side. In a remarkable display of agility, he spun around and caught the seemingly impossible self-assisted ball behind Camby. Then, as if in a routine practice session, Wang Xu received the ball, crouched down, extended his legs, leaped, and shot. With a swish, the basketball swooshed through the net. The entire arena remained in a state of bewilderment. The fans and players alike were still processing what had transpired. Even Camby, one of the central figures in the play, was left mystified as to how the ball had found its way into the basket. Only Iverson, whose attention was acutely fixed on Wang Xu's every move, grasped the ingenuity behind the shot. Beside him, Anthony stood in a daze, approaching Iverson with an expression of confusion, asking, Alan, do you know how that shot went in? To which Iverson replied with a smile, I do. He then interrupted Anthony's line of questioning by gesturing towards the large screen, which was currently replaying a slow motion of Wang Xu's remarkable shot. Wang Xu's recent goal was being replayed repeatedly on the grand screen at the Pepsi Center. The entire arena was engulfed in an eerie silence, as if over 20,000 spectators were not witnessing an exceptionally thrilling basketball game, but rather a lackluster snooker match featuring poorly skilled competitors. All the fans were enraptured by this dreamlike shot, yearning to erupt in cheers, only to realize that the scorer was, in fact, a member of the opposing team, plunging the venue into a profound stillness. Everyone's gaze shifted to Wang Xu, positioned at the center of the court. What kind of prodigy is this? However, this peculiar atmosphere was short-lived as the officiating referee swiftly blew the whistle, signaling that the game must continue. At that moment, the Denver Nuggets still held a 6-point lead over the Seattle Supersonics, with 7 minutes remaining on the clock. The fans, upon hearing the whistle, gradually resumed their chatter, though many were likely engaged in hushed discussions regarding Wang Xu's remarkably imaginative goal. As the Nuggets scored again, Wang Xu, as he had done previously, rushed outside to defend against Allen Iverson. Yet, this time, Iverson chose not to receive the ball, nor did he engage Wang Xu in a one-on-one confrontation. Wang Xu was instantly filled with irritation as he shouted at Iverson, "Allen, why didn't you come?" Iverson, his expression as still as water, replied softly to Wang Xu, "Wang, that shot of yours is beyond my capabilities, and at this moment, what I desire more than anything is victory. For the sake of triumph, I am willing to sacrifice everything." Wang Xu could not help but fall silent. Victory? Wang Xu's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. "Do you wish to compare our desires for victory, Allen? I assure you, I shall not concede to you in this regard. My fervor for triumph surpasses that of anyone else." During this offensive play, although Iverson did not directly engage in the attack, the presence of the scoring machine, Anthony, allowed the Nuggets to orchestrate a seamless collaboration, creating a splendid opportunity for Anthony to score effortlessly. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Ridnour, Wang Xu executed a pick-and-roll with Shuchik along the baseline. One moved from the left and the other from the right, advancing upward, while the interior player, Kato Thomas, provided a timely screen for the oncoming Shuchik. This allowed Shuchik to maneuver around the screen effortlessly, receiving Ridnour's pass beyond the three-point line, and with the ease of routine practice, he successfully sank the shot. On the other end, Iverson controlled the ball, with Kenyon Martin setting a screen for him before descending toward the paint. Iverson intended to execute an alley-oop for Martin, yet it was thwarted by Kato Thomas, whose formidable hand swatted the ball away. What a farce! Who does not know that Kenyon Martin is merely adept at slam dunks and uncontested layups? Thomas mused internally, considering how such an obvious ruse dared to unfold before him. How could this fellow possibly know anything about the whims of fate? After Thomas disrupted the Nuggets' alley-oop, Wang Xu seized the opportunity, swiftly securing the basketball and advancing it forward, with Iverson relentlessly pursuing him. However, once Wang Xu surged ahead, particularly after just a few strides, it became evident that no one could keep pace with him. Approaching an unguarded hoop, Wang Xu effortlessly executed a graceful dunk to conclude the offensive surge. Subsequently, J.R. Smith's three-point attempt clanged off the rim, and Al Horford's mid-range shot also missed its mark. Nevertheless, Kato Thomas continued to assert his dominance, crashing the boards with his robust elbow, claiming the offensive rebound before passing the ball to Wang Xu on the perimeter. Wang Xu received the ball, took a couple of quick glances, and without hesitation, launched a three-pointer. The basketball struck the rim with a resounding thud, fortuitously landing in the hands of Thomas. Seizing the opportunity, Thomas snatched 2 offensive rebounds. Invigorated by the moment, and promptly passed the ball out while exclaiming, "Shoot away, there's a backboard in there." Watch as Big Corte demolishes the inexperienced rookie inside. Kenyon Martin's expression soured. With only 2 players in the paint, Enes Kanter had been drawn out to the mid-range by Al Horford, and the rookie Thomas referred to as undoubtedly him. However, with Thomas being a rookie from 1995 and Martin a rookie from 2000, one was just entering his prime while the other was already a seasoned veteran at 35. Thus, Thomas calling Martin a rookie was not entirely out of line. Nevertheless, in the NBA, being labeled a rookie, especially when said aloud on the court, could be quite derogatory. It seemed to have become a tradition for second-year players to exhibit excessive enthusiasm when facing first-year rookies, as if taunting them with, "Rookie, welcome to the NBA." Now, with Martin being called a rookie, he was beginning to lose his composure. If it weren't for the fact that this particular player hailed from the notorious New York gang, he might have been tempted to find a brick and take a few swings at Thomas's head. The basketball made its way back to Wang Xu, who, noticing J.R. Smith defending him, disregarded the defense and attempted a mid-range shot. However, the rim seemed to have a lid on it once more, rejecting Wang Xu's attempt. What on earth? Has someone deliberately adjusted the hoop to be smaller today? Wang Xu exclaimed, shaking his hand in frustration. Such occurrences were not unheard of, particularly during the playoffs, where competition extended beyond mere player matchups on the court. From management's smoke screens to various obstacles set by staff, such as subtly altering the hoop's size, it was not outside the realm of possibility. In the era of Red Auerbach's Celtics, such antics were common. However, with the NBA's increasingly stringent regulations, the frequency of these incidents had diminished, yet during the playoffs, they remained an unavoidable reality. Seeing Wang Xu's mid-range shot miss, Thomas, buoyed by excitement, used his robust elbow to nudge Kenyon Martin behind him, once again claiming the offensive rebound. With no one in front of him, Thomas executed an unexpected finesse shot that belied his size, sending the ball through the hoop. Elated, Thomas tugged at his jersey and shouted at Martin, flexing his muscles in the process. Meanwhile, the Denver Nuggets, capitalizing on Thomas's moment of celebration, executed a swift 5-on for play, easily scoring 2 points. On the sidelines, Calipari, witnessing the lapse, shouted at Thomas, "Cordeth, are you fooling around down there with thin air? Defense! Defense!" Thomas was momentarily dumbfounded. This defied logic. He had just made an electrifying basket and hadn't even finished celebrating when they launched an attack. These Nuggets are utterly disgraceful, Thomas thought to himself. As the game intensified, only 2 minutes and 32 seconds remained, with the current score at 83-86, visitors in the lead, home team trailing by 3 points. Calipari called a timeout to adjust personnel and strategize. However, at this juncture, there was little strategy left to articulate. It was merely about switching a few players to bolster defense and entrusting the ball to Wang Xu, allowing him the freedom to operate. With Wang Xu already having scored 28 points and the Nuggets opting for one-on-one defense throughout, giving the ball to the team's most reliable scoring option was indeed the most effective course of action. Yet, Calipari still emphasized the importance of defense and screen setting in the paint, instructing Shuchik to stretch the floor as a shooter, allowing Wang Xu to orchestrate the offensive play. Particularly, if Wang Xu faced double-teaming in the closing moments, teammates needed to be ready to support him. After all, it was Wang Xu's first NBA game, and encountering a double-team could lead to mistakes due to his inexperience in handling such situations. As the game resumed, Wang Xu stood at the arc, casually dribbling the ball while surveying the positions of his teammates and the opposing players. At this moment, Iverson returned to the point guard position. Should he attempt to defend Wang Xu, he would become a mere source of points for Wang Xu. Therefore, Mike Carl promptly moved Iverson to the point guard role and substituted in J.R. Smith for the shooting guard position, while Smith proved to be a valuable offensive asset. Capable of scoring in bursts reminiscent of Kobe, his defensive capabilities paled in comparison. Though he possessed good physical attributes, he was often easily exploited, leading to fouls. And his penchant for risky steals frequently left his position vulnerable, enabling opponents to score effortlessly. In truth, Mike Carl understood that having Smith defend Wang Xu was not particularly advantageous. Yet, the Nuggets lacked viable options for perimeter defense. It was precisely due to Smith's defensive shortcomings that he remained off the starting lineup, for with Iverson, Smith, and Carmelo Anthony on the floor, they would likely field one of the weakest defensive backcourts in the league. However, these were matters for Mike Carl and the Nuggets management to contemplate. Wang Xu's sole focus was to secure a victory from the heights of Denver. Wang Xu, with the ball in hand, signaled for Horford to approach and execute a pick-and-roll. Seizing the opportunity created by the screen, he surged forward with great intensity. Although J.R. Smith's defensive skills were somewhat lacking, his defensive attitude was commendable. Observing Wang Xu's aggressive move toward the basket, aided by Horford's screen, he hastily rushed towards the paint. However, Wang Xu merely employed a feint, exploiting the visual obstruction created by Horford's presence to deceive J.R., who was caught off guard. As Wang Xu observed that J.R. had indeed fallen for the ruse, he swiftly retreated a step from inside the three-point line, positioning himself beyond it. J.R. Smith, rushing past Al Horford, failed to notice Wang Xu charging towards the paint, and was taken aback when he glanced sideways to find Wang Xu poised to shoot from the three-point arc. In an instant, without a moment's hesitation, J.R. surged forward, a fierce expression on his face, leaping into the air with determination to block the shot. However, as he soared, he caught sight of a faint smile on Wang Xu's face, which sent a jolt of alarm through him. He thought to himself, "I'm about to swat him." Yet this kid appears so unperturbed. Surely he can't be that oblivious? With a hint of regret, he gazed at Wang Xu, reflecting on what a fine young man he was, only to be startled by the imposing presence of Smith in midair. Nevertheless, he resolved to dismiss such thoughts. If he could successfully block the shot, he would emerge as the hero of the team. The prospects of a night out at the club, filled with enchanting encounters, danced in his mind. As he pondered this, JR's desire to thwart the shot intensified. Yet, he wondered why Wang Xu had yet to lead. Could it be? A foreboding sensation crept into JR's mind. He watched as Wang Xu retracted his foot, pausing nonchalantly, still smiling at the approaching J.R. Smith, before executing a shooting motion. Leaning into JR's body and releasing the ball, the sharp sound of the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a shooting foul and awarding 3 free throws. Upon realizing he was about to send Wang Xu to the free throw line for 3 shots, JR's anxiety surged, prompting him to approach the referee in protest. However, the referee had witnessed the foul clearly. The call for 3 free throws was indisputable. Even if there were any doubts, the referee would hardly side with a relatively unknown J.R. Smith. After all, Wang Xu had garnered special attention from the league president upon entering the league, and the referees, under stern-s reign, would not dare oppose him. They would be more inclined to curry favor. Nearby, Allen Iverson noticed JR's agitation and hurried over to restrain him, keen to prevent any escalation that might provoke the referee and lead to an even harsher decision against the Nuggets. Wang Xu stood at the free throw line, successfully converting all 3 attempts, thus securing 3 points and aiding his team in leveling the score. However, with a slight lapse in judgment, J.R. Smith swiftly darted beyond the 3-point arc and executed a hasty 3-point shot. Wang Xu, who was defending him, was taken aback by the audacity of Smith's ill-advised attempt, which, to his astonishment, found its mark. In truth, Wang Xu perceived such impulsive 3-point shots as particularly detrimental to the team, especially when the opponent successfully lands one, as it significantly bolsters their morale. It was reminiscent of Tracy McGrady's astonishing feat of scoring 13 points in 35 seconds. That singular 3-point shot electrified the entire atmosphere and invigorated his team. The concept of momentum, while seemingly abstract, holds tangible significance in NBA contests. When a team gains momentum, their offensive prowess appears boundless. Conversely, should they lose it, their downfall can be swift and catastrophic. No one can precisely articulate why this phenomenon occurs, yet it frequently manifests during games. Hence, momentum becomes paramount for any team. This type of shot is akin to a nuclear weapon, capable of altering the momentum of the game, yet no player can routinely rely on such a strategy. Wang Xu's 3-point shooting was rather ordinary, though he harbored aspirations of mastering this technique to experiment with it at a higher level. Nevertheless, that was a matter for another time. Following J.R. Smith's successful 3-pointer, the Supersonics found themselves trailing by 3 points once more. Wang Xu continued his offensive drive, once again from the same position, executing a pick-and-roll with Horford. J.R. Smith, having suffered a setback in the previous play, stayed closely behind Wang Xu. Camby hesitated to return to the paint, fearing that Wang Xu might exploit the gap for an easy score. Consequently, both he and J.R. Smith formed a double team against Wang Xu. Yet they failed to adequately disrupt the pick-and-roll, allowing Wang Xu to pass the ball to the open Horford, who effortlessly dunked the ball into the basket. Subsequently, J.R. Smith attempted a sudden jump shot from beyond the arc. The basketball danced around the rim several times, causing George Karl, who had recently undergone prostate surgery 2 years prior, to nearly lose his composure. The tension in the arena was palpable as all eyes were fixed on the mischievous ball. It circled once, twice. Under the watchful gaze of everyone present, the ball wobbled precariously before finally bouncing off the side of the rim. A collective sigh echoed through the venue, resonating with the disappointment of the Nuggets fans. As the ball descended, the players on the court focused intently, preparing to secure this critical rebound. However, due to J.R. Smith's hasty shot, the Nuggets players had failed to establish advantageous positions under the basket. Meanwhile, Horford and Cordet Thomas effectively dominated the paint, allowing the Supersonics to seize control of the ball. Wang Xu quickly took possession and advanced rapidly, aiming to capitalize on the Nuggets' disarray and score swiftly to regain the initiative. Nevertheless, Iverson, a seasoned veteran in the league and a symbol of speed, recognized Wang Xu's intent to push forward and immediately called for his teammates to retreat quickly on defense. Wang Xu advanced into the attacking zone. Observing that the opposing players had already positioned themselves, he remained unhurried, deliberately slowing his pace to await the arrival of his teammates in their designated positions. Wang Xu observed that his teammates were already positioned and ready. With the ball in his left hand and his right hand raised high, he gestured repeatedly, signaling for his teammates to create space for him. In a dazzling display of agility, Wang Xu faced off against J.R. Smith, executing a signature Liangbo Weibo maneuver. With a deft change of rhythm near the free throw line, he effortlessly eluded Smith, delivering a graceful mid-range jump shot that allowed his team to reclaim the lead. Meanwhile, as the clock wound down, the team found themselves trailing once more, causing Anthony to feel a surge of urgency. He hurriedly positioned himself for a mid-range shot, backing down Shuchik, but before he could establish his stance, he called for the ball from Iverson. Seizing the opportunity, Iverson passed the ball to Anthony, prompting Shuchik to react with force, attempting to pressure Anthony. Just as Anthony was about to secure the ball, he stumbled, nearly committing a turnover. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, he took a step forward and retrieved it. However, this movement pushed him further from the basket, placing him in an unfamiliar offensive position, neither too high nor too low. He was too far to back down effectively and too close to the three-point line to shoot comfortably. A long two-pointer seemed less reliable than a three-pointer. Contemplating his options, Anthony found himself lacking a clear solution, and with the ball on its way, passing to a teammate was no longer viable. He resolutely shifted from backing down to facing the basket. If backing down was ineffective, he would engage in a face-up attack. Dribbling swiftly, Anthony sought an opening in the defense. Yet, Shuchik proved to be a formidable opponent, remaining unfazed by Anthony's series of feints. As the shot clock dwindled, urgency mounted for Anthony, who, after two quick crossovers, managed to create a sliver of space for a hurried shot. The sound of the ball clanging off the rim reverberated through the arena. "My goodness," Thomas bellowed, towering in the paint as he once again secured the rebound. It was undeniable. Thomas exuded an aura reminiscent of his prime. In stark contrast, Martin felt less than stellar, although not among the league's elite rebounders. Averaging 10 boards per game was within reach with ample playing time. Yet today, he found himself thoroughly overshadowed by the veteran. One might think he was merely going through the motions. Particularly unsettling was the disapproving gaze of the old coach directed at him, leaving Martin feeling utterly despondent. As Wang Xu received the pass from Thomas in the backcourt, he advanced the ball with purpose. With the Supersonics leading by a mere point and only 38 seconds remaining, he chose to temper the pace, preparing for a high-percentage shot. The basketball was deftly passed among the players of the Supersonics until it finally reached Horford. Horford attempted a delicate hook shot, but an interior defender surged forward, causing Horford to alter his motion under the pressure of Kanter's body, resulting in an inaccurate shot that naturally missed its mark. However, the referee's whistle pierced the tension, signaling a shooting foul, awarding 2 free throws. Kanter raised his hand, acknowledging his foul. There was little contention over the call. It was a deliberate foul, executed to prevent Horford from scoring easily. Standing at the free throw line, Horford took a deep breath and converted one of his 2 attempts. With just 15 seconds remaining in the game, the Supersonics led the Nuggets by 2 points, placing the Nuggets in a precarious situation. Following Horford's free throws, Mike Carl hastily called a timeout to strategize. Carmelo Anthony looked up at the scoreboard, unfazed, and confidently addressed the furrowed brow of Mike Carl. "Mike, there is no need for concern. We're only down by 1 point. And 15 seconds is ample time for us to score. With Allen, myself, and JR on the court, we can effectively penetrate the defense in the closing moments. If necessary, we can draw a foul. After all, those guys from the Supersonics are playing away, especially the rookies who have just arrived in the altitude of Denver. It remains to be seen if they can hold their composure in the final moments." Mike Carl gazed intently at his players, feeling a mix of anxiety and hope. Indeed, as Anthony had articulated, scoring 2 points was not an insurmountable challenge for a Nuggets team armed with a formidable duo. However, Carl's primary concern was defensive strategy. Even if they managed to score, a 1-point deficit would still leave the Supersonics with a significant opportunity to retaliate, particularly given the frailty of his team's perimeter defense. Thus, he contemplated whether to prioritize quick scoring followed by defense or to bide their time for a last-minute decisive strike. The former tactic would afford the Nuggets more options, allowing for a second chance if they failed, but it would also grant the Supersonics ample space to counterattack. The latter approach, while potentially sealing the game, could also prove disastrous for his own team. Observing a hint of hesitation in Mike Carl, Iverson stepped forward, resolutely stating, "Mike, let me take the final shot. I'll compress the time and deliver." Upon hearing this, Mike Carl's expression darkened, and he replied, "Allen, do you realize the magnitude of the impact if you fail to execute this game winner? The media will inundate you with criticism, branding you as someone who succumbed to a rookie." With a carefree smile and a gaze filled with determination, Iverson countered, "And what of it, Mike? I'm still Allen Iverson. I have never feared such scrutiny." Anthony, upon hearing Mike Carl's words, expressed his concern. "Allen, Mike makes a valid point. Perhaps I should take this final shot. You know my scoring ability is not inferior to yours." Iverson, unperturbed by Anthony's suggestion, simply fixed his gaze on the contemplative coach. Suddenly, the seasoned coach made a decisive call, stating unambiguously, "Let Allen handle it. Whether the shot succeeds or fails, let that be a matter for Allen and fate to decide." Having established the final shooter, Mike Carl turned to Iverson once more, saying, "Allen, I'm certain Calipari over there knows that the ball will ultimately end up in your or Carmelo's hands. However, he wants to be privy to who will take the final shot." Calipari, with clarity of thought, glanced at Anthony and remarked, "So, Carmelo, at the start of the play, position yourself at mid-range to receive the ball. Use your style to draw the defense, allowing the Supersonics to relax their grip on Allen. Remember, the ball can linger in your hands, and if you face a double team, pass to an open teammate. But keep in mind, Allen will not take control of the ball until there are 6 seconds left." He then addressed Iverson, "Allen, for the first 9 seconds of the 15, do not touch the ball. Position yourself in the left corner beyond the arc, feigning a play for Carmelo to create space, drawing a line on the tactical board." Mike Carl continued, "With 8 seconds remaining, you'll circle out from the left corner along this path." He then turned to J.R. Smith. "J.R., take position in the right corner. Before Allen makes his move, use Marcus and Kenyon S screens to slip to the left corner. Remember, you must act before Allen. You both need to create confusion for the Supersonics defenders, make them unsure of whom to mark." Turning to Camby and Martin, he instructed, "Marcus, Kenyon, you both hold your positions inside. Marcus, set a screen on the left. Kenyon, set a screen on the right, specifically for JR's movement. Kenyon, your screen should be set early, allowing JR to pass, and then provide a second screen to facilitate Allen's reception. Ideally, this will create a mismatch for Allen." As Mike Carl articulated his strategy with fervor, he sketched on the board to clarify his intentions. The timeout swiftly elapsed, and the sharp whistle signaled that the climactic moment of the game had arrived. With the timeout concluded, Mike Carl accelerated his explanation, culminating in a booming command, "Boys, let us go." Iverson and Anthony exchanged knowing glances, laughter bubbling up between them as they rallied their teammates, stacking their hands together and chanting, "Victory, Nuggets." They then strode onto the court with determination. At that moment, the Nuggets prepared to inbound the ball. Camby, under Horford's scrutiny, passed the ball to J.R. Smith, who dribbled a few times beyond the three-point line before swiftly delivering it to Anthony, who had positioned himself perfectly to receive it. As he sprinted towards the right corner, Anthony faced off against Sebiak, who was tasked with his defense. The Supersonics, during their timeout, had not devised any particularly intricate strategy. Calipari emphasized the necessity of man-to-man defense, insisting that they must not afford the Nuggets any open shots. Despite the lengthy discourse, it was largely a reiteration of defensive vigilance and the importance of not allowing opponents to slip through unguarded. At that moment, Sebiak found himself engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with Anthony in the post. Given Anthony's formidable strength as a small forward, Sebiak could do little but retreat under the pressure of Anthony's offensive prowess. Observing that Anthony was maneuvering into an advantageous scoring position, Horford, disregarding the coach's directives and the presence of Camby in the paint, rushed forward in an attempt to double-team Anthony. With only 8 seconds remaining in the game, J.R. Smith and Iverson, who had been lying in wait, sprang into action. J.R. Smith, utilizing Kenyon Martin's screen, darted towards the left baseline, prompting Wang Xu to hastily pursue him. However, he was effectively impeded by Martin, who obstructed his path, allowing J.R. Smith to gain ground as he sprinted towards the left corner. Simultaneously, Iverson, aided by Marcus Camby's screen, maneuvered to the right, creating a crossing pattern with J.R. Smith. Riedno, tasked with guarding Smith, found himself in a quandary as he observed Smith sprinting from right to left and Iverson racing from left to right. Wang Xu, still caught outside the defensive wall, was rendered uncertain about whom to pursue. Ultimately, Riedno deduced that since Wang Xu was unable to reach him, he would likely shift his focus to Iverson, who was on the verge of arriving in his vicinity, thus turning to defend the now closer Smith. However, within the cramped confines of the paint, No fewer than 8 players were jostling for position, leaving Wang Xu unable to discern Iverson's whereabouts. On the left side of the court, alongside Anthony and Sebiak, an additional 5 players crowded the area. Meanwhile, the right side was occupied solely by Iverson, Martin, and Thomas. Wang Xu surged forward a couple of steps, immediately sensing that something was amiss. Why were all the players huddled on the left side of the court? If the ball were to be passed leftward at this moment, it would undoubtedly result in a blunder, especially now, with Iverson engaging in a one-on-one on the left. If he sought to create space by utilizing a pick-and-roll along the baseline, it was illogical for J.R. Smith to be darting leftward. Running left, wasn't that merely constricting Anthony's offensive options? If anyone were to make a run, it ought to be Iverson, stationed in the left corner, moving rightward. Iverson. Wang Xu was suddenly taken aback. J.R. was occupying Allen Iverson's position, but where was Iverson? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Wang Xu ceased his pursuit of J.R. and turned back, searching for Iverson. He then noticed Iverson, skillfully utilizing a screen set by Martin, was about to run to the arc to receive the ball. As Wang Xu observed that Allen Iverson was unguarded, he hurriedly pursued him. Meanwhile, Anthony, stationed in the paint, rejoiced upon seeing Iverson execute the strategy. Realizing that no defenders were nearby, he swiftly passed the ball to Iverson, who soared at the arc to receive it, with merely 5 seconds remaining. Upon glancing up, Iverson noted that Wang Xu was closing in on him, prompting a confident smile as he bent his knees, preparing to leap for a shot. For seconds, alarmed, Wang Xu recognized Iverson's intent to shoot a three-pointer from beyond the arc, gritting his teeth as he quickened his pace and leaped, determined to thwart Iverson's attempt. However, Iverson, noticing Wang Xu suspended in midair, revealed a knowing smile, retracted his body, then, with an agile crouch, propelled himself forward with remarkable speed towards the basket. 3 seconds. Under Wang Xu's astonished gaze, Iverson effortlessly dribbled the ball to the free throw line, bent his knees, and leaped, launching the ball in a flawless arc. 2 seconds. No. Wang Xu silently screamed, helplessly landing on the ground as he watched Iverson's confident release of the shot. Based on Wang Xu's extensive experience shooting from that spot, he felt a 90% certainty that the shot would succeed, yet a sliver of doubt lingered in his mind. With a swish, the basketball traced a perfect arc through the air, finding the net with a resounding confirmation. Was this truly the end? Wang Xu glanced at the timer, which indicated that only 4 seconds remained. Wang Xu could not help but feel a twinge of despair as he pondered, with only 4 seconds remaining. Could this match still be won? The sound of the basketball striking the court echoed crisply within the Pepsi Center, a chilling and merciless reverberation that gently struck the hearts of the Supersonics players, deeply shaking their spirits. They had exerted every ounce of strength and shed every drop of sweat to contend against the clearly superior Nuggets until the final moment, achieving a precious 1-point lead. They had believed victory was within reach, certain of their triumph, even if it meant merely extending the game into overtime. Yet, like a relentless assassin, Iverson made his fateful choice, using his tattooed hands to mercilessly drag the Supersonics players from the radiant realm of triumph into a cold, dark abyss. The sound of the net swishing, which usually resonated like celestial music, now struck terror and heartbreak into the ears of Wang Xu and his teammates. With urgency, Carlesimo called a timeout, freezing the timer at 1 seconds, the glaring score of 91-92 suspended on the large screen above the Pepsi Center. Was there still hope? Neither Carlesimo nor the Supersonics fans watching from their screens could ascertain. While many claim the NBA is a birthplace of miracles, the very essence of a miracle lies in its rarity. Just as with game-winning shots, Michael Jordan famously remarked that he had missed far more game winners than he had made. Even with a career game-winning percentage of 39.6, Jordan's success rate paled in comparison to his overall shooting percentage. Currently, the renowned Kobe Bryant is often hailed for his prowess in clutch moments, yet his game-winning shot success rate falls below 30. Conversely, LeBron James, often criticized for his penchant for passing during critical moments, boasts the highest success rate among the three. Now, Wang Xu and the Supersonics were faced with such a game-winning shot, with merely 1 seconds left, a time that allowed for no tactical play or rhythm to be established, significantly heightening the difficulty of their chances. It was precisely for this reason that anticipation swelled among the spectators. Would the Supersonics create a miracle? However, the Nuggets fans in the Pepsi Center could hardly contain their elation, having already begun to cheer and celebrate, the arena reverberating with their jubilant uproar. They firmly believed the Supersonics could not conjure a miracle in the final 1 seconds. What could be accomplished in such a fleeting moment? Nothing at all. Could Carmelo and Allen possibly thwart the Supersonics in this brief span? No, this was inconceivable. They could do nothing. Only to taste the bitterness of defeat and retreat in shame to their own territory. The Denver Highlands would not permit any challenger to leave unscathed. Meanwhile, Iverson, who had sent the Supersonics spiraling into this endless abyss, stood proudly at the center of the court, his right hand pressed to his ear, savoring the thunderous cheers of the fans. Witnessing Iverson's iconic gesture, the crowd erupted in even greater excitement, their cheers and shouts merging into a cacophony that filled the arena. The voices of adults, children, the elderly, men, and women intertwined, creating waves of sound that resonated like the thunder of exploding cannonballs, producing a deafening roar that echoed throughout the venue. Wang Xu gazed at Iverson, the Chinese character for loyalty tattooed on his neck strikingly evident to him. Is this truly you, Allen? Like a spark igniting a fire, it sets ablaze the entire arena. This was true at the Wachovia Center for the 76ers. And it remains so at the Pepsi Center for the Nuggets. Wang Xu no longer feels lost, nor does he ponder whether he can create a miracle. Hasn't he faced numerous dire situations at UCLA? This is merely another instance. What significance does it hold? Why should he fret unnecessarily? If the sky were to fall, he would bear it. A sudden clarity washed over Wang Xu, dispelling the shadows from his face and revealing a smile reminiscent of days gone by. He gazed at Iverson, who shone on the court like a deity of war, and murmured with a grin, Allen, since you have drawn your sword, I shall not waver. Let me show you my moment as well. This victory shall not be so easily surrendered to you. As the thunderous cheers of the crowd echoed around him, mingled with disdainful jeers directed at the Supersonics, determination filled his countenance. Do you truly believe we will succumb so effortlessly? How ridiculous. I shall not grant you your wish. He then clapped a hand on the motionless Horford and bellowed, Al, what are you doing standing there? We have not lost yet. Get to the bench. Horford, initially ensnared by the shock of Iverson's near-game winner, felt a fleeting sense of helplessness and uncertainty. However, upon witnessing Wang Xu's resolute stride, a wave of reassurance surged within him. What is there to fear? You may have Allen, but we have Wang. Although Calipari had spent a considerable duration within the Spurs front office, he still lagged behind Popovich in tactical acumen, especially in this critical moment with only 4 seconds remaining. Even if a strategy could be devised, executing it would be a formidable challenge. Thus, Calipari cautiously shouted to the players surrounding him, Gentlemen, there are just 4 seconds left. At this stage, we have no tactics left. Pass the ball to Wang, create a shooting opportunity for him, and let him handle this play. He then called out to Wang Xu, Wang, next, you must utilize your speed and shooting to swiftly secure us those 2 points and conclude this match. Wang Xu, upon hearing this, shook his head at Colesimo and declared loudly, No, I shall conclude this match with a 3-pointer. Colesimo, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, contemplating dissuading Wang Xu from such an impulsive notion. After all, 2 points would be a far more prudent choice. Wang, I understand your desire to shine following Allen's near buzzer beater, but now is not the moment for your display. We must first secure our position against defeat to harbor any hopes of victory. Thus, we must adopt the most reliable strategy to conclude the game. Furthermore, should you miss this 3-pointer, it would not only undermine the team's efforts throughout the game, but also expose you to scathing criticism from the media as you embark on your journey in the league. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu spoke with conviction, Coach, this is not merely my obstinacy. The Nuggets currently lead us by a mere point, thus in their forthcoming offensive maneuvers, they will undoubtedly tighten their defense against our drives and mid-range shots. The pressure on defense beyond the 3-point line will certainly be less formidable than that within it. And the Nuggets will certainly be vigilant in preventing me from receiving the ball inside the arc. Therefore, capitalizing on this opportunity to execute our offense from the less pressured 3-point line presents an excellent chance for us. Calipari pondered for a moment, surveying the surrounding players, and slowly replied to Wang Xu, Are you prepared? Upon hearing this, Wang Xu bellowed in response, Enough. In reaction, Kalishimo forcefully slammed the tactical board down, yanked at his collar with a fierce motion, and shouted at the players surrounding him, What the hell are we waiting for? Get in there. Indeed, the players of the Nuggets, having returned to the court, huddled within the 3-point line, leaving only Canner to disrupt Horford's inbound pass. A sharp whistle pierced the air as the referee forcefully struck the ball to the ground, allowing it to bounce back into Horford's hands. He then retreated steadily to avoid interfering with the players on the court. At this moment, both teams fielded their most reliable lineups. One side aimed to conjure a miracle within the fleeting for seconds while the other fought desperately to preserve their hard-won victory. Coach Mike Carl opted to deploy J.R. Smith to guard Wang Xu, as he had no formidable perimeter defender at his disposal and thus relied on the reasonably athletic J.R. However, Coach Carl was wary of letting J.R. face Wang Xu alone, so he devised a plan during the timeout, should Wang Xu attempt to penetrate the paint. A formidable wall of defense would be waiting for him. Meanwhile, the Supersonics replaced Corda Thomas with the younger, more energetic Collins, reinforcing their interior presence. At this juncture, Horford, responsible for the inbound, stood by the sideline, hoisting the basketball above his head. As the spectators in the arena sensed the Supersonics were preparing to attack, a cacophony of noise erupted, filled with raucous cheers and taunts, as they endeavored to support their team in safeguarding those final one. For seconds, Wang Xu stood at the right corner, enveloped by a cacophony of derision, the overwhelming clamor akin to a fragile vessel teetering on the brink amidst tumultuous waves. Yet, at the epicenter of this storm, Wang Xu remained astonishingly lucid and composed. Much like Santiago from The Old Man and the Sea, he defied fate, resisting its grasp. Such individuals, even when ensnared in dire straits, are impervious to defeat. Thus, in this moment of adversity, Wang Xu is profoundly calm, acutely aware of his purpose. Do you not wish for our downfall? Do you not strive to vanquish us? Very well, if you believe you can succeed, then come and try. Let us see if your defenses can withstand my sharp spear. With a roar resounding in his heart, Wang Xu suddenly surged from the right corner, swiftly advancing towards the left arc's pinnacle. If you believe miracles cannot occur, if you think wonders will not descend, if you are convinced we cannot forge a miracle. Wang Xu's heart roared with fervor. Allow me to show you what a miracle truly looks like. At that moment, a fierce battle intent radiated from Wang Xu as he gazed at Iverson, internally murmuring, "Alan, if you believe victory is already yours, you are gravely mistaken." With an overwhelming surge of determination, he channeled every ounce of strength into the very pores of his being. A velocity that left J.R. Smith utterly astonished exploded forth, carving a luminous green streak through the air, reminiscent of the Flash, Barry Allen, albeit with Barry's signature red glow. Not a chance, J.R. Smith exclaimed as he witnessed Wang Xu's astonishing first step. The Denver Nuggets, having committed fully, could not falter at this juncture. Thus, J.R. gritted his teeth, desperately striving to keep pace with Wang Xu, resolute in preventing the latter's silhouette from slipping from his sight. Yet, to J.R.'s dismay, even as he unleashed an unprecedented burst of speed, the distance between him and Wang Xu only widened. No. J.R. clenched his jaw, a flicker of despair coursing through him. Was he truly going to let him escape so effortlessly to receive the ball? Could he not even manage to catch up to that kid? What to do? Just then, as despair enveloped J.R., Iverson shot forward like lightning, bellowing, "Switch defense." He adhered closely to Wang Xu, mirroring his movements with uncanny precision. Seeing Iverson so tightly aligned with Wang Xu, J.R. felt a profound sense of reassurance despite Iverson's less imposing stature. "Alan, it's all on you," he thought, hastily positioning himself next to Reed, ensuring that no member of the Supersonics found themselves unmarked. Wang Xu noticed Allen Iverson clinging closely to him, and he thought to himself, "Alan, I concede your strength. At this moment, I am unable to contain you. However, I am not feeble either. I shall create a miracle with this play." In an instant, as his right foot made contact with the ground at the top of the left arc, Wang Xu executed a sudden halt. The screeching sound of his shoes grinding against the floor echoed so clearly that even the spectators in the distance could hear it. The fans on the sidelines were utterly astonished. Just how fast is he? Then, like a spinning top, his body pivoted sharply, racing in the opposite direction of the relentless Iverson. In that fleeting moment, as they brushed past each other at high speed, it seemed as though Iverson heard Wang Xu softly declare, "This time, I have triumphed, Alan." Horford witnessed Wang Xu's rapid stop and turn, creating a sliver of space. And in that instant, he swiftly passed the ball to Wang Xu. "It's up to you now, Wang. Make the shot." At that moment, Wang Xu received the basketball at the arc, observing Iverson, who had just pivoted fiercely towards him, and Horford, who was hastily moving towards the paint. He also noted Anthony, striving to establish position inside, the ever-tense Corte on the sidelines clutching a towel, and Calesimo, hands clasped in prayer. Meanwhile, the audience remained eerily silent. Wang Xu's smile was radiant. Upon receiving the ball, he simultaneously planted both feet firmly on the ground, as if they were glued to the court. His legs formed an astonishing angle of 45 degrees with the surface. Then, like a coiled spring, he propelled himself upward with perfect poise, his legs slightly apart in midair. his upper body leaning back ever so slightly. Harnessing the strength of his legs, he engaged his core, which in turn activated his arms, and then his wrists, ultimately directing the movement to his fingers. Under the glare of countless flashes, Wang Xu delicately flicked the basketball from his hand. Go forth. My miracle awaits. The miracle of our supersonic team. Meanwhile, Iverson, exerting every ounce of his energy, rushed towards him, momentarily entranced by Wang Xu's unwavering confidence as he released the shot. Am I truly getting old? He pondered. The orange basketball soared through the air, carrying with it the hopes of the players, the coach, the fans in the arena, and those watching from their screens, all eyes fixated as it gracefully arced past the three-point line, into the paint, and straight toward the hoop. Would the shot succeed? Amidst the collective anticipation, the ball traced a beautiful arc through the air. The swish of the net and the sound of time expiring resonated in succession. 3 points. A game winner. The entire Pepsi Center fell into silence, as everyone assumed that the Supersonics, trailing by a single point, would opt for a 2-point strategy, expecting Wang Xu to evade Iverson and secure victory with the most prudent approach. Yet, who could have foreseen that in the final moments of the game, Wang Xu would choose to seal it with a 3-pointer? The fans in the Pepsi Center stood in stunned silence, frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that their team had been vanquished in such a dramatic fashion. Wang Xu raised his miraculous right hand high, standing motionless in place, when he was suddenly embraced by Ket Thomas, who came rushing towards him. All the supersonic players surrounded Wang Xu, laughing maniacally as if possessed by a frenzy. As the clamor subsided, Wang Xu's gaze fell upon the Denver Nuggets players, who had plummeted from the brink of victory into the abyss of defeat, as well as the heartbroken fans who had tasted the bitter fruit of failure. He observed Allen Iverson standing resolutely in the center of the court, silently regarding him, his eyes shimmering with a defiant spirit. Wang Xu pondered. Next time, Allen will undoubtedly be even more fervent, more relentless, yearning to reclaim what was lost. Yet, isn't this precisely what I desire? To contest with the shortest giant in the NBA. With that thought, Wang Xu strode directly towards Iverson. Allen, you were truly formidable in this match. I am elated to have engaged in such an exhilarating game with you, Wang Xu sincerely expressed to Iverson. Upon hearing this, Iverson pressed his lips together, swallowing his disappointment, and replied to Wang Xu, but we still lost, Wang. In our confrontation, I could not keep pace with you, and I was unable to secure victory for the team. This match was yours. Iverson paused for a moment, then declared with undeniable conviction, but next time, I shall reclaim the victory. Wang Xu chuckled. Allen, I await your arrival. However, when the moment of victory arrives, I shan't relinquish it to you. It shall belong to us, the Supersonics. Upon hearing this, Iverson, unwilling to concede, retorted, who says so? It will undoubtedly be the Nuggets. Supersonics. Nuggets. Supersonics. Nuggets. The initially amicable conversation between the two swiftly escalated into a heated argument, reminiscent of two children squabbling on the court. Nearby, Corte Thomas and Carmelo Anthony witnessed their childish antics, their faces turning a shade of green as they feigned ignorance of the situation. How could two grown men behave in such a manner? Especially Iverson, who at 32 years of age, seemed lacking in maturity and composure. However, given their lengthy tenure in the NBA, it was clear that both players had retained a playful spirit. They embraced briefly to signify camaraderie, after which Carmelo turned to Thomas and declared, Corte, I firmly believe that Allen is correct. In our next encounter, victory will surely belong to the Nuggets. Upon hearing this, Corte released his hold on Anthony, picked his nose, and nonchalantly replied, who says so? Since you lost to us once, you shall lose to us again, a second time, a third time. The next victory will still belong to the Supersonics. Anthony immediately countered, we have Allen, with his butterfly step and unmatched mid-range jump shot. Thomas responded coolly, we have Wang. Anthony, undeterred, insisted, and we have myself, capable of playing with my back to the basket or facing the rim, shooting 3s and 4s. Thomas maintained his indifferent demeanor, reiterating, we have Wang. Frustrated, Anthony exclaimed, we have JR, a wild card who can unsettle even Kobe. Thomas remained unfazed, we have Wang. We have Marcus. We have Wang. We have Wang. Anthony found himself at a loss for words, finally grinding his teeth and retorting, what do you have besides Wang? Wang Xu, came the unyielding response, leaving Anthony speechless. Wang Xu was initially engaged in a fervent debate with Iverson on who would triumph in the next match, when he overheard a conversation between Anthony and Thomas that made him chuckle uncontrollably. Iverson teased Wang Xu, saying, "Does the Supersonics really have 10 players with the surname Wang?" Wang Xu spoke earnestly. "There is Wang Xu, Super Wang Xu." Upon noticing the disdainful gaze of Iverson directed towards him, he immediately raised his hands in surrender and shrugged, helplessly exclaiming, "All right. I can't continue this any longer." Upon hearing this, Iverson broke into a smile, playfully thumping Wang Xu on the chest, and said with a grin, "Kid, I really like you. If you have some free time, feel free to come find me. I am always available to keep you company." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu feigned a look of terror and exclaimed, "Alan, do you have feelings for me?" He then scrutinized Iverson closely. The intensity of Wang Xu's gaze made Iverson feel quite uneasy, prompting him to retort, "What's the matter with you, kid? What are you staring at?" With a mischievous grin, Wang Xu replied, "Alan, I hadn't realized you had such tastes. Haven't you got a daughter already?" Upon hearing this, Iverson quickly grasped the implication, realizing that this young man was jesting about his orientation. He then laughed and scolded, "Get lost, you little rascal. My preferences are perfectly normal." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu feigned a look of lingering fear and repeatedly said, "That's good, that's good. I was actually prepared to have Boss Kurt sacrifice his own muscles to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Kurt Thomas's expression suddenly turned icy. "What did you just say?" Wang Xu, upon realizing that Kurt Thomas had heard him, instantly wore a beaming smile and remarked, "I told Alan that Kurt is undoubtedly the toughest of the tough in the NBA." Kurt Thomas, upon hearing this, responded with satisfaction, "Now that's more like it." He then turned back and continued his debate with Anthony. Iverson, observing Wang Xu with a serious demeanor, smiled and said, "Wang, without jest, you are truly the most formidable rookie I have ever encountered, bar none. Even LeBron during his rookie season did not possess your scoring prowess." Upon hearing Iverson sing his praises once more, Wang Xu felt a sudden wave of embarrassment wash over him, as he was not one to handle compliments gracefully. However, Iverson tantalizingly kept him in suspense. "But what?" Wang Xu inquired hastily. Upon hearing this, Iverson revealed his true intentions, cautiously stating, "For the Supersonics to secure the championship is nearly impossible. Why don't you join the Nuggets and form a trio with me and Carmelo? That combination would undoubtedly lead us to victory." He then eagerly inquired, "What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xu's enthusiasm waned as he turned to Iverson and remarked, "Not much. Why don't you join our Supersonics? I assure you, we would secure the championship effortlessly." Iverson, taken aback, found himself at a loss. He had initially come to recruit Wang Xu, a young talent he held in high regard, yet in a twist of fate, he was now being recruited by Wang Xu instead. What a cunning little fellow, Iverson mused. Known for his easygoing nature, it was no surprise that he garnered such a devoted following in the United States. Even among the most formidable members of the underworld, Iverson commanded a certain respect. Realizing that Wang Xu would not accept his invitation and acknowledging that even if he approached the Nuggets, he lacked the assets to trade for Wang Xu, he decided to let the matter rest. With a smile, he said to Wang Xu, "Very well. Since that's the case, let us not dwell on these matters. After all, who can predict the future, right?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xu smiled and remarked, "Indeed. After the fierce battle on the court, when the smoke clears, the players who fought valiantly come together and share a smile. This is precisely the essence of the moment." Subsequently, Wang Xu and Allen Iverson embraced amidst the dazzling flashes of countless cameras. The white and gold number 3 and the green and white number 6 were immortalized in numerous photographs. News, particularly in the realm of sports, is heavily reliant on timeliness. The game had only just concluded, yet various media outlets sprang into action, reporting incessantly like mushrooms after rain. The rivalry among the Warriors, the showdown of shooting guards. The Philadelphia Sentinel proclaimed, "Born with a big heart, the rookie seals the game with a three-pointer against the Nuggets." ESPN Sports reported, "The lethal strike comes from the Los Angeles basketball maestro." The Los Angeles Basketball Journal noted, "The 2007 draft class has unveiled its talents, and the race for Rookie of the Year has commenced." Seattle Weekly exclaimed, "A near buzzer beater. The Chinese lad shatters Allen's heart." The California Tribune celebrated, "Another giant in the Chinese basketball realm. Yao Ming and Wang Xu will shine as twin stars." Basketball Pioneer remarked, "What began as an ordinary regular season game, devoid of national broadcast, has turned into a media frenzy." In merely 26 minutes on the court, Wang Xu amassed an impressive 34 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, and 4 steals, coupled with a game-winning shot that was invaluable. Following this match, he garnered significant attention, not only being named the MVP but also setting numerous records. Aside from Wilt Chamberlain, Wang Xu's debut performance ranks among the finest in NBA history. His 34 points fall just short of Chamberlain's 43 points scored in his rookie game against the New York Knicks. Moreover, the legendary Michael Jordan, often found atop various NBA leaderboards, managed only 16 points, 7 assists, and 6 rebounds in his inaugural match. In contrast, Iverson, who faced off against Wang Xu, also made a name for himself with 30 points and 6 assists, yet his performance paled in comparison. Kobe Bryant, known for his explosive scoring in recent years, had a rather lackluster debut, recording merely 1 rebound, 1 turnover, and 1 foul. However, Wang Xu's career debut featured a game-winning shot, an achievement no rookie has accomplished before and is unlikely to be replicated in the future. The rarity of such clutch moments cannot be overstated. Even when the opportunity arises, executing a successful game winner is a formidable challenge, especially for a rookie whose standing on the team is still being established. Would a coach dare to entrust a rookie with such a pivotal moment? Thus, Wang Xu's game-winning shot in his first match is an indelible record. His impressive stats of 5 rebounds, 8 assists, and 4 steals further showcase his scoring prowess, revealing his versatility. Although Iverson battled through injury to score 22 points and dish out 7 assists, and Anthony contributed 27 points, they both were eclipsed by Wang Xu's brilliance. The Supersonics' Kurt Thomas returned to form with an efficient 12 points and 15 rebounds, while fellow rookie Horford also shone, achieving 13 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 assists. Nonetheless, Wang Xu's explosive performance overshadowed all participating players that day. In a post-game analysis, Slam magazine noted an intriguing observation as the game approached its final moments. Iverson hit a near-buzzer beater that sent the Nuggets fans into a frenzy, with just 4 seconds remaining. The crowd, filled with disbelief, chanted MVP fervently, but merely 4 seconds later, Wang Xu, in his debut, executed a game-winning shot of tremendous value. Catching the ball, rising, shooting, the ball swished through the net effortlessly, and the MVP chants now seemed tailored for Wang Xu. This match has undoubtedly cemented its status as a classic, marked by Wang Xu's scoring sprees in the first quarter, Iverson's courageous plays despite injury, and their fierce one-on-one encounters. The dramatic moments, including the game winner and counter-game winner, showcased the most exhilarating scenes one could witness on the court. Had Wang Xu not clinched the victory for the Nuggets, Iverson, with his tenacity and explosive energy, would have been celebrated as the hero of the match. This game illustrates why the league has consistently downplayed the significance of towering players, implementing rules predominantly targeting them. The exhilarating one-on-one duels between Wang Xu and Iverson sent adrenaline levels soaring among fans. In the eyes of American spectators, such displays of individual prowess resonate with their admiration for personal heroism. As this record-setting match unfolded, brimming with captivating narratives, it will be etched in the memories of countless fans. With so much for reporters to delve into, excitement filled the air as journalists arrived early at the press conference, eager to uncover the highlights of this remarkable game. As the protagonist of this match, Wang Xu could not miss the press conference, for it is essential for a professional athlete to cultivate good relations with journalists. Since his middle school days, Wang Xu had already garnered some fame, and during his high school and university years, he frequently found himself under the scrutiny of reporters. Thus, he was far from being a naive rookie who lacked composure and indiscriminately divulged information. However, Colesimo felt a twinge of concern, as he was acutely aware of the nature of the journalist seated before him. To mitigate the risk of Wang Xu inadvertently saying something inappropriate or struggling to answer certain questions, he decided to bring along the commendable Kota Thomas, who had performed admirably that day. The post-match press conference commenced swiftly amidst a congenial atmosphere. As soon as both parties took their seats, a journalist eagerly raised his hand to pose a question. Colesimo selected one among them. The journalist, realizing that his was the first question, stood up with palpable excitement and began, "Good day, Mr. Colesimo and Mr. Wang. I am Wilson Smith, a special correspondent for Hoop magazine. First and foremost, congratulations on your remarkable victory and an undeniably splendid performance. I would like to ask Mr. Wang how it feels to dominate the game." After his query, the journalist, feeling quite pleased with himself, presumed that a rookie like Wang Xu, after such a stellar performance, would be unable to contain his exhilaration and would readily comply with his line of questioning. It was certainly audacious for a newcomer to boast about his dominance in his inaugural press conference, a statement that would undoubtedly furnish detractors of Wang Xu with ample ammunition. Furthermore, This journalist was keenly aware that numerous NBA players had expressed discontent regarding Wang Xu's substantial summer contract with Adidas. If Wang Xu were to embellish his narrative, it would undoubtedly incite the ire of those less discerning individuals, potentially leading to a sensational news story. Kota Thomas, a seasoned player in the league, instantly comprehended the journalist's ulterior motives and felt a surge of urgency to caution Wang Xu to avoid any pitfalls. Nonetheless, the exhilaration from his outstanding debut performance, capped by a game-winning shot, had Wang Xu in a state of euphoric elation, albeit he managed to temper his excitement. He clarified his thoughts and organized his words carefully to evade giving the journalists any ammunition. You see, to enter the NBA and compete alongside stars like Allen and Carmelo is a dream for every basketball player. While I did perform well in this match, if you believe I single-handedly dominated the game, you are mistaken. Basketball is invariably a team endeavor. No single individual can claim sole dominion over the game. You may have noticed my 34 points and the game-winning shot, but if you assume these feats were accomplished in isolation, you are gravely mistaken. Upon hearing this, Kota Thomas thought to himself, this lad speaks with remarkable precision. My concerns were unfounded. Meanwhile, the journalist, realizing that Wang Xu had deftly sidestepped his trap, found himself unable to identify any flaws in his response. Even if one were to interview Jordan, should he encounter such a statement, despite any internal dissent, he would outwardly wear a smile and nod in agreement. Indeed, Wang Xu continued, stating that the triumph in any match is rooted in a cohesive team, encompassing the management, coaching staff, players, and all personnel within the arena, along with our supportive fans. Of course, we must also acknowledge our opponents, for the pressure they exerted upon us has enabled us to achieve such results in this competition. As Wang Xu eloquently concluded his lengthy discourse, the applause from the audience was sparse. For the journalists, his words lacked any sensational highlights or flaws to critique. A lack of intrigue diminishes the impact, which is certainly not advantageous for reporters who would be content with merely receiving a few enthusiastic claps following their statements. After the questions were addressed, the journalist reluctantly took his seat. Subsequently, another journalist, with malicious intent, inquired, "Wang, we observed that at the onset of the third quarter, you engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with Allen. He intercepted your pass and scored, only to sustain an unfortunate injury while you were pursuing him, ultimately returning to the locker room. Had you refrained from that pursuit, Allen would not have been injured, and the outcome of the match might have been entirely different. Mr. Wang, I must ask, was your pursuit of that play a deliberate attempt to injure Allen in order to secure an advantage for your team?" At the conclusion of this inquiry, the press conference erupted in astonishment. Typically, journalists refrain from posing such direct questions in these settings to avoid being blacklisted by teams. They often craft their inquiries with subtle traps, anticipating that the muscular NBA players will unwittingly step into them. Such forthrightness is a rarity, given that players must cultivate relationships with reporters, just as reporters must maintain rapport with the teams. However, this provocative question invigorated the other journalists present. After all, it is such inquiries that generate significant news. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu was instantly infuriated. He calmly inquired of the reporter, "Excuse me, sir. May I ask which media outlet you represent?" The reporter was momentarily at a loss for words, questioning the relevance of his affiliation. Nonetheless, he replied honestly, "The California Flower newspaper." Wang Xu paused for a moment, contemplating before responding, the very tabloid known for its incessant provocation and relentless pursuit of celebrity scandals, is it?" Without paying any mind to the reporter's crimson visage, he smiled and added, "Nevertheless, it matters not which publication it is. I am duty-bound to address your concerns." He then courteously turned to a nearby staff member and asked, "Pardon me, do you have any paper and a pen available?" The staff member was taken aback, surprised by Wang Xu's politeness towards an employee, especially since he had often endured the wrath of more temperamental players in the arena. Overcome with excitement, he hastily replied, Yes. He rummaged through a nearby toolbox and successfully retrieved a pen and some paper, which he handed to Wang Xu. Wang Xu received the item with both hands, holding it carefully before gently patting the staff member and murmuring a heartfelt thank you. He then returned to his seat at the podium. Meanwhile, on the other side, Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony, who were being interviewed, had heard about the happenings concerning Wang Xu and instantly perked up, eager to see how Wang Xu would respond. Iverson felt a tinge of concern for Wang Xu, yet at that moment, he could only offer silent support, praying that Wang Xu would provide a satisfactory answer to navigate this predicament. Nonetheless, Iverson was genuinely intrigued by how Wang Xu would tackle the question at hand. Wang Xu then picked up a piece of paper and a pen, addressing the reporters below. Allow me to illustrate this for you. To help you better understand whether my actions were intentional, I have prepared paper and pen to let science elucidate my intent. The journalists in the audience were left bewildered, uncertain of Wang Xu's forthcoming actions. He placed the paper on the table and began to sketch and jot down notes, all the while explaining to the reporters, "We are all aware that Allen recorded a 10:30 seconds in the 100-meter sprint during his physical assessment when he joined the Nuggets. While my recorded time was 10:25 seconds, my actual sprinting capability is 9:98 seconds for the 100 meters, which would easily suffice for a 100-meter dash competition. The basketball court spans 28 meters, and I was intercepted in the paint, approximately at the 26-meter mark. By the time I turned to pursue Allen, he had already reached the three-point line, around 21 meters from the basket, while I was still 25 meters away from it." Observing the perplexed expressions of the reporters and the astonished looks of the coaches and players on stage, Wang Xu confidently declared, "At this moment, I am 4 meters behind Allen, who is sprinting forward at a speed of 10:30 seconds per 100 meters, while I am chasing him at a speed of 9:98 seconds per 100 meters. He then abruptly paused, leisurely crossing his legs, and posed a question to the reporters. "May I inquire where I must position myself to catch up to Allen?" The journalists below were instantly taken aback. For to most Americans, mathematics merely entails basic arithmetic. Unless it is a passion or profession, who would delve into such a conundrum? As Wang Xu observed the silence among the reporters, a triumphant smile graced his lips as he began to elaborate. "When I caught up with Allen, I was approximately 5 meters away from the hoop. At that moment, both Allen and I leapt into the air. Due to our differing velocities, our trajectories varied, and the kinetic energy generated from our collision further influenced our movement. By applying the principle of conservation of momentum, expressed as m1v1 m2v2 m1v1 and 2v2, I calculated the outcomes based on our individual physical attributes." Upon observing the bewildered expressions of those in the audience, Wang Xu suddenly realized and remarked, "Ah, right. Allow me to clarify." The journalists present were astounded, thinking, "What kind of player is this? We merely wish to pose a few inquiries, yet he is here lecturing us." At that moment, a group of Chinese fans watching the press conference erupted in laughter. Witnessing Wang Xu earnestly discussing issues of momentum and kinetic energy with a group of Americans, the sight of these Americans clumsily counting along with Wang Xu was utterly charming. As a result of this press conference, a remarkable group of Chinese students preparing for their college entrance exams began to revere Wang Xu as a deity of examination success. To pass their exams, they sought blessings from him, which surprisingly became a ritual for many senior students. It is noteworthy that numerous students, who initially had mediocre grades, achieved excellent results after invoking Wang Xu's name, leading to an increasing number of followers. This phenomenon could be likened to a koi effect. However, this was merely an afterthought. At that moment, facing the petrified reporter, Wang Xu jested, "Therefore, according to scientific evidence, I truly did not intend to injure Allen. Do you have any further questions?" Upon hearing Wang Xu's explanation, Iverson could no longer contain his laughter, fully aware that his injury had nothing to do with Wang Xu. Yet, Wang Xu's elaborate reasoning made him ponder whether player injuries were indeed so intricate. Should he refrain from frequenting nightclubs and instead delve into books to explore the health topics within physics? The reporter, incensed and losing composure, retorted, "You are merely grasping at straws." "Oh?" Wang Xu inquired mischievously, "Are you implying that you doubt mathematics and question Newton?" The audience erupted in laughter, particularly the visibly amused Corda Thomas, who was nearly breathless from laughing so hard. The reporter, face flushed, found himself unable to counter. Recognizing that while criticizing Wang Xu personally might have been acceptable, publicly questioning the validity of mathematics or the esteemed figures of academia could jeopardize his career. The fervent followers of Wang Xu were capable of anything. The match and the subsequent press conference continued to gain traction, with Wang Xu's performance on the court and his wit off it winning him numerous admirers. After the conference, the exchange between Wang Xu and the reporter was edited and disseminated across major platforms, garnering attention from fans who had missed the post-match interview, as well as those indifferent to basketball. Many who had only known basketball through Yao Ming became aware of a player named Wang Xu making his mark in the NBA. ESPN even invited experts in mathematics and physics to comment on the incident. During the interview, a professor lamented that a talent like Wang Xu should not be playing basketball but rather exploring the realms of science. Viewers of the ESPN program, observing the professor, thought to themselves, how can you not know whether basketball is played with hands or feet, yet speak so confidently? However, such considerations were irrelevant to the current members of the Supersonics, who had already boarded a flight to Seattle. The following day, the Supersonics were set to face the Phoenix Suns in a back-to-back home game. The distance from Denver to Seattle was approximately 2,000 kilometers, a flight taking just over 2 hours. On the plane, Wang Xu overheard Aflalo complaining to Quartet Thomas, "Damn, the league schedule is incredibly unreasonable. We just finished a game, and now we have to rush back over 2,000 kilometers without even enjoying the beauty of the highlands." Quartet Thomas, astonished, looked at Aflalo as if he had never seen the world, exclaiming, "Aaron, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. It's just a 2-hour trip. Let me tell you, I once played 7 games in 10 days with New York, traversing from the East Coast to the West Coast. Once you experience such a grueling schedule, you'll understand." He then added conspiratorially, "These ridiculous schedules are crafted by a bunch of data elites from Harvard. Oh, shit. I swear my grandmother could devise a better schedule than them." Aflalo felt enlightened by this revelation. Thomas, enjoying Aflalo's newfound understanding, leaned in and mischievously said, "Aaron, when we go to Miami, I must introduce you to the stunning beauties there. Among all NBA cities, aside from Los Angeles, Miami boasts the most gorgeous women, especially in the nightclubs. Each one is more alluring and passionate than the last, and we shall conquer them together." Aflalo, salivating at the prospect, eagerly replied, "Quartet, you must look out for me then." Thomas confidently patted his chest, declaring, "Of course. With Quartet leading, my brother won't miss out on anything." He then turned to Wang Xu, who was engrossed in a game, and asked, "Wang, will you join us?" Wang Xu, engrossed in his game while wearing headphones, absent-mindedly replied, "What, dinner? No problem, I'll treat." Upon hearing this, Thomas was momentarily speechless, but he soon perked up at the mention of a treat, excitedly turning to Afulero and saying, "Aaron, we already have the funds for our next trip to Miami." Afulero nodded, observing Wang Xu, who was deeply absorbed in his game, silently contemplating how he might one-up him. 2 hours swiftly passed, and the plane soon touched down at Seattle Airport. The night in Seattle was not as quiet as usual. Numerous fans had gathered in various bars, energized by the Supersonics' performance in Denver that evening. Alcoholic beverages were nearly sold out, with sales of merchandise skyrocketing by 60%. The team's operations department was inundated with calls from fans eager to purchase tickets for the following day, as well as many inquiring about season tickets. This exhilarating match had reignited the long-dormant Seattle basketball market. Merchandise and jerseys were flying off the shelves, with Wang Xu's number 6 jersey selling particularly well, far surpassing those of his teammates. As the aftermath of the game continued to unfold, Wang Xu's commercial value soared, and Guisu received numerous business proposals as soon as the game concluded. Initially preparing to enjoy a night with a new acquaintance, he found himself cursing Wang Xu internally with each incessant ring of his phone. Ultimately, he decided to silence the phone, opting to retreat from the world's distractions and indulge in simpler pleasures. After all, Wang Xu's remarkable performance would endure, and even if he ignored the calls, the offers would keep coming. There was no need to rush. Life is fleeting, and seizing moments of joy is paramount. However, at that moment, Wang Xu remained unaware of the events unfolding in Guisu's life. Even if he did know, he would merely smile calmly. For choosing Guisu as his agent meant placing absolute trust in him. What Guisu decided to do was beyond Wang Xu's concern. He had no desire to impose restrictions on him. Moreover, it was precisely Guisu's character that led Wang Xu to select him as an agent. Consequently, Wang Xu currently held a modest number of endorsements. Besides his substantial contract with Adidas, he had a deal with Twitter, which he had invested in significantly, rendering it more of a partnership than a traditional endorsement. Furthermore, he was the face of Microsoft's Xbox gaming console, a contract born out of his passion for gaming, allowing him access to the latest developed or internally tested games at Microsoft. In addition, numerous offers that had surfaced during the preseason or earlier were declined by both Wang Xu and Guisu. After all, a star can endorse countless brands, and as long as he maintained his competitive edge, he need not worry about endorsement contracts. Thus, aligning with a major company for endorsement was far more advantageous than juggling multiple smaller deals. Upon disembarking from the plane, Wang Xu turned down the enthusiastic invitation from Thomas and the others to hit the nightclubs, choosing instead to return to his rented residence. He mused that if Lin Qingya found out, she would likely fly directly from Los Angeles without hesitation. Wang Xu indulged in a delightful slumber upon his custom-made 3-meter bed. Awakening the following morning with a refreshing vigor, his spirit revitalized, entirely unreflective of the fierce battle he had endured the night before. Wang Xu did not bask in the glory of scoring 34 points or delivering a last-minute victory against the Nuggets last night. Rather, he possesses a clear understanding of his current abilities and positioning. If one were to liken his skills to those in the NBA live game he frequently plays, he estimates his current rating to be around 86, placing him among the elite stars, yet still a considerable distance from being a transcendent superstar. Notably, his three-point shooting was subpar, with only 2 successful shots out of 6 attempts, yielding a meager 33% success rate. Although he clinched the game with a crucial three-pointer, this does not necessarily reflect a high proficiency in long-range shooting. Furthermore, during his matchup with Allen Iverson, it was Iverson's height that allowed Wang Xu to score with relative ease. Nonetheless, he was still intercepted by Iverson on their first encounter, serving as a stark reminder for Wang Xu. Currently, if he does not face teams renowned for their defensive prowess or exceptional individual defenders at the guard position, Wang Xu can exploit opportunities from beyond the arc with ease. However, lacking a definitive offensive strategy, should his team reach the playoffs, the weaknesses inherent in the Supersonics, especially in terms of offensive firepower, would be magnified. If other teams devise methods to contain Wang Xu, the Supersonics might find themselves as vulnerable as a catfish on a cutting board. Thus, rising early in the morning, Wang Xu had breakfast and promptly headed to the team's training facility to prepare for the evening's game, particularly against the Suns, who had ignited a small ball revolution in the previous 2 seasons. Wang Xu harbored a profound admiration for the Phoenix Suns' style of play, particularly their offensive strategies. With ample time before the others in the team had emerged from their cozy beds and the training staff had yet to arrive, Wang Xu took it upon himself to retrieve a basketball from the equipment room. He then engaged in fundamental shooting drills from beyond the three-point line and mid-range. In truth, fans are often captivated by the dazzling displays of acrobatics on the court, while the steady 45-degree bank shot, reminiscent of Tim Duncan, is frequently regarded as lacking in spectacle. Nevertheless, shooting remains the bedrock skill that can determine a player's destiny. Though it may not evoke the thrill of a slam dunk or the awe of a player barreling through defenses with explosive agility, it is essential for offensive prowess, especially for perimeter players. Without proficient shooting ability, a player's offensive threat diminishes significantly. Icons such as Michael Jordan, Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, and Tracy McGrady achieved their scoring titles largely due to their formidable shooting skills. In contrast, players like Del Curry, Steve Kerr, and Kyle Korver, who may not possess extraordinary physical attributes, have carved out vital roles in the league through their precise shooting. Thus, in Wang Xu's vision, penetration serves as the foundation of his offensive arsenal, while mid-range shooting is his secret weapon. However, he aspired to achieve at least a 38% shooting percentage from beyond the arc during games. With the absence of training staff, Wang Xu could only shoot from the three-point line and retrieve the ball himself. Although this solitary practice was somewhat monotonous and less efficient than usual, he remained enthusiastic. Initially drawn to basketball by a promise made to Lin Qingya, it had since become an indispensable part of his life, intertwining with his very existence. His passion for the sport fueled his every step forward. Old Pacino, the team's custodian, was not typically scheduled to arrive at such an early hour. However, after witnessing the exhilarating last-minute victory over the Denver Nuggets on television the previous day, he was filled with excitement and decided to visit the arena to see if he could contribute. After spending a considerable amount of time at the Key Center, it had transformed from merely a workplace into a home, where he had experienced both its glory, as thousands rallied together, and its decline, as many grew disenchanted and departed. There was a period when old Pacino too had distanced himself, seeking new paths. Yet, as time passed and the allure faded, upon returning to this place, he realized that it was indeed his true home. Consequently, he resigned from his previous job and recommitted himself to the Key Center, where he had remained steadfast ever since. Upon hearing the rhythmic sounds of dribbling and the swish of the net, or the clang of the rim, old Pacino was astounded. Who could possibly arrive so early before a back-to-back game? Curiosity piqued, he made his way to the court, where he spotted a young player clad in white training gear, prominently displaying the number 6 on his back, practicing three-point shots alone. Ah, so it was him, old Pacino mused, reflecting on the rarity of such talent and dedication in an increasingly commercialized league. Gazing at Wang Xu's silhouette, he pondered, can this young lad restore the team to its former heights? A light chuckle escaped him as he thought, What is there to fear? I still have a few years left to witness his growth. Approaching Wang Xu, he offered, "Young man, allow me to help you fetch the balls." Wang Xu encountered a gray-haired elder standing beside him, and he promptly inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Pacino, a janitor. Everyone in the arena calls me Old Man Pacino. And if you don't mind, you may address me as such," the elder replied. This meeting would prove pivotal for the fate of the arena and the future of the Supersonics. Many years later, when Wang Xu recounted this incident, he would always jest. "At that moment, I never imagined I would meet someone so passionate about the team in such a venue and in such a manner. I never anticipated that I would one day become part of Old Man Pacino's family." That evening, the Seattle Supersonics would host the Suns, a team that had ignited a small ball revolution in the league over the past 2 seasons. Like the Supersonics, the Suns are one of the league's oldest franchises, having joined the NBA in 1968. Despite their long tenure, the Suns have never clinched a championship, particularly struggling after the era of Charles Barkley. It wasn't until 2004, when they welcomed back a former player from the Dallas Mavericks, that Phoenix truly experienced a renaissance. Under Mike D'Antoni's fast-paced strategy and Steve Nash's precise orchestration, the Suns maintained formidable competitiveness for several seasons. For Nash, this marked his 4th season in Phoenix. While he had yet to bring a championship to the city, he thrived as the engine of the team within D'Antoni's system, transforming a franchise that had once languished at the bottom of the league into one of its elite contenders. Under Nash's guidance, the Suns' fast-paced, aggressive style captivated fans across the league. They emerged like a phoenix, showcasing a dazzling and ethereal style of play that became a model for offensive excellence. In games, the Suns exhibited no predetermined tactics. Everything was orchestrated by Nash, allowing him to fully unleash his talents, reminiscent of the martial arts adage that states, "No form is superior to form." It could be asserted that the remarkable performances of the Suns over the past 2 seasons, along with Nash's 2 MVP awards, positioned them as the Supersonics' most formidable adversaries that night. Although the Supersonics featured the dynamic duo of Ray Allen and Rashard Lewis, they often found themselves severely suppressed when facing this league leader, especially given the similarities in their playing styles, both emphasizing movement and shooting. However, compared to the composure and elegance exhibited by the Nash-led Suns, where each offensive play was executed with precision and grace, the Supersonics, under the control of Ridnour, displayed a rather conventional and uninspired performance. In their last encounter, the Suns and Supersonics engaged in an explosive clash, with Seattle triumphing 152-149 after 2 overtimes. The Supersonics scored an astounding 152 points, while the Suns managed 149, totaling an impressive 301 points, highlighting the offensive prowess of both teams at that time. Yet this year, the Suns remained the same formidable entity, while the Supersonics underwent significant changes, leading many to doubt their ability to overcome such a colossal opponent as the Suns. Wang Xu harbors a profound admiration for the Suns, particularly in regard to Nash's remarkable command on the court. However, the Suns do not share the same amicable sentiments towards the Supersonics. Aside from gentlemen like Nash and Grant Hill, players such as Amare Stoudemire exhibit a distinct disinterest in the Supersonics, especially concerning Wang Xu. Stoudemire, feeling envious of Wang Xu's substantial Adidas contract signed over the summer, has even publicly declared during an interview that Wang Xu is unworthy of such a lucrative deal, threatening to impart a memorable lesson when they inevitably cross paths. Stoudemire has never been known for his magnanimity. As the Suns' second-in-command, he has grown accustomed to the peculiar remarks from fans suggesting that the team's success hinges solely on Nash. Yet, in the presence of a 2-time MVP, he must stifle any grievances he may harbor. Witnessing Wang Xu secure such a significant sneaker endorsement before even stepping into the league, while reflecting on his own contract with Nike, Stoudemire feels a deep sense of indignation, pondering when a mere rookie has ascended to such heights above him. This unreasonable line of thought is typical of Stoudemire, who fails to recognize that endorsement deals are mutually beneficial arrangements. What he perceives as disrespect may simply be a part of the business. Consequently, prior to the Suns' journey to Seattle, Stoudemire, confronted by reporters, made audacious claims. The Supersonics? Aren't they the perennial underdogs? We wouldn't even need our entire roster to beat them. I could simply grab a few random folks from the street and lead them to victory. He dismisses Wang Xu, stating, "What is Wang Xu? Just a lucky player who had one good game and thinks he is important. If I choose to, I could easily prevent him from scoring." However, Stoudemire, in his ignorance, fails to realize that his words offend not only the Supersonics but also his own teammates. The phrase "there are no weak teams in the NBA" is not merely a saying. Every strong team faces the potential of an upset against the league's weakest squads. After witnessing the Supersonics' recent game against the Nuggets, who could genuinely claim the Supersonics are weak? Should the Suns triumph in this match, all would be well. His teammates would act as if nothing had transpired. But if the Suns were to suffer an unexpected defeat against the Supersonics, Stoudemire would no longer be known as Stoudemire but would rather be dubbed Little Servant. If he believes he can simply recruit 4 random individuals to defeat the Supersonics, how would it reflect on him if his fully assembled Suns lost to a team he deems inferior? Nonetheless, his teammates, despite their internal frustrations, cannot openly criticize him. Instead, should Stoudemire's words incite trouble during their visit to the Supersonics' home court, they would be obliged to defend him, remembering that while their comrade possesses a formidable physique, he has never been particularly tough. Recall the incident when Stoudemire provoked Yao Ming, only to be restrained by Francis, unable to utter a word. Moreover, just yesterday, having engaged in an epic showdown with Wang Xu, the camaraderie between Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony finds them now watching the Suns vs Supersonics game from Anthony's luxurious Denver residence. Upon hearing Stoudemire's brash remarks and pre-game highlights, their expressions darken. If you can just recruit 4 random strangers to defeat the Supersonics, then what does that make our Nuggets, who were just last night defeated at the last moment? Exchanging glances, they share a bloodthirsty smile as Anthony remarks to Iverson, "Allen, when next we face the Suns, we must ensure that Stoudemire learns which words are appropriate and which are not." Iverson wholeheartedly agrees, and together they gaze at the triumphant Stoudemire on the television, a sinister smile creeping across their faces. As the Supersonics prepare for their first home game of the season, welcoming the resurgent star Wang Xu, the Key Arena buzzes with excitement. Approaching game time, the marketing department tallies attendance, discovering an impressive 17,784 fans present, just shy of a sellout. In previous seasons, the Supersonics market had dwindled, with such turnout only occurring against teams with substantial allure. With the anticipation of a full house and the energetic calls of the DJ, the Supersonics players emerge onto the court one by one. When it is Wang Xu's turn, the DJ's cheers crescendo, and the crowd erupts into a thunderous roar, as if to lift the very roof off the arena. Many former fans, disheartened by the team's decline, return, hopeful to witness the revival of their beloved franchise. The NBA operates on a simple principle: perform well, and you will attract fans. Falter, and aside from the most devoted, few will endure the hardships alongside you. Countless fans have watched their cherished team fall, helpless, praying and shouting in vain. Once the sting of failure extinguishes the flames of passion, how many will remain steadfastly loyal to a single team? During warm-ups, Wang Xu, under the guidance of Corta Thomas, strolls amicably towards the Suns bench. To his surprise, he notices Wilcox also approaching the Suns sidelines. Thomas, well connected within the league, shares a cordial relationship with Nash, and as the NBA season consumes players' time, opportunities to meet are rare. Thus, a visit to the Supersonics' home naturally calls for greetings. After exchanging pleasantries and introducing Wang Xu, Nash, known for his amiable nature, warmly greets Wang Xu, exchanging compliments, for who does not enjoy kind words? They soon pass by Nash and approach Stoudemire, who is seen laughing with Wilcox, engaged in hushed conversation. Observing this camaraderie between Wilcox and Stoudemire, who just publicly disparaged the Supersonics, Thomas feels a surge of irritation. As a member of the Supersonics, Wilcox's joviality with the enemy feels akin to treachery in wartime. Nevertheless, given the public nature of the gathering, Thomas refrains from confronting Wilcox directly. Yet, having approached with the intent to provoke, he cannot simply depart without making a statement. Glancing at the animated Stoudemire, he loudly addresses Wang Xu, "Hey Wang, I hear someone claims they're going to make sure you don't score today. Are you afraid?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xu is taken aback. Feigning panic as he exclaimed, "What happened? Who said that? Tyson? Is it possible that this fellow has come to play basketball?" Thomas shrugged, wearing a relaxed expression, and replied, "Nonsense. That guy Tyson is currently out on parole due to drug charges. He hardly has the time to come here and pick a fight." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu feigned a sigh of relief and remarked, "Who else could possibly prevent me from scoring even a single point throughout the entire match? Unless I were to be knocked down by Tyson in his prime, I cannot fathom who could render me scoreless." Thomas, upon hearing this, pinched his head, smirked, and replied in a mocking tone, "Of course, it would be none other than our league's head honcho, Mr. Stoudemire. He could lead 4 mere amateurs to utterly decimate us, leaving you, a mere novice, unable to score a single point in a game." So what? Upon hearing this, Wang Xu smirked and remarked, "Ah, it is indeed Mr. Stoudemire. I must apologize for my earlier assumptions. However, I am curious as to how Mr. Stoudemire managed to ensure that I score not a single point. And how did he lead 4 mere bystanders to decimate our Supersonics team? I must impart some wisdom to Alan and Cameron to avoid a similar fate when facing the illustrious Mr. Stoudemire." Upon hearing these words, Kato Thomas burst into laughter, his tone dripping with malice as he quipped, "Wang, when you share your insights with Alan and Cameron, they might find that their encounter with Mr. Stoudemire will not occur on the court, but rather off it, as they might be compelled to eliminate him beforehand to prevent losing to his band of mere bystanders." Upon hearing this, Little S's expression turned pale, realizing the folly of his earlier remarks in front of the reporters. Regrettably, words once spoken cannot be retracted, and Little S had undoubtedly offended numerous players. As the Supersonics continued to grow stronger, vanquishing more teams, the list of those he had wronged would only expand. This statement would haunt him, a stain upon his professional career. Meanwhile, the players from the Suns, having overheard the laughter shared between Wang Xu and Thomas, quickly grasped that the duo was there to provoke them. With stern expressions, they converged around Wang Xu and Thomas. Truth be told, they had little desire to defend Little S, yet as a member of their team, they felt compelled to respond to the provocation. Remaining indifferent would not only invite media scrutiny for their lack of unity, but also render them the subject of ridicule among the other 29 teams in the league. As Little S noticed his teammates rallying around him, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, upon witnessing Thomas's bulging muscles, he instinctively shrank back, hiding behind his comrades. The sight of Little S's cowardice ignited fury among his teammates. They were irate that they had to clean up his mess. And now he lacked even the courage to confront his adversaries. If given the choice, they vowed they would rather unleash their frustration upon Little S than upon the Supersonics players. Ultimately, it was Nash who stepped forward to defuse the situation. Though his physical prowess was undoubtedly lacking compared to many in the NBA, and he was often perceived as a gentle soul, Nash was not one to shy away from conflict, far superior in this regard to the physically gifted yet timid Little S. As he calmed his teammates, he turned to Wang Xu with a smile and said, "All right, are you trying to let us experience just how heated you are? Well, we've felt it. So why don't you return to where you came from?" At that moment, Wilcox, standing amidst the Suns players, chimed in sarcastically, "Indeed. A mere rookie dares to provoke us in our own territory. Doesn't he have any self-awareness? If he wishes to show off, he should return to California. This is the NBA, not Hollywood." Thomas, upon hearing this, was incensed. Veins bulged on his arms. How could one so blatantly aid the enemy? Although loyalty in today's NBA is not held in the same regard as before, players are expected to dedicate themselves entirely to their team, a matter of professional ethics. In Thomas's eyes, Wilcox's overt assistance to chastise his teammate was utterly intolerable. Upon hearing this, Wang Xu's expression changed dramatically. Yet he managed to suppress his anger and pulled the enraged Thomas aside. However, as they departed, Thomas extended his pinky finger towards Little C, pointing at the floor, which infuriated Little C to the point of seething. He contemplated summoning his teammates to confront the Supersonics, but was halted by Nash, who advised them to refrain from inciting further trouble and to prove themselves on the court instead. Thus, the matter was considered resolved. Upon returning to the Supersonics bench, Thomas glared at Wilcox, who was meandering over from the Suns bench, and his frustration boiled over. He turned to Wang Xu and said irritably, "Wang, why didn't you let me give that scoundrel a good beating? Damn it, he still thinks he can hang around with the Supersonics. Does he really want to defect?" Wang Xu gazed at Thomas, who was seething with indignation, and, unable to suppress a wry smile, remarked, "Captain Cote, it is indeed true that Wilcox is a scoundrel. However, this scoundrel still remains on our team." His expression then turned cold as he continued in a chilling tone, "If he plays well in the future and refrains from causing any further trouble, I swear I shall not lay a finger on him. But should he entertain any ulterior motives, he must not blame me for disregarding our shared allegiance to the team." Upon witnessing the ominous expression on Wang Xu's face, Thomas felt an unsettling chill enveloping him, despite the arena's central air conditioning maintaining a perfectly comfortable temperature. He turned to his companion, Aftalero, and said, "Alone, go check if that bastard has lowered the temperature. It's freezing in here." Aftalero, taken aback, cautiously inquired, "Captain Cote, the temperature is just right. Are you feeling unwell?" Thomas's expression darkened instantly, and he kicked Aftalero in the rear, bellowing, "When I say go, you go. No need for such nonsense." With a heavy heart and an air of grievance, After Lara reluctantly set off to investigate the air conditioning issue, Wang Xu and Thomas gazed at the forlorn figure of Afrolaro, unable to suppress their laughter. Thomas instantly felt his spirits lift significantly. Observing Wang Xu and Thomas sharing a moment of joy, Colessimo approached them and inquired, "How are you? Your mood seems considerably brighter." Wang Xu and Thomas were momentarily bewildered, uncertain about the matter to which Colessimo referred. Without waiting for their response, Colessimo, adorned with an air of mystery, addressed the two, saying, "In truth, the team is currently contemplating a trade." He then curled his lips in disdain, directing his gaze towards Wilcox. As Wang Xu and Thomas exchanged smiles, a wave of desolation washed over Wang Xu as he gazed at the boastful Wilcox standing nearby. Such is the merciless nature of the NBA. In truth, Colessimo had yet to disclose an important detail to the two. Originally, Kurt Thomas was also intended to be traded. However, due to the close bond between Thomas and Wang Xu, the management ultimately decided to retain Thomas, considering his modest salary and the potential to appease Wang Xu, thus avoiding the role of the villain. Upon learning of Wilcox's impending trade, the two lost their desire to confront him. What purpose would it serve to challenge a player on the verge of departing from the Supersonics? Such actions could only tarnish their reputations. Instead, it seemed far more prudent to assist Wilcox in achieving commendable statistics, thereby enhancing his trade value as a bargaining chip for the team, while simultaneously cultivating a noble reputation within the league. Nevertheless, Wilcox's attitude during the game incensed Wang Xu. Thus, he resolved not to allow Wilcox any favorable opportunities during the match. As a teammate, while he could not humiliate him on the court, as a perimeter player, he could certainly ensure the ball seldom reached Wilcox. Unless, of course, Wilcox resorted to self-rebounds, which was unlikely, as he lacked the dominance of a player like Howard beneath the basket. Soon, the warm-up concluded, and the game was about to commence. The Supersonics starting lineup remained unchanged from the previous match: Al Horford, Thomas, Szczerbiak, Wang Xu, and Ridnour. The Suns, on the other hand, fielded a lineup featuring Stoudemire, Marion, Hill, LaFrance, and Nash. Stoudemire, renowned for his explosive athleticism, was primarily a power forward, possessing remarkable physical prowess, but lacking the requisite strength to withstand opponents' incursions into the paint. D'Antoni's decision to position Stoudemire inside exposed his team's interior to adversarial attacks. However, within the Suns' tactical framework, they placed less emphasis on Stoudemire's defensive capabilities and relied more on his offensive explosiveness and mobility. As the game commenced, both teams' starting centers positioned themselves at the center circle for the tip-off. Horford, serving as the Supersonic starting center, faced off against Stoudemire. The disparity in their vertical leaps and wingspans was evident, allowing Stoudemire to secure the ball effortlessly and direct it toward his half of the court. Yet, as the ball bounced toward the half-court line, just as Nash was about to seize it, a white blur surged toward the freshly landed basketball. Without hesitation, Wang Xu seized the ball and charged straight to the basket. With an explosive dunk that left the Suns in sheer disbelief, Wang Xu showcased his prowess, akin to a bolt of lightning. Wang Xu, grinning widely at Xiaoxi, exclaimed, 2 points. Witnessing Wang Xu effortlessly score, Xiaoxi, unwilling to concede defeat, retorted defiantly, "Silence. You merely pilfered one of our balls. Consider it a gift from me. From here on, prepare to experience the sting of a formidable block." Wang Xu immediately curled his lip in disdain as he cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoxi before hastily retreating to bolster the defense. Upon noticing the look Wang Xu directed at him, Xiaoxi's face flushed a deep shade of purple. Just as he intended to follow, he was restrained by Nash, who succinctly urged him, "Focus on the offense, keep up." Wang Xu observed Nash advancing with the swiftness of the wind, and he was momentarily taken aback. Although Nash's speed did not quite match his own, he exhibited an extraordinary ability to orchestrate his teammates into a harmonious and orderly formation, advancing swiftly yet without chaos. It was as if every situation on the court was intricately mapped in his mind. Confronted by Riedno's defense, Nash surged rapidly beyond the three-point line and, with a deft flick of his wrist, sent the ball soaring through the air. At this moment, Wang Xu was still astonished by how swiftly Nash had released the ball, and it was soaring towards him. He instinctively thought to leap and intercept it, only to realize that the arc of the ball was too high for him to reach. Was this a mistake? Wang Xu pondered. However, as a premier point guard, how could Nash possibly commit such a simple error? The basketball descended with the precision of a guided missile, landing perfectly in the hands of Marion, who had sprinted to the three-point line. What followed was a straightforward affair. Marion quickly elevated his hand and launched the ball, Marion's shooting form, amidst the plethora of aesthetically pleasing shooting styles in the NBA, could be deemed an anomaly. He would pause at the apex of his jump, then, like a taut rubber band, exert force upward, propelling the ball into the air. Furthermore, Marion's hunched posture rendered his shooting technique rather ungraceful. Yet, regardless of its lack of elegance, Marion's shooting was undeniably accurate, as the basketball effortlessly swished through the net. Seeing this, Horford retrieved the ball and passed it to Reed. Reed advanced to midcourt, seizing an opportunity to pass the ball to Wang Xu. At that moment, Wang Xu was guarded by Bell. This player, despite lacking in athleticism, was exceedingly tenacious and, coupled with his formidable strength, made him exceptionally adept at defending against core guards. An unsung hero by reputation, he had earned a spot on the league's all-defensive first team last season, and his elbowing of Kobe in the first round of the playoffs had significantly raised his profile. This was precisely why, despite Bell's lack of offensive capabilities, D'Antoni insisted on having him start over the more offensively gifted Barbosa. Now, as Bell faced Wang Xu, he firmly recalled the task assigned by the coach before the game, closely adhering to Wang Xu's body and denying him any opportunity to accelerate and break free. At this moment, Wang Xu found himself ill at ease with the relentless defense of LeBron, particularly as the latter's face nearly pressed against his own, causing Wang Xu considerable discomfort. However, while LeBron could effectively contend with players of Kobe's caliber through sheer physical strength, he struggled to defend against speed-oriented players like Wang Xu or Iverson. As Wang Xu faced the close defense of Bell, he swiftly leaped forward with a stride. Due to the tightness of the defense, Bell had no room to maneuver and could only watch as Wang Xu confidently sank a mid-range jumper for 2 points. However, the Suns, being the most potent offensive team in the league, possessed a multitude of scoring methods. Nash orchestrated the team's movements, creating a mismatch for Hill, who then received a direct pass and effortlessly executed a one-on-one play. Turning back, Bell continued to guard Wang Xu. Having learned from past experiences, Bell refrained from sticking too closely this time, leaving a slight buffer between them. Yet, for a player like Wang Xu, who possessed incredible speed, even this minuscule space allowed for numerous options. Nevertheless, Wang Xu opted for his signature mid-range pull-up jumper, securing another 2 points. Observing Wang Xu's consecutive 6 points, Stoudemire grew anxious and gestured for the ball. Nash comfortably passed it to Stoudemire before sprinting back to create ample space in the paint. Stoudemire's strength lay in his ability to score in transition, often capitalizing on Nash's drives to create dunk opportunities. Furthermore, Stoudemire's mid-range shooting was above average, complicating defensive efforts against him. Players within the Suns' current system possessed high basketball IQs, which enabled Stoudemire to exploit even the slightest openings to penetrate the paint with ease. However, his isolation scoring ability was relatively lacking. Among the Suns, Nash stood out as the most formidable and threatening scorer. He was not merely a one-dimensional player. He excelled in breaking through defenses, mid-range shots, three-pointers, and pull-up jumpers, masterfully employing a variety of deceptive moves. Yet, Nash primarily focused on orchestrating the team's offense, coupled with his selfless playing style, which resulted in fewer shot attempts and a less explosive scoring output. Nevertheless, during critical moments, Nash's shooting was unyielding, as he was a player with a natural penchant for clutch performances. Stoudemire, with his back to Horford in the paint, twisted and turned, searching for an opening to penetrate. Despite Horford's high basketball IQ, his lack of experience made it difficult for him to predict Stoudemire's offensive direction, leaving a gap in the defense. Upon noticing the opening, Stoudemire pivoted to face the basket, dribbling towards the rim, preparing for a thunderous dunk. As he soared into the air, his face contorted with determination. He aimed to slam over Horford. However, the anticipated scene of Stoudemire triumphantly hanging on the rim and looking down upon his adversaries did not materialize. Instead, he was met with a resounding slap from Wang Xu, who had timely intervened to swat the ball away midair. The crowd erupted in gasps, followed by jeers directed at the disheveled Stoudemire, who struggled to regain his footing. Thomas mockingly exclaimed, "Oh Wang, you're finished. How dare you provoke Mr. Stoudemire? Beware. You may not score another point." At that moment, Wang Xu had already joined the team as fast break. Dressed in white, he dashed towards the basket like a bolt of lightning, executing a thunderous dunk. Turning back to the just-recovered Stoudemire, he raised his thumb in a taunting gesture, proclaiming, "I truly must thank Mr. Stoudemire for providing us with a textbook example of a blocked shot." Stoudemire's expression darkened. The bright lights had previously allowed Wang Xu to see his face, but now all that remained was a jersey drifting in the air. The Supersonics continued their scoring spree, with Wang Xu single-handedly accounting for 8 points. However, the Suns also managed to score 4 points, and it was once again their turn to possess the ball. Remaining composed, they swiftly advanced the ball, executing a give-and-go between Marion and Hill before delivering a pass to Marion. The ball clanged against the rim under Thomas's defense, and Horford secured the defensive rebound, boxing out Stoudemire. Seeing Horford grab the board, Marion and Nash surged forward to prevent the Supersonics from launching a fast break. Meanwhile, the ball was rapidly pushed up the court by Ridnour, with Wang Xu and Sebiak forming a triangle on either side, creating a 3-on-2 opportunity. Wang Xu charged ahead, slipping between Nash and Marion, driving straight to the basket. Nash, sensing the impending danger, hesitated momentarily but ultimately chose to abandon Ridnour, retreating to protect the paint against Wang Xu as potential score. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Xu raised his hand to signal to Ridnour, as if seeking to penetrate the defense with their combined efforts. Ridnour hesitated for a moment, but ultimately passed the ball to Wang Xu, knowing that it was a 3-on-2 opportunity in the frontcourt. Even if Wang failed to score, there was still the chance for an offensive rebound. With that thought in mind, Ridnour swiftly dashed toward the paint after passing the ball inside. At that moment, Wang Xu received the ball, using his body to shield against the 2 defenders as he charged toward the basket. Once beneath the hoop, he feigned a shot, prompting Nash and Marion to leap into the air, prepared to block. To their astonishment, they discovered that Wang Xu had released the ball, which was now in the hands of Sebiak beyond the 3-point line. Like a routine practice shot, Sebiak executed a flawless release, and the ball swished through the net. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating an unexpected turn of events. Instead of securing a safe 2 points by attacking the paint, they had concluded the play with a 3-pointer. This outcome caught everyone off guard, including the commentators at the desk. However, this moment ignited the fervor within the key arena, with fans clapping in jubilation and chanting Wang's name. As the ball sailed through the net, D'Antoni contemplated calling a timeout, recognizing the blow this play delivered to his team's morale. Yet, just as he was about to signal the referee, he noticed the official shaking his head, allowing him to relax. With Nash on the court, the Suns had no reason to fear any situation. At this juncture, Nash did not engage in the usual perimeter movement to create opportunities for his teammates. Instead, he positioned Stoudemire at the high post, creating space for himself. Everyone anticipated that Nash would initiate a one-on-one to stabilize the team's confidence, including Wang Xu. Nash's subsequent actions seemed to affirm this expectation. Stoudemire moved to the high post, setting a screen for Ridnour, while Nash utilized the pick to slip past Ridnour with a single decisive step, driving toward the basket. Although Nash's burst of speed was not particularly rapid, his sense of rhythm was remarkable. Observing this, Wang Xu opted to abandon Bell, allowing Horford to switch onto Nash, while he himself moved into the paint. Faced with Nash's penetrating drive, Wang Xu watched as Nash executed 2 swift changes of direction before abruptly halting and leaping into the air, performing a move reminiscent of archery on horseback. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Wang Xu sprang up, attempting to intervene. However, Nash merely feigned a move, securing the ball mid-air before forcefully slamming it to the ground. The basketball was deftly delivered into the hands of Stoudemire, who, confronted by Reed's defense, instinctively dribbled the ball downwards, preparing for a thunderous dunk. Yet, this very habit proved to be his downfall. With a sharp crack, as Stoudemire was poised to score, he suddenly realized the ball had vanished from his grasp. Alarmed, he looked up to see Wang Xu already in possession of the basketball, gearing up for a fast break. How could this be? Just moments ago, he had leaped to defend against Steve, and now Wang Xu had stolen the ball with such swiftness. Was he even human? Countless thoughts raced through Stoudemire's mind. At that moment, D'Antoni, noticing Stoudemire's daze, urgently shouted, "Amare, if you don't hustle back on defense, I swear you'll be sitting on the bench until the end of time." Stoudemire, jolted by the command, desperately tried to retreat, but it was too late. Wang Xu, now dribbling just beyond the 3-point line, launched a shot. The basketball soared in a perfect arc, swishing through the net. In truth, Wang Xu was not entirely confident in this shot. He simply recognized Stoudemire's lack of defensive effort. The Supersonics had a distinct advantage in the paint, and even if the shot failed, there was a high likelihood that either Horford or Thomas would secure the rebound. Without hesitation, he released the 3-pointer. The moment the ball swished through the net, the Supersonics led the Suns by 10 points. Of the 14 points scored by the Supersonics, Wang Xu had directly contributed 11 points and 1 assist, indicating that all scoring was intrinsically linked to him. Stoudemire, still in a daze, remained oblivious to how he had been stripped of the ball. In contrast, Nash was acutely aware of the events. Although Wang Xu had leaped, his speed was astonishing. He had closed the distance to Stoudemire almost instantaneously. Had Stoudemire not dribbled the ball that extra time, Wang Xu would have been unable to catch up. Unfortunately for Stoudemire, that additional dribble became his undoing. Having faced two failed offensive attempts in the paint, one blocked and the other stolen, if he had been up against a defensive powerhouse like Garnett, he might have felt somewhat vindicated. However, the humiliation came at the hands of a mere perimeter player, standing shy of 2 meters tall, which left Stoudemire feeling utterly embarrassed. Since entering the league, he had basked in accolades, never before experiencing such indignity. Even against elite players like Garnett, Duncan, or O'Neal, he had never faced such a rapid downfall within mere possessions. With Nash on the court, Stoudemire had thrived, often thriving against formidable defenses. Yet today, he found himself humiliated by a rookie, an outsider at that. Observing Stoudemire's evident frustration, Nash swiftly called a timeout, intent on calming him to prevent any emotional turmoil that could undermine his confidence. D'Antoni, witnessing Nash's unusual decision to request a timeout, couldn't help but smile wryly. Nash would not have done so unless something truly unresolvable had arisen on the court. Stoudemire, feeling the weight of the situation, slammed the ball to the ground in frustration, knowing that the timeout had rendered him immune to a technical foul. Nonetheless, he silently vowed to remember this moment. How dare anyone act out in front of them? The next time he stepped on the court, he would ensure that the rookie would be silenced. Meanwhile, the other players had no such reservations, particularly Wang Xu, who, upon witnessing Stoudemire's outburst, could not tolerate his petulance. He charged forward, confronting Stoudemire, exclaiming, "Aren't you the one who said I couldn't score? What good is throwing a tantrum at the ball? If you have the skill, defend me so I can't score. Let me tell you, getting past you is as easy as maneuvering around a telephone pole." Infuriated by being unable to defend himself on the court, Stoudemire found himself further provoked by Wang Xu's audacity. He had never encountered such a brazen rookie before. With a glare, he squared up to Wang Xu, leading to a heated exchange between them. Nash, witnessing the escalating tension, rushed in to separate the two, while the audience erupted into a cacophony of boos and jeers. Thomas quickly followed suit to intervene. Wang Xu pushed aside Nash. "Steve, I assure you, I will not act recklessly." He then disdainfully waved his finger at Stoudemire, provocatively stating, "I know you were itching to knock me out, but on the court, you were no match for me, and as for the rest of you, you were even less capable." Initially, Nash was touched by Wang Xu's friendly assurance, but was taken aback when he turned around to mock Stoudemire with greater intensity. How could a man claim he was incapable? Stoudemire's face flushed with anger as he felt the urge to charge at Wang Xu. At that moment, the referees, their expressions darkened, rushed over. Wang Xu immediately shifted from his earlier bravado towards Stoudemire, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. He then embraced the head referee's shoulder, cheerfully explaining, "Hey, buddy, we haven't done anything wrong. My relationship with Mr. Stoudemire is quite amicable. I merely came over to exchange friendly greetings. You can ask him yourself." Stoudemire, feeling the gaze of the referees upon him, begrudgingly replied, "Yes, our relationship is indeed exceptionally good." Wang Xu gazed at the gritted teeth of Xiaoxi, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. In truth, he was not foolish enough to engage in a free-for-all with Xiaoxi. He simply relished provoking him, for Xiaoxi was notoriously emotional. Ultimately, under the referee's intervention, Wang Xu obediently returned to his half of the court, leaving with a cheeky grimace that made Xiaoxi tremble with anger. D'Antoni shook his head in resignation as he observed Xiaoxi, subsequently substituting him with Dia, while Barbosa replaced the less effective Bell. As the game resumed, the tempo of the Suns surged with the introduction of these two players. Although Dia lacked Xiaoxi's ability to penetrate the paint, his impressive court vision and passing skills enhanced the fluidity of the Suns' offense. Dia was the subject of many legends. During the 2003 draft, he arrived late to a rookie camp, casually sipping coffee. After learning of the best score, he performed no warm-up, not even shedding his jacket, and effortlessly surpassed the record before leaving, lamenting the inferior flavor of American coffee compared to that of France, which left a group of American rookies bewildered. Moreover, he was among the few players in the NBA capable of playing and defending all 5 positions. Strangely, outside of basketball, he excelled in photography, filmmaking, coffee brewing, and wine tasting. Had he not pursued basketball, he might have become an artist. Meanwhile, Nash faced Wang Xu, who had switched onto him. choosing not to engage but instead passing the ball to Barbosa, known as the Brazilian Blur for his exceptional speed. With the ball in hand, Barbosa, without glancing at Reed, surged past him with remarkable speed. After creating distance, he deftly passed the ball to Dia, who scored with a simple hook shot. Despite the Suns' rapid pace, the Supersonics matched them stride for stride, particularly with Wang Xu leading the charge, unimpeded by defenders. In terms of pure speed within the NBA, Wang Xu, Iverson, Devin Harris, and Barbosa could be regarded as the elite tier. DJ Ford, while speedy, lacked the scoring prowess of the aforementioned four. Although Barbosa was fast enough to keep pace with Wang Xu, he fell short in physicality, especially in upper body strength. Wang Xu bulldozed through Barbosa's defense like a small bulldozer, resolutely shooting when he reached his optimal position, leaving the Suns helpless. However, Nash, the commander of the Suns, remained unflappable, akin to a general standing resolute before an impending avalanche, conjuring countless strategies in his mind that invariably led to spectacular plays. The first quarter concluded with neither side gaining a definitive advantage, 26-28, the Supersonics leading by 2 points. The home crowd erupted in cheers, thrilled to witness their team holding their own against the Suns, even leading by 2. As the second quarter commenced, the Suns quickly reintroduced Xiaoxi to lead the early segment, while the Supersonics deployed Wilcox and Watson simultaneously. Right from the start of the second quarter, Wilcox, who prided himself on being the core player of the Supersonics, initiated several successful one-on-one plays against Xiaoxi, demonstrating commendable offensive skills in the paint. Within 5 minutes, he had attempted 8 shots, making 6 and scoring 12 points. Although the Suns had substituted Nash, lacking a potent engine, Xiaoxi consistently hit mid-range shots, and Barbosa's drives proved effective, resulting in a closely contested matchup. After about 5 minutes of play from the second unit, D'Antoni reintroduced the starters, prompting Carlesimo to bring back Wang Xu and others, though Wilcox, who had performed admirably, remained on the court. Reed brought the ball up the court, assessing his teammates' positions, and swiftly passed it to Wang Xu. Wang Xu bent forward to probe cautiously, while Barbosa, ever vigilant, adjusted his footing, gradually lowering his center of gravity and spreading his arms to establish a defensive stance. Wang Xu awaited the moment when Barbosa's weight was fully committed before launching himself forward. Barbosa pursued in a hurry, only to collide abruptly with an unseen barrier. Turning his head, he realized that it was Wilcox who had provided Wang Xu with a timely screen. Wang Xu skillfully maneuvered around Barbosa, while Wilcox made a direct advance through the center. Upon witnessing this, Stoudemire clenched his teeth, dismissing Wilcox, believing that due to their recent discord, Wang Xu would surely refrain from passing to him. However, Wang Xu had other intentions. Spotting Wilcox unmarked beneath the basket, he promptly delivered the ball. Wilcox executed an effortless dunk, securing 2 points. Aware that the error lay with him, Stoudemire raised his hand in acknowledgement of his mistake and quickly passed the ball to Nash. Nash seized the opportunity, initiating a swift drive while simultaneously directing his teammates to position themselves effectively. Hill and Barbosa executed a simple pick and roll in the corner, followed by a seamless cut. Barbosa effectively blocked Stojakovic, allowing Nash to deliver a perfectly timed pass to Hill without even glancing in his direction. Upon receiving the ball, Hill confidently took a swift step forward and made a successful jump shot. Wang Xu gazed in admiration as Hill effortlessly secured 2 points. Although Hill is now a shadow of his former self, prior to his injuries, he was undeniably the rightful heir to Jordan's legacy. There were even fans who posited that had Hill remained unscathed, there would have been no need for the likes of East, West, South, or North to shine. What sets Hill apart from other players is his character. He is a man who has never been embroiled in scandal, nor has any teammate spoken ill of him. In society, it is inevitable to offend someone through inadvertent actions, and garnering universal praise is no simple feat, particularly upon joining the Suns. Despite his physical abilities waning rapidly due to age and injury, his exceptional offensive skills and defensive experience allow him to play an extraordinarily significant role in this formidable team within the league. At this moment, Wang Xu stands holding the ball, confronting the once great prodigy of the sport. Wang Xu faced Hill, leveraging his innate physical prowess to dominate the court. He rose effortlessly to take a shot. Although Hill possessed ample defensive experience, his physical attributes faltered, and all he could do was raise his hand to obstruct Wang Xu's face. However, at Wang Xu's level, shooting had transcended mere technique and become muscle memory. Once he jumped, facing the hoop and establishing a general direction, he could effortlessly release the ball, guided by instinct. Thus, the tactic of closing one's eyes as a defensive maneuver proved ineffective for many players, serving merely as a deterrent. After all, no one wishes to mar their appearance. With large hands hovering so close to one's face, it is only natural to feel a twinge of apprehension. The ball swished through the net with a satisfying sound. Hill shook his head in resignation, recognizing the sheer talent on display. Observing the spirited Wang Xu, Hill couldn't help but smile. Reminiscing about his own rookie season when he too had exuberantly flaunted his gifts, such as the privilege of genius. What followed was a fierce exchange between both teams. Nash swiftly dribbled the ball down the court, deftly maneuvering past defenders with a series of quick directional changes, before suddenly stepping back to the three-point line and launching a shot. The three-pointer found its mark, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the Suns bench. This was indeed a display of impressive skill. Meanwhile, Wang Xu chuckled and teased Nash. "Steve, you may not be aware, but there's a rumor circulating in the league that whenever you score over 30 points, you inevitably lose. By actively seeking to score now, are you attempting to hand us this game on a silver platter?" Nash, undeterred by Wang Xu's jibe, maintained a serious demeanor. The success of Nash's three-pointer had left Reed no small amount of embarrassment. Such matters are hardly pleasant for a defender. Consequently, Reed retaliated by shooting over Nash as well. The sound of the ball clanging against the rim echoed sharply. Positioned favorably beneath the basket, Stoudemire leaped with excitement, eager to secure the rebound. However, before he could claim the ball, a live figure soared above him, snatching the ball first, then, with his back to Stoudemire, executed a graceful hook shot. The 2 points were scored, and Stoudemire was whistled for a foul, resulting in an additional free throw opportunity. Wang Xu cast a sidelong glance at Stoudemire and jested. "Come on, Mr. Stoudemire, you were almost able to snatch that rebound." Without caring for Stoudemire's expression, he effortlessly sank the free throw and sprinted back down the court. For Stoudemire, being outmaneuvered for an offensive rebound by a guard was nothing short of a humiliation. Turning back, he was a fierce warrior, intent on avenging this slight. Confronted by the bulk and strength of Wilcox, Stoudemire attempted to use his body to gain an advantage, yet found himself increasingly pushed outward, nearly losing sight of the hoop. Meanwhile, Nash, stationed beyond the arc, sensed the urgency of the situation and shouted, "Outside, outside, regroup." However, Stoudemire feigned ignorance. He was an all-star player, after all, and surely could best this mere benchwarmer. With renewed determination, he pivoted left, executing a deft right-handed layup to release the ball. At that moment, a pair of large yellow hands emerged from Stoudemire's side, reaching for the basketball he had just cast away. With a swift motion, Wang Xu sent the basketball crashing to the ground, subsequently shouting at Xiao's, "Do you think Seattle's defense is made of paper? Do you believe you can penetrate it at will?" Upon hearing this, Xiao's was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Is this how you treat others?" Wang Xu continued to shout, unaware that the basketball had been seized by Hill, who lay in ambush on the baseline. With the interior players distracted, Hill effortlessly executed a delicate floater to score 2 points. After securing these easy points, Hill was in the mood to jest with Wang Xu, saying, "This is the NBA. Wang, you cannot afford to lose focus for even a moment, or you might find yourself on the receiving end of a kick from the head coach." The Suns' offensive strategy relied heavily on 2 key players, Nash's orchestration and Stoudemire's ability to attack the rim. Together, these elements formed the foundation of the Suns' system. However, provoked by Wang Xu, Stoudemire resorted to reckless plays, causing the entire framework of the Suns to collapse, resulting in a significant downturn in their scoring efficiency. Although the Suns' lineup was undeniably swift, relying solely on speed to accumulate points would prove detrimental to their performance. Barbosa's perimeter shooting lacked sufficient threat, while Hill's advancing age hampered his agility. Marion, as a shooter at the power forward position, could create offensive space, yet he struggled under the relentless defense of Collins. Consequently, the Suns were left with no choice but to depend on Nash to proactively seek scoring opportunities. Despite Reed's speed and offensive prowess falling short of Nash's, he possessed a much sturdier physique. Moreover, Wang Xu was ever watchful, poised to provide double-team assistance to Nash at any moment. The Suns found themselves struggling to break through, allowing the Supersonics to seize the opportunity and score consecutively, culminating in a 12-6 offensive surge towards the latter stages of the first half. By halftime, the Supersonics had established a 9-point lead. At this juncture, Nash had already played for 19 minutes, managing to score 18 points and distribute 4 assists, all while his teammates faltered. This left him feeling helpless, for relying solely on himself to score was futile. He was not a player like Kobe or Iverson, capable of single-handedly dismantling opponents. Although Nash's scoring ability was commendable, his explosiveness and consistency could not be compared to theirs. Thus, he consistently utilized his exceptional passing skills to facilitate his teammates' scoring, reserving his own shots for crucial moments to seal the game. In the first half, Stoudemire, previously the offensive spearhead, amassed 12 points, yet he had taken 14 shots, resulting in a dismal shooting percentage. Especially considering that most of his points came against the Supersonics second unit in the early stages of the second quarter. Hill emerged as the unsung hero for the Suns, scoring 11 points on 4 of 5 shooting while grabbing 5 rebounds, including 2 offensive boards. Wang Xu, maintaining the stellar form he exhibited in Denver, scored 19 points on 12 attempts, demonstrating no hesitation in countering Nash's efficient scoring, while also contributing 5 assists and 3 steals, showcasing an exemplary performance that directly rebutted Stoudemire's pre-game boast of limiting his scoring. Despite the Suns lacking suitable personnel to contain Wang Xu, they remained a top-tier team in the league. As the second half commenced, D'Antoni made adjustments to the lineup, substituting the effective Hill with Barbosa in the starting 5. Almost immediately, the Supersonics sensed a shift in momentum. At the outset, Wang Xu, attempting to exploit his undeniable speed advantage against Bell's defense, found to his dismay that after evading Bell, he still faced another defender, Barbosa. A double team. The thought struck Wang Xu instantly. Wang Xu instinctively intended to pass the ball to Shuchik, who was being defended by Barbosa. However, at that moment, Bell, who had just been shaken off, swiftly closed in again, leaving Wang Xu in a predicament regarding his pass, especially considering Bell's formidable stealing ability. Wang Xu protected the ball, intent on penetrating the interior to dismantle the Suns' defensive double team. However, Barbosa's agility proved formidable, effectively impeding Wang Xu's momentum. Additionally, Bell lurked nearby, ever watchful. Before Wang Xu could advance a few steps, the basketball was swiftly intercepted by Bell, allowing the Suns to launch a rapid counterattack. Following this, Wang Xu struggled to devise a strategy to overcome the dual blockade. Bell and Barbosa exhibited relentless defensive tenacity, one, a seasoned player poised to pounce at any moment, and the other, endowed with remarkable speed, adept at stalling Wang Xu's advances while facilitating the other's steals, an impeccable combination to thwart Wang Xu's efforts. Under the relentless defense of their opponents, Wang Xu found himself at a loss, sinking into a state of frustration. Subsequently, the Suns delivered a masterclass to the Supersonics, elucidating why they had been one of the league's most formidable offensive teams over the past 2 seasons. Under Nash's leadership, the entire Suns team transformed dramatically, engaging in full-court defense. Upon seizing a rebound or executing a steal, they relentlessly pursued the Supersonics, moving with remarkable fluidity. The ball was swiftly passed, and as soon as a Suns player received it, they would release their shot without hesitation. In just 3 minutes, the Suns orchestrated an offensive surge, scoring 11 unanswered points, erasing a 9-point deficit, and even surging ahead by 2 points. Wang Xu observed the Suns' offense, flowing like water over silver, utterly bewildering the Supersonics. He grew anxious, especially as he faced the Suns' double team within those 3 minutes, committing only 2 turnovers and relinquishing the previously favorable situation of his team. Without further contemplation, he swiftly dribbled the ball across the court, launching a 3-pointer over Bell's defense. The successful shot momentarily staunched the bleeding for the Supersonics. However, it proved of little consequence. Throughout the third quarter, the Supersonics were relentlessly subdued by the Suns. Nash played the entirety of the third quarter, delivering 12 assists and nearly equaling the league record for assists in a single quarter, revitalizing the entire team single-handedly. This allowed Wang Xu to witness the prowess of a traditional point guard, distinct from that of a shooting guard. Meanwhile, during this surge of offensive brilliance, one of the team's core players, Stoudemire, remained on the sidelines, with Dias stepping in. Although Dias lacked Stoudemire's interior impact, his presence diversified the team's strategy, especially with his 3-point shooting ability, which further exhausted the Supersonics' defense. Although Barbosa and Bell did not significantly contribute offensively, their concerted effort to defend against Wang Xu resulted in his 6 attempts yielding only 2 baskets, amassing a mere 5 points and 4 turnovers. It can be stated that without their defensive success, the Suns would not have experienced such an offensive surge. Wang Xu played for 8 minutes in the third quarter before being substituted. Seeing Wang Xu floundering under pressure from double teams, Calipari, concerned that Wang Xu's confidence might suffer, decided to replace him early as a protective measure. Meanwhile, the Supersonics fans in attendance were rendered silent by the Suns' performance, However, this was a marked improvement. In previous seasons, had any team showcased such prowess, Supersonics fans would have risen to applaud, indifferent to whether the team was their own. This sentiment bore resemblance to that of Knicks fans. Yet, apart from teams like the Celtics or the Bulls, which boast a profound historical legacy, most fan bases in the league share this characteristic. Nash had already logged 30 minutes in the first 3 quarters, marking a new high for his playing time in those periods over the past 2 seasons. With the Suns leading by 13 points and considering this was merely a regular season game, D'Antoni opted to substitute Nash alongside Barbosa and Bell, who had played the entire third quarter, bringing in Hill and Stoudemire to lead the team. Calipari, on the other hand, reinserted Wang Xu, hoping he could guide the team out of its predicament. At this moment, Wang Xu's mood was far from pleasant. He was exceedingly dissatisfied with his performance in the third quarter. Consequently, upon returning to the court to confront the Suns' second unit, he resolved to assertively penetrate towards the basket. As Wang Xu faced Banks' defense, he dribbled the ball with a leisurely pace, gradually utilizing his physical prowess to inch forward. Initially, Banks perceived Wang Xu as merely a speedster on the court, lacking a comprehensive understanding of his strength. However, upon their first contact, he quickly realized his folly, as Wang Xu's power compelled him to firmly brace against his advances, leaving him with no alternative. Nevertheless, Wang Xu found that breaching the defense with such close proximity was not as effortless as he had anticipated. Wang Xu maneuvered the ball, skillfully pressing against Banks as he shifted laterally. With a swift pivot, he transitioned into a back-to-the-basket isolation. Harnessing his strength, he forcefully drove inward until he reached an optimal position for attack. With a powerful lean backward, he planted his feet firmly, propelling himself into the air. Arms raised high above his head, forming a graceful angle with the ground as he released the ball. The 2-point shot found its mark. After sitting on the bench for an entire quarter, Stoudemire's mind was notably revitalized, and he dutifully collaborated with the team on their strategy. He received a pass from Hill at mid-range and attempted an open 2-point shot. However, perhaps due to the prolonged time spent on the sidelines, his rhythm faltered, and what should have been a surefire basket surprisingly circled the rim twice before bouncing back out. Despite this, Wang Xu seized the opportunity for a 3-point attempt, which also missed. Nonetheless, Thomas secured the offensive rebound and passed it back to Wang Xu beyond the arc. Wang Xu feigned a shot, enticing Marion into a double team, before redistributing the ball to Thomas, who easily scored another 2 points. Following this, Stoudemire's cut to the basket was obstructed, with the ball falling into Horford's hands, who then relayed it to Wang Xu. Dribbling from the perimeter, Wang Xu identified the right moment to pass to Thomas, who was deep inside. Matching up against the shorter Marion, Thomas effortlessly converted the shot. The Supersonics launched a 6-0 run. Observing from the sidelines, D'Antoni could no longer remain passive. He rose from the bench, vociferously urging his players. Perhaps influenced by their coach's fervor, the Suns responded with tenacity, as Hill scored 2 points, halting their downward spiral. Subsequently, Wang Xu passed the ball to Ridnour before making a sudden cut toward the basket. Leaping into the air, he called out to Ridnour. Although Ridnour lacked Nash's exceptional passing finesse as a primary point guard, he adeptly executed the alley-oop, delivering the ball to Wang Xu, who completed the play with a thunderous dunk. In the current Supersonics roster, the player demonstrating the most proficient passing and steady ball handling was not the traditional point guards Ridnour and Watson, but Wang Xu himself. Following this, Wang Xu showcased his remarkable court vision and precision in passing. Wang Xu adeptly penetrated the paint twice in succession, distributing the ball to Horford within the key. Subsequently, he received a pass from Horford in the corner, drawing the attention of the remaining defenders before deftly assisting the open Ridnour on the perimeter, who unhesitatingly converted both opportunities, scoring 5 consecutive points. Unlike Watson, Wang Xu exhibited a preference for Ridnour, who possessed a keen sense of the game, refrained from seeking personal glory, and demonstrated tenacious defense. Ridnour's selflessness and ability to maneuver without concern for ball possession allowed him to secure the ball and successfully score, although his individual offensive prowess was somewhat lacking, and his passing vision and technique were merely average. Such attributes sufficed for a role player. After all, if one were to be flawless, they would hardly be content to play a supporting role. A point guard of such caliber would undoubtedly stand out in any era. Presently, the Supersonics rely solely on Wang Xu as their primary ball handler, which implies that in crucial moments, the ball will predominantly be in his hands. While this arrangement significantly increases his ball control, it does not necessarily maximize his offensive potential, particularly as his repertoire of receiving the ball and shooting post movement is not extensive. Therefore, should the Supersonics aspire to advance further, equipping Wang Xu with a player who possesses a strong court vision and exceptional passing skills would greatly enhance his offensive capabilities, alleviating the burden of playmaking from his shoulders. In the ensuing moment, Wang Xu executed a probing step against Banks, prompting him to retreat, allowing Wang to effortlessly sink a two-point shot with a step back. As the fourth quarter commenced, facing Banks' solitary defense, Wang Xu was liberated, regaining the shooting touch he had momentarily lost during the third quarter. The tension mounted. D'Antoni could no longer contain his frustration as his team, deprived of an offensive initiator, was relentlessly overwhelmed by the Supersonics. This situation particularly highlighted the Suns' glaring need for a secondary ball handler. Wang Xu rediscovered his shooting touch and was filled with joy. He was inherently endowed with exceptional talent for shooting, whether from mid-range or beyond the arc. He adapted swiftly and exhibited remarkable ball handling skills. D'Antoni reintroduced Nash and Bell to the game, yet at this point, the frenzied Wang Xu could hardly be contained by Bell alone. As the game resumed, although the Suns, under Nash's orchestration, successfully executed a play that yielded 2 points, Wang Xu, unfazed by the defensive presence of Bell, launched a three-pointer without a glance. The shot found its mark, and Wang Xu stood with an air of unflappable calm, his right hand resting against his temple as he saluted, a gesture that, combined with his chiseled features, sent the female fans in the arena into a frenzy. Bell, observing Wang Xu's stoic salute to the fans, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Could he truly defend against him? Following a timeout, the Suns, despite bringing in several key players, failed to resolve their fundamental issues as the Supersonics' offense commenced with ferocity in the fourth quarter. The Suns players exchanged passes on the perimeter, their attacks primarily lingering outside. While the only player with an advantage inside, Stoudemire, found himself unable to exploit his position. When the ball reached Hill, he ceased passing to his teammates and tentatively took a step forward. Szczerbiak, not paying heed, was unprepared for Hill's sudden advance. As Hill rarely assumed the role of an aggressor for the Suns, observing the opportunity, Hill quickly followed with his other foot, darting past Szczerbiak and charging toward the paint. His first step was remarkably swift. Prior to his injuries, he was renowned for having the quickest first step in the league, leaving defenders in his wake. Though now older and injured, remnants of his youthful prowess remained, allowing him to cleanly evade Szczerbiak. Stoudemire, seeing this, promptly positioned himself to block Horford, hoping to grant Hill an unobstructed layup opportunity, while Collins was momentarily taken out of the play by Marion, leaving the paint unguarded. Approaching the key, Hill slowed his pace, surveying the scene, only to find Wang Xu had switched onto him, seeking to stay tightly glued to his side. So quick. Hill's pupils dilated as he instinctively sidestepped to create space between himself and Wang Xu, launching himself toward the basket. Not a chance, Wang Xu bellowed, preparing to contest Hill's shot. Hill, however, in midair, murmured to himself, still too young. Just as he had intended for a layup, he abruptly twisted his body mid-flight, transforming from a two-handed grip to a single-handed one. He curled his body, deftly maneuvering the ball beneath Wang Xu's arm. The referee's whistle sounded promptly, signaling that the 2 points were valid, accompanied by an additional free throw opportunity. Wang Xu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hill would actively seek to draw a foul. In Wang Xu's recollection, it had been a long time since Hill had played in such a manner after his injury. Is this truly the man lauded as the closest to a deity? Although he may no longer possess his former prowess, he still manages to secure 2 critically important points at a pivotal moment. As Wang Xu and Hill collided mid-air, the aging Hill was no match for the robust Wang Xu. The two crashed forcefully against one another, sending them hurtling to the ground. Although Hill attempted to mitigate the impact by landing on his back, the force of the fall was still excruciatingly painful. Struggling to rise, he was surprised when a pair of large hands reached out to him. Assuming it was a teammate, he grasped the hands, only to be yanked up by none other than Wang Xu. Astonished, Hill exclaimed, "Why did you pull me up?" Wang Xu shrugged and retorted, "Why strive so hard?" Upon hearing this, Hill chuckled lightly, offering no reply as he stepped to the free throw line. After a couple of dribbles, he confidently sent the ball soaring through the hoop. Approaching Wang Xu, Hill spoke with utmost seriousness. "At this point, I must take a stand. Someone has to shoulder the burden of this explosive situation, don't you think?" Wang Xu fell silent immediately. Did he not contemplate your injuries? Did he not consider the possibility that you might be sidelined due to this perilous goal? This is an affront to Hill. Wang Xu paused for a moment and sincerely addressed Hill, stating, If Stoudemire possessed the tenacity and indomitable spirit akin to that of Grant Hill, I am confident that the Suns would be utterly unstoppable. Upon hearing this, Hill chuckled, teasingly responding, Wang, after all this time, many have criticized my style of play as being too soft, yet few have echoed your sentiments regarding my toughness on the court. That is merely their ignorance. How could the media, with their cacophony of misguided opinions, possibly comprehend the heart of a true warrior? Wang Xu replied sincerely. Hill was deeply moved. It was precisely his insistence on playing through injury that exacerbated his ankle condition, leading to a dramatic decline from being seen as Jordan's successor. Subsequently, he altered his style of play, which earned him the label of softness from fans and media alike. In truth, Hill reflected on his past decisions with immense regret. Yet he often questioned himself, if given the chance to choose again, would he still opt to play through injury? The answer remained affirmative, despite countless moments of remorse. He would likely make the same choice again. This inclination stemmed from Hill's character. He was a paragon of virtue, overly concerned with the perceptions of fans and teammates, sacrificing the brilliance of his career for the sake of a mere reputation of toughness. If Wang Xu were to choose, however, he would find himself in a quandary. Although the Supersonics appeared dominant on the court, it was largely due to their exceptional shooting at that moment. Should both teams compete under equal circumstances, the Supersonics would undoubtedly struggle against the Suns. Even the Spurs had difficulty countering the Suns, with Popovich failing to devise a solution to their fast break strategy, let alone someone of lesser caliber like Carlesimo. The Spurs relied heavily on their core trio of Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker, alongside bench players like Bowen and Horry, to maintain their competitive edge against the Suns. At this juncture, the Supersonics, lacking the caliber of the Suns in both roster and coaching staff, managed to keep pace largely due to Stoudemire's assists and their explosive shooting in the fourth quarter. Nevertheless, the Supersonics possessed advantages in their interior game compared to the Suns, with shooting options like Szczerbiak, making for a commendable configuration. Wang Xu primarily designated his scoring zone to the mid-range area. Not only was his mid-range jumper his most proficient scoring method, but it also allowed him to maximize his offensive threat. He could score on his own or facilitate plays for Al Horford or Wilcox inside, or pass out to Szczerbiak or Ridnour beyond the arc. This strategy served as the foundation of the Supersonics' offensive tactics. However, Hill's offensive efforts struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught from the Supersonics. As Wang Xu maneuvered into the paint, he executed a clever retreat, drawing the defense of Bell and Marion. Unexpectedly, he then performed a swift change of direction, attracting two defenders before delivering a behind-the-back pass to Collins, who was open near the basket. With ease, Collins converted, securing 2 points. Turning the tide, Nash seized the opportunity, penetrating the defense and smoothly laying the ball into the basket. Refusing to relent, Wang Xu promptly responded with a quick mid-range jumper, maintaining his impeccable shooting rhythm and extending the slender lead. Frustrated by repeated setbacks, particularly after being blocked emphatically by Wang Xu, Stoudemire's offensive enthusiasm waned. His defensive efforts became lackluster, allowing Ridnour, who typically struggled to penetrate, to breach the paint on multiple occasions. D'Antoni, visibly displeased with Stoudemire, found himself unable to bench him, leading the Suns to call another timeout. Yet, D'Antoni had no means to curtail the Supersonics' offensive momentum. Known for his offensive prowess rather than defensive acumen, D'Antoni urged Nash to escalate the game's tempo, pressuring their opponents and unleashing the Suns' offensive fury. Following the timeout, under Nash's stewardship, the Suns accelerated their pace, which in turn compelled the Supersonics to adapt. However, despite the elevated tempo, the Suns struggled to convert scoring opportunities. Stoudemire remained ineffective in the paint, while Bell, tasked with guarding Wang Xu, could not be substituted due to his defensive responsibilities. Bell's offensive contributions were woefully inadequate, and Marion's three-point shooting faltered in the fourth quarter. Despite the Suns' tempo enhancement, they relied heavily on the sporadic isolation plays of Nash and Hill. Given Hill's advanced age and lingering injuries, it became increasingly unrealistic for him to shoulder the team's burden in such an intense contest. Nash, having logged 36 minutes, was already exceeding his average playing time from the previous season, and with 4 minutes remaining, it was likely he would surpass 40 minutes. Remarkably, Hill had played even longer at 37 minutes. Relying solely on the two veteran players proved impractical. Nash was now 33, while Hill was 35. Their physical capabilities could not be compared to those of younger, more robust athletes, though they once possessed the ability to single-handedly alter the course of a game. The passage of time had diminished their capacity to do so in regular competition, relegating them to fleeting moments of brilliance. In the final 4 minutes, the Suns crumbled like a defeated army, succumbing to the Supersonics' relentless assault. For the Supersonics fans, this marked an auspicious beginning, triumphing over a top-tier team on home soil. As the game concluded, Stoudemire exited the court with a grim expression, retreating into the players' tunnel while ignoring the throngs of reporters clamoring for an interview. Reflecting on his pre-game bravado and the ire he had drawn from many, he felt a foreboding sense that the days ahead would not be kind. Over the course of the match, Stoudemire played 35 minutes, shooting 5 for 20 for a total of 11 points, alongside 5 rebounds and 3 turnovers. While these statistics might be commendable for an ordinary bench player, they were far from acceptable for an all-star caliber center, who had averaged 20 points per game the previous season. His dismal performance necessitated accountability for the team's defeat. Particularly noteworthy is the fact that he managed a mere 5 rebounds, a performance inferior even to that of Nash and Hill, with Nash securing 7 rebounds and Hill 6. In the recent match against the Nuggets, Horford had a lackluster performance, yet today against Stoudemire, he recorded a modest tally of 12 points and 8 rebounds. While this may not significantly surpass Stoudemire's performance, it is essential to acknowledge the differing roles they assume. Horford is not the primary scorer for the Supersonics, nor can he be considered even the second. In terms of average points per game, Stoudemire is undeniably the Suns' foremost scorer. Even the substitute Wilcox, when facing Stoudemire, achieved an impressive 16 points and 8 rebounds on 7 of 12 shooting. The Supersonics' triumph in this contest can largely be attributed to the outstanding performance of Wang Xu, who, despite momentarily faltering under the Suns' defensive pressure in the third quarter, redeemed himself in the fourth, ultimately leading the Supersonics to their second consecutive victory. Wang Xu delivered an impeccable performance, amassing 31 points, 7 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. However, his game was marred by 7 turnovers, with a staggering 4 occurring within the third quarter alone. Furthermore, he faced targeted defense from the Suns, resulting in a shooting percentage that fell short of his previous game. Of the 25 attempts he made, he succeeded with only 11, including 3 out of 8 from beyond the arc, yielding a success rate of less than 50%. Yet, in the realm of competition, victors are celebrated, and the Supersonics, having triumphed, bask in the glory, while Wang Xu's commendable performance renders his shortcomings a mere footnote. Despite his team's 102-111 defeat to the Supersonics, Nash bore no resentment. After all, it was merely a regular season game, and he held deep admiration for the strength and resilience displayed by the Supersonics. Following the match, Nash did not storm off like Stoudemire, his countenance untroubled by anger. Defeat is simply part of the game, and there is little to argue or lament. Instead, Nash graciously approached the players of the Supersonics, ultimately standing before Wang Xu, expressing heartfelt congratulations. Wang, congratulations on leading the Supersonics to an outstanding game. Although Wang Xu had some unpleasant encounters with the Suns prior to the game, even directly provoking their bench, he remains quite amiable off the court. This is why most of the Supersonics locker room has tacitly accepted Wang Xu as the team's leader. Beyond his on-court prowess, his interactions with teammates also play a significant role. The NBA operates as a small circle, the most renowned quartet being the Fab Four: James, Wade, Anthony, and Paul. Each player has their own circle, as they navigate an intricate web within the league, where relationships are rarely strained, particularly in an environment that resembles a business arena, where trades can happen unexpectedly. It would indeed be intriguing if one were traded to a team where all the players held a poor rapport with them. Therefore, when Wang Xu encountered Nash's gracious overture, he was genuinely pleased. He approached Nash with a smile, embracing him, and remarked, "Buddy, your performance has truly left me in awe. I've lost count of how many times you've maneuvered past me." This statement was not mere flattery. Nash delivered an exceptional performance with 33 points and 12 assists, boasting shooting and three-point percentages exceeding 50%. Had it not been for a few missed opportunities by Stoudemire on passes from Nash, he could have easily achieved a staggering 30 points and 20 assists. Nevertheless, Nash remained humble, chuckling as he replied, "It's not that exaggerated. I merely aimed to give my utmost for this victory, although we fell short against you, Wang. You are formidable, and I hope we can meet again at this year's All-Star game." Upon hearing these words, Wang Xu felt a surge of joy. Although he believed he undoubtedly deserved a place in the All-Star game during his rookie season, the disparity between his confidence and others' evaluations was evident. Thus, Wang Xu replied with a smile, expressing his eagerness to experience his passing during the All-Star event. Grant Hill, another commendable player of the Suns today, appeared somewhat solitary. Unlike his fellow teammates who were engaged in jovial banter. At the age of 35, with limited years left in the NBA, he found himself increasingly disheartened by the elusive prospect of a championship title. While he played basketball purely out of passion, who among the players could resist the allure of a championship opportunity? Hill, too, harbored ambitions to strive for that glory. However, he was acutely aware that the current roster was inadequate for a championship pursuit, particularly with only one player, nicknamed the Little Tyrant, who lacked any true dominance in the paint. Today's match further underscored the Suns' reliance on only two veterans, himself and Nash, when confronting formidable challenges, leaving him feeling somewhat disillusioned. He began to gather his belongings, preparing to head toward the players' tunnel. At that moment, a pair of large hands unexpectedly landed on Hill's shoulder, startling him. Turning around, he was met with the smiling face of Wang Xu. "Hello, rookie," Hill greeted with a grin. To be candid, Hill harbored no disdain for Wang Xu. Rather, he felt a sense of admiration. In Wang Xu, he recognized a reflection of his younger self. Wang Xu, in truth, harbored a disdain for being referred to as a novice by certain individuals, much like the likes of Xiao Si, whom he regarded as nothing more than a troupe of jesters. However, in the presence of Hill, Wang Xu felt no ire, for he deemed Hill worthy of such appellation. Yet, while Wang Xu remained indifferent internally, he could not resist the temptation of a retort. "You too, seasoned veteran," he chuckled. Soon after, Wang Xu willingly shed his drenched jersey, unveiling a physique sculpted to perfection. Though it lacked the sheer power evident in many athletes, it was undeniably aesthetically pleasing, adorned with a flawless set of six-pack abs. His athletic build and balanced form exuded a potent masculine allure, leaving numerous female fans in the stands in a state of dizzying admiration. Many of those who were in relationships returned home, urging their partners to emulate Wang Xu's muscular definition, thus inadvertently causing distress to countless male compatriots. Wang Xu held his jersey, emblazoned with the number 6 in his name, and earnestly offered it to Hill, saying, "Old bird, how about we exchange jerseys?" Hill was taken aback. Exchanging jerseys on the football field is a common practice. This is primarily due to the rarity of encounters between two teams, compounded by transfers and other circumstances. If players from different leagues seldom meet, exchanging jerseys after a match becomes a meaningful token of remembrance. Conversely, such exchanges are relatively uncommon in basketball, as players frequently face each other, rendering the significance of jersey exchanges less ceremonious. Wang Xu did not impulsively suggest the exchange. He would have outright declined if approached by players he deemed beneath him, even if they offered their jerseys. He felt the same about Kobe. While he admired Kobe's competitive spirit and skill, he disapproved of Kobe's frequent demands for the team to bolster its roster or threaten to leave. Wang Xu believed that relying solely on the team to strengthen itself diminished Kobe's image as a truly formidable man. If Kobe truly sought improvement, why did he have a falling out with Shaquille O'Neal? Having chosen to clash with O'Neal and aim to be the team's leader, Kobe should embrace the responsibilities that come with that role, persevering independently rather than pressuring management. Truth be told, Wang Xu felt that the Lakers' management had been exceptionally accommodating toward Kobe. Although Kobe brought immense commercial value to the Lakers, it was also the Lakers that elevated Kobe's status. Kobe was not incapable of waiting patiently. Rather, his fragile pride was pricked when O'Neal won a championship with the Miami Heat after being traded. Today, however, Hill imparted a valuable lesson to Wang Xu, showcasing the fighting spirit of a 35-year-old man, battle-scarred yet undeterred. It was not merely about skill or scoring. Though Hill had lost the speed and spring he once possessed, he still embodied the relentless spirit of competition. When the Suns struggled, only two players continued to fight, Steve Nash and Grant Hill. To Wang Xu, the current Suns resembled a ship on the verge of sinking. While Nash's leadership had indeed rendered the Suns highly competitive in the Western Conference over recent seasons, he was no longer the youthful player Wang Xu was. By the time Nash truly excelled and earned his MVP, he was already 30, and now at 33, the prospect of leading the Suns to championships seemed bleak. If Nash failed to secure more titles, the Suns might face a rebuild. As for Stoudemire, despite being a prominent player, Wang Xu doubted he would remain loyal to a sinking ship. On this ship, Nash, as captain, bore the burden of its fate. Should the vessel capsize, he would inevitably go down with it. Wang Xu believed that Hill would do the same, echoing the ancient Chinese adage of a true gentleman's loyalty. Though Hill may not be a national hero, His character bore striking similarities. Throughout the game, Hill played a full 41 minutes, scoring 22 points. While not explosive, his constant movement, screens, and defensive support exemplified the essence of a dedicated professional. When Hill met Wang Xu's sincere gaze, he smiled and removed his sweat-soaked jersey, handing it to Wang Xu. The two men, each holding the other's jersey, were captured under the flashing lights, immortalized in photographs. In the post-game interview, local media surrounded Wang Xu with enthusiasm. This marked his first interview with the local press after a Supersonics game, where he was the team's focal point. Regardless of victory or defeat, having gained experience in handling media interactions, Wang Xu praised the Suns openly while secretly relishing their prowess, noting their dominance over the Supersonics. However, when the media revisited Stoudemire's brash pre-game statements, Wang Xu did not shy away. He pointedly remarked that if Stoudemire possessed Hill's tenacity and fortitude, the Suns would be formidable. Unfortunately, he was not the type of player Hill was. Ultimately, Wang Xu's comments reflected his lingering resentment towards Stoudemire's earlier remarks, deeming him soft. As for how the media would convey this to Stoudemire, that was no concern of his. In response to many questions posed by the media, Wang Xu often spoke in circles, providing little substance, yet the media was content as long as he spoke. Their job was to extract meaning from even the most insipid comments. Of course, silence could also convey messages. But media bias was irrelevant as long as it served their interests. After the interview, the Suns swiftly departed Seattle, as they were scheduled to face the Lakers in Los Angeles the following day. Meanwhile, the Supersonics enjoyed a more leisurely schedule with 2 days of rest. During this time, Guosu informed Wang Xu of an increase in endorsement contracts, though he had declined them, maintaining the facade of diligence. Lying on his bed with a gaming console, Guosu contemplated. Lin Xingya, however, spoke with Wang Xu daily. With Los Angeles just under 2,000 kilometers from Seattle, a flight took only a few hours. Yet Lin Xingya was focused on her studies at school and could not visit until vacation. While she appeared gentle and refined, Lin Xingya possessed a strong will. In a world filled with beautiful women, her bond with Wang Xu stemmed from their childhood friendship. To sustain their connection and ensure a future filled with mutual understanding, she recognized the necessity of self-improvement, striving to be independent rather than solely relying on Wang Xu. It is hoped that in the future, assistance may be rendered to Wang Xu. Meanwhile, the Supersonics have not been idle over the past few days. Presley has officially added Wilcox to the trade list and has inquired about offers from other teams. Additionally, the team has engaged in extensive scrimmage training. Fortunately, the Supersonics are primarily composed of a youthful roster, alleviating concerns regarding stamina. As for injuries, these young athletes are focused on establishing their positions, leaving little room for such considerations. Only teams with older rosters, particularly those that have achieved playoff success or are striving for a championship, tend to ponder these matters, much like the frequently resting Spurs. However, if the Supersonics lineup fails to achieve better cohesion and resolve their collaborative issues, they may initially hold an advantage while opponents are unfamiliar with them. Yet, as the season progresses and secrets are unveiled, they will likely be thoroughly analyzed by other teams, potentially jeopardizing their chances of even reaching the playoffs, let alone aspiring for loftier goals. Wang Xu took the initiative to train Aflalo, who, despite having limited playing time as one of the few options at shooting guard, is poised to become a pivotal asset for the team this season, both on a personal level and in consideration of the team's future. Meanwhile, another player in the small forward position, Wilkins, has also received enhanced physical training from Calipari to ensure he can make a more significant impact in high-stakes games. Veteran players like Thomas and Sesbiak have led by example, actively intensifying their training regimen, observing the commitment of their leaders and respected veterans in the locker room. The other team members felt compelled to increase their own training efforts in accordance with the coach's directives. In addition to the players' extra training sessions over the past 2 days, Calipari has also conducted tactical lessons. However, due to the current limitations of the Supersonics roster, implementing overly complex strategies has proven unfeasible. Thus, Calipari has simplified these intricate tactics. While strategy undeniably plays a role in games, otherwise, what need is there for a coach? It is essential not to overstate its significance. Many academic coaches possess strategy manuals that could fill a large box, yet can a coach expect to memorize all that information? Moreover, can they enforce the retention of such knowledge among all players? Even if memorized, the tactics frequently employed during games are often limited to a select few, as overly complicated strategies tend to increase the likelihood of errors. Only through prolonged collaboration and the development of synergy among players Coupled with a coach who possesses a cadre of highly intelligent and basketball-savvy athletes who are also obedient to the coach's directives, can such intricate strategies be successfully executed? Presently, at least, Calipari lacks the capacity to achieve this. The past 2 days of rigorous training have left the entire team somewhat fatigued. However, their youth ensures a swift recovery. Subsequently, the Supersonics boarded a flight to Los Angeles, preparing to face the Clippers. Upon arrival, Wang Xu chose not to stay in the hotel with the team, as his home is in the area, especially with Thomas, who, upon disembarking, enthusiastically draped his arm around Wang Xu's shoulders, urging him to join the nightlife. Seemingly oblivious to Calipari's piercing gaze. "Kurt, we have a game tomorrow. If you wish to hit the clubs, wait until after the game. I will grant you an evening off then for you to enjoy Los Angeles to your heart's content. But remember, you all better behave and not get into any trouble, or I swear I will make you train until you drop," Calipari admonished, frowning at Kurt. Wang Xu was taken aback and exclaimed, "Surely not, boss. How can you possibly condone such improper conduct?" Upon hearing this, Thomas and the others cast furious glances at Wang Xu. In that moment, anyone who dared to disrupt their plans for a delightful evening or interfere with their conquest of the women in the nightclub would be regarded as their adversary. It is worth noting that Los Angeles, among the 30 cities housing NBA teams, boasts an abundance of beautiful women. Wang Xu did not accompany the team on the bus to the hotel. Instead, he and Colessimo requested a brief leave to return home for the night, planning to report directly to the arena the following day. Colessimo, aware that Wang Xu's residence was in Los Angeles, waved his hand, signaling Wang Xu to depart at his earliest convenience. Wang Xu returned home just before 9 o'clock. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of his father, mother, and Lin Xingya gathered in the living room, engrossed in the television. The moment she heard the sound of the door creaking open, Lin Xingya's face lit up with joy. It is worth noting that since Wang Xu's departure to Seattle, they had not been together for nearly a month, a first in their lives. Consequently, Lin Xingya exclaimed in delight, dashing out in her light clothing, having not even changed her shoes. As Wang Xu opened the door, he was greeted by Lin Xingya rushing towards him, which filled him with immense joy. He opened his arms, ready to embrace the oncoming Lin Xingya. However, to his surprise, Lin Xingya darted straight for the large bag he was holding, snatching it from his grasp. As she rummaged through it, she remarked, "I must inspect to see if there are any gifts from other women concealed within your bag." Wang Xu was instantly caught between laughter and tears. "Xingya, of course not. You know that you are the only one I adore." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingya's face flushed a deep crimson, and she playfully thumped Wang Xu's chest like a delicate bird. "How dare you speak so frivolously? It's only been a few days since we parted." Wang Xu smiled radiantly as he embraced Lin Xingya, saying, "All right, let us step inside. I have yet to dine." Lin Xingya, feeling his arm around her waist, did not resist but instead blushed slightly. With her bag in hand, she followed Wang Xu into the house. "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Upon entering, Wang Xu noticed that his parents had already prepared a sumptuous meal laid out on the dining table in the living room, eagerly awaiting his return. He then expressed his discontent. "Father, Mother, have I not mentioned this before? I would likely return a bit late. You could have started without me. I could have managed to find something to eat upon my arrival. Why do you insist on waiting for me? Look at the time. You should have already begun your meal." Wang Xu's father chuckled heartily upon hearing this. "It truly feels like home when we dine together." "Home? Very well. Let us hasten to our meal, shall we? I am absolutely famished. Come, quickly, Xiaoya, everyone, join us for dinner. Here, sample this dish, it is delightful. And this one is quite good as well, and that too, do savor them all." Wang Xu gazed at the overflowing bowl of food before him, feeling a mix of amusement and embarrassment. "Dad, this makes me feel like a young girl visiting her in-laws for the first time. How awkward is that?" "Oh, what is there to be embarrassed about? I know very well that the so-called athletes' meals you endure are hardly fit for human consumption. Home-cooked meals are far superior. You should savor them while you're here. Look at yourself, you've become quite thin. If those meals are unfit for humans, does that mean the NBA players are akin to livestock?" Wang Xu mused, recognizing the irony in his father's statement. Nonetheless, after returning home, he found himself surprisingly disinclined to engage in their usual banter. After a month away, he felt a newfound maturity. Previously, he had been impatient with their incessant chatter over trivial matters, but after being away, he longed for the comfort of their words, perhaps indicative of the human tendency to take things for granted. After dinner, Wang Xu shared the details of his team's affairs with his parents, focusing on the positives. The atmosphere within the team was harmonious, save for a couple of players, Wilcox and Watson, whom he regarded with indifference. As night fell, around 10 o'clock, he returned home after dropping Lin Xingya off, ready to rest. Lying on his modest bed, though not as luxurious as his custom-made one, he felt a profound sense of peace. This was where he slept best. Soon, he drifted into a sweet slumber. The Supersonics were set to face the Los Angeles Clippers. The Clippers, in everyone's eyes, were perpetually regarded as a perennial underdog, and Wang Xu shared that sentiment. Since their arrival in Los Angeles, the Clippers had never been on par with their city rivals, the Lakers, and comparisons were futile due to the Clippers' consistent underperformance. What compounded their woes was the sight of Lakers fans filling the stands during home games, cheering for their team, leading one to believe it was indeed the Lakers' home turf. The Clippers owner, Sterling, and the Lakers owner, Jerry Buss, were good friends. Buss had advised Sterling on purchasing the team. Yet Sterling's passion for basketball paled in comparison to Buss's commitment to the Lakers. Buss poured substantial investments into the Lakers, making them one of the most valuable franchises in league history. While the Celtics also boasted a storied legacy, their commercial value could not rival that of the Lakers. Buss reinvested the profits from the Lakers into the team, as evidenced by Kobe's persistent calls for reinforcements and the staggering $77.11 million salary cap for the Lakers this season, a figure only rivaled by the Celtics trio of superstars. In contrast, the Clippers faced a dismal season ahead. Their star player, Brand, had ruptured his Achilles tendon during summer training, effectively sidelining him for the season. Brand, known for his exceptional scoring and rebounding, had propelled the Clippers into the playoffs, showcasing his peak performance with averages of 25 points and 10 rebounds. Without him, the Clippers' season could be deemed over before it even began, leading to a lack of media attention for their upcoming game. Yet, the Los Angeles media could not overlook the match. For Wang Xu was a beloved figure in the city, often seen as a representative of Los Angeles, even more so than Kobe. Although Wang Xu was a Chinese American, having spent his formative years in Los Angeles, where he played basketball from middle school through college, culminating in a championship with UCLA, he was viewed as a local success story. As the Supersonics prepared to face the Clippers, the arena was adorned with slogans rallying behind Wang Xu. While the Clippers garnered little mention, that evening, Wang Xu took his parents and Lin Xingya to the Staples Center, where he had purchased 3 tickets behind the Supersonics bench. Standing on the court where he had first watched a basketball game as a child, memories flooded back, and he chuckled at the thought of being frightened during that initial experience. "Wang, you're up." Thomas's large face loomed before him. "Kurt, could you refrain from using your nostrils as a weapon?" Wang Xu retorted, looking up. "Hey, that's just because you're short. You have to look up to me," Thomas replied, sporting a mock-serious demeanor, having recently taken to wearing glasses and carrying a book to impress a college girl. "Kurt, if that girl has studied drama, she might just question Shakespeare's genius," Wang Xu quipped. Thomas, mistaking Wang Xu's silence for odd as looks, began to hum a tune. "If you don't pipe down, I swear I'll make sure you're glued to the bench," Carlesimo bellowed, unable to tolerate the noise any longer. "Humph. How could a bunch of uncultured folks appreciate the greatness of an artist like me? I am the Van Gogh of music." Thomas quietly hid to the side and murmured. Wang Xu has envisioned a day when the girl, who has been persistently pursued by Thomas, comes across a Shakespearean play and encounters the renowned line, "To be or not to be, that is the question." Wang Xu swore to the heavens that if the girl were to read this sentence, she would undoubtedly be so enraged that she would tear the book apart, shouting, "Survival or demise has never been a question since I encountered that scoundrel Thomas." Soon enough, the chief referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match, and amidst the cheers of countless Los Angeles fans, Wang Xu found himself at the heart of the Staples Center. Contrary to the media's pre-match predictions of a one-sided affair, both teams engaged in a lively back-and-forth contest. However, just 5 minutes into the first quarter, an unfortunate incident occurred when the Supersonic starting point guard, Ridno, twisted his ankle and had to leave the game early. In the first quarter, Wang Xu refrained from taking many shots, allowing the 2 main starting big men, Collins and Horford, along with the substitute Wilcox, to dominate the paint for the Clippers. Considering the intense training sessions over the past few days and the consecutive games, Coach Carlesimo decided to bench Thomas, who was no longer as robust as before, a decision Thomas accepted without complaint. With one team missing its starting power forward and the other lacking its starting point guard, and with Wang Xu not taking many attempts in the first quarter, the game remained tightly contested. At the end of the first quarter, the score was tied at 25-25. Horford scored 6 points, Collins contributed 4 points and 6 rebounds, and Wilcox added 8 points, collectively accounting for 18 of the Supersonics' 25 points. While Wang Xu also scored 4 points, with the remaining players contributing just 3 points. As the second quarter commenced, Wang Xu, along with the outstanding Horford and Collins, took a breather. Due to Ridno's injury, Watson had been subbed in early to play alongside the starting lineup for the latter half of the first quarter, so he too was now rested. At this moment, Carlesimo found himself with no viable options, resorting to an exceedingly unconventional lineup featuring the trio of Afflalo, West, and Wilkinson, none of whom possessed any organizational skills, alongside Collins and Swift in the paint. While this lineup may not have appeared weaker than that of the Clippers bench boasted the experienced Mabry, a former Rocket. Although Mabry had aged, he remained competent in managing the game as a point guard, complemented by the scoring abilities of Alston and Patterson, creating a fairly reasonable configuration. On the other hand, the Supersonics faced a dire situation. Afflalo, West, and Wilkinson lacked any semblance of playmaking ability, especially West and Wilkinson, who, with the ball in hand, seemed solely fixated on the basket. If not for their limited skills, they might have ranked among the league's notorious lone wolves. Delonte, I cannot see you, West, and Damian, I won't pass the ball to you, Wilkinson, would likely be akin to the league's 4 great troubles alongside Mabry. As for Afflalo, he had devolved into a player devoid of organizational capability, with both Carlesimo and Afflalo now viewing him as a premier defensive wing player with decent shooting prowess, aspiring to develop into a 3-and-D player. Barely 3 minutes into the second quarter, Carlesimo, in exasperation, called a timeout, realizing the detrimental effects of lacking a ball handler. The Supersonics were playing recklessly without any attacking capability. Although West could handle the ball, his shooting was off that night, making just 1 of 5 attempts, while Afflalo, Thomas, and Swift were left running back and forth, unable to receive the ball. Wilkinson and West essentially took turns attempting shots. Had they been shooting guards of Kobe or Iverson's caliber, such a strategy might have worked. Fans often revel in the spectacle of individual plays, but watching these two miss consistently was far from enjoyable. During the timeout, Carlesimo glanced at the bench, where Wang Xu was animatedly engaged in conversation with Lin Qingya behind him. Wang Xu's relationship status was no secret to the Los Angeles media, which had never overly scrutinized it. However, had Wang Xu been conversing so intimately with another attractive woman, it would undoubtedly have made headlines. Such is the plight of stardom. There is no private life. Athletes are celebrities too. With no one else available, Carlesimo contemplated using Watson, but his capabilities paled in comparison to Wang Xu's. Moreover, Watson had already played a solid 7 minutes in the first quarter, and inserting him now would complicate future rotations. Thus, Carlesimo decided to have Wang Xu take the court for a brief 2 to 3 minutes before substituting Watson back in. Consequently, Carlesimo reinstated Wang Xu, replacing West. Although Wang Xu was engrossed in a lively conversation with Lin Qingya, he felt a twinge of displeasure when abruptly substituted. Nevertheless, as a professional athlete, he was adept at distinguishing priorities. Upon returning to the court, the Supersonic team exhibited a remarkable transformation with a designated ball handler. Wang Xu was not in a hurry to score. There was still ample time left in the match for him to make his mark. Upon entering the court, he immediately directed his teammates to position themselves effectively, subsequently finding the open Afflalo beyond the three-point line, who effortlessly sank the shot. He then assisted Thomas with a mid-range jumper before penetrating the paint, executing a deft fake to set up Swift for an alley-oop dunk, swiftly turning the score to 7-0. Noticing the unfavorable turn of events, the Clippers hastily reverted to their starting lineup. With 7 minutes remaining in the first half, their primary players, still relatively young, were expected to withstand the remaining time without issue. Calipari, caught off guard by the Clippers' swift substitution just 2 minutes after his timeout, found himself in a precarious situation. Having just called a timeout, he was reluctant to do so again, knowing it would be detrimental, so he clutched his timeout, waiting for a dead ball to reinstate his starters. As the Clippers starters returned to the game, Chris Common, facing Swift's defense, opted for a one-on-one play. As a 6th overall pick from the 2003 draft, Common believed his skills set him apart from the likes of Hinrich, Ford, and West. His prowess in the post was commendable. Despite Swift's height, he struggled against a traditional center like Common. Common backed into Swift, exerting force to push him off balance. And as Swift attempted to reclaim his position, Common executed a nimble pivot, clearing Swift aside and delivering a powerful dunk. Upon landing, Common smirked at Swift, taunting, "You're pathetic." As the team's backup center, Swift had often been exploited by opponents, whether they were interior players or smaller guards, and had faced similar ridicule. However, he had grown accustomed to such treatment. Returning to the play, Wang Xu received Swift's inbound pass and shouted, "Robert, get inside. I'll pass you the ball and teach that dog come on a lesson." To Wang's surprise, Swift turned with a gloomy expression and replied, "Wang, let us not. I can't handle him." Wang Xu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration, nearly losing control of the ball. Exasperated, he scolded Swift, "Are you a coward? With me passing to you, what is there to fear? You've already backed down before we've even begun. You don't deserve to play in this league. This is a man's sport, not for someone like you. If you can't cut it, then get out and stop taking up space on the team." Swift's face flushed crimson from Wang's words. He contemplated confronting Wang but quickly reconsidered. Recognizing Wang's status as the team leader and his own uncertain position within the squad, opting to swallow his pride, he sprinted down the court. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Xu felt as though his lungs were about to explode with frustration. He was aware that Swift's playing style was rather timid, yet he never anticipated such an extreme display of cowardice. Initially, he believed that his taunting would provoke Swift into a spirited debate. If that had been the case, Wang Xu would have welcomed it with delight. However, to his astonishment, Swift did not even muster the courage to utter a single word. If he were to confront Iverson or Anthony, calling them weaklings, they would undoubtedly have retaliated fiercely. Faced with formidable opponents like Jackson or Arteist, they might have resorted to blows. "Damn it, I am determined to see just how feeble you truly are." Wang Xu dribbled the ball effortlessly past the half-court line. Faced with Mobley's defense, he exhibited no superfluous movements. Instead, he relied solely on his speed to surge forward, penetrating straight into the paint. Mobley, taken aback by this sudden breakthrough, shouted, "Help defense." At that moment, the only one in the paint was Kamon, who, without even glancing at Swift beside him, thought to himself, "Such a soft player. Even if he receives the ball, he wouldn't dare to shoot." He swiftly turned and lunged towards Wang Xu. As Wang Xu observed Kamon lunging towards him, he remained composed, deftly sidestepping to the right, thereby creating distance between himself and Kamon. Kamon closely pursued Wang Xu, denying him any easy opportunity for advancement. However, Kamon had originally been positioned on the left, defending against Swift, and as he hastily shifted to the right in pursuit of Wang Xu, a substantial gap of 2 or 3 body lengths emerged between himself and Swift. Witnessing the scene, Wang Xu suddenly took a step forward, leaning against Kamon. With a gentle flick of his right wrist, the orange basketball soared through the air towards Swift, who stood near the hoop. As Swift received the pass and noticed the absence of defenders, warmth surged within him. Wang had entrusted him with the ball. Kamon, observing this, immediately charged towards Swift with a fierce roar. Instinctively, Swift prepared to pass the ball. "Duncan!" Wang Xu shouted at Swift, his face contorted in intensity. Startled by Wang Xu's fierce expression, Swift felt a jolt of determination, gritting his teeth as his massive frame leaped into the air. Once airborne, he noticed Kamon rushing beside him, their bodies colliding with a thunderous thump as their muscles met. "Robert! Duncan!" Swift heard his teammates' fervent shout, Wang Xu's voice resonating powerfully. It had been a long time since he felt such passion. Back when he entered the league, he too was a prodigy, having basked in glory during high school and persevered for victory in college. It was this very passion that fueled his love for basketball. But when had he lost that fire? Amidst the cheers of his teammates, Swift felt his once dull spirit rekindle. "Wang, thank you," he exclaimed, clenching his jaw. Facing the immense force exerted by Kamon, he refused to yield. A surge of strength coursed through him, and he roared, "This ball is going in. Come on." Initially smug as he felt he had Swift firmly pinned in the air, reveled in the thought that a mere novice couldn't capitalize on a good opportunity. However, he was soon struck with disbelief as he noticed the fierce expression on Swift's face and the sudden influx of power emanating from him. To his shock, he felt his body being pushed backward. Was he truly being outmatched by someone he deemed inferior? With a resounding thud, Swift overpowered Kamon, soaring majestically to hang on the rim, gazing down at Kamon with an air of triumph. The spectators erupted in excitement, buzzing with curiosity about this towering figure who had just delivered such a spectacular dunk. 2 points scored. The bench of the Supersonics erupted in jubilation. Though Swift had always been a modest presence on the team, his contributions were often taken for granted, as he readily complied with his teammates' requests. He relished this role, fostering good relationships within the team. At that moment, Swift felt as if he had just hit a game-winning shot. joyfully celebrating and embracing Wang Xu, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss." Nearby, Come On, witnessing Swift's exuberance over a single dunk, couldn't contain his irritation, muttering, "What an ignorant rookie, celebrating like that over just one basket. You'd think he'd just won a championship." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu felt displeased. After all, Swift was a member of the supersonic team. Any reprimand should rightfully come from me, the leader of the supersonic team. Who do you think you are, Chris Come On, to come here and act so arrogantly? Chastising my subordinate in front of me? I wonder which seasoned veteran was humiliated by a dunk. Come On, his face flushed with embarrassment, immediately retorted, "If it weren't for the outside defense failing and allowing you to penetrate, I would have been there to defend you. How could I possibly have been dunked on?" Beside them, Mobley turned pale, realizing that the blame for Come On's humiliation was being placed squarely on him. Wang Xu remained indifferent to Come On's justifications. Being dunked on was simply being dunked on. Should one weep and seek parental intervention after being struck? A grown man ought to exhibit fortitude, rather than behave in a timid and effeminate manner, which is indeed shameful. At this moment, Mobley, who was nearby, silently concurred with Wang Xu's sentiments. Come On, initially eager to defend himself and provoke Swift into a one-on-one duel in the paint, found himself at a loss for words after Wang Xu's scathing retort. It was already humiliating enough. To be overly contentious would only confirm his own weakness. The thought of such disgraceful gossip spreading was unbearable. Wang Xu was well aware that if Swift were to truly face Come On in a challenge, he would undoubtedly falter against him. Should Come On crush the nascent confidence Swift had just begun to cultivate, it would be a loss far outweighing any gain. Thus, he preemptively silenced Come On's words. Come On glared fiercely at Swift, muttering about how he had encroached upon his territory. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xu patted Swift on the shoulder. Just as he was about to offer him further guidance, he heard the head coach's furious roar from the bench. "Wang, Robert, are you planning to play around under the hoop? For heaven's sake, get back on defense immediately." Wang Xu vowed to himself how refined he once was, until he encountered that little rogue, Thomas. Shouldn't Thomas be the seasoned rascal? The true scoundrel is Colessimo, who was bellowing from the bench. Despite his impeccably tailored suit and his outwardly polished appearance, he is, in reality, nothing more than a worn-out villain at heart. Upon hearing the raucous roar of the old rogue, Wang Xu and Swift immediately retreated in a panic to their defensive positions. At that moment, the Clippers effortlessly lofted the ball to Come On in the paint, where he stood unguarded. With a powerful slam dunk, he secured an easy 2 points. Wang Xu and Swift could only exchange awkward smiles in the face of Colessimo's murderous glare. Turning to dispel Colessimo's wrath, Wang Xu executed a series of agile dribbles, weaving through defenders to reach the vicinity of the free throw line, where he effortlessly sank a mid-range jumper for 2 points. As the team switched sides, Come On received the ball in the paint. With Swift defending him, he lowered his center of gravity, preparing to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Swift, sensing the immense force radiating from Come On's back, gritted his teeth and resolutely refused to yield even an inch. Come On leaned back slightly. Although he managed to push Swift back a bit, Swift tenaciously maintained his position, granting Come On no room to maneuver. As Wang Xu observed Swift's audacious block against Come On, his confidence surged, prompting him to abandon his earlier tendency to shy away from defense. He felt a profound sense of joy, not only for Swift's success, but also for the team as a whole. Although Swift's skills were somewhat lacking, his impressive height made him the tallest player among the team's interior pillars, instilling a sense of intimidation in opponents whenever he positioned himself in the paint. Indeed, despite Come On's superior abilities, he struggled to find advantageous opportunities against Swift's relentless defense. Though Come On and Swift were of similar height, Come On outweighed Swift by 20 pounds, however. He did not anticipate the need to exert himself fiercely during the game. Consequently, his attempts to force his way through the defense yielded little progress. Upon realizing that his brute force strategy was ineffective, Come On swiftly altered his approach, leaning into Swift before quickly retracting, pivoting around his left foot in an attempt to penetrate the baseline and drive towards the basket. Yet, as he executed his turn, Wang Xu darted into the paint, positioning himself right in front of Come On. Just as Come On was about to face the basket, Wang Xu expertly stripped the basketball from Come On's grasp and took off sprinting towards the front court. Swift, witnessing Wang Xu's successful steal, immediately joined the fast break. While Swift may not match Come On in strength or weight, he certainly held his own in speed, whereas Come On, as a center, was among the slowest movers in the entire league. Wang Xu surged forward towards the hoop, then slowed his pace just inside the three-point line, surveying his teammates around him. He soon noticed Swift had caught up from behind, prompting Wang Xu to casually signal, lofting the basketball into the air, which seamlessly aligned with Swift's trajectory. Upon seeing Wang Xu pass the ball, Swift sprang into action, effortlessly catching it midair and gliding towards the basket. At that moment, the Clippers were left vulnerable, as Chris Common had failed to return on defense and their starting power forward Brand had been sidelined due to injury, leaving the interior completely exposed. Tim Thomas, the only defender left to confront Swift, stepped forward without hesitation. In earlier times, or even at the start of this match, Swift might have opted to pass the ball to a teammate instead of attempting such a play. But now, Swift glared at Thomas, his face contorted with determination, veins popping on his arms, and he unleashed a thunderous dunk over Thomas. The Staples Center erupted as Swift executed consecutive dunks that ignited the crowd. The Clippers fans, unlike the Lakers supporters, cared little about who scored. As long as the play was spectacular, they would cheer, and conversely, if the execution was poor, they would boo their own team without hesitation. Swift, having soared to dunk the ball, also made contact with Thomas, leading the referee to call a blocking foul on Thomas. Unwilling to accept the call, Thomas argued that he had established his position and that it should have been an offensive foul. Nevertheless, the referee stood by his decision, and the instant replay on the big screen clearly indicated that Thomas was still in motion when contact was made, with one of his feet already in the restricted area. Witnessing their team being continually humiliated on the court, veterans Castle and Mobley could no longer remain passive. However, both understood that their athleticism had significantly waned, leaving them to rely on their experience to aid the team. The aging Mobley humorously lamented his own declining mobility, exaggerating that he was almost unable to walk, while some fans even joked that Bill Russell, the league's ring king, required assistance even for simple tasks. Yet, Mobley still possessed a wealth of experience. Faced with Watson's defense, he skillfully toyed with him using impeccable rhythm and control, ultimately landing a mid-range jumper. After scoring, he mockingly taunted Watson, declaring it effortless. Watson, prideful and affronted by being outmaneuvered by an aging player, could no longer contain his frustration and responded with a series of aggressive drives against Mobley's defense. Aware of Watson's mindset, Mobley couldn't suppress a sly grin and intentionally feigned a vulnerability on his right side. Watson, perceiving this as an opening he had created, joyfully accelerated towards that direction. However, this move led him directly into Mobley's trap. Seizing the moment, Mobley called out to Castle to block Watson's path. As Watson's progress was obstructed and he stumbled from Castle's collision, Mobley swiftly lunged forward, stealing the ball. The duo then raced to the front court, breathless but determined, managing to score just before Wang Xu could catch up in defense. The most underestimated players in the league are often these seasoned veterans. Although their physical prowess may have diminished, their presence and experience allow them to maintain a role on the team, whether in the locker room or on the court. Such players are invaluable assets. Their vast experience not only enables them to contribute on the court but also to mentor younger players off it. Some possess unique skills that can shine in specific moments, often at a modest salary. This is precisely why experienced veterans are highly sought after by teams, particularly those in playoff contention or at higher competitive levels, as few teams lack seasoned players to anchor their performance. Wang Xu deeply resonated with this sentiment. In the inaugural match against the Nuggets, Allen Iverson, as a seasoned veteran at the age of 32, exhibited an energy incomparable to that of ordinary players. Perhaps Iverson's exceptional nature allowed him to retain his peak prowess. However, in the subsequent game against the Suns, Grant Hill, who had undeniably become a mere role player, imparted a valuable lesson to this burgeoning star of the league. Turning to face Mobley, Wang Xu sincerely expressed his admiration. "My friend, I must commend you on your remarkable performance. Yet it is undeniable that the current league belongs to us, the youth." "Wang, are you suggesting we step aside for you?" Mobley retorted with a smirk. "Well, let's see if you possess the ability to back that up." Despite Mobley's verbal bravado, he was acutely aware that he could no longer keep pace with Wang Xu. However, after years of striving in the league, how could he allow his pride to let him retreat like a coward in the face of his rival's provocation? Even if Wang were to outshine him, he was determined to cling fiercely to him, exerting every ounce of his capability. As Wang Xu observed the resolute expression on Mobley's face, he felt a moment of admiration. However, this was a competition, and there was no way he would relent simply due to an appreciation for his opponent. Consequently, Wang Xu showcased his remarkable scoring prowess, demonstrating to Mobley why a rookie could achieve a consecutive scoring feat of over 30 points so early in the game. As Wang Xu faced Mobley, who had slowed down considerably. He relied on his height and speed to execute a gentle jump shot. The ball traced an exceptionally high arc before silently swishing through the net. Turning around, Maggette received a pass from Mobley and attempted to drive past Serbiak for a layup. Although Maggette successfully broke through Serbiak's defense, he was met with an emphatic block from Wang Xu, who had swiftly come to help, sending the ball crashing against the backboard. Immediately afterward, Kaman sought to reclaim his dignity by backing down Swift in the paint. However, Thomas was also present in the interior, and as Kaman spun around, Thomas rushed in to double-team him, causing Kaman to commit yet another turnover, further diminishing his pride. Frustrated, Kaman exchanged words with Swift beneath the basket, provoking Thomas to retort sharply. Witnessing the escalating verbal exchange, the referee hurriedly intervened to separate the two. Wang Xu stepped forward to inquire Thomas about the unfolding situation, offering some comfort to Swift in the process. Thomas, with a face full of determination, vehemently expressed his desire to teach Kaman a lesson. Since Wang Xu joined the team, this elder brother figure had provided him with substantial support, particularly in moments when Thomas refrained from aggressive plays and relinquished ball control, consistently laboring in the shadows and neglecting his own scoring potential. Rarely did he take the ball to attack unless the situation was critical. Therefore, Wang Xu promptly assured Thomas that he would create favorable offensive opportunities for him. Subsequently, Thomas switched positions with Wilcox, setting himself up to face Kaman in a one-on-one duel. Despite Kaman's height advantage of 5 or 6 centimeters and his edge and age, he could not withstand Thomas's fierce approach. With the ball in hand, Thomas relentlessly penetrated the paint, causing Kaman considerable distress, eventually culminating in a thunderous dunk over a dispirited Kaman. In the following exchanges, Thomas truly showcased the ferocity of a beastly interior player, leaving Kaman to rub his bruised body, cursing under his breath as he now found himself intimidated by Thomas. However, it was evident that Thomas was not entirely unscathed. The law of force is reciprocal. While Kaman felt pain, so did Thomas, who bore even more bruises than his opponent. Nevertheless, Thomas paid no heed to his own discomfort, brazenly taunting Kaman in front of him, daring him to come and grovel at his feet. Kaman's face flushed crimson as he suppressed his anger, opting to evade Thomas during both offensive and defensive plays. Mobridge and Castle exchanged disapproving glances, displeased with Kaman's cowardly demeanor. Had the three not been on the court, Castle likely would have dragged Kaman off the floor for a thorough reprimanding. It is worth noting that Castle, nicknamed the Alien, had once formed a formidable trio with Garnett, a partnership that ultimately fell apart due to salary disputes. Yet, during their prime, he was a force to be reckoned with, refusing to bow to anyone, even Garnett, whom he regarded merely as one of several key players rather than the sole core of the team. As for the third member of their trio, Sprewell, known as the Maniac, his reputation precedes him. At this juncture, Kaman's lack of fighting spirit proved advantageous for the Supersonics. Wang Xu perceived the Clippers' defense as utterly inadequate, even inferior to that of the Suns, with only Maggette as a credible defensive asset. The rest of the team consisted of aging veterans and inexperienced youngsters, compounded by the injury of their captain, Brand. It was challenging to find a roster weaker than theirs. In contrast, the Supersonics boasted several promising rookies, while the Clippers appeared resigned to a cycle of mediocrity, hoping merely for a favorable draft pick. Even the Suns had bolstered their defense with Bell, a member of last season's all-defensive team, and Barbosa, a speedster, to pressure Wang Xu, while the Clippers had opted for one-on-one coverage against him. In the preceding quarters, Wang Xu had dedicated himself to facilitating his teammates. But with 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, he finally unleashed his predatory instincts. In just 2 minutes, liberated from the constraints of orchestrating the team's offense, Wang Xu surged forth like a wild stallion, unrestrained and unstoppable. In a mere 2 minutes, he scored 12 points, transforming the previously tense contest into a commanding lead. As the Supersonics rapidly extended their advantage to double digits against the Clippers, Colesimo observed Wang Xu's unstoppable performance with a nod of approval. Though he felt an urgent need to secure a more exceptional playmaker for his team, eager to witness the potential explosion of talent that could ensue. As the halftime buzzer sounded, Colesimo expressed satisfaction with his team's performance. Apart from Wang Xu's explosive finish in the last 2 minutes, his interior players had also excelled, particularly Swift, whose performance had dazzled him. Wang Xu concluded the half with 18 points, and should he maintain this momentum, a 30-point game seemed within reach. Yet, it was Wang Xu's passing that had left the fans most impressed, despite primarily focusing on orchestrating the offense and facilitating plays. He had achieved a career high of 7 assists in the first half. The fact that he could amass such points while performing these duties was truly astonishing. With the Supersonics leading by 13 points as the second half commenced, Wang Xu mirrored his approach from the beginning of the second quarter, refraining from initiating offensive plays and once again assuming the role of a playmaker. In a mere 5 minutes, he delivered 4 assists, achieving his first career double-double. While his previous 2 games had showcased his brilliance, he had yet to reach double digits in assists. Thus, this milestone was indeed a moment to be cherished. After 5 minutes, Calesimo, noting his team's firm grasp on a double-digit lead, decided to take Wang Xu out of the game. Although this decision did not align with Wang Xu's typical rest schedule, the injury to Reed necessitated his extended play as a point guard, resulting in his 19 minutes on the court, far exceeding expectations. Thus, after just 5 minutes into the second half, Calesimo pulled Wang Xu from the game. However, unbeknownst to Calesimo, what he assumed to be a secure lead crumbled in Wang Xu's absence. Castle, showcasing his prowess as a seasoned veteran, executed 3 consecutive steals against the Supersonics passes within just 4 minutes and relentlessly attacked the paint, drawing 2 fouls from Horford and scoring 8 points with 1 assist. Meanwhile, Maggette hit 2 consecutive three-pointers, and Mobridge added his own sharpshooting from beyond the arc. In a staggering turn of events, the Clippers outscored the Supersonics 17-4 in just 4 minutes, completely erasing the advantage built in the first half and leaving the Supersonics trailing by 3 points. Wang Xu observed the situation on the court taking a sudden turn for the worse and approached Calesimo, eagerly volunteering, "Boss, let me go in." Calesimo, glancing at the impassioned Wang Xu, hesitated momentarily. He was reluctant to send Wang Xu into the game at this juncture. As a coach, Calesimo had yet to establish his credentials. Even now, as the Supersonics enjoyed a 2-game winning streak, the media's accolades were directed solely towards Wang Xu's prowess, while they merely attributed Calesimo's success to fortunate circumstances. This left Calesimo feeling an urgent need to validate his own capabilities. The substantial point deficit that the Supersonics faced following Wang Xu's departure from the game only served to corroborate the media's assessments. Thus, Calesimo was determined to alter the tide through his strategic maneuvers rather than rely on Wang Xu. With a dismissive gesture, he addressed Wang Xu, saying, "Wang, it would be best for you to rest on the sidelines for now. Have faith in your teammates. The fourth quarter will be your moment to shine." Wang Xu had heard the external evaluations regarding his coach while being a part of the Supersonic team, thus he comprehended the coach's sentiments. However, at this moment, Wang Xu's thoughts were solely focused on the victory of the team. In response to the coach's objections to his request, Wang Xu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Boss, as you can see, the team is currently facing a predicament. We lack a competent point guard, and the players on the court are unable to execute the tactics, merely playing chaotically. Allow me to step in and stabilize the situation." The coach replied, "Very well. But Wang, remember that your primary responsibility on the court is to organize, not to score. Conserve your energy for the fourth quarter to make your impact." Although Calesimo felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with Wang Xu's interference in his strategic arrangements, he publicly claimed to have learned how to interact with players. Thus, he acquiesced to Wang Xu's suggestion, though it remains uncertain whether a thorn of discontent was planted in his heart. Upon returning to the court, Wang Xu pondered the coach's directive to primarily focus on facilitating plays. However, once on the court, the execution was ultimately in his hands. With a swift feint, he left Peterson behind and surged toward the basket, executing a powerful dunk before Come-On could intervene. Calipari, witnessing Wang Xu's entrance, momentarily forgot his own instructions and instinctively took control of the ball, furrowing his brow in disapproval. Shortly thereafter, Peterson, who had just become a mere backdrop to Wang Xu's prowess, attempted to draw a foul by leaning against him as he dribbled. Yet, Wang Xu deftly intercepted the ball. Following the steal, he swiftly passed to the sprinting West, who, showcasing his remarkable ball-handling skills, maneuvered past Mobley and leaped for a thunderous dunk, securing 2 points. Upon witnessing West's explosive performance, Wang Xu rushed towards him, eager to celebrate. However, to his surprise, West showed no acknowledgement of Wang Xu's enthusiasm and simply sprinted back to his own half, preparing to defend. This left Wang Xu in a state of bewilderment, a solitary figure amidst the chaos. "This fellow remains as proud and aloof as ever," Wang Xu mused, indulging in self-deprecation. Yet, turning back, Peterson, seemingly unperturbed by his earlier blunder, faced Wang Xu's defense with 2 dazzling changes of direction. Nevertheless, Wang Xu, unfazed by Peterson's feints, paid him no heed and effortlessly glided past him. By the time Peterson became aware of the situation, he discovered once more that the ball had slipped from his grasp. At this moment, Wang Xu found himself alone on the court, effortlessly dribbling past the half-court line. With a series of powerful strides, he advanced beyond the three-point arc and, with a single arm, dunked the ball emphatically into the hoop. After the basket, Wang Xu raised the ball in one hand, standing defiantly as he surveyed the Clippers players. At this juncture, Peterson no longer sought to match up against Wang Xu, and Wang Xu, indifferent to him, directly engaged Mobley instead. The seasoned veteran had never been known for his strength, allowing Wang Xu to easily leverage his upper body power to dominate him. Wang Xu had become the most advantageous offensive asset on the court for the Supersonics. In his confrontation with Mobley, the outcome rested not on Mobley's defense, but rather on Wang Xu's own shooting touch. As the third quarter concluded, Wang Xu's continuous scoring stabilized the situation, leaving the Supersonics trailing by only 2 points at halftime. Upon his exit from the game, although Coach Carlesimo expressed dissatisfaction with Wang Xu's failure to organize the offense as instructed, preferring instead to take initiative in scoring. The team's performance while he was actively attacking was evidently superior to when he was sidelined, rendering any criticism unwarranted. The fourth quarter commenced with the Clippers veterans showcasing their resilience. Under Come-On's leadership, the team executed a multifaceted offensive strategy, with Castle charging towards the paint with the ball as if it were a bomb. Meanwhile, the Supersonics relied on Wilcox as their core in the paint. Both teams were fiercely competitive at this point, each unwilling to concede defeat, particularly the Clippers, who, having glimpsed a chance at victory, were determined to seize it at any cost. The absence of Wang Xu left the Supersonics somewhat disorganized, struggling to find their rhythm. In this turmoil, Watson faltered on the perimeter, granting the Clippers easy scoring opportunities. With 7 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the venerable Dunleavy called for a timeout. Anticipating Wang Xu's imminent return to the court, in a moment of resolve, he instructed his players that they must not allow Wang Xu to score easily. They should prioritize preventing his points, even if it meant allowing others from the Supersonics to score. The coach recognized that Wang Xu was the only perimeter player capable of self-sufficient scoring for the Supersonics. If they could stifle Wang Xu's contributions, many of the Supersonics' strategies would falter, placing them at a significant disadvantage. Conversely, while focusing their defensive efforts on Wang Xu might relax their guard on the other Supersonics players, the coach was willing to gamble that once Wang Xu passed the ball, the other players would struggle to convert, much like Watson, who had a shooting percentage barely above 30%. This strategy proved effective. Upon returning from the timeout, Wang Xu managed to score just 2 points from free throws over the course of more than 2 minutes. Wang Xu was experiencing considerable discomfort on the court. Every time he attempted to penetrate the paint, he was met with immediate defensive pressure. The opponents did not switch positions, instead opting to double-team him fiercely at the moment he reached a certain depth in the key. This left him in a predicament, neither able to drive forward nor retreat, ultimately forcing him to pass the ball to the perimeter. However, his teammate Sabiak was also tightly guarded, leaving Wang Xu with no choice but to pass to Watson. Unfortunately, Watson missed 2 open three-point attempts, causing the score gap to widen with each passing moment. Frustrated, Wang Xu, fueled by determination, charged towards the basket. The Clippers' relentless defense against Wang Xu came at a cost. Come-On had already committed 2 fouls, and Mobley had added another in quick succession, resulting in 3 fouls within just 2 minutes. Most critically, Come-On had accrued 5 fouls, which made him hesitant during double teams against Wang Xu. Both Coach Dunleavy and Wang Xu recognized this vulnerability. Wang Xu understood that taking Come-On out of the game would alleviate much of his defensive pressure. Consequently, he relentlessly attacked the paint. Coach Dunleavy, acutely aware that Come-On was his sole anchor in the paint, knew that with Brand's injury, no one could substitute for Come-On's role. If Come-On were to be sidelined, the interior defense would be utterly compromised. Thus, Dunleavy shouted from the sidelines, urging Come-On to be mindful of his fouls. Mobley, acting as the on-court commander for the Clippers, quickly grasped the implications of Come-On's 5 fouls upon hearing Dunleavy's roar, and rushed to advise Come-On to refrain from unnecessary reach-ins to avoid further fouls from Wang Xu. However, for a penetrative player like Wang Xu, having identified a chink in the opponent's armor, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. In the subsequent plays, Wang Xu focused his attacks around Come-On, repeatedly driving into the lane but opting not to shoot immediately. Instead, he hesitated at the rim, attempting to bait Come-On into committing a foul. Yet, Come-On, having taken Mobley's advice to heart, managed to stifle Wang Xu's drives without lunging or jumping. In this scenario, Wang Xu found a way to score effortlessly. It became evident to all that the Clippers were in a precarious position. Come On's intimidation factor in the paint had significantly diminished due to his 5 fouls, rendering coach Dunleavy's pregame strategy ineffective. At this critical juncture in the game, Dunleavy hesitated to substitute Come On, finding himself in a dilemma. Yet, Wang Xu soon alleviated Dunleavy's predicament by breezing to the basket and feigning a move, presenting Come On with a prime shot-blocking opportunity. Realizing that if he did not seize this moment, he would leave the game without a single block to his name, Come On, standing at an imposing 2.13 meters, leapt with ferocity, his hand reaching out to swat the ball with all his might. Upon spotting Come On, Wang Xu leaped with exhilaration and exclaimed, "Foolish bird." Subsequently, he retracted his legs in midair, having initially raised the basketball above his head. With a deft maneuver, he executed a pull-up and, leaning against Come On, launched the ball towards the hoop. Swish. The 2 points counted, and it also resulted in Come On's 6th foul. Wang Xu stood at the free-throw line, gesturing to Come On with a wave, signaling that it was time to bid farewell. This audacious display on the court instantly ignited a wave of cheers from the fans. Who is Come On? Wang Xu is our player in Los Angeles. As Come On exited the game, the dynamics of the match became undeniably clear. Although the Clippers were reluctant to concede, Castle made 2 crucial breakthroughs in the final moments. Yet, in the end, no one could contain the exuberant Wang Xu, leading to the Clippers' inevitable downfall. The game concluded with the Supersonics securing a hard-fought victory. Despite both teams being regarded as mid-tier contenders in the fiercely competitive Western Conference, the Supersonics had already achieved 2 consecutive victories prior to this match. They had triumphed over the Nuggets, known for their formidable backcourt duo, and had defeated the elite Suns at the Key Arena. Consequently, the Supersonics' reputation had shifted. They were no longer viewed as the doormats of the West as they had been at the season's outset. Thus, the matchup against the Clippers was initially described as lacking intrigue, as the Clippers, without their captain, were expected to struggle against the resurgent Supersonics. However, the game unfolded contrary to expectations, brimming with suspense. The match commenced with a series of attacks from the Supersonics' formidable front line, followed by Swift's 2 thunderous dunks inside. Come On dominated the paint in the latter half of the second quarter, and both Mobley and Castle had their moments of brilliance. It became a tug-of-war, with each team exchanging blows until Come On's departure pivoted the game's trajectory. Despite the multitude of storylines, the true star remained Wang Xu. Not only did he score over 30 points for the 3rd consecutive game, but he also recorded 17 assists, 7 rebounds, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, further showcasing his versatility and propelling his name into the limelight once more. Originally, the highly publicized Rookie of the Year race seemed to have already been settled after just 3 games into the season. Last week, the Western Conference Player of the Week, McGrady, averaged 32, 3 points, 4, 3 rebounds, and 7 assists, while Wang Xu achieved averages of 32, 5 points, 7, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists over his 2 games, albeit with a concerning average of 6 turnovers. Statistically, Wang Xu matched McGrady's performance, and he believed he was a strong contender for this week's honors. However, due to McGrady having played an additional game, the award ultimately went to him. Had these statistics been in the Eastern Conference, they would have certainly secured Wang Xu the title, as last week's Eastern Conference Player of the Week, Granger, averaged only 22, 7 points and 7 rebounds. Wang Xu outshone him in every aspect except for rebounds. Wang Xu's remarkable feat of scoring 30 points in 3 consecutive games has not been achieved by any rookie since the 1986 season. Neither Jordan nor Iverson managed this. The last to accomplish such a feat was Wilt Chamberlain. While Wang Xu's 3-game stretch pales in comparison to Kobe's record of 16 consecutive 30-point games, it still stands tall against McGrady's 14 and Jordan's 11. Notably, Chamberlain's record of 65 consecutive games scoring over 30 points remains unparalleled. The NBA often references statistics post-1986 for analysis, occasionally sidelining Chamberlain's extraordinary achievements. As for the Rookie of the Year race, few seem to focus on it now. The prevailing question is how long Wang Xu's fiery form will endure. Will he, like Jordan, make it to the All-Rookie team? The expectations are naturally high given his exceptional performance. Besides the Supersonics vs. Clippers match, the Hawks against the Pistons also drew attention. Though not for the game itself, but rather for Durant's performance and the potential clash with Wang Xu. The Hawks lost a nail-biter, 91-92, with Joe Johnson scoring 23 points on 9 of 17 shooting, a commendable feat against a tough defensive team like the Pistons, affirming his title as the Hawk King. The spotlight, however, fell on Durant, who, like Johnson, took 17 shots but faltered against the Pistons' relentless defense, managing only 13 points through free throws. This game exposed Durant's physical shortcomings, as he struggled to penetrate against Prince's defense, relying solely on his shooting to contribute. If Durant were part of a struggling team, one could afford him the time to develop, but the Hawks are a perennial playoff contender, leaving his opportunities uncertain, especially with formidable teammates like Josh Smith and Marvin Williams. Nonetheless, averaging nearly 20 points per game is commendable for a rookie, placing Durant just behind Wang Xu in the Rookie of the Year standings. The third spot goes to Supersonics player Horford, who averages 15, 8 points and 6 rebounds over 3 games, clearly outpacing other rookies. Apart from these three, Navarro, Stuckey, and Thornton have also posted impressive numbers, and even with the injury of first overall pick Odin, American media have begun comparing this rookie class to the legendary 2003 draft. After the game, the Clippers head coach remarked on Wang Xu's performance, stating, "I cannot predict Wang Xu's future, but I can affirm that he is on the path to greatness. His future is immeasurable." Meanwhile, Charles Barkley, unabashedly outspoken, commented on TNT about this rookie class, acknowledging Durant's talent and Horford's capabilities, yet declaring, "If they wish to contend for Rookie of the Year, they might as well sleep on it." Wang Xu is already an all-star player. After concluding the game against the Clippers, Wang Xu found little time to cherish moments with his family. He requested a brief leave from Coach Colissimo to see his family home before hastily returning to the team. That very night, he boarded a flight to Sacramento. However, post-game evaluations regarding Barkley and Old Dunleavy swiftly dominated headlines across major media outlets and sports websites. The Supersonics official website featured a striking image of Wang Xu, single-handedly dribbling beneath the hoop, casting a disdainful glance at the approaching Clippers players, accompanied by a bold headline proclaiming the rise of a great athlete. The Los Angeles Times, a devoted supporter of Wang Xu, crafted a headline stating that he was making history, though somewhat exaggerated, such as the nature of the media. TNT, commenting on Barkley's remarks, titled their piece "Time to Sleep," asserting that the best rookie of the season was indisputable. Fox Sports displayed a grand headline declaring that a great player was emerging. ESPN, unwilling to lag behind, shifted focus to the injured Odin, suggesting that the best rookie contest of the class of '07 had yet to commence. Nevertheless, Wang Xu's remarkable achievement of scoring over 30 points in 3 consecutive games undeniably earned him widespread acknowledgement, though Paul Allen, the owner of the Trailblazers, publicly expressed no regrets about missing out on Wang Xu, claiming that Greg was a better fit for the Blazers. He secretly harbored remorse. Even if Odin were to ascend to greatness akin to Olajuwon, Wang Xu was already treading the path of Jordan. Indeed, in Allen's mind, Wang Xu's performance mirrored that of a rookie Jordan, if not surpassing it slightly. For Allen, Jordan remained a poignant reminder of his past misjudgment. His choice of Sam Bowie over Jordan continues to haunt him. Consequently, Allen's understanding of Jordan is profound, perhaps even deeper than that of Jordan's own owner. Observing Wang Xu's prowess, Allen felt a pang of regret. Unlike current Supersonics owner Bennett, who purchased the team to bolster his business reputation in Oklahoma, Allen's love for basketball was genuine, driving his unwavering commitment to the Blazers. He, alongside the Lakers owner Jerry Buss and Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, stands among the few true basketball enthusiasts in the NBA. Following the 3 games, Wang Xu's stellar performance captivated local Supersonics fans, simultaneously attracting a multitude of broadcasters from China eager to acquire broadcasting rights for the Supersonics. In contrast, Eugenian's debut was rather pedestrian. He played 25 minutes, scoring 9 points and grabbing 3 rebounds. However, in his second game, his opportunities dwindled, resulting in just 2 points from 6 attempts. Although he did achieve a new high of 16 points in yesterday's match, averaging 9 points over 3 games is not particularly disappointing, especially when compared to Yao Ming's initial outings, where he scored 0, 2, and 8 points in his first 3 games. It was only in his 10th career game against the Mavericks that Yao made a lasting impression with 30 points and 16 rebounds, securing his starting position thereafter. Eugenian, unlike Yao, started as a rookie and enjoyed significantly more ball possession. However, while watching the Bucks play, Wang Xu could distinctly perceive that Eugenian was emotionally disconnected from his teammates, leading to minimal communication on the court. Wang Xu could imagine that Yi's experience in Milwaukee was far from enjoyable. especially with a player like Morris Williams, who often ignored an open E on the court. If it were Wang Xu, he would not hesitate to confront such behavior. But Yi's temperament dictated a different fate in the NBA. Presently, expectations for Yi Jianlian in China surpass those for Wang Xu, while the Rockets, with Yao Ming, remain the beloved team of Chinese fans. The Bucks, where he plays, follow closely, with the Supersonics trailing behind. Nevertheless, unlike Yi, Wang Xu's exceptional talent sets him apart in this rookie class in the current league, even without his Chinese heritage. A player of Wang Xu's caliber would undoubtedly garner fervent support from fans, as merit has always been the cornerstone of sports. Moreover, with Wang's authentic Asian features, he enjoys immense popularity not just in China and the United States, but throughout Asia, including countries like Japan and South Korea. After all, individuals who share similar heritage are often more readily embraced by their communities. Wang Xu's current performance and momentum have even eclipsed the thriving prowess of both T-Mac and Kobe. However, at this moment, Wang Xu cannot relish the exhilarating sensation of his rising fame and popularity. Instead, he is diligently training with his team in Sacramento. During away games, it is a rare occurrence for home teams to lease their practice facilities to visiting squads. Consequently, the Supersonics have, as usual, rented a basketball court at their hotel for training. Although the Supersonics cannot engage in tactical drills within such a short time frame, even general training can enhance their readiness for competition. Reed's ankle, which was merely sprained in the previous game, has shown no significant issues, and he has already rejoined the team's training. This indeed is excellent news for both the Supersonics and Calipari. Had Reed been sidelined, the only available point guard would have been Watson, making upcoming matches exceedingly challenging for the team. Although Wang Xu holds a considerable advantage against the Kings, who lack defensive strengths, particularly when facing their leading scorer, Martin, he remains the easiest opponent to contend with in recent games. This is not to undermine Kevin Martin's capabilities. He is a formidable player, averaging 20 points per game. However, Martin's style has become quite susceptible to Wang Xu's prowess. It remains uncertain how effective Martin's movement will be against Wang Xu, who is equally adept at positioning. Yet, Martin's defense renders him a mere cash machine when matched against Wang Xu. While Calipari yearns to showcase his tactical acumen, he must concede that apart from Wang Xu, the other players struggle to make a significant impact against formidable teams. Thomas was commendable in his youth, yet he has aged. Ludlow, Watson, and Wilkins have solidified their styles with little room for growth. Although the rookie talents of Horford, Landry, and Afflalo possess promise, they remain too inexperienced. Wilcox, although competent, has a conflict with Wang Xu and is now on the trading block. Coupled with the team's focus on nurturing Horford, he has been relegated to a bench role, much to his chagrin. This scenario epitomizes the saying, "A clever woman cannot cook without rice." Calipari scrutinized his available options and discovered that apart from Wang Xu, he had no viable players at his disposal. Without Wang Xu's exceptional performances in recent games, winning even one of the first 3 matches would have been a remarkable feat. Yet they now boast a 3-game winning streak. Fortunately, this season, the owner has not imposed any stringent expectations on the team's performance, which has alleviated Calipari's concerns. At the very least, he need not worry about results. Thus, fostering a good relationship with Wang Xu should secure his position as head coach for the season. On the evening of the following day, as the game against the Kings commenced, facing the feeble defensive line constituted by Salmons and Martin, Wang Xu launched a formidable offensive from the outset, scoring 13 points in the first quarter. Additionally, defensively, Wang Xu has effectively restricted Martin, who has yet to receive a single pass thus far. Consequently, at the end of the first quarter, the Supersonics held a substantial 12-point lead over the Kings. However, at the beginning of the second quarter, the previously stifled Martin began to showcase his sharpshooting abilities, utilizing screens to step beyond the 3-point line and successfully sinking consecutive shots. Coupled with Salmons and Miller's breakthroughs, one penetrating the defense while the other stirred up chaos inside, the Supersonics' defensive line was suddenly thrown into disarray. Wang Xu sat steadily on the sidelines, observing his team's performance on the court. Although the team was being suppressed by the Kings, he felt no concern, for his team still held the lead, and the first half had yet to conclude. Earlier, Wang Xu had requested to take the court, but his plea was denied by Calaves. As he remained seated, the dynamics of the game began to shift. Skapaniak, who had joined Thomas as a starter, unleashed his potential, sinking an audacious 3-pointer from the perimeter that left the Supersonics in awe, rising to pay homage to his remarkable shot. Following that, Skapaniak delivered a dazzling showcase of skill, reminiscent of his prime, dribbling, halting, and scoring from beyond the arc with effortless grace. Within a mere 4 minutes, he amassed an impressive 14 points, making 3 out of 6 three-point attempts, prompting the Kings to call for a timeout. Calades, observing Skapaniak's astonishing performance from the sidelines, wore a contemplative expression, pondering. Could it be that Valley has taken something today? His exuberance is remarkable. Could my decision to bench him have triggered this response? As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced towards Wang Xu and Horford, who were fervently cheering for Skapaniak from the sidelines. At that moment, both Wang Xu and Horford felt a chill run down their spines, as if a formidable beast were fixating its gaze upon them. Wang Xu glanced up at the central air conditioning and turned to Horford beside him, saying, "Al, do you feel a bit cold?" Upon hearing this, Horford immediately nodded vigorously, shivering as he replied, "Wang, I can even sense a slight tightness in my lower back." Upon hearing this, Wang Xu silently stepped back 2 paces, gazing at Horford. "Al, let us maintain this distance moving forward." After the timeout, Carlesimo substituted Wang Xu back into the game, as Szczepiak was in remarkable form, and Wang Xu endeavored to create opportunities for him on the court. By the end of the second quarter, Szczepiak had amassed 22 points, successfully thwarting the Kings' resurgence and further solidifying the Supersonics' lead. As the third quarter commenced, both teams engaged in a fierce exchange of offense. Veteran Miller stirred the action within the paint, scoring 4 consecutive points through isolation plays, followed by Martin, who capitalized on drawing fouls to consistently reach the free throw line. Garcia also found his rhythm beyond the arc, adding a 3-pointer to the Kings' tally, as they erupted into a frenzy of scoring. However, despite the Kings' offensive prowess, their defense struggled to contain the Supersonics players. Given Szczepiak's exceptional performance, he replaced the underperforming Wilkins at the start of the third quarter. As the Kings unleashed their aggressive offense, Wang Xu delivered a precise pass to Szczepiak, who effortlessly sank a 3-pointer. Wang Xu soon began to make his presence felt, penetrating past Martin with his left hand and executing a smooth mid-range jump shot from the free throw line. Yet, the Kings were unwilling to concede, placing their hopes on the currently hot-handed Martin, who was set up for a complex play. While pursuing Martin, Wang Xu navigated through multiple screens, only to become bewildered by the intricate tactics at play. Martin seized the excellent scoring opportunity created by his teammates, launching another 3-pointer without hesitation, further narrowing the gap with the Supersonics. Throughout the third quarter, the teams remained closely matched, with the score difference hovering around 10 points. The Kings fought desperately to reduce the deficit to single digits, while the Supersonics were equally determined to extend their lead. This was particularly crucial for the Kings, who were currently facing a disheartening record of 0 wins and 3 losses. Subsequently, Salmon successfully executed a layup. Wang Xu followed suit with a 2-pointer, and Bibi connected on a 3-pointer, keeping the score tightly contested. As the third quarter neared its conclusion, Szczepiak drove to the basket for an emphatic dunk, only for Garcia to swiftly score 2 points just before the buzzer, maintaining the pressure on the scoreboard. As the fourth quarter commenced, perhaps due to the shooting success of the previous period, both teams experienced a sudden drop in accuracy. They exchanged possessions without scoring for 5 consecutive plays, the court resonating with the rhythmic sounds of basketball as players battled for control. With 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Wang Xu and Szczepiak re-entered the game, and immediately, Wang Xu assisted Szczepiak for a 3-pointer. Subsequently, Wang Xu showcased his skills, executing a signature stop-and-pop jumper over Martin's defense, preserving a 7-point lead for the Supersonics. However, the Kings were unwilling to surrender on their home court, promptly reintroducing their starting lineup. Martin and Salmons combined for 7 points, and in a pivotal moment, veteran Miller intercepted the ball from Collins and swiftly passed it to Martin, who converted another quick layup. In the face of the Kings' resurgence, Wang Xu remained composed. Serving as the backbone of the Supersonics, his confidence and steadiness instilled calmness in his teammates, ensuring they too would not falter under pressure. Wang Xu, holding the ball, faced Martin and Drew Moore's defense. Under the encirclement of both opponents, Wang Xu opted for a breakthrough, and as he drew the 2 defenders into the paint, he passed the ball to the unguarded Szczepiak on the perimeter. Szczepiak, in remarkable form tonight, had already made 4 out of 7 3-point attempts off the bench. And this time, he confidently sank another shot beyond the arc. Martin quickly advanced with the ball, facing Wang Xu's defense, and launched a cold shot from beyond the 3-point line. Wang Xu, caught off guard, was unable to defend effectively, merely watching as Martin released the ball. Martin, too, exhibited an impressive shooting touch throughout the game, having already scored 25 points, and this audacious shot effortlessly swished through the net. Wang Xu shook his head, utterly astonished by Martin's approach. In the current league, players typically secure three-point shots either by maneuvering to find open opportunities or by patiently awaiting chances beyond the arc. It is almost a given that three-point attempts arise solely from open positions. Even the more audacious shots transpire when a team is in dire need of closing a gap or executing a comeback. The prevailing wisdom in the league still emphasizes that the closer one is to the basket, the higher the likelihood of success. Consequently, players often opt for drives. The elite scorers on the leaderboard are invariably endowed with exceptional driving capabilities, while their three-point shooting skills can only be described as average. Icons such as Iverson, Kobe, Wade, and LeBron possess formidable scoring prowess, arguably ranking among the league's finest, yet their three-point shooting percentages leave much to be desired. Nevertheless, regardless of the method employed, the ultimate objective remains to deliver the ball into the hoop, and thus, Martin's successful three-point shot narrowed the deficit to 5 points. Wang Xu was challenged by Martin, but he was not one to back down. He held the ball outside the three-point line, drawing a double team from Garcia. After advancing into the paint, he feigned a pass to the perimeter, where Sibiriak stood ready. Sibiriak's shooting touch that evening was nothing short of exceptional, causing Garcia to rush back in defense. At that moment, Wang Xu pulled the ball back, pivoted, and leaped, executing a deceptive move that left Martin completely off balance. With determination, he shouldered Martin and released the ball in a flicking motion. The orange basketball ricocheted off the rim, bouncing precariously before reluctantly settling into the net. In a critical moment, Wang Xu achieved a remarkable 2-1. In the closing seconds, the Kings finally unleashed their potential. Garcia, who had only attempted one three-pointer thus far, received the ball in the next play and confidently sank his first three-pointer of the night. With just 7.5 seconds remaining on the clock, the Kings trailed by 5 points, and theoretically, a comeback was still within reach. After all, the NBA's slogan is that miracles are born here. Yet, who among us is unaware that such words often serve as mere illusions? If miracles were truly so accessible, they would have long since become commonplace. In the final moments, the Kings resorted to a strategy of fouling. Wang Xu, upon receiving the ball and witnessing the foul against him, felt a surge of pride, for he boasted the highest free throw percentage on the team. At that point, the outcome of the game seemed all but decided. Wang Xu stood at the free throw line, converting both attempts, extinguishing the last flicker of hope for the Kings. Wang Xu observed the Sacramento Kings suffering the bitter consequences of a 4-game losing streak, prompting a reflection on the harsh realities of the league. Just 2 years prior, the Kings were a formidable force in the Western Conference, but since Chris Webber's departure, the team's decline has been precipitous. Yet, the Kings are not alone in such a plight. Even the historically prestigious Lakers and Celtics have endured similar downturns in their storied legacies. In this particular match, the Seattle Supersonics secured a victory with relative ease, a feat significantly influenced by the absence of the Kings' defensive linchpin, Ron Artest. While Artest may have been the team's second leading scorer, his impact extended far beyond that of the primary scorer, Kevin Martin. Possessing formidable individual skills, Artest could, at times, perform at a level comparable to that of a superstar. However, his offensive inconsistency prevented him from being categorized among the league's elite scorers. Conversely, Artest's contributions on the defensive end were crucial and arguably more significant than his offensive output. As the league's Defensive Player of the Year for the 2003-2004 season and a 5-time selection for the All-Defensive Team, Artest's presence on the court would have significantly hindered either Wang Xu or the red-hot shooter, Željko Rebraca, who impressively scored 32 points against Garcia's defense, hitting 12 of 16 shots. Nevertheless, with every gain, there is a loss. Although Artest's role is substantial, Wang Xu did not witness Artest's performance in this game, leaving him uncertain about the true nature of Artest's defensive prowess. In this match, Wang Xu found himself particularly impressed by Kevin Martin, a low-drafted rookie from 2004. Although Martin's defensive abilities were notably lacking, Wang Xu discovered during their physical confrontations that Martin's physique was even more fragile than he had anticipated. Exhibiting a remarkably poor capacity for resistance, often, a mere collision with Wang Xu would send him sprawling. Nonetheless, despite such physical limitations, Martin managed to maintain an extraordinarily high success rate in his offensive play. Initially, Wang Xu believed that under his focused defense, Martin, who was thoroughly outmatched in terms of physicality, would struggle to make a significant impact. Indeed, during the first quarter, the game unfolded as Wang Xu had predicted. However, once the second quarter commenced and Martin found his rhythm, Wang Xu realized that unless he directly blocked the shot, even when he made a substantial impact that left Martin somewhat unsteady, the latter could still successfully sink the ball. It was evident that Martin's shooting form, though unconventional and dictated by his physical constraints, was uniquely tailored to his capabilities, allowing him to consistently score despite its irregularity. Wang Xu is quite intrigued by his offensive approach. In this match, Szczepiak achieved the highest score of the game with 32 points, followed closely by Kevin Martin with 31 points, while Wang Xu secured the third highest with 30 points. Consequently, Wang Xu has maintained an impressive scoring average of over 30 points in the opening 4 games. The upcoming challenge for the Supersonics will be against the Memphis Grizzlies, a team known for its frail perimeter defense. Particularly, the starting shooting guard, the diminutive Damon Stoudemire, stands at a mere 1.78 meters, while Wang Xu boasts a height advantage of 20 centimeters over him. Furthermore, Stoudemire's physical attributes are considerably lacking, making him comparable to Martin in terms of strength. However, Kevin Martin, with his height of 2.01 meters, at least possesses the capability to disrupt Wang Xu's shots to some extent. The question remains, how will Damon Stoudemire manage to defend against Wang Xu? Wang Xu reflected on the supersonic schedule since the beginning of the season. The Nuggets faced Iverson. The Suns took on Bell. And who did the Clippers confront? Today, the Kings were up against Martin. Aside from Bell, the defensive capabilities of the other players were notoriously poor within the league. Moreover, Bell himself struggled with speed, making it difficult for him to effectively contain Wang Xu. This led Wang Xu to ponder the validity of his consecutive 30-point games. Realizing that the defensive pressure in these matchups paled in comparison to those against the league's defensive powerhouses. However, facing the Jazz on Friday presented an excellent opportunity to test whether he could maintain such performance under elite defensive scrutiny. Regarding the Grizzlies, Wang Xu felt that failing to score 40 points would constitute a disappointing performance, as he could not afford to miss such a prime scoring opportunity. After all, the NBA is a league that thrives on statistics. That evening, following their game against the Kings, the Supersonics hurriedly boarded a flight to prepare for their next home game against the Memphis Grizzlies. Due to the absence of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian in Friday's game, CCTV5 broadcast the matchup between the Supersonics and the Grizzlies. Before the game, Zhang Heli and host Yu Jia were in the studio, reviewing Wang Xu's spectacular performances over the first 4 games. Zhang Heli, impressed by Wang Xu's explosive display, remarked that as a rookie this year, his performance has been exceptional, achieving 4 consecutive games with 30 points, an unprecedented feat since the 1986 draft, one that even Jordan did not accomplish. Yu Jia, smiling, added that Wang Xu's performance among this year's rookies has indeed surpassed that of his peers. Not only did he excel in the NCAA, but he has also become even stronger upon entering the NBA. I believe the Trailblazers must regret not selecting Wang Xu. Zhang Heli responded, stating that regret is inevitable. Regardless of Greg Oden's potential, it remains unproven, combined with the fact that he has yet to play a game this season due to injury. While Wang Xu has been free from such setbacks, it becomes a matter of choosing between an uncertain future with Oden and the emerging dominance of Wang Xu. Were the draft to occur again, I am certain the Trailblazers would select Wang Xu. Yu Jia then inquired of Zhang Heli whether he believed Wang Xu could continue his fiery performance in the upcoming game. Zhang Heli, embodying confidence, declared that Wang Xu's performance would undoubtedly carry on, particularly against the player Damon Stoudemire, nicknamed Little Flying Mouse. Regardless of Stoudemire's capabilities, his height of only 1.78 meters would render him inconsequential against Wang Xu. If the Grizzlies allowed Stoudemire to match up with Wang Xu exclusively, it was likely that Wang Xu could achieve a career high in scoring. Yu Jia turned to the camera, stating that they would eagerly anticipate the outcome. For the viewers at home, the current matchup features Team A as the home team and Team B as the visitors. The Grizzlies lineup includes center Darko Milicic, power forward and star player Pau Gasol, small forward Rudy Gay, shooting guard Michael Miller, and point guard Damon Stoudemire. This roster boasts a wealth of lottery picks, with Rudy Gay being the lowest at his draft position. Milicic, a second overall pick from the 2003 draft. Pau Gasol, a top pick from 2001. Michael Miller at 5th overall, Stoudemire at 7th, and Gay at 8th last year. With such a luxurious draft pedigree had these players developed according to their selections, the Grizzlies would have long secured a prominent position in the league rather than still vying for lottery picks. Conversely, the Supersonics have the second overall pick this year. Al Horford at 5th overall and Wilcox at 8th overall. Nevertheless, in this league, draft position does not always equate to talent, although it does reflect a player's potential. Pau Gasol has established himself as an elite power forward, while Milicic, despite not fulfilling his promise, has secured a starting position. Michael Miller has received accolades for both Rookie of the Year and Sixth Man of the Year, surpassing Gasol in awards. Rudy Gay's performance last season was also notably impressive. On the Supersonics side, Wang Xu has consistently scored 30 points in his first 4 games. Horford averages 15 points, and Wilcox has also made a significant impact in limited minutes. Currently, the Supersonics have placed Wilcox on the trading block, garnering interest from several teams for the 25-year-old center, indicating his solid trade value. Among these players, only Stoudemire, due to age, may struggle to keep pace, though he remains adept at controlling the team's rhythm and motivating his teammates, having averaged 9.3 assists per game in his rookie season. The other players are young and vigorous. Before the game, Stoudemire acknowledged his height disadvantage and defensive weaknesses, recognizing that he would likely be the focus of the opposing offense, particularly from Wang Xu. Consequently, he convened a players' meeting in the locker room, encouraging his teammates to be more proactive in their defensive support. Having spent numerous years in the league, Stoudemire commands respect in the locker room, and his suggestions were quickly embraced by the team. Notably, Rudy Gay, possessing high basketball IQ, understood that he would be crucial in perimeter defense that night. With Stoudemire's age and height limitations, and while Michael Miller had the height, he lacked the agility to match Wang Xu's explosiveness. The Grizzlies found themselves relying solely on their physical capabilities for defensive support. As for why Gay wasn't assigned to guard Wang Xu directly, one might wonder if he could indeed keep pace with Wang Xu's swift movements. As a small forward, Rudy Gay's advantages lie in his explosive leaping ability and formidable strength, while his speed can only be compared among forwards. Should Gay be tasked with guarding Wang Xu, it is likely that Wang could easily score after evading Gay. If Gay were to provide help defense, he might still pose some challenges for Wang. At the outset of the match, a confident Wang Xu quickly realized that upon gaining possession of the ball, he would be met with the opponent's most stringent defense. Not only was Amare Stoudemire closely monitoring him, but Rudy Gay was also watching him intently. It was not just these two. Any movement from Wang would capture the attention of the entire Grizzlies team. Although in the previous game, Serbiak had exploded onto the scene with 32 points, he still did not reclaim a starting position for this match. The starting small forward for the Supersonics remained Wilkins, who had performed poorly in the last game, scoring only 6 points on 3 of 14 shooting, with 0 3-pointers made. Wang had presumed he would have no chance of starting this game, yet surprisingly, Carlesimo still included him in the starting lineup. Although this Wilkins shares a surname with the legendary Hawks player, their abilities are worlds apart. One was selected 3rd overall, while the other went undrafted. One has achieved a career high of over 30 points in a game, while the other has never averaged 10 points per game. One has garnered accolades such as scoring champion, Hall of Famer, All-Star, and All-NBA team honors, while the other has yet to claim any recognition. Had this Wilkins possessed even half, no, a quarter of the original Wilkins prowess, Carlesimo would surely be delighted. Nevertheless, Wilkins' ability to carve out a niche in this league through sheer effort stands as an inspiring testament. As the game commenced, Wang Xu passed the ball to Wilkins, who seized the opportunity and swiftly drove to the basket for 2 points. The Grizzlies began their offensive play, with Stoudemire passing the ball to Gasol in the paint. Upon receiving the ball, Gasol executed a swift pivot, effectively shielding Horford behind him. It is exceedingly rare to witness a player of Gasol's height displaying such nimble footwork and agility. Wang Xu recalled seeing Yao Ming perform similarly while watching Rockets games, though Yao, now heavier, struggles to replicate that fluidity. Currently, Yao relies on his considerable weight and strength to forge a path to the basket, though he also possesses a commendable mid-range shot and soft hook, making him nearly unstoppable due to his height. Of course, this refers to a physically fit Yao. Presently, in the Rockets, Yao often plays nearly 40 minutes, and his increased weight has only added to his burdens. By the 4th quarter, he often lacks the stamina to mount an effective offense. Thus, one might jest that Van Gundy's offensive strategy consists of 2 options: pass the ball to Yao or pass it to McGrady. Wang Xu found it quite perplexing why Yao Ming, whose physique had become unassailable in this league, continued to gain weight. Previously, the weight gain was aimed at contending with Shaquille O'Neal, but now that the Shark had aged and the current centers lacked the solidity of yesteryears, a reduction in weight would still allow Yao to maintain his undeniable dominance in the paint. It could only be said that perspectives varied, and it was difficult to determine who was right or wrong. Yao's evolution had indeed reached a zenith in terms of his interior supremacy within the league. However, a loss of weight would inevitably lead to a diminishment of that dominance. From Wang Xu's vantage point, who relished offensive play, the ongoing suppression of traditional interior players in the league suggested a challenging future for them. Only by adapting to the pace of perimeter players could one hope to align with the league's trajectory. Nonetheless, Wang Xu could only offer this as a suggestion to Yao in the future, as he was neither Yao's coach nor his owner, thus lacking the authority to impose demands on him. At times, excessive commentary could even provoke discontent. At that moment, Thomas noticed that Horford had lost his defensive position and rushed over with a howl. However, Pau Gasol, besides being an exceptional offensive player, was also adept at orchestrating plays within the paint. Faced with Thomas's defensive pressure, he remained unfazed and effortlessly delivered a direct pass to Malisic, who was stationed behind Thomas. Malisic, the second overall pick from the 2003 draft, was often overshadowed by peers like Wade and Bosch. While he had been labeled a bust, it did not imply a lack of skill. Rather, it was the brilliance of his contemporaries that made him appear less remarkable. Additionally, Malisic's temperament differed significantly from the star players like Wade, Bosch, and Anthony. He resembled Jianlian, currently with the Bucks, in his introverted nature. Yet, Jianlian's fortune eclipsed that of Malisic, as he secured a starting position upon entering the league, while Malisic had been relegated to the bench by Larry Brown. Enduring a period of relentless scrutiny that ultimately extinguished his once lauded talent, had Malisic found himself in a team that genuinely trusted him, he might have carved out a notable legacy in the 2003 draft class. This scenario underscores a prevailing NBA adage: the first and second picks often yield one bust. Take the years post-millennium, for instance, 2002's Yao Ming and Jay Williams, 2003's LeBron James and Darko Milicic, 2004's Dwight Howard and Emeka Okafor, 2005's Andrew Bogut and Marvin Williams, and 2006's Andrea Bargnani and LaMarcus Aldridge. The NBA seems to adhere to this principle. However, Okafor was certainly not a bust. He triumphed over Howard to claim the Rookie of the Year award. Yet, his injuries hindered his ascent, especially when compared to Howard, Gordon, Livingston, Deng, Iguodala, J.R. Smith, and Josh Smith. The 2004 draft was indeed a commendable class. Whether this adage will hold true in the 2007 draft remains to be seen. Receiving Gasol's pass, Malisic executed a simple teardrop shot to score 2 points. Wang Xu subsequently relayed the ball to Horford, who, backing into Gasol, sought to create offensive space with his footwork. However, Gasol's technique surpassed Horford's significantly, rendering Horford's attempts to maneuver futile as he felt his posterior in close proximity to Gasol's. Faced with Horford's series of fakes, Gasol remained unperturbed, observing Horford's display like a spectator at a performance. Realizing that Gasol was impervious to his feints, Horford reluctantly passed the ball back to the perimeter. While Horford's unselfishness was commendable, it also indicated the difficulty he would face in ascending to the role of team leader. Yet, within the Supersonics, he need not dwell on such matters, as his brother was the team's alpha, and he was not the type to covet such a position. Is it truly so simple to be the leader of an NBA team? Gasol certainly had his thoughts on the matter. If being the alpha was so effortless, then a player averaging nearly 20 points and 10 rebounds like Gasol would not be subjected to relentless criticism, nor would he be labeled as soft. Is Gasol soft? Indeed. His style and skill set do not lend themselves to a physical confrontation in the paint. However, this approach has greatly benefited his career by minimizing wear and tear, thus extending his longevity in the league. Among the giants of the NBA, another often criticized for a soft playing style is Nowitzki. Yet, as the team's leader, every action is scrutinized under the media's microscope. When the team falters, the primary accountability falls squarely on the leader's shoulders. Who else would be held responsible? The bench players. Thus, Wang Xu occasionally mused that being a sixth man or a secondary player might be preferable to being the primary leader, at the very least, when the team faltered. The media and fans would not direct their ire solely at him. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, as Wang Xu had no desire for anyone to overshadow him. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Xu observed that the Grizzlies' defense remained as tenacious as before. With time running short, he advanced towards Stoudemire's defense, dribbling forward before launching a shot. Although Stoudemire made every effort to contest the shot, their height disparity rendered him unable to disrupt Wang Xu's attempt. Meanwhile, Gay, who had been keenly observing Wang Xu's movements, swiftly adjusted his position as he saw Wang Xu rise for the shot. Without hesitation, he shouted and leaped to attempt to block. Rudy Gay possessed remarkable height, wingspan, and strength. However, his defensive technique and experience were still developing. Nevertheless, he was not the primary defender against Wang Xu as a help defender. Gay effectively utilized his agility to position himself in front of Wang Xu. Wang Xu was taken aback as Guy's large hand lunged towards the basketball in his grasp. In that fleeting moment, he found himself devoid of any alternative actions, especially with Damon Stoudemire lurking behind him. A pass would undoubtedly result in a theft. Left with no choice, Wang Xu elevated the arc of his shot, only for the ball to crash forcefully against the rim, failing to find its mark. After more than 5 minutes of play, Wang Xu struggled to mount an effective offense against the targeted defense of the Grizzlies, leading him to charge down the court for a distant three-point attempt. Thud! The hoop at the Supersonics' home court persistently rejected Wang Xu's efforts this evening. Meanwhile, Zhang Heli, commentating from the sidelines, found himself in an awkward position. Prior to the game, he had lavished praise upon Wang Xu, asserting that he might even achieve a career-high score in this match, despite the brevity of his professional journey thus far. Nevertheless, Zhang Heli, being a seasoned commentator, was no stranger to such predicaments. He maintained his composure while continually justifying Wang Xu's performance, or rather, analyzing it. Observing Wang Xu's lack of composure on the court, particularly his reckless three-point attempt that could severely dampen the team's morale, Calissimo called for a timeout and opted to substitute Wang Xu out of the game. After Wang Xu left the court, Calipari said nothing to him and simply instructed him to sit on the sidelines and closely observe the ongoing match. Calipari harbored a firm belief that, given Wang Xu's basketball acumen, overcoming such a predicament was merely a matter of time. Moreover, if he could not surmount this minor challenge, how could he hope to showcase his prowess against truly formidable defenses in the future? Calipari substituted Wang Xu with Aflalo. Although Aflalo was a second-round draft pick, he had already carved out a niche for himself on the struggling Supersonics backcourt, averaging 18 minutes of playing time per game, which reflected Calipari's confidence in him. Aflalo's greatest asset on the court was his ability to connect the team. He was an indomitable defender who did not require ball dominance, relying solely on his movement to seek offensive opportunities. With Aflalo in the game, the Supersonics, who had initially been at a disadvantage, suddenly found themselves able to engage in a competitive exchange with the Grizzlies, contrasting sharply with the earlier phase of the match when they were relentlessly pressed by their opponents. Wang Xu observed the fiercely contending teams on the court against the Grizzlies, as well as the performance of Aflalo, who had stepped in for him and excelled. While Wang Xu was on the court, he consistently commanded possession, with every offensive strategy revolving around him as the catalyst. This had its advantages, as Wang Xu's individual prowess far surpassed that of his teammates, allowing for a more refined control of the team's rhythm. However, the downside was that he was not invincible. Although few could effectively defend against him in this league, there were indeed some. Moreover, certain teams boasted formidable defensive systems, which could easily stifle a team like the Supersonics when facing such opposition. The Grizzlies exemplified this today. Their defense, though not particularly aggressive, focused intently on Wang Xu, rendering his movements extremely challenging. If he continued to cling to the ball, the Grizzlies would inevitably suffocate him, much like LeBron James in the finals, whose remarkable abilities were rendered ineffective against the Spurs, becoming a mere shadow of his potential. The other players merely stood by, watching James attempt to break through, thinking that the ball might not even come their way, so why bother running? Was it not this very mindset that led to the Cavaliers' dismal defeat? As Wang Xu pondered, a shiver ran down his spine. If the team were to encounter such a situation in the playoffs, it would be too late to make any changes. Upon resolving his thoughts, Wang Xu approached Calissimo, his expression markedly brighter than when he had first arrived, his previous gloom replaced by a familiar smile. Calissimo, observing Wang Xu's cheerful demeanor, adopted a stern visage and inquired, "Have you come to terms with everything? Do you know what to do?" "Indeed, boss. Just send me in, and I assure you, I will not disappoint. I will unleash a fierce assault on the Grizzlies," Wang Xu declared with fierce determination. Calissimo stared intently at Wang Xu, who returned the gaze with equal intensity. Suddenly, Calissimo broke into a smile, clapping Wang Xu on the shoulder. "All right, I understand. Sit down for now. When the next dead ball occurs, I will substitute you in. Just ensure you perform well on the court." "Understood, Sir," Wang Xu exclaimed. His spirits lifted at the prospect of entering the game, and he rendered a salute reminiscent of those seen in crime films. Calissimo, unable to contain his amusement, chuckled at Wang Xu's antics. In the broadcasting booth, Zhang Heli and Yu Jia observed the lively exchange between Wang Xu and Colesimo on the bench and remarked, "Seeing Wang Xu and the head coach so joyfully engaged in conversation, it seems he has discovered a way to navigate through the predicament." Indeed. While Colesimo's coaching prowess might not rival that of Popovich, he possessed the fundamental qualities and skills essential for a head coach. He understood that although Wang Xu's ball handling was formidable, it was not invincible. What truly made Wang Xu difficult to defend was his unpredictable movement combined with his excellent shooting touch, essentially an enhanced version of Ray Allen. With a proficient point guard by his side, Wang Xu could undoubtedly unleash his most potent scoring capabilities. In the preceding matches, although victories had been achieved with Wang Xu holding the ball, this did not eliminate Colesimo's concerns. The team had been winning, but he was uncertain how Wang Xu would react to a request to relinquish ball control, making this moment the opportune time for such a discussion. Of course, relinquishing the ball did not imply that Wang Xu would become a mere off-ball player. His individual scoring ability and court awareness were invaluable assets that should not be squandered. Colesimo harbored his own thoughts. He had learned from the Spurs the importance of employing varied tactics at the right times. However, unlike Popovich, he lacked the authority to bench players who defied him, even if they were part of the famed Big Three. Colesimo could not afford such a confrontation. Should he and Wang Xu fall out, it would likely be himself who would depart, not Wang Xu. This reflects a common reality in the league, typically. When conflicts arise between a player and a head coach, it is the coach who ends up leaving. Soon enough, during a dead ball in the match, Colesimo substituted Wang Xu for Aflalo. Although Aflalo had performed commendably during his brief time on the court, contributing significantly on defense and disrupting the opponent's plays, it was time for Wang Xu to shine. As the Sonics initiated their offense, Wang Xu chose not to replicate his earlier approach of holding the ball at the arc. Instead, he darted to the weak side without dribbling, positioning himself at the right corner. Utilizing Thomas's screen, he deftly evaded Gay's defense. At that moment, with Stoudemire resting due to fatigue, the newly substituted Navarro, possessing poor defensive skills, struggled to keep pace with Wang Xu, who immediately seized the opportunity upon re-entering the game. Wang Xu surged onto the court, receiving the ball at a 70-degree angle on his right side. With a half-turn and a graceful jump shot, complemented by a subtle lean back, his form was truly a sight to behold, as the ball swished effortlessly through the net. Wang Xu's first shot upon his return was nothing short of a flawless strike. In the studio, Zhang Heli, upon witnessing such a picturesque shot, exclaimed, "What an opportunity! That shot is in." It was evident that Wang Xu had successfully adjusted his mindset after his return. If he could maintain his shooting touch, no one would be able to defend against him. Just look at that shot. It was truly a work of art. In the entire league, only Kobe could execute such a beautiful fadeaway. Zhang Heli, indeed a fan of Kobe, couldn't help but draw comparisons even while praising Wang Xu. Yu Jia, upon hearing this, remarked, "Indeed, since the start of the season, Wang Xu has averaged over 30 points across 4 games. While many focus solely on his personal offensive prowess, they often overlook his agility and movement, especially when combined with his soft shooting touch. It's a lethal combination." I recall in the very first game of the season, he secured a last-minute victory against the Nuggets using this very technique. Anyone who dares to relax their defense on Wang Xu when he doesn't have the ball will undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Zhang Heli nodded in agreement. As the Grizzlies launched their offense, Wang Xu felt no pressure defending Navarro. He was determined to show Navarro why the basketball is so round, as long as Navarro dared to shoot. However, Wang Xu appeared to have overthought the situation. Navarro was not involved in the play at all this time. Miller executed a small combination with Gay at the high post before returning the ball to Gay. Facing Kubiak, Gay utilized his physicality to push inside, scoring with ease despite Kubiak's best defensive efforts. If Kubiak could have contained his opponent, the game would have surely lost its suspense. Turning the tide, Wang Xu seemed to have found his offensive rhythm once again. Positioned in the right corner, he faced Gay's defense and signaled to Thomas for a screen. After utilizing the screen, he aimed to glide towards the top of the arc. However, Gay was prepared, maneuvering around Thomas from the left side to pursue Wang Xu. But where was Wang? As Gay circled around to the left, he suddenly found himself unable to locate Wang Xu within his line of sight. Wang Xu had cleverly used Thomas's screen to shift laterally from the right, and was preparing to glide to the top. However, upon noticing Gay's intent to pursue from the left, he quickly abandoned his original plan and instead executed a swift pivot towards the left corner. At that moment, Wang Xu received a pass in the left corner, made a slight adjustment, and effortlessly launched a three-pointer. Gay, realizing his mistake, immediately raised his hand to acknowledge his fault. Had Gay not rushed his defense and misjudged the situation, he would not have granted Wang Xu such ample shooting space. Veteran Miller, observing the situation, patted Gay on the back, signaling him not to dwell on the error. Upon returning to the court, Wang Xu swiftly capitalized on his positioning, securing 2 open opportunities beyond the 3-point line and racking up 6 points. On the sidelines, Kawashima couldn't help but smile with satisfaction at Wang Xu's prowess in off-ball offense. Who could have anticipated that he would coach such an exceptional player so soon after assuming the role of head coach for the Supersonics? It is likely that few coaches could consider themselves as fortunate as he. Soon after, Miller passed the ball to Gay, intending to allow him to take a shot. Hoping to restore his pride after a recent defensive lapse by letting him shine in his forte, offense, Gay did not hesitate. He received the ball and charged forward, attempting a forceful layup against Shuchik's defense. Although the shot did not go in, Gay showcased his remarkable leaping ability, leaping again to snag the offensive rebound and subsequently score. Shuchik shook his head in acknowledgement of the sheer talent displayed. However, turning his attention back to Wang Xu, he found himself under Gay's defense. Nevertheless, he executed a simple pick and roll with Thomas at the baseline, skillfully anticipating Gay's movement. As Gay shifted to the left side, Wang Xu pivoted and moved to the left corner. With Gay closely trailing him, Wang Xu seamlessly used the screen to glide to the right wing, leaving Gay bewildered and uncertain about how to defend against this intricate maneuver. Wang Xu, from the right corner, disregarded Navarro's defensive efforts and sank another 3-pointer. At that moment, the head coach of the Grizzlies, Mark Iafalone, was visibly distressed. Having witnessed Wang's consecutive 3-pointers, which propelled the Supersonics to a 9-2 run single-handedly, Iafalone, who had recently ascended to the position of head coach, was under considerable pressure. Prior to this role, he had served as an assistant coach. In addition to his current duties, Iafalone was once a player himself, a rarity in the league, where many current coaches transitioned into their roles post-retirement. He was selected by the Knicks in the 3rd round, at the 11th pick, while the last player chosen in the 1978 draft was Ricky Williams, who was picked in the 10th round at a staggering 190th overall. The draft dynamics of that era were indeed a far cry from those of today. Now, Iafalone, having long since retired, was striving to maintain his position as head coach. However, despite his urgency, he could not replace his players on the court, and the thought of him stepping in would likely lead to disaster. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Iafalone resolved to endure this challenging period and regroup at the end of the quarter. Had the Grizzlies' coach been seasoned veterans like Nelson or Popovich, they would have undoubtedly called a timeout upon witnessing Wang Xu's repeated success from beyond the arc, even if they lacked a strategy to curtail their opponent's momentum. Yet, Iafalone was not of their caliber. His abilities were insufficient compared to these seasoned coaches, or he would not have remained an assistant for so long, nor would he have been granted the head coach role amidst the Grizzlies' current struggles. Soon enough, Iafalone regretted not having called a timeout. Wang Xu continued his off-ball movement, deftly using a screen to evade Gay, returning to his familiar right side area. Once again, he received a pass from Riedno and took a shot. However, as the saying goes, once is chance, twice is coincidence, thrice is enemy action. And having already made 3 consecutive 3-pointers, the 4th seemed imminent. At that moment, Miller, recognizing the situation, abandoned Riedno and approached Wang Xu, demonstrating keen defensive awareness. Understanding he could not block Wang Xu's shot, he opted instead to disrupt it, extending his hand in an effort to interfere. Meanwhile, Zhang Heli, elated at witnessing Wang Xu's 3 successful shots, erupted with excitement as he saw Wang Xu execute yet another beautifully crafted shot, this one in. The basketball seemed to heed Zhang's fervent encouragement, only to bounce off the rim. Next to him, Yu Jia shrugged, indicating that he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Cardinal secured the defensive rebound and passed the ball to the recently triumphant Miller. Wang Xu shrugged. There was truly nothing he could do if that shot did not go in. His 3-point shooting percentage hovered just above the league average, and with a conversion rate below 40, hitting 3 consecutive shots was already an extraordinary display. As for whether Miller's defense contributed to this shot, it indeed did. Had Miller been aggressively pursuing the ball, Wang Xu would have felt more assured in his shot. However, Miller was neither charging at the ball nor attempting to block the shot. His sole intention was to disrupt Wang Xu's rhythm. By placing his hand directly in front of Wang Xu's face, he obscured his view of the basket. In defensive tactics, interference can often prove more effective than a block. albeit a block tends to elevate team morale. Miller, with his physical prowess, was unable to sprint for a fast break after receiving the ball. He maintained possession and steadily advanced forward. At this juncture, Wang Xu signaled to Reed no to switch defenses, positioning himself on the perimeter to guard Miller. While Navarro posed little threat, no matter who defended him, he was unlikely to create any significant impact. As Miller dribbled past the half-court line, Wang Xu closed in, his hands constantly shifting, his feet mirroring Miller's movements. This suffocating defense rendered Miller increasingly uncomfortable, compelling him to hastily pass the ball at the first available opportunity. As Wang Xu observed Miller pass the ball, he pursed his lips and closely followed Miller as he sprinted towards the baseline. At that moment, the Grizzlies, after a series of ball exchanges, delivered it to Gay, who was their most reliable offensive asset on the court. However, Gay had already scored twice in succession against Szczebiak, leaving the latter quite embarrassed. Although Szczebiak struggled to defend against Gay's bulldozing drives, having spent many years in the league, he certainly had his own defensive tricks up his sleeve. As Gay pressed towards the paint, Szczebiak deliberately created a gap on his left side, inviting Gay to exploit it. Sensing the opening, Gay instinctively moved leftward. Szczebiak was waiting for this moment. As Gay made his move, he swiftly closed off the space he had left, colliding with Gay's body. Gay stumbled, taken aback by this trap set by Szczebiak, and hurriedly attempted to distance himself from him. However, Szczebiak seized the opportunity, discreetly poking Gay in the lower back as he turned. In an instant, Gay grimaced in pain, his dribbling faltered, and Szczebiak took advantage of the moment to snatch the ball away. Gay turned around, glaring furiously at Szczebiak, and, noticing the referee's lack of response, rushed over to complain about the foul. Yet, by that time, the Supersonics had already advanced with the ball, and the referee had little time to entertain Gay's grievances. Realizing the referee was ignoring him, Gay could only swallow his indignation and await the next offensive opportunity. As for defense, the Supersonics had already executed a fast break. Players like Szczebiak, having navigated the league for so long, naturally possess a repertoire of subtle tactics to maintain their standing within the team. However, Szczebiak rarely resorts to such maneuvers. He is the gentleman type of player. Had he not been repeatedly exploited by Gay as a scoring avenue due to his inability to keep up, he likely would not have resorted to these minor infractions. Wang Xu had sought the counsel of Shuchik regarding these subtle maneuvers. Shuchik, upon receiving Wang Xu's inquiry, generously shared all that he knew without reservation. However, Shuchik ultimately cautioned Wang Xu that while such tactics might be effective on one or two occasions, one must not cultivate a dependency on them. The essence of basketball lies primarily in the appreciation of technical skill. Guy, a man of integrity, despite Shuchik's successful use of sly tactics leading to a mistake on his part, harbored no thoughts of retribution against Shuchik. Nevertheless, Guy was not devoid of competitive spirit. Though he refrained from retaliatory actions, he sought to reclaim his pride on the offensive end. Thus, he positioned himself just outside the three-point line, calling for the ball while closely guarding Shuchik. The starting lineup of the Grizzlies was indeed peculiar. Aside from Damon Stoudemire, there were no guards, with both Miller and Guy playing as forwards, complemented by Malisic and Gasol, resulting in an unusual composition where 4 out of 5 were forwards, with Stoudemire resting. Miller assumed the responsibility of advancing the ball past half-court. Miller passed the ball to Guy and then made a significant move towards the baseline. Guy signaled for his teammates to spread out, creating ample space for his offensive maneuver. However, his attempt was thwarted, ricocheting off the rim under Shuchik's interference. In the subsequent moments, Wang Xu took on the role of a pivotal support player, tirelessly setting screens and effectively dismantling the Grizzlies' defensive formation. For over a minute, the Supersonics capitalized on open opportunities, scoring effortlessly. As the first quarter drew to a close, the Supersonics had firmly established their dominance over the Grizzlies, leading 20-28. As the second quarter commenced, the substitute Wilcox faced a Grizzlies interior lacking Gasol and made significant contributions, further widening the score gap. Witnessing the increasing margin, Jaffaroni hastily brought Gasol onto the court to stabilize the situation. With Gasol's presence, the Grizzlies found a solid foundation on both ends of the court. Gasol, while not the most physically dominant, possessed commendable defensive abilities, and his high basketball IQ compensated for any shortcomings. Upon entering the game, Gasol quickly scored in the paint. And defensively, he swatted away Wilcox's reliable hook shot, instilling confidence in the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies then initiated a series of substitutions, deploying their remaining key players. Aside from Guy, who had already played the full 12 minutes of the first quarter, the Grizzlies had introduced their other starters within just 4 minutes of the second quarter. Malisic, match against Collins, thrived in this matchup, adeptly seeking scoring opportunities both inside and outside. He even demonstrated the potential to sink three-pointers when left unguarded. During his tryout with the Pistons, Malisic showcased his versatility, impressing with his accurate shooting. His talent was so evident that the Mavericks coach, Don Nelson, risked sanctions from the league to witness him play in Europe, while Pistons GM Dumars bypassed the renowned Anthony, only to find that Larry Brown would ultimately stifle Malisic's potential, despite his exceptional skill set. Nonetheless, Malisic remained a competent starting player for the Grizzlies, with numerous teams willing to take a chance on his inherent talent. At this juncture, the imposing duo of Gasol and Malisic in the paint severely challenged the Supersonics lineup. By the time Wang Xu returned to the court, the interior had already been breached by these two players. Observing Malisic's performance from the sidelines, Wang Xu mused that if Malisic could maintain such form, he would indeed live up to his status as a second overall pick. As Wang Xu took to the court, he continued his relentless movement, reminiscent of his previous performances. Although his running distance had increased significantly compared to his solo plays, he was able to conserve his energy while playing with remarkable ease. By creating open spaces for himself, he could effortlessly take shots, and even when he didn't possess the ball, his movements disrupted the opposing defense, thereby generating scoring opportunities for his teammates. As the second half of the second quarter unfolded, the Grizzlies' defense against Wang Xu noticeably weakened. Seizing this moment of laxity, Wang Xu engaged in a series of one-on-one plays, compelling the Grizzlies to once again intensify their defensive efforts against him. Observing this shift, Wang Xu relinquished the ball to a teammate and continued his movement, rendering the Grizzlies' defense increasingly uncomfortable. The Grizzlies' head coach, Jaffaroni, found himself in a perplexing dilemma. Should the team tighten their grip on Wang Xu, he would simply evade them through his adept positioning, making him elusive. Conversely, if they relaxed their defense, Wang Xu would capitalize on the opportunity to either drive to the basket or find an open shot, thereby posing a significant scoring threat. Jaffaroni cast a jealous glance at Carlesimo, pondering why he, upon his recent appointment, had the privilege of coaching a player like Wang Xu, while he himself was left to manage a challenging situation. At this moment, Wang Xu found himself far less conflicted than Jaffaroni. He was thoroughly enjoying the game. Though he had previously played without the ball, his earlier strategies predominantly revolved around exploiting mismatches and executing isolation plays, seldom engaging in constant movement throughout the court. However, Wang Xu began to appreciate the joys of off-ball play. Firstly, it was less exhausting. Secondly, scoring became considerably easier, devoid of excessive physical confrontations. If given the choice, he would prefer not to hold the ball for isolation plays. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized the impracticality of such a notion. Primarily, the Supersonics lacked a proficient ball handler. Reed was reliable yet devoid of creativity, delivering passes in a predictable manner. There were multiple occasions when Wang Xu had found himself in open space, only for Reed to overlook him due to his limited vision, which served as a testament to this issue. Furthermore, Wang Xu was not a purely adept mover. The Supersonics had not devised any specific strategies to accommodate his movements, relying solely on his instincts. What the Supersonics truly needed was a primary ball handler rather than merely a sharpshooter capable of creating space. Moreover, in this league, no player has emerged who can achieve stardom solely through movement. Ray Allen can only be considered a top-tier star, while Reggie Miller does not reach the heights of a superlative star. As for Hamilton of the Pistons, despite averaging over 20 points per game in the playoffs since 2002, his name remains less prominent than that of Odin. To ascend to the pinnacle of stardom in the league, movement may serve as a valuable skill, but it cannot serve as the primary offensive strategy. Nevertheless, in this game, the Grizzlies' roster was evidently inferior to that of the Supersonics, and their defense was unable to contain Wang Xu's relentless pace throughout the match. Wang Xu, like a whirlwind, scoured the court for opportunities, much to the frustration of his teammate, Guy, who was on the verge of exasperation. Although tasked with providing support defense, Guy found himself constantly drawn to Wang Xu's relentless movements. At that moment, the Supersonics launched their offense, with Redno calmly orchestrating the team's strategy from the perimeter. Wang Xu swiftly darted along the baseline from the left to the right side, executing a wide-ranging shift to position himself in the corner. As Wang Xu continued his incessant running, the Grizzlies' defense was increasingly unsettled and stretched thin, often forced to switch and delay their coverage. The Grizzlies were not particularly adept at zone defense. In fact, they were not known for their defensive prowess at all. With Wang Xu's constant movement, The Grizzlies found themselves drawn to the right side, leaving the center and left side alarmingly exposed. At this juncture, Wilkins made a sudden cut from the middle, receiving a pass from Redknapp and executing an effortless dunk. Zhang Heli remarked on the play, noting that although the assist was credited to Redknapp, a significant portion of the credit belonged to Wang Xu. Had it not been for Wang Xu's formidable ability to draw attention and create space through his relentless movement, the Grizzlies would not have shifted their defensive focus to the right side, leaving the center and left side vulnerable, making the basket far from guaranteed. Yu Jia, upon hearing this, expressed his admiration, stating that, in previous footage of Wang Xu, he predominantly showcased his exceptional individual scoring abilities. Yet Wang Xu's capacity to move without the ball and create defensive openings for his teammates was equally impressive. Zhang Heli nodded in agreement, asserting that in this game, Wang Xu's off-ball offensive skills were on par with his predecessor, Ray Allen, while his individual scoring capabilities surpassed those of Allen, making him a superior core player. Although the commentators' voices could not reach the players on the court, the Grizzlies' defenders felt the truth in their words. Their one-on-one defense was utterly ineffective against the Supersonics' current offensive strategy, and their attempts at zone defense revealed a lack of coordination. At one point, while pursuing Wang Xu, a miscommunication between teammates led to Guy and Damon Stoudemire colliding. Stoudemire, being older and less agile than before, took a moment to recover after the impact. Despite not being seriously injured, he was substituted by Yafaloni. The Grizzlies urgently needed to address their defensive shortcomings rather than their offense. Although Stoudemire put forth considerable effort, it was apparent that he was the most vulnerable link in the Grizzlies lineup. Yafaloni replaced Stoudemire with Kyle Lowry. Observing this substitution, Zhang Heli voiced his confusion. Why would the Grizzlies replace Stoudemire? While Stoudemire's height posed challenges for defense, the new player was only slightly taller and lacked Stoudemire's steadiness on the court. Furthermore, Lowry seemed unlikely to significantly bolster their defensive efforts against the Supersonics. Yu Jia offered an analysis, suggesting that the decision stemmed from Stoudemire's fatigue and diminished impact. The Grizzlies likely sought a player with more explosive capability. Lowry, a rookie from last year, had showcased his impressive ability to penetrate defenses, having shot 11 out of 13 free throws in his last game. Zhang Heli nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while this change might not rectify the defensive disadvantages, it could enhance the Grizzlies' offensive capabilities. It appeared that the Grizzlies were prepared to gamble, opting for an aggressive offensive approach in lieu of defense. This strategic substitution yielded immediate results. Upon entering the game, Lowry, like a small cannonball, utilized his strength to overpower Redknapp, resembling a guard-line version of LeBron James. Although Redknapp had a height advantage over Lowry, the latter outweighed him by over 20 pounds, which proved to be a significant factor, rendering Redknapp's attempts to defend him exceedingly challenging. Wang Xu observed Guy and Lowry from the Grizzlies on the court, feeling that both would undoubtedly become leading figures in their respective positions in the future. As he crossed half-court dribbling the ball, Wang Xu passed it to Redknapp and signaled Thomas to come up for a screen. Utilizing the screen, he deftly evaded Lowry and sprinted towards the corner. Noticing Wang Xu had created a significant opening, Redknapp quickly passed the ball to him. If Redknapp were unable to recognize such an opportunity, he certainly would not have been entrusted with the starting point guard position for the Supersonics over Watson. Although Watson could be somewhat irritating, his scoring ability surpassed that of Redknapp. As Wang Xu received the ball beyond the three-point line on the right side, he saw Guy rushing to defend him. Instantly, he sidestepped and took a shot, only to have it unexpectedly clang off the rim. In the subsequent two possessions, Wang Xu found himself open yet failed to convert his shots, both bouncing off the backboard. Zhang Heli, witnessing Wang Xu's offensive struggles during this stretch, remarked regretfully, "To be honest, Wang Xu executed those plays very well and created open looks according to the strategy. If not for his diminished shooting touch, those attempts should have gone in." Yu Jia analyzed, for Wang Xu, the most crucial aspect during the game is managing his stamina. In the 4 games since the Supersonics season began, aside from the first match against the Nuggets, where he played only 26 minutes due to minimal involvement in the third quarter, his average playing time in the other matches has soared to 37 minutes. Although Wang Xu's performance on the court doesn't overtly display fatigue, his inability to convert open shots may indeed be influenced by exhaustion. As the end of the first half approached, Carlisle glanced at Wang Xu and decided to substitute him during a dead ball. While Carlisle's tactical acumen may be average, having spent many years with the Spurs, he could sense Wang Xu's fatigue from the force behind his last few shots. Though the game remained tightly contested, it was essential to grant Wang Xu a moment's respite. Furthermore, this match was part of a back-to-back. Just the night before, he had played in Sacramento and was now returning to face an opponent on home turf. Particularly noteworthy was that Wang Xu had logged 38 minutes of gameplay yesterday, the highest in the team, and the numerous critical one-on-one plays he executed were physically taxing. With the fifth game underway and 4 of them being back-to-back encounters, Carlisle couldn't help but mentally berate those who crafted the schedule, thinking to himself, what a ridiculous arrangement. At this moment, Wang Xu found himself somewhat overwhelmed on the court. Although he was still able to create opportunities and evade defenders, he could distinctly feel his muscles lacking strength during his shots. Despite his outstanding performance in recent games, it was evident that the combination of his extensive playing time and the physical confrontations with opposing defenders had significantly drained his stamina. A seasoned veteran would naturally understand how to manage energy during a match. However, Wang Xu was merely a rookie. His overly vigorous play in the preceding games had led to his current fatigue. With Wang Xu's departure from the game, the Grizzlies seized an opportunity at the end of the second quarter, scoring 4 consecutive points and narrowing the gap slightly. During halftime, the team's trainer was providing Wang Xu with a massage to alleviate his exhaustion. As the third quarter commenced, Wang Xu took to the court as a starter once again. Perhaps the trainer's massage during the break had yielded positive effects, or it might have been the allure of the trainer herself, who had been stimulating Wang Xu's masculine vigor throughout the session. As soon as the third quarter began, Wang Xu swiftly maneuvered to the right side at a 70 angle, finding an opportunity through a series of well-timed runs. Wang Xu received the ball beyond the three-point line. Aware of his subpar shooting percentage from beyond the arc during the latter half of the second quarter, he took a step inward while dribbling, then executed a clean jump shot. Wang Xu leapt impressively high, rendering Gay unable to reach him in defense. The basketball traversed a flawless arc before swishing through the net. A stunning display, this pull-up jump shot bore a striking resemblance to that of McGrady. As the second half commenced, Wang Xu executed a remarkably difficult pull-up jump shot, sending the ball through the hoop. Zhang Li shouted with enthusiasm, perhaps concerned that the fans might not grasp the challenge of the shot. Zhang Li elaborated. Unlike base jump shots, pull-up jump shots prioritize suddenness, with a takeoff speed that can catch defenders off guard. By the time the defenders react and attempt to leap for a block, the ball has already soared toward the basket. This technique demands exceptional vertical leap, rapid takeoff speed, explosive power, and strong core strength. Among active players, McGrady is renowned for his mastery of the pull-up jump shot. Ah, what a splendid play. Inside, Gasol was engaged in a one-on-one against Horford, attempting a right-side hook shot that missed. The rebound was secured by Thomas, who swiftly passed the ball to Reed. Wang Xu seized the opportunity and surged forward, instantly taking the lead ahead of everyone else. Upon receiving the pass, Lidno surveyed the situation and promptly sent the ball to the front court, aiming to deliver it to Wang Xu. However, Lidno's throw lacked sufficient power, forcing Wang Xu to slow his pace to retrieve the ball. After a single dribble, he assessed the defensive positioning of the Grizzlies and noticed that Lowry had already closed in on him. Unperturbed, Wang Xu executed a series of swift directional changes, evading his defender and driving towards the paint. He then leaned against Lowry's body and executed a delicate pivot, sending the basketball gracefully through the hoop. At that moment, the Supersonics fans erupted with excitement as Wang Xu consistently made challenging shots at the onset of the third quarter, filling the arena with a cacophony of cheers. Although Wang Xu's scoring continued to rise, the Grizzlies, with Gasol and Malisic dominating the paint, began to assert their presence. The interior lineup of Horford and Collins was being overshadowed in terms of strategy, experience, and height, causing the momentum of the game to shift decisively in favor of the Grizzlies. Although Wang Xu possesses the ability to score, his opponents are equally capable of doing so. Furthermore, the success rate of outside shooting is inherently lower than that of interior players. Otherwise, one would not observe so many teams prioritizing the selection of towering athletes during drafts. After an initial surge in scoring, Wang Xu's performance subsequently waned, prompting the Grizzlies to swiftly adjust upon noticing his declining rhythm. In the ensuing offensive plays, Wang Xu could discern that the Grizzlies' defensive intensity towards him was markedly less stringent than in the first half, granting him numerous opportunities for one-on-one engagements. However, due to physical fatigue, he could not translate these opportunities into points. At this juncture, the Grizzlies' coaching staff also recognized Wang Xu's evident weariness on the court. Consequently, the Grizzlies shifted their defensive focus onto the ball handler, Ridenour. Confronted with this targeted defense, Ridenour found himself ill-equipped to respond effectively, leading him to relinquish the ball. Meanwhile, The rest of the Supersonics struggled to establish any coherent offensive organization, with several instances where Wang Xu, having executed cuts for open looks, failed to receive the ball. In a moment of resignation, Wang Xu had no choice but to step onto the court to receive the ball, orchestrating plays and attempting to score solo. However, this led to a significant depletion of his stamina. Compounding the issue, his shooting touch was not favorable during this stretch, and the entire team was overwhelmed by the Grizzlies. Observing this, Colesimo promptly substituted Wang Xu, aiming to grant him a brief respite. While Wang Xu's absence would undoubtedly inflict greater damage on the Supersonics, the prospect of him continuing to play with such poor form rendered the remainder of the match futile. As usual, Aflero was Wang Xu's most reliable substitute. Upon entering the game, Aflero attempted to mirror Wang Xu's offensive style but yielded lackluster results. At this juncture, Colesimo deployed a lineup with the tallest player being the 2'8" Wilcox, while Sebiak was positioned at power forward, with Aflero taking on the small forward role. The backcourt comprised of Riedno and Watson. This configuration exacerbated the Supersonics' height disadvantage, complicating their defensive efforts. Colesimo had hoped that this lineup would enable them to engage in a competitive offensive exchange with the Grizzlies, yet the offense faltered, and the defense crumbled under pressure. As the third quarter concluded, the Supersonics not only squandered their earlier lead but found themselves trailing the Grizzlies by 7 points. Entering the fourth quarter, Wang Xu's shooting struggles persisted, and the deficit continued to widen, peaking at 13 points. Although West managed to score 4 out of 6 attempts in the final quarter, it did little to reverse the team's declining momentum, particularly after he was closely guarded by the opponents, leading to 3 consecutive missed shots. His attempts to spearhead a comeback proved fruitless. Despite Wang Xu's impressive display of 2 challenging baskets in the last 2 minutes, it was merely a fleeting moment of brilliance. As the Supersonics succumbed to their first defeat of the season, Wang Xu's streak of consecutive 30-point games came to an abrupt halt. While his performance in the latter part of the first quarter and throughout the second had dazzled onlookers, he ultimately failed to alter the team's fate in the final moments. With statistics reflecting 27 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists, this marked Wang Xu's least impressive outing since the season commenced. Notably, he recorded only 2 turnovers, attributable to his minimal ball-handling responsibilities, primarily engaging in off-ball movement, which resulted in fewer assists and turnovers. Riedno led the game with 8 assists, yet his shooting accuracy languished at a mere 25. Aside from Wang Xu, no other player on the Supersonics managed to score over 20 points, with Sebiak, who had excelled in the previous game, contributing only 6 points this time. The Supersonics faced not only a lack of offensive rhythm, but also a significant rebounding disadvantage against the Grizzlies, securing a mere 40 rebounds compared to the Grizzlies' 58. This 18-rebound disparity, particularly evident in the frontcourt where they were outmatched 11-23, proved detrimental. Even if the Grizzlies only converted a third of those additional rebounds into effective points, it would account for nearly 10 points. And the Supersonics ultimately lost by a mere 7. Grizzlies players Gay, Malisic, and Gasol all achieved double-digit rebounds, while Miller contributed 8, whereas no Supersonics player exceeded 8 rebounds, with Wilcox leading the team in that category. In the closing moments of the game, Wang Xu, watching helplessly as his efforts failed to rectify the team's disadvantages, felt an overwhelming sense of anguish, grappling with the futility of his exertions. Having previously triumphed in the first 4 games, including victories over playoff contenders like the Suns and Nuggets, the Supersonics had showcased their resilience, particularly against the Suns, last season's champions. The Supersonics had managed to prevail despite lacking the synergy of the Spurs. In contrast, the Grizzlies, long regarded as a weak link in the league, boasted a star player in Pau Gasol, yet Wang Xu did not perceive them as formidable adversaries. To him, the Grizzlies were largely forgettable, their presence overshadowed by their frequent trades with the Rockets, and characterized by a lackluster performance both offensively and defensively. Ironically, this seemingly inferior team handed Wang Xu the first loss of his professional career on his home court, a milestone that elicited a self-deprecating acknowledgement from him. Gasol, often criticized for his leadership style, remained unfazed even amidst significant deficits, playing his game and eschewing direct confrontations. Yet, it was precisely this player, often doubted, who dismantled the Supersonics' interior defense, tallying 27 points and 12 rebounds with astonishing ease under their defensive pressure. As the match concluded, Gasol shared jovial moments with his teammates. Seemingly indifferent to their win-loss record, victory was welcomed, but defeats were met with a casual shrug. In such an atmosphere, The Grizzlies' triumph over the Supersonics left Wang Xu feeling disheartened. Following the game, Gasol approached Wang Xu with commendable sportsmanship, embracing him warmly and offering words of encouragement, revealing his inherently friendly demeanor. With the team's morale in disarray following the defeat, Wang Xu's countenance reflected his distress during the post-match interviews, responding to questions curtly before departing. His teammates, aware of his fragile state, refrained from engaging him at that moment. Thomas, who typically served as a social lubricant in the locker room, also fell silent. Initially, he had suggested a celebratory night out at a nightclub post-victory, to which Wang Xu had enthusiastically agreed, even offering to cover the expenses, given his lucrative contract. However, in the wake of the loss, Thomas found it inappropriate to broach the subject. Despite coming off the bench, Thomas had second most attempts on the team. Yet his 12 shots resulted in only 5 points, and he managed to grab a mere 3 rebounds. This performance left him feeling somewhat inadequate, making him hesitant to mention the planned night out. Feeling dejected, Wang Xu tidied up and made his way to the team's parking lot. In the United States, individuals can obtain a driver's license upon turning 16, and upon reaching that age, Wang Xu and Lin Qingya had taken the opportunity to acquire theirs together. Wang Xu's car was a gift from his parents on his 18th birthday, a rather ordinary Jeep. Although Wang Xu has since signed significant contracts, he has no intention of replacing his vehicle. After all, he is likely to endorse an automobile brand in the future. Should he purchase a car now, he might find himself unable to drive it once he becomes the face of another brand. Hence, once he secures such a contract, it is only natural that the manufacturer will provide him with a vehicle. Wang Xu settled into the car, letting out a sigh as he prepared to start the engine. Just then, he noticed a text message had arrived on his phone. Upon opening it, he read, "Do not be disheartened. You have already done your best." Followed by a smiling face, the message was signed by Lin Qingya. Wang Xu couldn't help but chuckle, as the shadows of despair in his heart were instantly dispelled. Although Lin Qingya occasionally exhibited a gentle demeanor before Wang Xu, there were moments when her temperament turned violently fierce, perhaps a consequence of her martial arts training. She frequently engaged in actions that others could scarcely anticipate. Initially, Lin Qingya had obtained her driver's license alongside Wang Xu. However, unlike him, her license was revoked by the police shortly thereafter. The rationale provided by the authorities was straightforward. Lin Qingya exhibited tendencies toward violence. Wang Xu wholeheartedly concurred with this decision. For within a mere 2 months of acquiring her license, Lin Qingya had crashed into several ruffians who attempted to harass her, subsequently alighting from her vehicle to deliver a thorough beating. On another occasion, when someone dared to park too close to her car, she forcefully maneuvered her vehicle to block theirs, leaving Wang Xu, who was seated inside, convinced that his life was teetering on the brink. In yet another instance, when Lin Qingya encountered a carjacking in progress, she wasted no time, driving her vehicle to corner the assailant and subsequently dousing their car with gasoline before igniting it. From that day forth, Wang Xu resolved never to ride in a car driven by Lin Qingya again. Thus, when the police ultimately suspended her license, Wang Xu nearly leapt in celebration, relieved that she would no longer be behind the wheel, for he feared that her reckless driving might one day cost him his life. Having endured the disappointment of defeat, Wang Xu drove away from the gym alone, though he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction over the loss. He recognized it as an inevitable aspect of the league. No one could escape the trials of failure. Wang Xu, having vented his frustrations in his modest courtyard, soon realized that such exertion only served to exhaust him further. Consequently, he retreated to his room for a well-deserved rest, understanding that without adequate recuperation, he could not hope to maintain an optimal state of being, especially with the lengthy season ahead. After a refreshing slumber, he awoke the next morning to the gentle embrace of sunlight filtering through the window. As he opened it and inhaled the crisp morning air, all traces of fatigue, discontent, and disappointment dissipated with the first rays of dawn, heralding yet another splendid day. Recognizing the promise of a beautiful day, Wang Xu deemed it essential to indulge his appetite. Since joining the Supersonics, apart from the nutritious meals provided by the team and gatherings with his teammates, he had been self-sufficient and well-fed. Breakfast, he believed, should certainly be a satisfying affair. Contentedly patting his belly, he donned his gear and made his way to the team's training facility. Following a back-to-back game, and with the next match scheduled to take place at home, Coach Carlesimo granted the team a half-day off to rest properly. The loss against the Grizzlies had revealed some concerns regarding the team's stamina, having played 4 games since the season commenced, And after a grueling 48-minute battle against the Kings in Sacramento just before facing the Grizzlies, the Supersonics found themselves at a disadvantage, especially when considering that the Grizzlies had only participated in 2 games thus far. Given the taxing schedule the Supersonics had endured, their defeat to the Grizzlies was, in Coach Carlesimo's view, somewhat understandable. Wang Xu has begun to truly grasp the arduous and ruthless nature of professional competitions. The relentless series of away games and back-to-back matches impose tremendous physical demands on the players, not to mention the immense pressure of competing at a professional level. This is especially challenging for a rookie like him, who has transitioned from college leagues to the professional arena, where the intensity of competition has significantly escalated and the schedule has become increasingly congested. The necessity of enduring long flights for back-to-back games has proven to be quite taxing for Wang Xu, a newcomer to the league. Moreover, from the onset of the season, Wang Xu has shouldered the responsibilities of the team's leader, logging the most playing time and bearing the brunt of the burdens. This is undeniably a considerable challenge for a rookie. Nevertheless, Wang Xu, despite his fatigue, benefits from a solid physical foundation established through years of martial arts training, coupled with his remarkable recovery abilities, allowing the sensation of exhaustion to dissipate swiftly. At present, with the head coach having granted a day off, the training facility is rather empty. Veteran players like Sesbiak and Thomas are still lost in slumber, while only a handful of younger players, such as Horford, Aflalo, and Landry, have shown up for additional practice. Horford and Landry have taken the initiative to engage in extra training, while Aflalo has been compelled by Wang Xu to join in. Considering that the head coach has already declared a holiday, it is unreasonable for Wang Xu, even as the team's leader, to compel all teammates to participate in extra training. He can certainly organize such sessions, yet he must also take into account his teammates' willingness. If they are reluctant, their participation would be half-hearted and ineffective. Thus, it is often more prudent to adopt a cooperative approach. This perspective is why Wang Xu regards the news of Kobe Bryant rallying teammates for extra training with a degree of skepticism. If such sessions were genuinely beneficial, the team's performance would not be as lackluster as it is. A day's training swiftly unfolds,